cold and heavy chains wrapped around the once brilliant female Major General, Zhenzhen. Covered in blood and looking haggard, she was escorted to the solemn military court. The glory of the past had vanished, leaving only the embarrassment of a prisoner in the dock on the judgment seat. Qing, dressed in a sharp suit, was immaculate. With an expressionless face, he picked up a pen without any hesitation and signed his name on the death warrant that would decide her fate. The sound of the pen scratching across the paper was clearly audible in the deathly silent courtroom. Zhenzhen raised her head to look at the man high above her. His cold gaze looked down on her, as if inspecting an item of no value. In that instant, she vividly recalled the dagger he had thrust in her chest, carrying a lethal force without the slightest hesitation. It turned out that from that moment on, he truly just wanted her dead. Chapter 1. The dice leave the palm. Fate is sealed with a hammer. On a massive spaceship, Zhenzhen hid among the crowd, watching the man standing on the high platform. Next, number 35. Against the backdrop of a black robe, the man's pale face appeared even more lifeless, making his hoarse voice unsurprising. The crowd stirred, and finally, number 35 appeared on the high platform. A little girl no more than 7 years old. The man extended his bony hand, gentlemanly indicating the 2 dice on the table. The little girl trembled all over, too nervous to prevent the dice from slipping from her hands several times. "I am sorry." The man shook his head, showing no impatience. Zhenzhen suddenly felt that beneath his expressionless face, there was a fleeting moment of compassion. 2 minutes later, the door of the lower deck opened, and the little girl disappeared from sight amidst the screams, leaving only the howling wind outside the spaceship echoing in everyone's hearts. Zhenzhen closed her eyes, no longer wanting to see the distorted faces of those filled with sorrow and fear. The lottery and dice rolling continued, and this was the survival mode of the spaceship. No one knew where they came from, nor their eventual fate. They only knew that if the sum of the dice equaled 7, they would vanish like that little girl. What would happen after disappearing, and what would happen to the survivors in the end? No one on the ship thought to ask, only focusing on the all-consuming fear of the impending doom. Zhenzhen was no different. At that moment, Guiyang took Zhenzhen's hand. "Are you still angry?" "Angry?" Zhenzhen felt a moment of confusion, but quickly recalled some earlier events. She shook her head and said, "No." Guiyang smiled at her reassuringly, stroking her hair. This affectionate gesture made Zhenzhen instinctively frown, and before she could dodge, sweet memories with Guiyang flooded her mind like a burst dam. "I shouldn't and don't need to hide," Zhenzhen thought, not lingering on the awkwardness for long. The new round of drawing lots began. Guiyang stared at the man on the high platform and suddenly said, "He really is." "Hmm?" The crowd stirred again, and Zhenzhen couldn't hear the latter part of the sentence, so she leaned in and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Guiyang looked at the bewildered girl in surprise, then quickly concealed his expression and replied, "No." Zhenzhen had a gut feeling he was lying, and suddenly felt as if she had forgotten many things. But her mind was shrouded in fog, and all thoughts and ideas seemed to vanish in an instant. The man's hoarse voice rang out again, "Number 79. A bearded man walked past Zhenzhen and directly onto the high platform. She could even smell the strong scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Without hesitation, the man rolled the dice, and after seeing the result, he walked back with his head held high. The sum of the dice was 6. Zhenzhen admired his composure, but the others didn't think so. Every 10 minutes, a draw had to be held until the lucky one of this round was selected. Otherwise, the ritual would continue indefinitely. This meant that while the man survived, the chance of death for others skyrocketed. How enviable. I wonder what number the next one will be. Don't talk, just listen. Zhenzhen took in the murmurs around her and suddenly had a bad premonition, an inexplicable prickling sensation on her scalp accompanied by goosebumps, her hands trembling slightly. "The next one is me," Zhenzhen thought again. Just a moment ago, to make way for number 79, she and Guiyang were separated by the throng, and from her position, she could only see Guiyang's delicate jawline. This way was good, at least he wouldn't be able to stop her. Number 87. Zhenzhen took a deep breath, straightened her back, and confidently walked up to the platform like the previous contestant. "Zhenzhen." She faintly heard Guiyang's voice amidst the noise, but she didn't turn back. Zhenzhen walked step by step onto the high platform, standing before the man. She gazed into his deep eyes as if looking into an ancient well, In a moment of daze, she asked what was in her heart. If it's destined to be me, then no matter who rolls the dice, the outcome won't change, right? The rules allowed others to help roll the dice, and many who couldn't bear the pressure would choose friends or family for assistance. The man's gaze suddenly converged, then dispersed in an instant, returning to his emotionless demeanor. Yes, receiving the expected answer, Zhenzhen instead calmed down. Since it was destined to be her, she would face it calmly. She turned back for one last look at Guiyang, who was trying hard to push through the crowd, and resolutely picked up the dice. She didn't need anyone's help. She would take responsibility for her own fate. The dice left her palm, and fate was sealed with a hammer. Zhenzhen took one last look at the still expressionless man and decisively jumped out of the hatch. That leap exhausted all her courage. Weightlessness, weightlessness, weightlessness. She fixed her gaze on the spaceship, momentarily curious about the reactions of those inside, but as the outline gradually blurred, something else caught her attention. She saw countless shadows brushing past her, drawing closer, until they began to carve lines through her soul. The roaring wind thundered in her ears, but her body became lighter with each brush. Zhenzhen suddenly felt a question she had never had before. Why? Why am I on this spaceship? Why must I abide by this rule? Why do I instinctively know that these shadows are stripping away my soul? But soon, even this doubt was swept away by the wind. After extreme pain, Zhenzhen no longer fell under gravity, but floated upwards like a hot air balloon. Although the rumbling in her ears made her blood surge and her head throb, the lightness of her body made her feel as if she had reached heaven. Guiyang should come down too. Zhenzhen suddenly opened her eyes. The wind's roar abruptly ceased, and what came into view was the familiar ceiling and chandelier. For a moment, Zhenzhen fell into confusion, overwhelmed by too much information and memories that made it hard to distinguish reality. But as her consciousness returned, she finally relaxed and sighed. I dreamed again. Chapter 2. Why is it number 87 again? Zhenzhen carried her laptop to the client's site. As a consulting advisor, 12 of her 24 hours were spent working. After buying a cup of coffee next to the client building, she hadn't walked far before she finished it in one gulp. Feeling a bit unsatisfied, she turned back to buy another cup. While waiting for the coffee, Zhenzhen reflected on her dream from the night before. She often dreamed, but never before had a dream felt this vivid. What did this dream mean? If it was merely a manifestation of her subconscious, why was the logic so coherent? Number 87. Your coffee is ready. Number 87. Zhenzhen's scalp tingled. Why is it number 87 again? She desperately hid her panic, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying as she took the coffee and said, "Thank you." But as she turned around, she bumped right into the person behind her. The man was tall with long legs, and his black trench coat was tightly buttoned, causing her to see stars and feel a sharp pain in her head. The bump didn't matter, and the pain didn't matter. What mattered was that the coffee she had just bought spilled all over him. "I'm sorry." The man immediately apologized. She waved her hand and pointed to his coffee-stained coat, saying, "Your clothes, don't worry about it." The man didn't even glance down at his disheveled appearance. She thought this person was really strange. His wet clothes must be uncomfortable, yet he seemed completely unaware. She had to continue apologizing. "I'm really sorry." When she finally saw the man's face clearly, she froze. The man in the black robe from her dreams merged with a handsome and distant face in front of her, leaving her speechless in shock. She stood there in a daze, while the man politely nodded and walked past her. That day, she felt absent-minded, nearly stumbling over her words during a report to a client. But thankfully, she was familiar with the content and didn't make any mistakes. After stepping down from the podium, her colleague Chen quietly asked her, "What's wrong? You seem off today." Is it that obvious? She instantly felt nervous. "No, I noticed the client's expressions were all satisfied, so don't worry. It's just that I've seen you present so many times that I can tell you're different from usual." Chen scrutinized her. "Why does your face look so bad? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm just a bit tired." She felt a bit guilty. "I've flown 6 times this week. My body can't take it." Chen thought about her packed schedule and nodded. "That's true. You should rest as soon as today is over." But when she finally lay on the hotel's 2-meter-wide bed, she found herself wide awake. Who was that strange man who suddenly appeared during the day? Why did she instinctively think he was the man in her dreams? In that dream, usually, the details of dreams fade away, But this one became clearer the more she recalled. She could still vividly remember the feel of the dice in her palm, and the smell of alcohol on the big man's body. She irritably rubbed her head, feeling as if she had lost her mind, wondering why she was troubled all day by a dream and a man who resembled someone from that dream. Realizing she had no desire to sleep and wouldn't for the next 2 or 3 hours, she decisively got up, dressed, and headed to the nearest cinema. Since she couldn't forget the story in her mind, she might as well cover it up with a new one. By the time she arrived at the cinema, it was already a bit late. The midnight screening had started half an hour earlier. But it didn't matter, she wasn't there for the movie, so she quickly bought a ticket and entered the darkened theater. This screening had very few people, only 5 or 6 scattered around, but her seat happened to be next to a male viewer. There was no choice. She had forgotten to specify her seating preference to the ticket seller, so she sat down according to the seat number. This was a typical popcorn movie. Being half an hour late didn't affect the viewing experience, and she watched it with great interest. Dreams, men, dice, she pushed them all out of her mind. As the end credits began to roll, she stretched and felt better than ever. Satisfied, she picked up her half-finished drink to get up, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the person next to her was staring at her. She frowned and turned to look back. Thus, for the second time that day, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. Goo. Her mouth ran ahead of her brain after calling out the surname. She immediately realized and shut her mouth. Gu Yang chuckled lightly. You recognize me? Her brain completely malfunctioned. His demeanor confirmed that her dream was not just a dream, but reality. But how could that possibly be real? As a contemporary youth who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and higher education, she didn't believe in surreal occurrences. Who are you? She asked warily in a low voice. Don't you remember? I'm Gu Yang. He hesitated slightly. Ex-boyfriend. She forced herself to stay calm and scoffed. Ex-boyfriend? My ex-boyfriend was beaten into the hospital by me. Who do you think you are? Listening to her sharp retorts, Gu Yang seemed unfazed, instead showing a pleased expression. As expected, your temper is still the same. She felt like a punch hitting cotton. Don't be angry and don't be scared. I just want to talk to you, that's all. He said seriously, noticing her fluctuating expression. She stood up, looking down at him. I don't know you what we have to talk about. Before he could respond, she turned and walked towards the emergency exit. You met Lu Qing today, right? Gu Yang's voice was steady, neither fast nor slow, but every word struck her heart like a storm. She stopped in her tracks, her back to him, and asked, Who is Lu Qing? Gu Yang stood up and faced her, saying earnestly, Zhenzhen, the situation is very chaotic. I know you can't remember a lot of things, but please trust me. Why should I trust you? She questioned, You haven't told me the whole story. Should I just believe your words? To make a long story short, Gu Yang felt helpless about her stubbornness that had persisted for over a decade. Someone wants to kill you. Kill me? Me? She pointed at herself, her face full of disbelief. Why? There's an internal strife within the ICE summit. The higher-ups haven't reached a consensus on this experiment yet, but the radical faction has murderous intentions. There were some things Gu Yang couldn't say too much about. Even meeting Zhenzhen had to be done in the dark cinema. I can't protect you all the time. You must stay away from Lu Qing and try to remember your past. It's very important. Past? She felt lost. Before coming to Planet T11, as the end credits drew nearer, Gu Yang became increasingly anxious, frequently glancing at a corner of the ceiling. There's no time left. I'll find a way to come back to you. Zhenzhen followed his gaze to the ceiling, but couldn't see anything different about that spot. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly realized that the figure next to her had completely vanished. In just 5 seconds, merely 5 seconds, a living person had disappeared without a trace. As the end credits finished, the screen flickered a few times before going completely dark, and the theater was plunged into darkness. Zhenzhen stood frozen in extreme fear, momentarily questioning whether this was yet another incredibly realistic dream. The film has ended. Please exit in an orderly manner from the emergency exits. The cinema's fixed announcement rang out, waking Zhenzhen from her stupor. She patted her cheeks to calm herself and walked towards the exit. Turning into the corridor, she found it completely empty. The dim lighting and movie posters decorated with strip lights provided no sense of security. Gathering her courage, Zhenzhen walked along the wall towards the ticket-checking area. However, she felt a presence behind her. Although the sound was faint, it felt very strong. In a sudden impulse, she turned around, and there he was, a man in a black trench coat, just a step away from her. Her pupils dilated instantly, and her fear peaked. causing her voice to become incredibly shrill. You! The man acted quickly, slapping his palm against her forehead, and in her terror, she completely lost consciousness. Chapter 3. I don't believe you. I don't trust you. At 8 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. Zhenzhen closed her eyes and reached for her phone, directly pressing the power button to turn it off. Yesterday, the plan was approved by the client, and she no longer needed to go to the site to monitor the situation. The finishing work would be handed over to Zhenzhen. Ugh, something seems off. Zhenzhen opened her eyes and began to seriously recall when she returned to the hotel last night. She vaguely felt that she had gone out, but she had no memory of what she did or how she got back. But then she thought, after just finishing a project yesterday, there was no time even to sleep. So how could she have gone out? It must have been a dream, just a confusing dream. As someone who's been dreaming for years, this vague feeling of something being off yet being unable to grasp, it was quite common. Zhenzhen shook her head and put the matter behind her. After washing up, putting on makeup, and packing her luggage, Zhenzhen happily returned home. However, when she opened the door to her apartment, the sight before her truly shocked her 3 times. The chaotic room she left was now clean as a show apartment. In broad daylight, this was unbelievable, and the apartment owner stood there dumbfounded and very scared. Just as the person involved hesitated at the door, unsure whether to call the police or voluntarily check into a mental hospital, her phone suddenly vibrated. Hello, General Manager Wu. The call was from the general manager of the consultancy, who was Zhenzhen's direct supervisor. Xiao Che, if it's convenient now, come to the company. There's a new project that needs you to handle. The working spirit of an employee kicked in even in such a situation. Upon hearing about a new project, Zhenzhen's mind immediately went into high alert. New project? Yes, it's a non-standard project. After thinking it over, I still feel it's best to hand it over to you, General Manager Wu firmly stated. The client is already at the company, so please hurry. All right, when the boss speaks, one must go. Zhenzhen no longer thought about the strange situation in her apartment, quickly pushed her suitcase through the door, and set off for the company. Upon reaching the 8th floor where the consulting department was located, her colleagues greeted her as they saw her. Why is Minister Che back? Zhenzhen, didn't you have a day off today? Long time no see, Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen responded to each one and then headed straight to the reception room. She gently knocked on the door, and General Manager Wu replied, "Come in." General Manager Wu. Zhenzhen greeted her supervisor and nodded at the people present. General Manager Wu was over 40, but because of his love for climbing mountains, he had a well-proportioned figure, though frequent business trips had left him with a receding hairline. Minister Che, please sit, General Manager Wu said with a smile, pointing to the seat beside him. Let me introduce everyone. This is the person responsible for this project, Minister Zhenzhen. Minister Che has extensive project experience, and her professional skills and coordination abilities are top-notch, so you can rest assured, Mr. Liu. After Zhenzhen sat down, she finally looked at the client across the conference table. Contrary to her expectations, it was a young man with handsome features. Although he was wearing a dark gray suit, he didn't seem old at all. Instead, he appeared both noble and distant. Hello, I am Lu Qing. Hearing this voice, Zhenzhen frowned slightly, feeling like she had heard it somewhere before. But her professional training as a consultant kicked in, and she quickly concealed her emotions, smiling. Hello? Mr. Lu Qing nodded, but then said to General Manager Wu, I need to discuss the specific plan in detail with Minister Che. General Manager Wu, an experienced hand, immediately smiled and said, All right, I have another meeting to attend, so I will leave first. Xiao Che, please take good care, Mr. Liu. With General Manager Wu gone and the secretary following suit, only Lu Qing and Zhenzhen remained in the reception room. Zhenzhen maintained her professional smile and softly asked, Mr. Liu, do you have any specific requirements for this project? Lu Qing silently sized her up, taking a long time to respond. Mr. Liu? Lu Qing remained expressionless, gently stood up, and slowly walked around the conference table towards Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen's heart tightened. She didn't know what this man intended, so she stood up defensively, but still kept her smile. Mr. Liu, is there something you need? Lu Qing ignored all her movements and continued walking at a steady pace until he stopped just a step away. Zhenzhen, what is it? Before she could react, Lu Qing slapped the center of her forehead with his palm. In that instant, countless images and sounds flooded her mind, causing her brain to operate at high speed, making her pupils tremble violently. She became stiff and even started to twitch slightly. "Wake up!" Lu Qing stepped back and called out in a deep voice. That one sentence seemed to hold magic as soon as he spoke. Zhenzhen was freed from her strange state. She suddenly closed her eyes, and, when she opened them again, her gaze was no longer submissive but became hard and sharp. "Lu Qing." Zhenzhen looked at the man before her and said coldly, "You specifically came to find me. What is it?" "I need your cooperation," Lu Qing said succinctly. "Cooperation?" Zhenzhen sneered. "When I initially sought your cooperation, did you agree? We have different paths. I won't be your accomplice." Listening to her accusations, Lu Qing remained non-committal. The internal strife at the ice peak will lead to the termination of the Magpie Nest plan. Zhenzhen's brow furrowed tightly as she retorted, "Termination? What about the participants?" Lu Qing directly ignored her question. "Guiyang has contacted you." "Yes, so what?" "He has a problem." Upon hearing this, Zhenzhen showed no expression and did not say whether she believed it or not. "Yesterday, you intervened in my brain, making me forget the memories that were surfacing, and today you woke me up. This contradictory behavior is not your style. What exactly do you want?" Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, but still did not answer her question. Zhenzhen hated his always calm demeanor, as if nothing mattered to him, neither family nor the countless innocent lives. She stopped wasting her breath, turned to leave, but was restrained by the man's hand on her shoulder from behind. "Ice Peak needs you." "Needs me?" She turned her head to look at the man's bony hand on her shoulder and coldly smiled. "Do you need me? Or do you need what I have?" Lu Qing said lightly, "You know what I mean." Zhenzhen suddenly turned around and questioned sharply, "If you get it, will it pull more people into this endless conflict?" "It won't." Lu Qing's expression changed slightly, and the hard mask finally showed a crack. "I don't believe you." Lu Qing closed his eyes, and after a while, he spoke softly. "In the current situation, do you have any better solutions?" "In the current situation?" Zhenzhen sneered. "I don't know what the current situation is, but if you want me to hand it over, dream on." The two exchanged silent glances, their eyes clashing. After a long time, Lu Qing compromised. For hours ago, Hui Yun was killed. Zhenzhen tried hard to conceal her shock, but her dilating pupils betrayed her astonishment and panic. Chapter 4, Just Hate Me. 3 hours ago, I received a cleansing task. Lu Qing's tone was always light, as if he were discussing trivial family matters rather than the bloody reality. "How many targets are there?" Zhenzhen tightened her back teeth. 3,212. "You're the first on the list." Zhenzhen asked suspiciously, "Why are you being honest with me?" Just like in her youth, she could never understand him, never grasp the meaning behind his every glance, nor the purpose of each of his actions. "Because I need you, Gio." "Ha!" Zhenzhen's gaze turned cold again. "I'll say it again, it's impossible." Lu Qing suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as he fixed on a corner of the room. "I'll say it again. You have no choice. If I don't give it, what can you do?" She raised her chin defiantly. Lu Qing's gaze returned, his expression once again devoid of emotion. "Hand over Zhu Jiao, and I'll take you back to the ice peak, ensuring your safe and sound end." Zhenzhen seemed to hear some great joke, laughing sarcastically. "Who would have thought that one day such words would come from your mouth, Lu Qing? Before you participated in the experiment, you must have thought that this day could come. So you quietly destroyed your 3 years of research, declaring the Turtle Dove project a failure. In fact, you achieved great success in the opposite direction and privately named it Zhu Jiao as a dragon-slaying sword for the last moment. To be safe, you divided Zhu Jiao into 3 parts to hide, believing it to be flawless. However, before the experiment began, all your actions, including Zhu Jiao, were exposed, and the original secret became common gossip. You staged a deception to protect yourself, but you didn't expect that you wouldn't need to review it for me." Zhenzhen interrupted him. "I never thought I could hide it for too long, but I'm already very satisfied to have gained 5 years. You cannot return to the ice peak. Keeping Zhu Jiao is meaningless. Stopping or delaying your plans is the greatest significance." A fleeting, subtle smile flashed in Lu Qing's dark eyes, but Zhenzhen didn't notice, and others certainly couldn't see it. Knock. The sound of knocking broke the undercurrent in the conference room. Zhenzhen called out, "Come in." The secretary entered. "CEO Lu, sorry to interrupt, may I ask?" Lu Qing slightly raised his hand, and the secretary's words stopped abruptly. Without looking back, Zhenzhen knew what the poor secretary looked like at that moment. Behind her, The secretary's pupils were dilated, trembling violently, and his teeth clattered together, making an eerie sound. 10 seconds later, the secretary turned around with a vacant gaze and conveniently closed the conference room door. When will you people give up this inhumane way? Zhenzhen greeted ertit. It only changes the memory within 5 minutes. She won't suffer any substantial harm. Lu Qing said, unusually verbose. Ah, substantial harm. Zhenzhen lowered her eyes, hiding infinite pain and confusion. I'm curious whether you can still speak so confidently after you've tasted the flavor of memory interference. Memory interference was your own choice. You know better than anyone why I made this choice. Strangely enough, she could get along with anyone, but with Lu Qing, it was always a tense standoff. As a soldier, you disobey commands first and conceal the truth later. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and unapproachable. As long as you hand over Zhu Jiao and sincerely repent, the Ice Peak is willing to accept you, allowing you to be reinstated and return to a normal life. Otherwise what? Repent? I have no wrongdoing, so how can there be repentance? Zhenzhen suddenly turned to the corner Lu Qing had just glanced at and shouted, You pests only know how to step forward on the flesh and blood of the people, using the bones of countless innocent civilians to build bridges for your own safety. How dare you claim to be leaders? You asked me to repent. Do you even know your own sins? I did resist orders, and I did conceal the truth, and that's because you are unworthy. And you, Zhenzhen turned to Lu Qing. We come from the same background and have similar experiences. I never thought that one day you would become like this. Since you are willing to be a dog for these fools, then go ahead, but I cannot accompany you. Zhenzhen turned to leave, suddenly hearing a whoosh behind her. She frowned. Lu Qing had never practiced martial arts since childhood, being as weak as a chicken, yet now he seemed to possess extraordinary skills. In thought, she immediately dodged, then turned to attack his face. Lu Qing didn't flinch, not even blinking. Zhenzhen scoffed. Looks like he learned some flashy moves recently. However, when her hand was just 2 centimeters from the vital point, her motion abruptly halted. Zhenzhen slowly lowered her head, following the expanding bloodstain. She saw the dagger piercing through her chest. The tearing pain at the wound was intense. But what Zhenzhen felt at this moment was a mix of love, pain, betrayal, bitterness, and helplessness. Otherwise, you would also be the first on the death list. Lu Qing retracted his hand, speaking each word distinctly. She looked at Lu Qing's bloodied hand hanging down and suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. It was as if at some point in the past, she had looked at a bloodied hand from this angle, then heartbroken, reached out to take it, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood, only for the other party to suddenly hold her tightly. In that familiar yet strange breath, Zhenzhen felt safe and warm, a feeling both fresh and nostalgic. But the déjà vu vanished in an instant, and the inexplicable emotion quickly disappeared without a trace. Zhenzhen slowly raised her head, fiercely staring into Lu Qing's eyes, which were spreading with blood. She gritted her teeth and groaned, surprisingly pulling the dagger out herself. Even back then, despite the tension and hostility, she never thought Lu Qing would kill her. Just now, facing Lu Qing's threat, she also didn't think he would kill her. Yet now, Lu Qing really made a move. The speed of blood loss was astonishing, and after pulling out the dagger, it doubled, the feeling of dizziness growing more pronounced. Zhenzhen was not a particularly good person, but she had always tried to treat others kindly. However, if someone dared to bully her, she would certainly retaliate in kind. She lowered her eyes to hide the killing intent in her gaze and secretly gathered strength, not expecting. Lu Qing suddenly stepped forward, bending down to whisper in her ear, Just hate me. Zhenzhen exhausted her last ounce of strength, using all a soldier had learned in a lifetime of training and countless battles. In a flash, she plunged the blood-stained dagger into the man's chest. Everything before her went dark, and she could see nothing. Upon realizing she had hit her target, she pulled out a satisfied smile, finally letting go of her strength and losing consciousness completely. Chapter 5. Major General Che, what important matters are there? Zhenzhen's training ended early that day. She quickly ran to the cafeteria, grabbing food as she went, then strolled over to the large courtyard next door. After running through several classrooms, She finally found Lu Qing and Gu Yang. Hey, it's time to eat. Zhenzhen waved the food box in her hand, ignoring the gazes of others in the room. Lu Qing was standing at the podium, giving a report. Upon seeing her, he turned his head and said a few words to Gu Yang before leaving the classroom. What are you doing here? Lu Qing asked, hands in his pockets, with no expression or tone. Zhenzhen was used to his attitude and casually waved her hand, saying, "Stop lecturing. You and Gu Yang come eat quickly. Our team made roasted chicken today, especially for you two." "We're in the middle of something," Lu Qing replied. "Just now." "You were finishing," Zhenzhen interrupted, pointing at Gu Yang, who was coming out of the classroom. Lu Qing didn't look back or say anything more. Zhenzhen smiled slyly, knowing he had already given in. Gu Yang walked over with a smile and said, "Zhenzhen brought us good food again?" "Yep, roasted chicken." Gu Yang took the chicken leg from her hand and motioned to the other two, saying, "Let's go eat next door." Zhenzhen boldly sat at the front desk of the lecture hall, casually putting her feet on the chair, propping her chin up as she watched them eat. Gu Yang raised the chicken leg in his hand and asked, "Aren't you eating?" No, I'm not eating." Zhenzhen waved her hands repeatedly, saying she had gained quite a bit of weight recently and needed to restrain herself. "Looks like someone is experiencing their first love. You used to not care about weight or looks, but now it's different," Gu Yang joked. Zhenzhen shot him a glare and said, "Training is killing me. I don't have time to think about love." "True. After all, you have dreams of becoming a general with lofty ambitions." Lu Qing sat quietly beside them, eating roasted chicken, still looking cold and detached despite his greasy hands. Zhenzhen watched him for a while and suddenly asked, "Lu Qing, we all came from the martyr's family shelter, but why are our styles so different?" Lu Qing kept his eyes downcast, slightly tilting his head. He had always been taciturn, which Zhenzhen had long gotten used to. Instead, Gu Yang laughed and teased. "The dragon has 9 sons, each different. The only thing we 3 have in common is coming from the shelter." Zhenzhen couldn't agree more. "I was praised for my training these days. Maybe I can be promoted to squad leader next month," she said cheerfully, recalling recent events. "Congratulations, you're 1 millimeter closer to your dream of becoming a general." Gu Yang intentionally moqued her. Lu Qing ignored his teasing and nodded at Zhenzhen, saying congratulations. With Lu Qing's acknowledgement, Zhenzhen felt even more elated. She cleared her throat and asked, "What about you guys? How have you been recently?" "Lu Qing is frustrated," Gu Yang said, covering his mouth and speaking softly. The feasibility assessment of the plan didn't pass. "Sounds exhausting," Zhenzhen said, looking at the two of them as they finished eating. After checking the time, she tidied up her food box and bid farewell to the two before leaving. On her way back to the unit, Zhenzhen suddenly felt the sun was particularly strange today. It was already 7 p.m., yet it was still as dazzling as noon. She slightly lifted her head to see what was going on, but the brightness forced her to raise a hand to shield her eyes. In that instant, she saw the bones of her hand continuously elongating and thickening, gradually transforming into an adult's form. At the same time, the surroundings changed from a bustling street to a rarely traveled forest path, and the food box in her hand turned into a thick folder. Zhenzhen walked briskly, the hard soles of her military boots clashing rhythmically against the stone path. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the standalone villa hidden deep in the forest finally revealed itself. Filled with anger, Zhenzhen pressed the doorbell hard. "Visitor, please place your thumb on the screen in the lower right corner for identity verification. You do not have permission to enter. Please contact the administrator." A mechanical female voice responded to her. "Lu Qing." Zhenzhen pounded on the door, shouting angrily inside. "Zhenzhen." Gu Yang ran over, breathless, and stopped her from banging on the door. "Don't be impulsive." "I'm not being impulsive. I need to settle this with him." Zhenzhen shrugged Gu Yang off and continued to knock on the door. "Lu Qing, you plagiarized my results and used them in this immoral experiment. And now you don't even dare to face me." The front door opened from the inside, revealing Lu Qing, dressed in a black shirt and black trousers. Coming into view, "Major General Che, what important matters are there?" Zhenzhen wore a stern expression and shoved the emotionless man hard, throwing the folder in her hand at him, demanding, "What's going on with the Magpie Nest plan?" Lu Qing took the folder, glanced at its contents, and quietly admitted, "It's just as you think." "Why?" Zhenzhen shouted in anger, I never intended to turn my research into reality. I never thought of making my research public. How dare you? How dare you make decisions for me? Because of the situation we face. Gu Yang, watching Lu Qing's stoic demeanor, spoke for him. Zhenzhen, at this stage of the war, you know better than anyone that we can't win. If we can't win, do we have to invade other races' resources and living spaces? Otherwise, what? Wait for extinction? Lu Qing countered. If it means doing something immoral, I'd rather choose to die, Zhenzhen said stubbornly. The autumn wind whistled, blowing down yellow leaves and stirring Zhenzhen's tightly tied ponytail. Lu Qing's gaze discreetly swept over her flying hair, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. You and I have different views. Arguing is useless. Zhenzhen closed her eyes, trying to calm her anger, her tone slightly pleading. Lu Qing, for the sake of our years of knowing each other, can you withdraw the Magpie Nest plan and not attend the meeting? Now it's just a partial circulation in the system. You can easily find an excuse, like practical testing errors, to terminate it directly. It's not too late. It's already late. Lu Qing tapped the embedded display screen on his wrist, showcasing the documents approved by the meeting, stating that the Magpie Nest plan was imperative. You. Zhenzhen gritted her teeth, twisting Lu Qing's wrist behind his back, completely restraining him in front of her. You're really crazy. You'll face retribution for your unscrupulous means. Zhenzhen's grip was not light. Lu Qing's wrist and entire arm felt like they were tearing with pain. Yet his voice remained incredibly steady. The catastrophic disaster on Ice Cloud, starting 9 months ago, has resulted in 200 million deaths. Now, although we have temporarily settled in a 0-1, the resources here are limited and cannot support the survival of the remaining population. The Noya people have declared war against all ethnic groups in the A-star system. You should be aware on the front lines of the military that we have no chance of winning. With internal and external troubles, we have no choice. Zhenzhen released her grip, her voice hoarse as she asked, even if it means stepping over countless bones? Lu Qing glanced at his bruised wrist and answered solemnly, even if it means stepping over countless bones. Chapter 6. Destroying the long-maintained balance. Zhenzhen opened her eyes, but the sunlight was blinding, and all she could see was a dizzying black. After a moment, she realized she was lying on the big bed in her apartment. Remembering the scene before she fainted, she hurriedly sat up to check the wound on her chest, but a pair of hands pushed her back down. Don't move. Injured and frightened, Zhenzhen took a few deep breaths before asking, Gu Yang, what are you doing here? How am I still alive? I'm sorry. I arrived late and didn't protect you all, Gu Yang said dejectedly. It's okay, there is still time. Where's Lu Qing? Zhenzhen recalled the feeling of the dagger stabbing into Lu Qing's chest. It should not have hit a vital spot. Indeed, Gu Yang replied. She is missing. Zhenzhen was not surprised. Do you remember everything? Gu Yang asked tentatively. So what is your plan now? Zhenzhen closed her eyes and slowly recalled every word and detail Lu Qing had said, already measuring her thoughts. I don't have a plan. Let me recover from my injuries first. But their pursuit won't stop, Gu Yang said. Fatigue surged through Zhenzhen's limbs, and she spoke softly. Then let them come. It's better to die and end it all. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Yang looked at the bandages wrapped around her neck, his expression very grim. We must find a viable way to survive. It's my problem, not ours. It has nothing to do with you. How could I leave you alone? Gu Yang was agitated. We were engaged back then. Zhenzhen fell silent for a moment and forced her body up despite the pain. She didn't even accept Gu Yang's offer to help. After enduring the initial pain, she finally spoke slowly. Gu Yang, part of the reason for our engagement was due to circumstances. Times have changed. I don't think we can continue. Zhenzhen, I didn't have the chance to ask you why you were also in T11. Why didn't you have your memories interfered with? I don't know. Gu Yang shouted. I spent years looking for you. How did you know I was in T11? Zhenzhen asked again. Gu Yang turned his head to look out the window and quietly admitted, Lu Qing arranged it. Lu Qing? Zhenzhen found it hard to believe. What was his purpose? Zhenzhen, although you two have different ideologies, don't completely deny this person. He put me here and preserved my memories. Could it be that he was worried about you? Gu Yang replied helplessly. That stab was from him. Is that concern for me? Zhenzhen, Said, coldly. The present is the present. The past is the past. Moreover, If he hadn't held back, you'd really be dead now. Huh, it's just that he was clumsy and missed. Guyang shook his head, knowing her stubbornness better than anyone, and said no more. He helped her lean against the headboard to reduce the pressure on her wounds. Actually, Zhu Jiao is an A01. Guyang's pupils constricted in surprise. What? Zhu Jiao is an A01, hidden under the shadows. Zhenzhen smiled faintly. When the resources of A01 were nearly exhausted, I knew it was a good hiding place when they began construction with the ice dome and the small ships. You're too bold. What if the planet gets blown up before the ice dome evacuates? Then it's fate. It's as if my research never existed. Guyang asked softly, why are you telling me this? Because you can contact the ice dome. Zhenzhen pretended to casually meet his gaze before turning back to the green grass outside. You know about the internal strife in the ice dome and that I'm on the cleanup list. You must have a strong network of information, right? I do. Guyang replied with self-deprecation. Lu Qing became the deputy chairman of the committee at 27. You became a major general at 25. Compared to you, I'm inconspicuous. But at least I'm the director of the Resource Planning Bureau. Zhenzhen fell silent and, after a long time, apologized. That's not what I meant. Guyang waved his hand casually and asked, so, what exactly are your plans? Don't think you can separate yourself from me. I'm just a live target. I don't know how long I can pretend to be dead. Do you really want to wade into this murky water? Yes. From participating in the experiment to staying in T11 for 5 years, I've long been unable to clear my name in the eyes of the ice dome. Guyang rationally analyzed the pros and cons. Besides, I don't agree with the ice dome's methods. Even if I return with your head, what can the ice dome give me? Trading you for a life spent in a cage is not worth it. Zhenzhen, upon hearing this, was not angry but instead smiled, still holding a grudge. What I said 6 years ago, you're returning it to me in full today. You really are something. As they joked and laughed, the two seemed to return to their carefree youth, but time had passed, and things were ultimately different. Let us annul the engagement, Guyang. Guyang's smile faded. Why? Even if we can survive, I don't intend to get married. So, it's better not to delay you. Zhenzhen said honestly. Also, if you want Zhu Jiao, I can tell you the location. Pretending to be dead will eventually be exposed. At that time, Zhu Jiao will be your trump card in negotiations with the ice dome. Guyang's gaze sharpened. You're just handing it over to me like that? Is that not okay? If it were 20 years ago, you might have been honest with me out of trust. But now you are not. I'm only asking if you want it. Zhenzhen maintained a lowered posture, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, showing a sharp arc. I'll only ask you once, so it's also the last time. Think it over before you answer. Guyang's I twitched unnaturally a few times. And after several attempts to speak, he said nothing. Zhenzhen leaned against the headboard, her face pale and her gaze somewhat unfocused, yet she appeared remarkably calm, patiently waiting for the man's reply. The atmosphere became slightly tense. I want it. Guyang closed his eyes, his voice particularly hoarse. I need Zhu Jiao. I want to save others just like I saved you. Zhenzhen looked at his weary profile, momentarily lost in thought. In the shelter, he was always the most mature one. Lu Qing was in a semi-autistic state. She herself was a child with ADHD. And only Guyang understood everything better than anyone else. Behind his jokes and antics was a sensitive and precocious heart. Zhenzhen revealed an exceptionally complex smile, half of it relief and half helplessness. She took a piece of paper and pen, wrote down the detailed location, and handed it to Guyang. Go now. No. You. I'm fine. There's no time to waste. Zhenzhen tapped her temple. The time window is limited. All right. Take care of yourself. Guyang finally made up his mind. I'll finish handling it and come back to find you immediately. Zhenzhen smiled and waved goodbye at him. If you regret it, come back to find me right away. Don't worry, I want tea. After Guyang completely left, her smile slowly faded. The sunset streamed through the window onto the floor, the bed, and her shoulder, illuminating her bewildered face. The balance that she had once built with her own hands was now destroyed by Zhenzhen herself. Chapter 7: The Mysterious List on Planet T11. At 6 in the morning, Zhenzhen sat on the edge of her bed, seeing several familiar yet unfamiliar faces suddenly appear, finally letting out a sigh of relief. General Che. General. Zhenzhen felt a mix of emotions and smiled. Long time no see. The girl with curly hair, Mo ran. was an old subordinate whom Zhenzhen had personally promoted. According to official record from the Ice Peak, she had sacrificed 6 years ago. The other two serious-looking twins were Duan Yu and Duan Shi, who had once been Zhenzhen's deputy generals. "We were all worried sick about you for the past 5 years," Mo Ran said to Zhenzhen, who had been like a life mentor and older sister to her. So she naturally acted spoiled in front of her. "I'm Fine. What about Gu Yang?" Zhenzhen asked. "He's been detained, but don't worry," Mo Ran replied. "I immediately understood your meaning when I got the location he was in, the communication room." "Where exactly?" Zhenzhen still felt uneasy. "In a small black room. All signals are blocked, and brainwave detection won't show any issues. Unless he is dead, Ice Peak will definitely not find out." "Duan Yu suddenly asked Guyang, ISN your fiancé?" "Formir fianc, Zhenzhen clarified." "Detaining him, I have my reasons. But let's not discuss that. How has A01 been these past 5 years?" Duan Shi reported, "We followed your orders strictly. Aside from necessary activities, we've been in the bunker, and so far, no one has discovered our presence." "What has Ice Peak been doing all these years? Why has the internal conflict escalated so severely?" She urgently needed to fill in the gaps from the past 5 years. "The Galactic War started before you participated in the experiment. Ice Peak has been on its last legs, but for some unknown reason, they dragged it out for over a year, and after declaring their surrender, they completely left the A galaxy to wander. Since then, the information we've received has been limited and delayed. The general situation is that Hui Yun and Chunlon have differing views on the Magpie Nest plan," Mo Ran explained. "Didn't the Alliance conduct a thorough search of A01 later?" Zhenzhen frowned. "No, the closest A03 personnel had landed there once, but retreated quickly," Duan Yu said. Mo Ran added, "In the eyes of everyone in the A galaxy, A01 is already a wasteland, and the surface temperature is too high. No one will be interested in it." Zhenzhen's expression turned serious. The Resource Planning Bureau's report back then predicted temperature changes over the next 10 years. At the time, it was estimated there would still be at least 7 years of livable conditions. How could it deteriorate so quickly? "You haven't returned since you provided us with the storage plan, so it's understandable that you're unclear," Duan Shi said. "To deceive everyone. We could only mine with the nearly obsolete previous generation equipment, which also damaged the ecology to some extent. This is a variable that the Resource Planning Bureau was unaware of. At this rate, how much time do we have left?" The three looked at each other, their eyes heavy with concern. Duan Yu replied honestly, "Less than a year." Zhenzhen intertwined her fingers, tapping one hand's index finger against the back of the other hand. Mo Ran and the others knew this was her habitual action when she was deep in thought, so they fell silent and waited patiently. Finally, Zhenzhen changed her posture and stood up, supporting herself on the edge of the bed. "Come back for me in 10 days. Mo Ran immediately protested. "No way. You're injured. They can go back. I want to stay." "Listen, the wound is bandaged tightly, but it still hurts when I stand," Zhenzhen said. "The priority is to clear the more than 3,000 names on the list. I will give you this list at the latest by the day after tomorrow. Once you have it, immediately send a shadow team to search and do your utmost to rescue them." Mo Ran pouted, still unwilling, but Zhenzhen didn't look at her. "Mo team." Hearing this address, Mo Ran shivered and knew she couldn't be willful anymore, whispering, "Yes, I will follow the arrangements." "Duan Yu." "Here." The task of saving people was assigned to Duan Shi and Mo Ran, while he stayed in A01 to control the situation. "The contact method is still the Star Network. All information will go through you as a relay. No branch lines are allowed to cross, not even mine." "Understood." At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the apartment door, followed by a loud banging. "Is anyone there?" "Police." Recalling the scene in the company conference room yesterday, Zhenzhen realized that in the eyes of the people on planet T11, she and Lu Qing might have just vanished. Calling the police was a logical step. Although she didn't plan to leave T11 completely, she needed time, so maintaining her disappearance was the best strategy. "What about the aircraft?" Zhenzhen looked out the window. As soon as she spoke, the cloaked spaceship revealed itself. "Quick, we need to go. They'll probably break in soon." Zhenzhen's prediction was spot on. 5 minutes later, the 4 people inside the spaceship watched as the police rushed into the room. What is this? Mo Ran asked, confused. They haven't lived on Earth, so they know nothing about it. Simply put, I went missing from social media, and someone is worried about my safety. So the police received a report and came to find me. Zhenzhen explained. Mo Ran commented, looks like privacy rights here are pretty good. If it were back home, a brainwave search could give you an accurate location. Yeah, Zhenzhen replied, her eyes fixed on the monitoring screen in the spaceship. When she saw someone emerge behind the police, her brows furrowed. The person who reported the case was her colleague, Chun, but wasn't she still on a business trip? How could she suddenly return and know that she was missing? Do you know her? Mo Ran asked. Will it be a problem if you stay here? I'll change places. Zhenzhen decided, taking one last look at the monitor. Take me to the tallest building in the southwest direction. Got it, Duan Yu replied from the cockpit. Zhenzhen left the spaceship from the hotel's top floor and then used the fake identity left by Gu Yang to book a suite. At that moment, she couldn't help but sigh with relief. Fortunately, she had earned quite a bit of money consulting over the past 5 years, which gave her some savings. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to afford her current expenses. The suite was spacious and well-equipped, with a living room, bedroom, and dining area, and even a private hot tub on the terrace. But unfortunately, she could only look at it. Zhenzhen slowly sat down on the sofa, tried to relieve the strain on her chest muscles, but she still broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. After a while, she finally noticed the flowers and fruit platter given by the hotel on the coffee table. She casually pulled out the card from the bouquet and was shocked when she read the words on it. She forgot about her wound and abruptly stood up, as if feeling no pain, roughly tearing open the bouquet, and finally found the only artificial flower among the many real ones. At the bottom of that artificial flower was tied a miniature storage device. Zhenzhen tentatively placed her thumb on the sensor. Identity verified. What appeared before her eyes was the Ice Peak cleanup list, containing a total of 3,212 names, along with the information and real-time updated coordinates of each person. Among the 3,212 names, only Zhenzhen's name was marked with a heavy red cross. The terrace door was left open, and a gust of wind blew the card that had been discarded on the sofa, revealing the words on the front. The list is at the bottom of the bouquet. Hey, Chapter 8. I am behind you, so you won't fall. Zhenzhen was only 5 years old when she was sent to the Martyrs Family Shelter. Huiyun held her hand, leading her through the playground and office buildings, and handed her over to Aunt Lin. Zhenzhen, from now on, you'll live here with Aunt Lin. Huiyun squatted down and wiped the tear stains from her little face. There are many little friends here. You can play, eat, and sleep together. You'll be very happy. Aunt Lin lovingly patted her little head and smiled. And we'll take you to meet new friends, okay? Zhenzhen asked in a childish voice. Did my mom sacrifice like my dad? The smile in Huiyun's eyes faded, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Aunt Lin also squatted down and gently said, your mom and dad are heroes. They will always watch over you. So you have to be happy every day so your mom and dad can be at ease, okay? Zhenzhen understood only partially and replied with a heavy okay. After Huiyun left, she followed Aunt Lin into the house and met other kids in the shelter. They were having a math class, and there were empty seats available. Where did Zhenzhen want to sit? Zhenzhen looked up and scanned the surroundings, then walked over to a little boy with a friendly smile and politely asked, can I sit here? The boy was taken aback, but quickly understood when he saw the empty seat next to him. He jumped off the bench to make space for her. Zhenzhen struggled with her short legs to squeeze in, and once seated, she greeted the expressionless boy on her left. Hello, my name is Zhenzhen. The boy who had just given up his seat picked up the conversation and introduced himself. My name is Gu Yang, and this is Lu Qing. He doesn't talk much, so don't mind him. Zhenzhen smiled gratefully at Gu Yang and asked, how long have you been here? This place is nice, and the Annies are really good, don't be afraid. Gu Yang replied, I came last year, and Lu Qing has been here for the longest, probably 2 or 3 years. Zhenzhen hesitated. Your parents. The children who come here all have parents who have sacrificed. Don't be sad. Now that you're here, we are your family. Gu Yang said. His bright smile illuminated her clouded childhood. Since the 3 of them sat together, they formed a group for class activities and quickly became familiar with one another. Zhenzhen was naturally lively, but when she first arrived, She was timid due to her mother's death and the new environment. However, with Gu Yang's care and the auntie's guidance, she returned to her carefree, mischievous self in just half a year. One day, after physical education class, Zhenzhen, Gu Yang, and Lu Qing lay in the shade under a big tree to rest. "Hey, do you want to go out and play?" Zhenzhen asked, looking at the high walls of the yard. "Where do you want to go?" Gu Yang countered. Zhenzhen pouted and complained, "Anywhere is fine. Staying in the yard every day is so stifling." Lu Qing, the oldest among the three and familiar with her personality, immediately warned, "No mischief." Zhenzhen widened her eyes. "I haven't said anything yet." Gu Yang laughed. "We know what you want to do without you saying it. Don't be reckless." Zhenzhen pouted again and lay back on the grass with an unhappy expression. As she lay there, she suddenly looked up at the lush tree branches overhead, and a thought crossed her mind. "Since I can't go out, can I see further from the top of the tree?" She quickly scrambled up, and before Gu Yang and Lu Qing could react, she had already climbed up the tree. "Hey, Zhenzhen!" Gu Yang shouted anxiously, watching her agile movements. "It's fine." Zhenzhen waved her hand at the two below and continued to climb higher. In the blink of an eye, she was 5 or 6 meters off the ground. Gu Yang, still a bit chubby, wanted to climb up but couldn't match her speed. Lu Qing frowned as he watched her back and finally sighed, saying to Gu Yang, who was still scrambling, "I'll go." Gu Yang stepped aside and shouted up the tree, "Zhenzhen, don't climb any higher. It's unstable up there." Zhenzhen heard his shout, but just wanted to stand a little higher, just a bit more. However, the branches closer to the treetop were thinner and more brittle, becoming increasingly unstable. Before she realized it, she found herself in a dilemma. On the ground, she felt a gentle breeze, but standing on the branches 8 or 9 meters high felt like the ground was shaking. Zhenzhen's face turned pale with fear, and she no longer cared about the view outside the wall. She began to cautiously try to back down, but with every movement, the branches swayed violently, making it impossible for her to stand or hold on. Finally, she burst into tears. "Wah, I want to come down." Hearing her cries, Gu Yang, standing below, was frantic. "It's okay, Zhenzhen. Hold on tight. Don't be afraid." "But I can't get down." "What should I do, Gu Yang?" Gu Yang stomped his feet and gritted his teeth. "It's okay. I'll go get Andy. Just hang in there for a bit." With that, he ran off, the fastest he had ever run in his life. At this moment, Zhenzhen didn't care whether he was going to get help or what. She just saw Gu Yang leave and cried even harder. "Wah, what should I do? Regretting it? You should think twice before acting." A voice came from behind Zhenzhen. She turned her tear-streaked face back and saw Lu Qing had climbed up. "Wah, Lu Qing." Lu Qing, who usually spoke little, was at a loss with her crying. He reached out his hand and said, "Hold on to me." Zhenzhen grabbed the hand that had been scraped by the tree bark as if it were a lifeline. "But how do we get down?" Lu Qing guided her slowly in front of him. "I'm behind you, so you won't fall." Zhenzhen's back pressed against Lu Qing's chest. Though he was only 8 years old, to her, at just 5 years old, he felt like a towering savior, more reliable than anyone in the world. She tentatively began to climb down, but the branch that held both of them swayed even more violently, scaring her into stopping. "Don't be afraid. It's like swinging on a swing." Lu Qing's voice came from above her. Zhenzhen loved swinging. When her dad was still around, he had set up 5 swings for her in the yard from when she was little until she grew up. Where Dad had time off, he would either push her on the small swing or sit with her on the big swing. Thinking of her father's strong arms, courage surged through her limbs. She carefully retraced her steps down. The moment her feet touched the ground, Zhenzhen burst into loud cries. Lu Qing held her tightly, his arms shaking slightly from exertion. His hands also scratched and painful from the tree bark. He glanced at his palms but didn't mind and looked away. He patiently waited for her cries to subside before gently patting her head. "Let's go, little flower cat. Time to wash your face." Chapter 9. With the back of the knife, Zhenzhen tapped her wrist repeatedly. She sat on the hotel terrace, watching the countless lights and the bustling traffic below, feeling particularly unhappy. In recent days, she had been dreaming about the past, dreaming of Gu Yang and Lu Qing. For 20 years, from the age of 5 to 25, Gu Yang and Lu Qing had been by her side. After that catastrophic disaster, she thought it was a second chance at life. But she didn't realize it was the turning point of the story. Disaster, resource depletion, survival, death, war. Zhenzhen closed her eyes. suppressing the memories that were continuously extending. 2 days ago, the cleanup list was sent to A01, and Mo Ran and Duan Chi had already led the Shadow team on their rescue mission. But she knew in her heart that it was too late, really too late. Doing the best she could, saving 1/3 would already be considered exceeding the task. But this was not her biggest concern. The urgent matter was that A01 survival window was less than a year. What would happen to the 30,000 soldiers in the bunker and their families? How could they protect themselves in such a complex interstellar situation? There had already been too many senseless sacrifices. She didn't want to see her compatriots' blood anymore. The road ahead was bleak. Her feelings towards the ice peak were very complicated. On one hand, it was her home, filled with her blood relatives, and had her respected superiors and teachers. But on the other hand, she despised the leader's cold-bloodedness. Therefore, she couldn't simply hate them, nor could she fully accept them. At that moment, the hotel front desk called. After 3 rings, Zhenzhen picked up. "Hello? Ministerke." Zhenzhen's expression changed. On the other end of the line was Chun Chen's voice. At this point, it would be too naive to consider Chun Chen an ordinary person. Chun Chen. Chun Chen said, "I have urgent matters to discuss with you. If it's convenient, I can come up now." After hanging up the phone, Zhenzhen immediately wrapped her wound with bandages a few more times, then turned off the bright light and opened the room door, finally hiding in the dark corner. 5 minutes later, Chun Chen appeared at the door. She tentatively knocked, and when she received no response, she slowly walked in. Zhenzhen kept a close watch on her every move. When she finally approached the dining area, Zhenzhen swiftly pressed her against the wall, simultaneously placing a dagger against her neck. Although Chun Chen sensed something was wrong, her skills were no match for a professional soldier. With her back heavily slammed against the wall corner, she let out a muffled groan and immediately gave up resisting. After controlling her, Zhenzhen's other hand quickly reached for her wrist. Chun Chen's voice changed slightly due to the pain, but her tone remained steady. "I'm not from the Research Institute. I don't have an embedded screen. Don't worry. You are indeed from Ice Peak." Zhenzhen tightened her grip on the dagger and turned her head to look at Chun Chen's shadow profile. "What is your purpose?" Chun Chen wanted to see her, but Zhenzhen forcefully twisted her chin. "Don't move. I want to cooperate with you." Zhenzhen's grip was strong. Chun Chen couldn't even open her mouth, so she had to explain vaguely. Words without proof. "I know everything about Ice Peak. I can tell you." Zhenzhen furrowed her brows, paused for a moment, then completely released her grip. Chun Chen rubbed her numb chin and smiled bitterly. "You really hit too hard. I've been at the company for 4 years. You for 3. If I'm not mistaken, you came for me, right?" Zhenzhen still held the dagger, tapping the other wrist with the back of the blade. "Yes," Chun Chen admitted decisively. "Who sent you?" "Jian Lang." Chun Lan, the leader of the radical faction with the Research Institute, Resource Planning Bureau, Technology Development Planning Bureau, and other powerful departments all under her command. And she was the one who signed off on the Magpie Nest plan. Zhenzhen asked sharply, "What is your relationship with her?" Chun Chen paused, and then said, "She is my mother." Zhenzhen's movements halted, and she gritted her teeth. "Chun Lan's daughter? Here, to talk about cooperation?" "Yes," Chun Chen said seriously. "I am her daughter, but that does not mean I agree with her methods." Zhenzhen scrutinized her expression. "My relationship with your mother has been at odds from the very beginning, and the cleanup of the Magpie Nest plan participants must have been directed by her. She wants to kill me, and revenge is my creed. My goal is to ease your relationship." Chun Chen immediately said, "I admire you and support you, so I don't want you and my mother to reach a point of mutual destruction. Tell me about the current situation in Ice Peak." Zhenzhen sat back on the sofa. She tried hard to make her posture natural, not revealing the fact that she was injured, but Chun Chen still noticed. Chun Chen made a surrender gesture. "If you're injured, you should rest well. I really have no hostility. If I wanted to kill you, the ones coming here today would have been Lu Qing and the agents from the Research Institute." Zhenzhen remained silent, but did indeed relax a bit. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Chen began to recount the events that had transpired in Ice Peak over the past few years. Initially, Huiyun was very opposed to the Magpie Nest plan, but due to internal and external troubles, it was truly a last resort. Your public participation in the experiment became the catalyst for significant disputes between Huiyun and my mother. As the experiment progressed, these differences became increasingly apparent. The military and the so-called radical faction could barely maintain even a superficial peace. The Alliance's offensive did not diminish, but the military's personnel and resources were nearly depleted. So, 2 years after you left, Ice Peak surrendered and was completely expelled from the A-Star system. To ensure the survival of the nation to the greatest extent, Ice Peak and Ice Mountain No. 1 went to the nearby B-Star system, while Ice Mountain No. 2 to No. 20 were dispatched to C-Star system to T-Star system, which were the 20-star systems included in the Magpie Nest plan. In these 20-star systems, each one had life forms and untapped resources. Daily supplies for each spaceship came from here. Among them, 9-star systems had more advanced civilizations, and the experimenters were either locked down or destroyed immediately after being deployed. The ships sent to these star systems were equivalent to suicide squads. However, they had no choice but to march forward, as Ice Peak had no surplus resources to supply them. If they didn't go, they would only face death. And perhaps taking a gamble could lead to survival. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. The survivors were the people from Ice Peak and 11 spaceships, and they endured like this for 4 years. Just as Ice Peak adapted to the new management model, thinking they had escaped the crisis, 5 spaceships went missing. Overnight, the ships scattered across 5-star systems disappeared, and everyone went missing. Ice Peak sent people to search, but there were no traces. 5 hours after the disappearance, Lu Qing came to the company and found you. Chapter 10. I'm sorry. I love you. Zhenzhen and Zhenzhen talked for a full 3 hours. In the end, Zhenzhen asked, I've received your invitation, but I currently have no power, no money, and no troops. How can we cooperate? To kill the pigeon. Zhenzhen revealed the purpose of her visit. Zhenzhen laughed sarcastically. What use is it to kill the pigeon? The pigeon is your trump card. I don't want it. Zhenzhen also smiled. I only bet on you. Me? Zhenzhen laughed as well. What if I just want to hide and wait to die? You won T. Zhenzhen said firmly. You say that as if you know me well. You don't know me, but I've known you for many years. Zhenzhen glanced at the time, stood up to say goodbye. This is an undetectable communication device. I will synchronize the messages in a timely manner. You came all this way just to deliver a message to me? Zhenzhen took it and asked while playing with it. Yes, I think you need the information. Zhenzhen took one last look at the once famous Major, General Zhenzhen, sitting on the sofa. Take care of your injuries. I want to let a third person know that you're still alive. Zhenzhen squinted at her back and finally said softly, Thank you. 5 days later, Duan Yu sent someone to bring Zhenzhen back to planet A01. As they left the T galaxy, which is also the solar system, she saw the iceberg No. 20 spaceship that had been dispatched to this galaxy from a distance. As always, the various living areas rotated uniformly around the main control center, housing 10,000 soldiers and more than 30,000 unarmed civilians in this massive, ever-moving machine. Zhenzhen stared out the window and asked the pilot, Does Iceberg not use stealth mode in other galaxies? The T galaxy only has life existing on T11, and its technology level is low. Stealth mode consumes a lot of energy. To conserve resources, they usually maintain the same orbital speed as T11, just enough to hide behind the sun. With the warp engine starting, Zhenzhen retracted her gaze. The past 5 years felt like a dream, escaping the turmoil of reality and the omnipresent struggles. Now she was finally going back to her own world. Amid the buzzing and the bumps of the flight, Zhenzhen, whose wounds were just healing, fell asleep. In her dream, she returned to the beginning of the protracted interstellar war. At that time, she was still a colonel in the 32nd Army, and her stronghold was still on planet A01. One day, while training her subordinates in the troops, all alarms suddenly went off, lighting the purple lights that represented the highest level of alert. The 32nd Army is on full alert. Zhenzhen immediately ran toward the landing pad, shouting, Pilots, get in position quickly. At the same time, the voice of Commander Huiyun came through the communicators of all officers above the rank of Major. 5 minutes ago, the Alliance invaded and destroyed the first layer of the defense system of planet A01, officially declaring war on us. Currently, 3 motherships with 325 small ships are entering from the 12 o'clock direction of the galaxy, and 1 mothership with 75 ships is entering from the 9 o'clock direction. In the name of Iceberg, I officially issue the order. Armies 1 to 10 will approach and intercept from the 9 o'clock direction. Armies 11 to 35 will approach and intercept from the 12 o'clock direction. And the defense forces will fly at low altitude to protect all key bases according to emergency plan number 11. Good luck to us. Zhenzhen quickly arrived at the mothership's control room and then opened the fleet broadcast to synchronize the situation. The Alliance has invaded our airspace and officially declared war. The situation is not optimistic. We may survive, or we may sacrifice. Our nation may survive, or it may be completely destroyed. As the leader of the fleet, I must remain calm in such a critical moment. 7 months ago, our planet faced a catastrophic disaster. Our homeland was destroyed, countless compatriots perished, but we persevered. Therefore, I believe we can overcome all difficulties. Recalling the past year, the expressions of the soldiers on the ship were heavy. Zhenzhen paused for a few seconds and declared loudly, 32nd Army, approached the 12 o'clock direction. Yes, war was imminent. Zhenzhen watched countless ships carrying comrades and enemy ships disappear in the flames, and even in the vacuum of space. She seemed to still hear the heart-stopping sounds of explosions. Team 20, retreat. Team 25, hold the line. Pay attention to the right flank. Zhenzhen quickly scanned all the real-time screens showing the battle situation, her voice steady but particularly firm. Get me 28th Army. The enemy is focusing their attack on the 10 o'clock direction. We need to coordinate and repeat. We need to coordinate. Duan Yu quickly operated the monitoring system and reminded her, Colonel, a large number of enemy troops are suddenly retreating on the right flank. Show me the footage. Yes. Zhenzhen frowned. Although it seemed like a random retreat, the enemy clearly had the upper hand. Why would they make such a choice? Fighting is like chess. It tests the bravery of the soldiers and also the strategies between commanders. The overall monitoring map of A01 quickly. The screen was filled with red and green icons constantly moving and refreshing, and Duan Yu and Duan Qi, standing behind Zhenzhen, stared until their eyes ached but still couldn't figure it out. Everyone in the control room was busy but waiting for the commander's decision. Suddenly, Zhenzhen turned around and walked briskly toward the ship's docking bay. Team 1, prepare to depart. I will personally lead the team. Duan Yu and Duan Qi exchanged glances and hurriedly followed, advising, Colonel, you can't put yourself in danger. We need you here to command. Coronel. Zhenzhen paused and turned to all her subordinates in the control room. The Alliance's goal is never a frontal attack. They are trying to confuse our line of sight to attack from the 6 o'clock direction. I suspect the enemy may have large neutrino weapons. Hearing this, everyone froze. Large neutrino weapons could destroy an entire planet and were far more terrifying than an attack with several times the enemy's strength. Any material hit would quickly trigger a chain reaction until it was completely turned into stardust floating in the universe, including all life on the planet. If they really use neutrino weapons, Team 1's strength 1T be enough to handle it, Duan Yu said. Colonel, I request all of the 32nd Army to go. Stick to the original plan and hold the front line. Zhenzhen firmly rejected. The neutrino weapon is my speculation. If I'm wrong, the retreat of the 32nd Army will lead to a complete collapse of the front line. From this moment on, the command of the 32nd Army, except for Team 1, is handed over to Lieutenant Colonel Duan Yu, and Major Duan Qi will assist and maintain direct contact with Team 1. If I do not return, I wish you all success and safe retreat, and I wish our nation eternal existence. Team 1 depart. Zhenzhen did not look back. She did not turn around until the small ship she was piloting took off. Team 1 was the most special unit of the 32nd Army, the last weapon of last resort. Every soldier was a lone wolf, creating this incredibly brave suicide squad. As the column quietly bypassed the fierce battlefield and approached the uninhabited side of A01, all team members gasped. In the darkness behind the planet, 2 large neutrino weapons were moving toward their designated launch trajectory, wrapped in layers of spaceships. 5 minutes, at most 5 minutes later, A01 would cease to exist. Team 1, disperse in an ant formation and turn off all lights. Zhenzhen commanded into the headset. Mission objective: destroy the large neutrino weapons at all costs, even if it means a suicide attack. Yes, Not a single person hesitated or questioned. At this moment, each member of Team 1 synchronized each operation as if copying and pasting, first hiding below the enemy fleet, then silently ascending. Everyone looked up at the enormous object overhead. Until it got closer and closer, Zhenzhen lightly tapped the communicator, but Commander Huiyun was still on the line. So she had to leave a message. 32nd Army, Zhenzhen reporting. 2 large neutrino machines and about 100 enemy ships are surrounding and protecting the 6 o'clock direction of the A01 star system. Team 1 is about to arrive on site to attempt to destroy the neutrino machines, with a time window of at most 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, no other unit can arrive in time. At this moment, the fate of a nation rests on the shoulders of the 30 members of Team 1. In the first 10 seconds of firing, when the enemy discovered their presence and began to counterattack, Zhenzhen had no time to find his contact information in the address book. She quickly opened the pinned contact line with Lu Qing and Gu Yang and said softly, "I'm sorry, I love you." Chapter 11, The Return of the Major General. Major General Che? Zhenzhen suddenly opened her eyes, the dagger at her side already drawn. A momentary look of confusion and vigilance flashed in her eyes, as if she didn't know where she was. Duan Yu immediately raised his hands and softly explained, "Major General, you have arrived at A01. Zhenzhen esse gaze refocused." She retracted the dagger, then unfastened her seatbelt and slowly stood up. Duan Yu noticed her pale complexion and dazed expression and proactively asked, "Did you dream again?" Zhenzhen turned and walked towards the hatch, with Duan Yu closely following her. As the Major General walked forward step by step, the vulnerability she had unintentionally revealed began to retreat, rearmed by an unyielding exterior. Just when he thought he wouldn't get an answer, Zhenzhen turned to ask, later, "Will you still dream about interstellar wars?" "I will. The Psychological Monitoring Center says that soldiers' PTSD will accompany them for a lifetime," Duan Yu replied. Back then, when my psychological score lit up red, I was pestered by a group of psychologists. I even firmly said that PTSD is an excuse for the weak. The strong can overcome everything. How naive. Duan Yu also smiled, recalling how he and Duan Qi thought the same back then. Zhenzhen summarized, "Times have changed. I no longer speak stubbornly." As they spoke, the two had already reached the exit ladder. Zhenzhen stepped down first, and upon seeing the 30,000 subordinates lined up neatly before her, a mix of emotions surged within her. "Major General Che, you finally returned. Welcome home." Everyone spoke excitedly, each wanting to express their feelings. Since Zhenzhen regained her memory, it was the first time she showed a genuine smile. When she finally left A01 years ago, it coincided with the implementation of the Magpie Nest plan. She was busy negotiating with the military and the Radical Party, and troubled by Lu Qing's attitude, so her farewell was very hasty. Thankfully, she had the chance to say goodbye to them again. After listening for a while, Zhenzhen pressed her hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. "First, I want to apologize to everyone for my absence over the past 5 years." The clear yet steady voice of a woman came from the speakers covering the entire bunker, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. "Our nation has experienced great disasters and wars. We have swayed between the loyalty of soldiers and the incompetence of leaders. Yet today we still stand here. Therefore, I want to thank every compatriot for their efforts. We have endured difficult times, but the hardest phase is always tomorrow." She paused slightly, choosing to lay everything bare. As the commander, she would never adopt a policy of ignorance for the sake of convenience. Currently, it is estimated that A01 has less than a year of survival left, which means within the next quarter, we need to find a new homeland and leave this place within 6 months. Meanwhile, we need to evade the eyes of the Alliance and the Ice Peak. All actions must be coordinated, concealed, and secure. Faced with such straightforward news, even the well-trained soldiers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The less than a year timeline hung over them like a sword, diluting the fervent atmosphere of reunion. Where to go from here will require some time for exploration and research. But please rest assured that ensuring the safety of every soldier and their families is our top priority. As long as we have those we want to protect, we have the strongest belief. and I believe in the power of belief. Zhenzhen nodded, then turned and disappeared from everyone's view. Duan Yu walked beside her, voicing his doubts. Major General, announcing this now might cause panic. Wouldn't it be better to wait until we confirm the evacuation point? And what if we can't find a suitable location? Zhenzhen stopped. If tomorrow is the end of the universe, I hope everyone can see their loved ones one more time, to face the impending death in their embrace. But it's not the end of the world. I understand what you mean. Zhenzhen interrupted him. You're worried that some may defect out of fear, right? Yes. Duan Yu lowered his head under her gaze, but still stubbornly held onto his view. Zhenzhen affirmed, you're right to be concerned. It's an inevitable issue. I am not a qualified leader, Duan Yu. I cannot separate myself from every soldier as if they were strangers. I am them, and they are me. I hope to break down the information barrier and allow them to make decisions based on all the information. This made Duan Yu recall the past, from the deceitful tactics to establishing themselves in A01. And he couldn't help but smile in admiration. You're just like that, which is why everyone can so decisively follow you. But my thoughts are naive, aren't they? Zhenzhen looked through the glass at the scene in the monitoring room, watching everyone busy at work, feeling a bit lost. I really am not a good leader. I'm only suited to be an ordinary soldier, leading my subordinates to carry out orders and nothing more. Don't belittle yourself. Without you, most of us would have perished during the galactic wars or the resource shortages of Ice Peak. Duan Yu comforted her. Zhenzhen stood in place for a moment before retracting her gaze. I'll take you to your room to rest. The bunker's pathways twisted and turned. Zhenzhen had completely memorized them when she left, and now she was completely lost. Duan Yu led her towards the residential area, passing by several living zones. A toddler, just learning to walk, stood in the middle of the path and ran straight towards Zhenzhen upon seeing them. Hold! Duan Yu attempted to stop him, but Zhenzhen waved her hand. Isn't the child under 3 years old? Yes, he was born in the bunker, Duan Yu replied. At that moment, a young woman ran across the hall, the child's mother. Sorry, Captain Duan. She took the child's hand, smiling apologetically, and then noticed Zhenzhen in military uniform behind Duan Yu. Although Duan Yu was a tough guy, often careless and not one to smile, he was exceptionally warm towards women and children. He smiled, it's no problem. The woman might have associated today's troop assembly with Zhenzhen's identity. She bowed deeply to Zhenzhen, very sincerely. Major General Che, welcome home. Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting someone to use the word home with her. Thank you. After the mother and child left, Zhenzhen continued to watch the lively scene of children gathering not far away. In this dark underground, there was even a playground beloved by children. Seeing her expression, Duan Yu explained, more and more children have been born in the bunker. Over the past few years, we've started to establish kindergartens and playgrounds. The original plan was to set up elementary schools after a while, but it might not be needed now. These children have never seen the light since birth, spending their days in the bunker. Zhenzhen finally retracted her gaze and continued walking forward. I've been thinking lately about whether I made a mistake back then. Chapter 12, Summoning General Che. You must be thinking this way. The people in the bunker have always remembered you. If it weren't for you, everyone might have perished in the galactic war. Duan Yu hated his clumsy tongue, unable to express everyone's gratitude clearly. Perhaps everyone was living a more carefree life on the iceberg. Zhenzhen felt a bit down. After a few turns, before Duan Yu could figure out how to comfort her, she had already reserved a room for General Che. You should rest too. Bring me to see Gu Yang tomorrow morning. Yes. Zhenzhen closed the door and looked around. Although she was in a dark underground space, the fluorescent lights covered all areas of the bunker, making it physically comfortable. She took a breath and lay down on the comfortable big bed with her clothes on. It was strange. This place really felt like home, allowing Zhenzhen to sleep dreamlessly until the next morning. Zhenzhen followed Duan Yu to the place where Gu Yang was detained. She instructed, I can go in alone. You wait for me outside. Yes. Duan Yu unlocked the door for her using his fingerprint and iris, then stepped aside. Zhenzhen walked slowly into the stone chamber. Although it was called a small black room, the living facilities were equipped to the same standards as the residents' living area in the bunker. The only difference was that a jammer was installed on the surface directly above this room, ensuring that no one inside could send any information in any way. A familiar voice came from the darkness. So, it's General Che visiting. Che Zhenzhen closed her eyes in the dark, instinctively choosing to hide her emotions that were about to burst forth. You have something to ask me, right? Seeing her silent, Gu Yang asked again. Yes, I'm already a prisoner, so feel free to ask. Gu Yang. Che Zhenzhen wanted to explain, but what was there to explain? She was the one who deceived the other party. She was also the one who ordered the detention. Rather than getting entangled in how I feel, General Che should focus more on the iceberg side. After being detained for over 10 days, Gu Yang no longer had the initial disbelief and anger of being betrayed. Instead, he was particularly calm. You are raising your own army. You have quite a bold ambition, General Che. Che Zhenzhen didn't mention the past, only saying that the news of my survival must be kept confidential, at least for the next 6 months to avoid being discovered by the iceberg. So, I'm sorry. Huh? Gu Yang laughed self-deprecatingly. In your heart, I must be the one who would betray you to the iceberg, right? You deliberately told me to hand over the execution of the pigeon to me, trying to test me, right? Che Zhenzhen remained silent for a moment. Her voice hoarse. Trust is a child's matter. I cannot take that risk. I will eliminate any potential threat. Are you feeling better? Che Zhenzhen was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that after reaching this point, he would still care about her. I can understand you, so I've been trying not to blame you. Gu Yang's voice was somewhat melancholic, but after more than 20 years of friendship, can't you spare me a bit of trust? People can change, but the one who has changed is me, not you. Yes, I know you've strayed from the path, but I didn't expect you to stray this far. Gu Yang asked, what do you want to do with so many soldiers? If the iceberg finds out, you all 1T survived, do you know that? If I say I don't want to do anything, would you believe me? Che Zhenzhen's gaze fell, watching the corridor lights spill onto the floor in patches of parallelograms. Sometimes when I think about it, the beginning of everything was when I showed Lu Qing the latest research. It's quite laughable. Gu Yang also fell silent, and the two of them unconsciously thought of that seemingly ordinary afternoon. At that time, the Galactic War had not yet broken out, and as a major general, Che Zhenzhen only needed to be responsible for training her subordinates and occasionally attend military meetings, overall quite leisurely. During this phase, she picked up the unfinished research from her student days, not expecting to achieve a major breakthrough. On the day she passed the robustness test, she immediately contacted Lu Qing and Gu Yang, insisting that both of them come to her place. It was rare to see her so excited. Gu Yang canceled several meetings to rush over, while Lu Qing only arrived after finishing work. Once everyone was gathered, Che Zhenzhen happily showcased her results. Lu Qing and Gu Yang exchanged glances, both filled with surprise, pride, and worry. The surprise and pride were because this could be said to be cutting-edge research about the universe, while the worries stem from the fact that research itself is neutral, but its application in practice could produce a huge uncertainty factor. Che Zhenzhen had no plans to make the research public at that time, but later developments surprised everyone. At that time, I kept thinking about why Lu Qing would betray me. Che Zhenzhen took a slight step, then pulled a chair beside her to sit down, and her entire face fell into darkness. If he had just told me in advance, I wouldn't have been so angry. Maybe later I wouldn't have felt so guilty. This is not your fault. Gu Yang still sat at the corner of the bed, slightly turning his head to look at the figure of the woman in the darkness. At least 5 years ago, you were the most innocent person. Because of my research done out of interest, countless people have died. Zhenzhen laughed sarcastically. Every time I think of this, I hate it. I hate my past self. And I also hate Lu Qing and the radicals who turned me into an executioner. Let go, Gu Yang said. Che Zhenzhen suddenly stood up, wiped her face, and said, I came today to ask you a few questions. I hope you will cooperate. Of course, if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Gu Yang's tone revealed a sense of self-abandonment. Go ahead. First, why did you participate in the Magpie Nest project? What happened from when my memory was wiped to when the experiment officially began? Second, why have you been on Earth for the past 5 years and know so much about the current situation on the iceberg? I took the initiative to participate because you were involved and I was worried. Gu Yang's tone was flat, as if he were talking about someone else's affairs. At that time, the conflict between the military and the radicals escalated, and the experiment was postponed several times. Just then, Lu Qing and Duan Yu burst in without knocking. Speaking urgently, "General, a skyship has landed at A01, heading straight for the bunker. It's Vice Chairman Liu." "What?" Zhenzhen did not care about the unfinished conversation and immediately rushed outside. Duan Yu locked the door to Gu Yang's detention room while running and updating the situation. The defense troops have quietly surrounded him. "How do you want to handle it?" "Don't act rashly." Zhenzhen extended her hand. "Show me the real-time monitoring." Duan Yu handed her the monitor. She saw Lu Qing still dressed in a black coat, walking slowly toward the bunker entrance. Due to excessive mining in previous years, the 01's resources were nearly exhausted, and the climate was abnormal. The surface had become barren, with endless wind and sand sweeping across the entire planet. In such an environment, Lu Qing walked as if he were in his own backyard, completely unaffected by the harsh conditions. "General, after he disembarked from the skyship, he is heading straight for the bunker. Does he know the entrance to the bunker? And has he discovered that you are still alive?" Duan Yu frowned. If Lu Qing knows, then has the iceberg also learned about the anomalies at A01? "I don't know." Zhenzhen returned the monitor to Duan Yu. "But in any case, we must prepare for the worst. Sound the alarm. Everyone get ready for battle." "Yes." As two individuals who had experienced numerous battles, they understood what being battle-ready meant. If there was any room for maneuvering, report to Commander Duan. The visitor has stopped 3 meters from the bunker entrance, requesting to see General Che. Chapter 13. Blood-winding Zhenzhen felt a heavy weight in her heart. Indeed, it was too difficult to deceive Lu Qing. Duan Yu proactively suggested, "Major General, I'll go. No matter what, he must be captured. I'll go." Zhenzhen closed her eyes, pondering in the darkness for a moment, and instructed, "Give me a pair of reverse-control earplugs and also a 3-edged dagger." "Yes." 5 minutes later, Zhenzhen emerged from the bunker's backup exit to the surface and circled around to Lu Qing's back, hearing the rustling footsteps in the wind. Lu Qing did not turn around, but accurately recognized the person, hand over the Zhuzhio. Vice Chairman Liu came to deliver himself, and his tone was still so audacious. Zhenzhen paused. Amidst the endless, swirling yellow sand, Lu Qing's silhouette remained as upright as she remembered. Of course, his voice was still cold. "I don't want to threaten you, but there are at least 100,000 people in the bunker, right?" Zhenzhen clenched her back teeth, but then smiled. "If you want Zhuzhio, fine, but you have to satisfy my curiosity first." Lu Qing turned around, looking at Zhenzhen in military uniform, momentarily dazed. His gaze subtly swept over the spot where he had left a wound, finally landing back on her bright, smiling face. "Yes, Zhuzhio will definitely not be used. I'll say it again, I don't believe you." Zhenzhen's face turned cold as she impatiently retorted. "The micro-machine has already targeted A01. In 5 minutes, if you can't hand it over, everyone will die, including your subordinates who have been hiding for 5 years and their families." Lu Qing explained the situation in a few words. His tone is relaxed, as if discussing the weather, rather than threatening 100,000 lives. "Zhuzhio is not here." Zhenzhen tried to negotiate. "I know you," Lu Qing said. Resentment, pain, anger, these emotions surged continuously, causing Zhenzhen to grip the 3-edged dagger tightly hidden in her cloak. Zhenzhen smiled sweetly, like a girl in her youth pestering Lu Qing to accompany her to a military ball, and playfully asked, "What if I kill you right now?" Lu Qing looked directly into her eyes, as if weighing the truth and falsehood in her words. In the end, he ignored her threat again, tapping his wrist and saying, 5 minutes. Time passed second by second, and Zhenzhen finally showed a fierce determination of desperation. Years of pin-up emotions, the exhaustion of body and mind, and the feeling of turning against someone she once knew so well made her impulsively want to end this dark and endless life. "Last time we met, you wanted to kill me, but failed. I wanted to kill you too, but didn't succeed. This time, how about we die together?" She thought Lu Qing would continue to ignore all irrelevant topics like a wind-up clock, but he instead revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Sure." Zhenzhen's face hardened, and the 3-edged dagger unsheathed, targeting Lu Qing's neck. But Lu Qing didn't even blink. The tip was just a millimeter from the carotid artery, and she was less than half a step away from him. 2 minutes. Lu Qing appeared completely indifferent, showing no sign that his life was in someone else's hands. Blood color spread in Zhenzhen's pupils. She wished to finish Lu Qing off right now, but rationally, it would cost over 100,000 innocent lives. Emotionally, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She was not as ruthless as Lu Qing. The last time had been an act of self-defense in a life-or-death situation. Now, she truly couldn't bring herself to do it. 1 minute. In this completely unequal confrontation, Zhenzhen finally compromised. The three-edged dagger fell to the ground as she took a step back, the dagger slipping from her palm. Zhenzhen looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar man before her, and, without hesitation, used the dagger to carve a deep, bone-revealing cut at her elbow joint. Blood gushed out, mingling with the sand and dust in the air, splattering onto the already desolate ground, creating one neat circle after another. Lu Qing's expression finally changed. As if unable to suppress some instinctual emotion, he stepped forward. Zhenzhen held the dagger tightly to her waist, then, mixed with blood, extracted an unrecognizable authentication disc from the bone at her elbow. Throughout the process, she appeared unfazed by pain, not even furrowing her brow, always maintaining a calm gaze fixed on Lu Qing. This is the authentication disc. Zhu Jiao is indeed not here. Zhenzhen held her palm up, displaying the blue light on the authentication disc. The authentication disc was something the military developed for confidentiality, similar to a key. It sealed items in a safe and encrypted it with a paired authentication disc. Apart from unlocking it with fingerprint, iris, and password within a meter of the safe, any contact with the safe would trigger a self-destruct sequence. After encryption, the authentication disc would always show a blue light. If the safe had self-destructed, it would show a red light. Otherwise, it would not light up. Now, I need you to answer a few questions. Zhenzhen activated the self-destruct sequence, bringing her thumb close to the recognition point, wondering if Vice Chairman Liu was willing to satisfy her curiosity now. Lu Qing looked at the layers of deep rust red on the ground at her feet, and there was a moment of bitterness in his brows. He replied hoarsely, "Ask, does the ICE Summit know the situation of A01? No. Then how did you find out? And why didn't you report it to the Radical Party? Climate anomalies." Lu Qing tapped a few times on the embedded display screen on his wrist, showing the temperature inflection point caused by resource extraction and the predictions from that year. I checked the scrapped equipment, then compared the personnel entering and exiting with the casualties of the 32nd Army, and made a reasonable inference. As expected of the chief researcher of the Institute, Zhenzhen smiled, her complexion gradually paling for blood loss, but she still stood tall. "So, why didn't you report it?" "Because I discovered it too late. At that time, the comprehensive evacuation plan was already being implemented, and the overall situation had to be prioritized. And then, for 5 years, why did you conceal this matter?" "Because the Alliance sealed off the A-Star system, and large spacecraft could not enter. I didn't want excessive casualties." "Huh." Zhenzhen sneered lightly, looking completely unconvinced. "I can give you Zhu Jiao, but you must keep the matter of A01 to yourself. Although I don't believe every word you say, I still want a guarantee. I came to find you alone to avoid making this public." Lu Qing nodded. "I guarantee." 10 minutes later, Zhenzhen and Lu Qing walked toward the airship one after the other. The two had already been at odds before participating in the Zhu Jiao project, and now, separated by 5 years, they had nothing to say, only the occasional dripping blood winding along the path. Chapter 14. The killing intent in her eyes. The communicator in Zhenzhen's ear vibrated lightly. After she touched her ear, she heard Duan Yu's anxious voice. "Major General, all deployments are in place. Do we need to intercept?" "No need, just relax." She answered openly, without avoiding Lu Qing at all. "But relax. Report any abnormalities immediately." Zhenzhen emphasized. "Understood." Lu Qing glanced at her before continuing toward the airship. Once they were seated, with Lu Qing in the driver's seat and Zhenzhen in the co-pilot's, Lu Qing finally asked, "Where's Guillaume?" "How would I know?" Zhenzhen replied impatiently. Lu Qing did not respond, merely looking at her silently. That piercing gaze seemed to see through all her disguises and lies. Zhenzhen averted her gaze, adjusted her seat, and closed her eyes, asking tiredly, "Are we going or not?" Instead of starting the airship, Lu Qing left the cockpit. After a while, Zhenzhen heard his footsteps approaching until he stopped beside her. "Take off your cloak." Zhenzhen suddenly opened her eyes, looking at the man towering over her. She asked warily, "What for?" Lu Qing crouched down, and only then did she see the medical kit in his arms. "No need." She instinctively refused. Lu Qing unceremoniously pulled aside her partially open cloak, revealing the deep wounds and dried blood on her forearm. He looked at her with a mocking expression, as if to ridicule her stubbornness. Looking at her severely injured left arm, Zhenzhen finally conceded, "I'll do it myself." Lu Qing swatted her right hand, which was reaching for the gauze and alcohol, but gently lifted her left arm instead, looking up at her, seeing the alcohol-soaked gauze in his hand. Zhenzhen understood his warning. Sure enough, the next moment, the gauze was pressed against the wound, sending a sharp pain shooting through her head. She gritted her teeth, leaning back against the chair, but still couldn't help letting out a muffled groan. Lu Qing worked quickly, cleaning the wound before grabbing a repair device to prepare for stitching. "Just hold on." Seeing her break into a sweat from the pain, the usually taciturn Lu Qing finally spoke. "Now, you know it hurts, huh?" Zhenzhen gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words, "Shut up." Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and indeed fell silent. It wasn't until he finished wrapping her wound and noticed her trying to get up that he said, "Don't move, wait a moment." He placed a medical kit in the cockpit's cabinet, then came back with something, squatting in front of Zhenzhen again. Military-grade wipes for cleaning blood stains. Zhenzhen recognized them immediately. He was well prepared. Lu Qing pretended not to understand her sarcastic remark, carefully taking her left hand and tried to unfold her forearm without straining the wound, then used the wipes to gradually clean away the blood. From this angle, Zhenzhen could see his prominent brow bones and straight nose, even the long eyelashes that cast shadows as they hung down. In her memory, she had never looked at him from such a perspective. Lu Qing's aura of "don't come near" and his unforgiving coldness often overshadowed his superior features, even for Zhenzhen, who grew up with him. Time had left marks on everyone, but it had treated Lu Qing particularly well. He still exuded a clean and clear aura, now mixed with a hint of maturity and stability, like a sharp sword sheath, inscrutable to others. "All right." Lu Qing released her hand, cleaned up all the medical waste, and returned to the driver's seat. Zhenzhen looked at the perfectly bandaged wound and suddenly felt a hint of doubt, wondering how the aloof Lu Qing could have such good skills. She murmured to herself, "Zhu Jiao is a weapon, but it is also my fallback." "I know." "Then do you know the butterfly effect?" Zhenzhen tilted her head to look at him. "If I hadn't shown you my research, there wouldn't have been the subsequent Magpie Nest plan. The conflict between the Radical Party and the military wouldn't be so intense. And perhaps there wouldn't be so many unnecessary sacrifices. There might not have been the Magpie Nest plan, but the sacrifices would only be greater." Lu Qing started the airship and activated the temperature control system. The sacrifices made back then were the foundation for every iceberg-class ship's crew to live peacefully today. "Is that so?" Zhenzhen's eyes were hollow and confused. "Today, I give Zhu Jiao to you for the people of A01. How many conflicts and deaths will this decision cause?" "It won't." Lu Qing paused in his actions to look back at her, his eyes filled with emotions she couldn't comprehend, endurance and struggle. "Trust me this once." Whether she trusted him or not didn't matter. What mattered was that she had no choice. "Just at T11, after we reach the T system, I'll guide you." After saying this, she covered herself with the cloak like a blanket and closed her eyes. It was because she didn't want to see Lu Qing or talk to him. Out of sight, out of mind, so she pretended to sleep. Unexpectedly, amidst the sound of the engine, she really fell asleep. In her dream, Lu Qing continued to maintain a half-kneeling position, helping her tend to her wound. Out of anger, Zhenzhen pushed him hard, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. In that position, he rested his wrists on his knees and asked helplessly, "What are you unhappy about? You know yourself." Zhenzhen replied fiercely. Lu Qing sighed slightly and continued to pull her hand for bandaging. After a while, he said flatly, "Actually, I'm very angry." This statement added fuel to the fire of Zhenzhen's burning anger. She opened his hand and stood up, glaring at him. "Oh, you're angry? What do you have to be angry about?" Lu Qing had no choice but to stand up with her, first bandaging her. "You still won't answer my questions. How many times have I said I hate this?" Zhenzhen shouted angrily. Seeing his ever-calm demeanor only made her angrier. She turned to leave, but was pulled back by the man behind her. "I will answer, but some things have priority. The wound must be treated." Lu Qing's tone was momentarily unnatural, as if he was trying to persuade her gently. "Don't be angry, okay?" Zhenzhen looked at him like this. So many questions were on the tip of her tongue. For example, why did you betray me? Why did you steal my results? Do you really support the decisions of the Ice Summit? What use do you have for Zhujiao? Do you really want me dead? But she couldn't bring herself to voice any of them. Lu Qing was too smart. Any unintentional probing would let him see through everything. Zhenzhen remained silent, motionless. Seeing that she was still angry, Lu Qing finally put down the medical supplies in his hands, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her into his embrace. The next moment, the cool sensation on his lips and the rapidly enlarging handsome face in front of her stimulated her nerves. Zhenzhen suddenly supported herself on the armrest of the seat and sat up. The ripping pain from her left arm wound quickly pulled her consciousness back to reality. She breathed slightly, trying to calm herself down quickly. Lu Qing's voice came from the left. "You were dreaming." Zhenzhen tilted her head to look at him. In that instant, Lu Qing saw the intense killing intent in her eyes. Chapter 15. The obliterated planet. The spaceship landed in the Lopnur. Lopnua, the Sea of Death, where countless people have gone and never returned. Zhenzhen opened the authentication disk, confirmed the indicated direction, and was the first to step out of the cabin door. Lu Qing glanced at the temperature and wind speed displayed on the screen outside the cabin, picked up the lady's military cloak that had been left on the seat, and then followed her out. It was sunset on planet T11. The setting sun was like blood, and as far as the eye could see, there was an endless desert and withered, dried tree trunks, with a dim yellow hue enveloping the world. This was also Zhenzhen's first time here. To ensure her safety back then, she indeed split the Zhugo into 3 parts and placed them in 3 stealth aircraft associated with the authentication disk. As long as she landed, the intelligence system would automatically select 3 suitable locations to bury the Zhugo. Just like today's A01. Zhenzhen casually remarked. Lu Qing kept half a step behind her. A 01 was already beyond recovery, and the people you hid need a new path. Yes, but that has nothing to do with you. There are few alternatives. I'll give you the coordinates. You can send someone to take a look, Lu Qing said. If it's truly habitable, the ice peak would have long occupied it. How could it be left for me? Zhenzhen felt wary. She didn't believe he was offering help out of goodwill. The ice peak has already given up on the landing plan. Zhenzhen said flatly. Really? You may not believe me, but for the sake of those 100,000 lives, I suggest you go take a look. No need for you to worry. The conversation fell into a deadlock. At that moment, the authentication disk suddenly sounded an alarm, indicating they had arrived near the safety box. Right below 13 meters. Zhenzhen reported the precise location. All right. Lu Qing draped the cloak he had been holding over her shoulders, then took out a cylindrical detector from his coat pocket. Zhenzhen watched coldly as the detector extended into the ground until the probe at the front detected the target. 2 minutes later, accompanied by the continuous accumulation of gravel around the detector, the safety box buried for 5 years finally re-emerged. Lu Qing brushed off the surface dust and then stood up, saying, "Let us go. Where's the next one?" Zhenzhen's gaze swept over, and she tentatively asked, "No need to open it?" "No hurry." Indeed, there was no hurry. After leaving Lopnur, they also went to the Haba Snow Mountain and Penglai, retrieving all the Zhugo within 10 hours. Lu Qing set the spaceship's destination to A01 and then urged Zhenzhen, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, "Open it." "I'll open it when we get to the A-star system. Don't forget to aim the neutrino machine at A01, Lu Qing reminded. "You said it yourself. There's a neutrino machine. Sooner or later, I'll have to give it to you. Why rush?" Lu Qing didn't speak, just stared at her intently. "Not leaving?" Zhenzhen lost her patience and leaned over to press the star button, but Lu Qing grabbed her wrist. "You've already chosen the evacuation point. Haven't you?" Lu Qing squinted, his tone particularly certain. "By the time we reach the A-star system, A01 will have long been deserted." How is that possible? Zhenzhen shook off his hand. Looking speechless, I'm not that capable. You are. Lu Qing tapped a few times on the control interface, and several large windows appeared on the spaceship's display screen. Zhenzhen's expression changed dramatically. She couldn't believe it. You actually intercepted our one-way communication. Looking at her face, which was slightly distorted from shock and panic, Lu Qing said calmly, I can. On the display screen were the code communications between Zhenzhen and Duan Yu. The most difficult to decipher 1000th level password was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 in Lu Qing's hands. From her initiating the evacuation plan to Duan Yu's real-time reports on the number of evacuees, everything had been under Lu Qing's watchful eye. He had actively proposed alternatives, merely testing her after understanding everything. What do you want? Zhenzhen shouted. She hated the way he orchestrated everything, as if others were mere clowns. Now, if you open the safety box, I'll send you back. The agreement remains unchanged. As long as I get the Zhugo, I will keep the secret. Lu Qing made a gesture of invitation, as if he was certain that Zhenzhen would have to compromise. Zhenzhen no longer communicated with Duan Yu through code as before, but openly called out, Duan Yu, please respond. The earpiece hidden in her ear remained silent. A 01, please respond. A 01? Zhenzhen's face grew increasingly worse, and then she suddenly stood up, grabbing Lu Qing by the collar, and shouted, You've jammed the signal. Lu Qing was about to speak when he suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. In a fit of rage, Zhenzhen disregarded her own injuries and yanked Lu Qing from the pilot's seat. Turn off the jamming. Let me ensure A01 is safe. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Zhugo right now. I can't turn it off. Lu Qing said hoarsely. He raised his left hand, and the neutrino machine's launch controller was in his hand. Open it now. Zhenzhen's fist clenched and then relaxed, and then clenched again. In this tense moment, her anger, along with her armor, peeled away layer by layer, leaving only a vulnerable helplessness that surged forth. In that instant, she was no longer the indomitable Major General Che who bore the weight of 100,000 soldiers alone, but a frightened little girl crying on a swaying branch. She didn't know what to do, or what she could do. All thoughts ceased to operate in that moment. As their eyes met, Lu Qing saw it clearly. He clearly saw her from years ago, squatting under a tree. Finally, he closed his eyes and spoke in the same tone as he did back then, saying words he himself could hardly believe. Open it. It will be all right. Open it. The voice in Zhenzhen's heart echoed the same. The green light on the authentication disc lit up, then completely extinguished. The 3 safety boxes opened simultaneously, revealing 3 identical triangles. Watching the Zhugo being restored in Lu Qing's hands, the light in Zhenzhen's eyes finally extinguished. She exhaustedly sat back in the co-pilot's seat, her voice turning weak. Can you take me back now? All right. On the way back, Zhenzhen kept her eyes closed, and Lu Qing remained silent. Only the sound of the warp engine continued to hum, although it was out of place. This scene reminded her of when she had just become a major and once flew a military airship with Lu Qing and Gu Yang to the only active volcano on Ice Cloud Star. At that time, she was the only one among them capable of flying the airship alone, naturally feeling particularly proud. How is it? Exciting, right? Zhenzhen skillfully manipulated the airship, which continuously ascended, dove, and spun in the air, showing off her skills. Gu Yang tightly grasped the handrail, his face turning pale, weakly saying, Don't. I feel like throwing up. Zhenzhen laughed heartily. Then you're really not up to it. Yes. I can't do it. Please spare me, dear aunt. Lu Qing, seeing Gu Yang's already vacant gaze, told Zhenzhen. He not feeling well. Stop messing around. Lu Qing rarely spoke, but whenever he did, it was certainly a very urgent situation. Zhenzhen pouted, and after steadying the airship, turned to look at Gu Yang behind her, only to discover Gu Yang's face was ashen. I'm sorry. Zhenzhen hurriedly said, Are you okay? Gu Yang didn't even have the strength to speak at this point, waving his hand at her and pointing down, indicating for her to land first. Zhenzhen had forgotten what a volcano looked like, but the scene of him getting off the airship and throwing up painfully was still fresh in her memory. The sudden stop of the warp engine interrupted her recollections, signaling that they were about to reach their destination. When the airship reached the designated coordinates, Zhenzhen let out a gasp and then trembled uncontrollably under extreme collapse. Even her pupils dilated to the extreme. Even Lu Qing, who was usually calm, felt the veins in his hand bulge as he gripped the controller tightly upon seeing the scene before him. The coordinates that originally belonged to planet A01 are now empty, with only wisps of stardust swirling and extending. Chapter 16. Some people are born to be commanders. When faced with immense shocks, people can easily become dazed. Therefore, during military training, various scenarios are simulated in soldiers' minds to raise their brain's defensive threshold, ensuring rational thinking under extreme conditions to make optimal choices. In this training, Zhenzhen has always been a standout among her peers. However, at this very moment, she realizes that no matter how much training one undergoes, even the most outstanding soldiers have limits to their endurance. The control system of the neutrino machine is connected to Lu Qing's private airship, and all the records are displayed on the big screen. Zhenzhen mechanically withdraws her gaze from the void and realizes that everything happened the moment they departed from the T-Star system, the moment they completely lost contact, and the chain reaction caused by the neutrino machine ended within a minute. 1 minute, 60 seconds, a planet turned to ashes as if it had never existed. She unbuckles her seatbelt and slowly walks toward the cockpit, asking, "Why?" I handed over Zhuzhio to you, why? Tears stream down her blank face, splattering onto Lu Qing's hand. He watches the tears fall, silent and with his head down. Why? Why not come for me? Why involve innocent people? Why is it so hard for ordinary people to survive? Zhenzhen can no longer care about Lu Qing's thoughts. She pours out the questions that flood her mind. Although the Magpie Nest plan resulted in heavy casualties, it at least had some significance in its implementation. But what about A01? We have no choice. Lu Qing's voice is hoarse, and his words are vague. Many events indeed happen without reason or meaning. Choice. Zhenzhen repeatedly chews on these two words, realizing that she has no way out. You do. Lu Qing finally stands up, taking Zhuzhio. Let's go back to the ice peak. Back to the ice peak? My home is Ice Cloud Star. It's A01, never the ice peak. Zhenzhen lowers her head to look at the embedded screen on Lu Qing's wrist. Guiyang, is he at A01? Lu Qing suddenly asks. Yeah, Guiyang. She doesn't know how the evacuation plan is going or how many lives have perished with the planet. Losing contact with A01, could it be that it's not due to signal jamming, but that no one is left alive at A01? Guiyang. Yes, she finally admits. Moreover, Guiyang was in the last batch of the retreat plan. She thought Lu Qing would question her coldness, but his focus was absurdly off. Where did you lock him up? Is there a signal jamming? She understood his implication, and her eyes lit up. Boom! The airship jolted violently, followed by a loud alarm. They were under attack. Lu Qing was about to sit back in the pilot's seat to control the airship for an emergency evasion. But Zhenzhen pulled him away. You go to the co-pilot. Lu Qing didn't argue with her. After all, Major General Che's operational skills were honed in real combat and were naturally far superior to his. Zhenzhen's fingers flew over the controls, switching from automatic to manual driving, then said to Lu Qing, give me visibility. In the most dangerous moment, all actions and words rely on instinct. Zhenzhen herself didn't realize that her tone no longer carried distance or wariness, but rather a reckless trust in the person she believed in the most. Lu Qing naturally sensed this. He paused and then tacitly adjusted all the necessary visuals to the big screen, showing the formation of 10 ships half surrounding them. The two exchanged a knowing glance. A01 was gone, and the A-star system must have detected the anomaly. Seeing the hint of ruthlessness in her eyes, Lu Qing warned, don't act rashly. Just like how she once disregarded Lu Qing's warning and climbed that towering tree. Zhenzhen wouldn't listen to him now. Zhenzhen squinted and asked, where's the escape pod? Behind the left engine, Lu Qing replied. The Alliance's ships are military grade, while Lu Qing's private airship is no match. Any retaliation would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. The Alliance learns from its mistakes. After identifying the enemy drones' movement trajectories, Zhenzhen said, all the drones have sealed off the routes for faster-than-light travel. leaving them no chance to start their engines. Their only choices are to die in the explosion of the airship or surrender on the spot. After you use the FTL engine for a guerrilla attack once, this has become a standard formation for the Alliance, Lu Qing said to the culprit. Lu Qing enlarged the image of the drones. Each drone was strapped with sensors and bombs. If they dared to make a faster-than-light escape, they would instantly be engulfed in flames. Unfortunately, they still hadn't grasped the essence. Zhenzhen suddenly smiled. They had forgotten to block the most crucial direction. As soon as she finished speaking, she decisively pressed the FTL engine's ignition button, heading straight for the enemy's ship. In that moment, Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. The next second, a flash of white light appeared, and the airship actually maneuvered over the top of the enemy's ship. In just 1 second, Zhenzhen opened and closed the FTL engine and successfully adjusted the direction. The only weapon equipped on the private airship was a level 5 fireball, which was like a slingshot compared to the military-grade level 10 hydrogen bomb, merely child's play. However, Zhenzhen accurately hit the left engine of the enemy ship. The first ship lost control, and the other ships quickly surrounded it, trying to encircle it from all angles. Zhenzhen glanced at the full view and calmly said, "You think you can surround me? Dream on." Entering FTL, adjusting direction, closing FTL, aiming, and dropping bombs. In this extremely tense moment, Zhenzhen didn't even blink. In just 50 seconds, 6 enemy ships were hit. Besides Zhenzhen's bold yet meticulous operation, Lu Qing's visuals were exceptionally accurate. Except for the first time, when he didn't react in time. Afterward, it was as if he had mind-reading powers, providing Zhenzhen with the visuals she wanted to see. Without any verbal communication, the two of them, through their remarkable cooperation, instantly shattered the Alliance's morale, causing chaos in the enemy formation. Lu Qing was busy, glancing at the calm and collected pilot. Zhenzhen still maintained a straight back with a smile, as if the inhuman operation just now wasn't done by her. Some people are born to be commanders. Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly, his voice still steady. 9 o'clock direction, 15 Alliance military ships. The Alliance is lax in training. Zhenzhen immediately maneuvered the airship to evade urgently. Over 30 ships were trying to catch a small airship, truly extravagant. Lu Qing continuously switched visuals while checking the remaining ammunition. Only 2 fireballs left. That's enough. She used the same trick again, exploiting the unpredictability of FTL to catch the Alliance off guard. However, the right wing was hit. Amidst the tremendous tremor, Lu Qing warned. The Alliance ships scattered, ensuring no friendly fire as they began to release sulfur bombs in all directions. And one sulfur bomb just happened to hit the airship's right engine, directly causing a loss of control. The damage alarm on the big screen indicated they had no options left. Lu Qing unbuckled his seatbelt and reached for Zhenzhen, who was still gripping the control stick. Go to the escape pod. She took one last look at the approaching enemy ship and finally let go. Go. Chapter 17, The Enemy of My Enemy is My Friend. After losing control, the airship began to flip erratically. On one hand, the fire spread rapidly, and on the other, it made it difficult for them to reach the escape pod quickly. At that moment, another sulfur bomb hit the airship. Zhenzhen was thrown out during the flip. Instinctively, she grabbed onto the protective railing on her left side, but the injury on her left arm couldn't support her weight at all. Below her was a drop of over 10 meters, and blood seeped through the gauze from her torn wound, dripping onto her face. At that moment, Lu Qing nimbly fell from above, catching her around the waist, and then gently pushing her onto the railing. Seeing the blood-soaked gauze, Lu Qing frowned and urged her in a hoarse voice, "Hurry." Zhenzhen tightened the gauze and continued to move forward, stepping on the hollow railing. Just as she was about to reach the end, a third sulfur bomb hit. She took a running leap, trying to grab the railing next to the escape pod's password door. However, her wish was thwarted as the airship suddenly flipped 90 degrees, causing her to fall again. The enemy's ship was now very close, and the airship's defensive shield was down to the last 10%. Just when Zhenzhen was in complete despair, Lu Qing, firmly grabbed her right wrist. His arm, gripping the railing, bulged with veins as he tried to lift her up a meter so the other could grab the railing. But the weight of an adult woman made such a thought impossible. Zhenzhen looked up at Lu Qing, who was gritting his teeth and straining, feeling a moment of daze. "There is no time," she said. "I know." Lu Qing panted slightly. "Hold on to my wrist." Sometimes, fate favors the stubborn. When the fourth sulfur bomb hit, taking advantage of a shift in direction, Lu Qing finally lifted her to his front, and Zhenzhen successfully grabbed the railing with both hands. The escape pod was directly above her. She tried to climb up, but Lu Qing stopped her. "Don't put weight on your left arm." Lu Qing tightened his arms, pressing his body against her back for support, just like when he protected her while climbing down the tree all those years ago. He was so close that they could hear each other's breaths, close enough to smell each other's scents. Before Zhenzhen was the clearly defined hand of the man gripping the railing, with veins spreading to his forearm from exertion. "My arm is fine. I can walk by myself." Someone was stubborn as always. "Shut up," Lu Qing said in her ear, with his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. "There's no time." "There is time," Lu Qing insisted. "I'm right behind you. Just focus on climbing up." Zhenzhen's left arm had lost all sensation. Relying on Lu Qing and her right arm, she slowly climbed up. Sweat mixed with blood streamed down her forehead and into her eyes, causing a sharp, stinging sensation. Lu Qing's support remained steady, but the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his muscles trembled slightly under the adrenaline rush. After a long struggle, Lu Qing's hand finally touched the fingerprint scanner. A green light lit up, and the door opened instantly. Zhenzhen was propelled forward by inertia, instinctively reaching out her left hand closest to the ground to brace herself. By the time she realized her injury, it was too late to switch hands. However, the anticipated pain did not come. In the moment of weightlessness, Lu Qing embraced her, changing direction and protecting her as they fell backward. But his back hit the edge of the control panel, causing him to grunt softly. Zhenzhen reacted quickly, using her falling position to press the eject button. Through the glass window, the scenery outside changed rapidly, from a sky of red light to the dark of space, and Zhenzhen finally let out a long sigh. She pushed herself up with her right hand, then shifted to lean against Lu Qing at the control panel. When Lu Qing got up, the pull on his back caused a slight change in his expression, but when he returned with a medical kit, there was no sign of any discomfort. Zhenzhen watched him sit back down and began to treat her left arm when she suddenly said, "We're about to be caught. There's no need to treat it." The escape pod had no defensive weapons and, of course, no warp drive for them to escape. The anomalies with A01, combined with the several enemy ships she had just hit, meant that the Alliance would surely capture them alive for questioning. "Yeah," Lu Qing continued to work, saying, "As long as you're not dead, it needs to be treated." "You're quite optimistic," Zhenzhen scoffed. "Not like you. Who dares to throw yourself into the net?" Lu Qing removed the last piece of gauze that was stuck to the wound, causing Zhenzhen to gasp in pain and take a while to recover. "Throw myself into the net? Me? The first sulfur bomb hit the spot you controlled so carefully, didn't it?" Lu Qing said calmly. "You overestimate me. I'm not that capable," Zhenzhen replied, feeling particularly speechless. As Lu Qing wrapped the gauze around her, he said, "When you shut down the warp, that sulfur bomb couldn't hit the airship. But you moved the control stick to the right. I'm human. It's impossible to operate that precisely. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now. I saved you, and you still doubt me?" Zhenzhen shook off his hand, hastily wrapping the remaining gauze around her arm, raising her voice to question him. At that time, there was a window at 3 o'clock, enough for the airship to enter warp and return to the T-system. Lu Qing frowned slightly at her perfunctory actions. "I didn't see it. You saw it." The Alliance's ships were getting closer to the escape pod, and the atmosphere inside the pod was increasingly tense. Lu Qing estimated the time, then stood up and took out a safety box from below the control panel, placing the Zhujiu he had in his pocket inside. He didn't turn back, but his tone was particularly certain. "You don't want to give me the Zhujiu. You want to get rid of me, so you want to use the Alliance's hands to achieve that goal." Zhenzhen felt as if she had heard the biggest joke and stood up as well. "I used to be an officer of Bingyan Star. The number of Alliance soldiers who have died at my hands is countless. Would I throw myself into the net? Am I insane? The enemy's enemy is my friend." Lu Qing turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly like a deep well. "You understand the meaning of this phrase well. So I'm curious. What kind of reasoning did you plan to use to persuade the Alliance?" You can't fool me," Lu Qing interrupted her. then shoved the safety box containing the Zhujiao into her hands. Zhenzhen looked at the recovered Zhujiao, her guard up. What exactly do you want to do? Well, I want to do ISNT important. What is important is what you want to do. Zhenzhen was left speechless. The urgency of the moment. The A01 hit by the micro-machine, the 100,000 people lost contact, Guiyang, the cleanup plan, including the ice peak, had all been momentarily forgotten. Now, suddenly remembering, a dull pain surged in her heart, and she finally gave up the pretense. Hatred flowing in this small space. If the micro-machine is not under your control, they can only be ice peak. No matter what means are used, I want everyone to pay the price. Lu Qing suddenly laughed. Throughout her life, Zhenzhen had seen him smile only a handful of times, and even then, only a faint smile. This was the first time she saw him smile, so clearly and so genuinely. Then, in the shocked gaze of Zhenzhen, Lu Qing swallowed the authentication disc that matched the safety box. He looked over Zhenzhen's head at the door that the Alliance forces were about to open and softly said, I'll give you this reasoning. Chapter 18. The cornered B7 or 8 gun muzzles were aimed at Zhenzhen, while the soldiers around her were on high alert, watching her every move. Not far away, Lu Qing did not enjoy such a star-studded treatment. After all, not everyone had the formidable reputation of Major General Che. I want to see your superior. After 5 years away, Zhenzhen was no longer familiar with the specifics of the Alliance, but she had to find someone who could make decisions. The man directly in front of her flatly refused. Dream on. You're infamous in the galaxy. It would be reasonable for me to shoot you on the spot. Zhenzhen took a small step forward. The soldiers around her instantly tensed, their fingers tightening on the triggers. Don't move. Stay still. Don't be nervous. Zhenzhen maintained her hands raised, smiling at the man who had just refused her. You must be the lieutenant in charge of defense, right? That box contains something that Ice Peak has sought for 5 years. Its power is unimaginable. Are you sure you can make the call? Although Zhenzhen was the one in captivity, her scrutinizing gaze and nonchalant attitude made it seem as though she was the one in control, effortlessly navigating the silent confrontation. A very young trainee officer couldn't hold his composure and whispered, Lieutenant He, according to regulations, this special situation needs to be reported directly to the commander. He Chu frowned. He was just a small lieutenant responsible for a long-neglected unilateral defense, and truly could not shoulder such responsibility. But what if Zhenzhen was bluffing? What if the box was empty? Zhenzhen saw through his thoughts and said softly, reporting directly to the commander does carry risks. How about this? You take the box for scanning, and I can wait. Hichu took the security box handed to him by a subordinate and finally made a decision. Take these two away and lock them up. Make sure to block signals and keep a close watch. Yes. Zhenzhen and Lu Qing were pushed into a small dark room by the soldiers. Although it was called a small dark room, it was not dark at all. The 3 transparent walls made it easy to monitor. The door closed behind them, sealing off their way out with the sound of the lock clicking shut. Zhenzhen slowly walked to the back of the room, found a corner, and sat down on the floor, tiredly resting her head against the metal shell of the spaceship. After a while, Lu Qing still hadn't moved, and only then did Zhenzhen open her eyes and say, What are you standing there for? Lu Qing maintained his elevated standing position and said softly, I'm thinking about when you will reveal my identity. Zhenzhen smiled and waved him over. Come here, I'll help you. Lu Qing's eyes twitched, but he remained rooted in place. Don't you want to get rid of the embedded screen? Zhenzhen is my fainted. No matter what I want or don't want, it won't change the established fact. Lu Qing withdrew his gaze and chose to sit in a corner by the door, exactly diagonal from Zhenzhen. Established fact. Zhenzhen mulled over the words. The Ice Peak had indeed been in dire straits these years, but the Alliance was not doing well either. The war is over. Soldiers are far less critical than before. Lu Qing said, So even if you see the commander of the Alliance, you may not achieve your goal. Thanks for the reminder. You don't need to worry about that. You should worry about yourself. Lu Qing scanned the room and, confirming there were no listening devices, asked, Don't you want to know the cause of Hui Yun's death? Zhenzhen's pupils constricted. Since recovering her memory, she had many speculations about it, but there were always more pressing matters at hand. Plus, she found Lu Qing difficult to read, so she wouldn't actively inquire. Seeing her clenched fists, Lu Qing understood her hesitation and took the initiative to say, "A few ships disappeared without warning, and Ice Peak quickly held a council. The committee and the military had intense disagreements over the Magpie Nest plan. During this time, Commander was suddenly said he had personal matters to attend to and left early. When the meeting ended, his assistant found the body in Commander Hu's room. We checked all the surveillance. All evidence indicated that he was alone in the room the entire time, but the autopsy showed he died of massive brain vascular rupture." Lu Qing fell into memory, his gaze becoming distant. On that day, Commander Hu's right-hand man, General Liu, and his wife, Liu Yu, also died from the same cause. Zhenzhen exclaimed, "What?" At the same time, the latest feedback from the Magpie Nest plan indicated that memory control for many people was gradually failing. The Research Institute quickly repaired the system and found everything was normal, but the control function was weakening. The Magpie Nest plan, brain vascular rupture. Naturally, Ice Peak would focus its attention on you. Zhenzhen laughed in disbelief. Everything felt surreal. There was no inherent connection between these events, yet they had happened. After digesting it for a while, she countered, "Why tell me?" "Because Ice Peak can't monitor here," Lu Qing said honestly. "It seems you don't fully endorse Ice Peak's actions either." Zhenzhen commented. "Yes." Lu Qing replied, straightforwardly for the first time, but then he shifted his tone. "However, no decision can be without its drawbacks, and no change can avoid bloodshed and sacrifice. Active sacrifice is called sacrifice. Forced sacrifice is murder." Zhenzhen vehemently retorted. Lu Qing nodded and asked in return, "Then how do you define active and forced? How do you know they weren't willing? There are not only one set of operating rules in the world." Lu Qing reminded her that being overly stubborn was not a good thing. Zhenzhen opened her mouth to say something, but then gave up, saying only, "You and I have different thoughts. Arguing is indeed useless." Lu Qing's eyes twitched. He naturally remembered the scene when he said this to Zhenzhen, but he never expected that one day she would return it verbatim. The once stubborn Zhenzhen finally understood that everyone has their own ambitions, and one cannot force others. So she also did not want to waste words on an unproductive debate. She moved her neck a bit and leaned against the side glass to rest her eyes. Although she was resting, her soldier's instinct for defense did not relax. She could feel Lu Qing's gaze fixed on her, lingering for a long time. Lu Qing looked at her increasingly gaunt cheeks and bruised hands, feeling a moment of confusion and bitterness in his heart. That proud and arrogant girl, after all, had been worn down to this battered state. She shrank in the corner, like a cornered beast licking its wounds. As time passed, Lu Qing's gaze remained fixed. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Lu Qing keenly sensed that the newcomer was not friendly and immediately moved closer to the door. As the door opened, Zhenzhen also opened her eyes. A tall man, surrounded by soldiers, walked in. His gaze swept past Lu Qing and darkened instantly upon seeing Zhenzhen, who still maintained her seated posture. Lu Qing's brow twitched, and he immediately walked toward Zhenzhen, but was stopped by the gun barrel pressed against his temple. The man strode over, grabbing Zhenzhen by the neck and lifting her up, gritting his teeth. "Major General Che, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Chapter 19, I pity you. Zhenzhen was truly unable to speak, as the man's hand continuously tightened around her windpipe, giving her no chance to utter a word. As the lack of oxygen grew more severe, her face turned red, and even the whites of her eyes began to show a bloody hue. Lu Qing's face was ashen. He wanted to speak up, to intervene, but he restrained himself with sheer willpower. Watching Zhenzhen's unresisting demeanor, it was ultimately Second Lieutenant He Chu who spoke up to dissuade. "General Ku," Commander Gu said to bring her. "If you don't loosen your grip, she really won't be able to hold on any longer." The veins on Kusun's hand bulged, and he finally released his grip. Zhenzhen's vision blurred, accompanied by violent coughing, causing her to slide down the wall, only to be yanked up again by Kusun by her collar. In the next moment, fists rained down on her abdomen like a hailstorm, causing her stomach to cramp and her back to straighten. Eventually, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Qing raised his voice, voluntarily rolling up his sleeves to reveal his embedded screen, attempting to expose his identity to stop the ongoing violence. "General Kui, Everyone was drawn to Zhenzhen's tragic state, except for her, who remained focused on Ku Sun's every move despite the pain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, steadied herself against the wall, and smiled. "Long time no see, Ku Sun. How's Kuyu?" The only response was Ku Sun's increasingly vicious assault, making even He Chu unable to look on. Who didn't know that Kuyu was Ku Sun's Achilles heel? And asking this was clearly intended to provoke. For a moment, the small room was filled only with the muffled groans of the suffering woman. Upon seeing Zhenzhen's warning gaze, Lu Qing immediately understood her hint. Indeed, it was the face-to-face encounters that made Major General Che more familiar with the situation of the Allied military. Yet Lu Qing still spoke up, his expression calm, as if the earlier impulsiveness had nothing to do with him. "General Ku, Zhenzhen is indeed not worth mourning. But before that, she still has value." It was only then that Ku Sun remembered Lu Qing's presence and finally tossed Zhenzhen back to the ground. He casually wiped the blood from his hands on his pants before stepping in front of Lu Qing, squinting and asking, "Who are you? What's your relationship with Zhenzhen?" Lu Qing glanced at the bloodied Zhenzhen, who was still signaling with her eyes, and eventually averted his gaze. Lu Qing, current vice chairman of the Ice Summit Committee. Although Lu Qing's name was not as renowned as Zhenzhen's, everyone knew the Ice Summit Committee, which stemmed from the Ice Cloud ruling party. Being appointed vice chairman at such a young age was a clear sign of his unkind nature. Ku Sun's gaze sharpened. "You say this, and I don't believe it. Zhenzhen has made remarkable contributions for you, yet you say she is not worth mourning?" Lu Qing did not shy away from his gaze. "I do not deny it. But she has stolen secrets and defected from the Ice Summit, causing countless casualties." "Defection?" Ku Sun seemed to have heard some grand joke. "All right, I see. Then in Vice Chairman Lu's opinion, what value does she still have?" A-01 has been inhabited for years. The neutrino machine that attacked A-01 belongs to Ice Summit, right? Keskivico Xun interrupted. Lu Qing nodded. "The neutrino machine does, but it wasn't the one that initiated the attack." "Huh," came Zhenzhen's mocking laughter from behind. Ku Sun turned around and signaled his subordinates to lift the slumped Zhenzhen. At this moment, she truly had no strength left, barely managing to stand with the support of two soldiers. Her brown hair was matted with blood and sweat, looking extremely disheveled. She slightly moved her neck, finally revealing a face covered in wounds. The bruises at the corners of her lips, the injury on her brow, and the clear fingerprints around her neck all stimulated Lu Qing's nerves. Just now, Ku Sun's blows had indeed been heavy, affecting even her vocal cords. When she opened her mouth, her hoarse voice startled everyone in the room. "General Ku, we indeed have a long-standing feud, but back then, you and I were merely blades in someone else's hand. So, can we temporarily set aside past grievances and listen to what I have to say?" Ku Sun looked at her for a long time before finally responding. "All right, I'll give you a chance to speak. Take her to Commander Gu." "Yes." As Zhenzhen was taken out, she exchanged glances with Lu Qing. The protective instinct they had shown each other in crisis was now a thing of the past. Now, they both sought to gain the upper hand in this three-way struggle, and they were well aware of it. Zhenzhen was escorted for a long time in a daze, with only the sound of military boots echoing along the way, creating a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Finally, Ku Sun stopped and knocked on the door. "Come." The voice that Zhenzhen had only heard over the radio during enemy engagements was now so close to her. Everything seemed to signify that in this twist of fate, no one could return to the past. As she entered, Zhenzhen endured the pain in her abdomen and forced herself to stand tall, slowly walking forward. When the soldiers in front of her parted, she finally saw Gu Jingwei, who had held the commander position for 10 years. Contrary to her expectations, Commander Gu sat upright, looking serious, showing no signs of nearing 50. He scrutinized Zhenzhen with sharp eyes, naturally noticing her fresh wounds, then turned to Ku Sun and said, "Didn't you say there was something to discuss? Why resort to such means?" Ku Sun lowered his head, admitting, "It was my subordinate's impulsiveness." Having heard about the situation with Kuyu, Commander Gu could not bear to reprimand him. He nodded and said loudly, "Everyone leave." Once the room was left with only Gu Jingwei and Zhenzhen, he turned to her and said, "My subordinate is inexperienced. Major General Che has suffered." Just now, Kusun's punches had hit vital points, and Zhenzhen felt as if her internal organs were cramping, cold sweat mixed with blood sliding down her cheeks. Yet she stood straight, showing no signs of the immense pain she was enduring. She did not take Kusun's cue, but cut straight to the point. "Have you seen the scanning results of the insurance box?" "I have," Gu Jingwei nodded. "However, please first explain the situation regarding A01. There are 100,000 people on A01, my former subordinates and their families," Zhenzhen reported truthfully. "The Ice Summit wants to kill the pigeons, and the pigeons are in my hands. In the surrender declaration signed by the Ice Summit, it is clearly guaranteed that they will not set foot in the A-star system again." Gu Jingwei did not comment, neither confirming nor denying. "For the sake of the pigeons you mentioned, would the Ice Summit dare to risk declaring war on us to invade the A-star system?" "They would." Zhenzhen was not entirely certain, but spoke with conviction. She did not want to truly betray her country. She had not forgotten the brothers and sisters who perished in the war. Thus, she had no other choice but to hold her ground and negotiate to the best of her ability. "Little girl," Gu Jingwei smiled, "forgive me for calling you that. Do you know when the enmity between the ice cloud and us began?" As a top graduate from a military academy, Zhenzhen naturally knew. It began with resource shortages. "You invaded our territory." "Ha ha, indeed. When the Galaxy War fully broke out, you led 30 airships to destroy the neutrino machine. I recognized you then. I admire you, but at the same time, I pity you." Zhenzhen frowned, unable to comprehend his meaning. Gu Jingwei's smile faded. "I pity you like a bird in a cage or a frog at the bottom of a well, only able to see a distorted history. Accepting the ice cloud's brainwashing for 10 years, molded into what you are today." Seeing her still confused expression, Gu Jingwei slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "Do you know that your people, the pigeons, once washed the ice cloud star in blood?" Chapter 20 Medical Room. When Zhenzhen returned to the small black room, Chu was ordered to take away Lu Qing, but at that moment, she could no longer care about everything happening around her. She didn't want to believe Gu Jingwei's words, but the evidence was overwhelming, and she had no choice but to believe it. Even 5 years ago, when she had disdain for the Ice Peak's actions, she had strayed from the path and fabricated the deaths of over 30,000 subordinates due to her compassion. But it was not to privately raise an army to accumulate strength for an open confrontation with Ice Peak. But what if? What if the education she had received in the past was all a lie, and they were the invaders? Then everything she had once loved, for which she had tirelessly worked and sacrificed blood, was merely a carefully crafted lie. For a soldier, belief is the foundation of everything, even more important than fighting ability. The disputes with the Radical Party 5 years ago did not shake her faith, but from the cleansing plan, the complete disappearance of a 01. To the shocking truth she learned today, Zhenzhen for the first time stepped out of her emotional factors to examine her past. When Lu Qing returned, Zhenzhen was still leaning in that corner and did not raise her head upon hearing the door open and close. Lu Qing walked over and placed a boxed meal in front of her. Seeing that she still had no reaction, he reminded her, "Eat first." Zhenzhen did not open her eyes, but shook her head. The pain in her abdomen was still persistent. She couldn't eat anything at all. Lu Qing's voice was very soft, but the suppressed emotion in his words was heavy. "Why did you hide it from me?" "I'm not hiding it for you," Zhenzhen replied, using such a foolish way. Zhenzhen finally opened her eyes, leaned against the wall, and looked up at him. "Who are you to judge whether it's foolish or not? Do you like getting beaten?" Lu Qing's tone gradually became stiff. "What is your purpose in revealing your identity?" Zhenzhen's tone also became increasingly impatient. "Just mind your own business. Then you can return the certification disc to me first." Lu Qing irritably rubbed the back of his neck and then softened his tone. "Don't do meaningless things. Think twice before making any decisions. What is our relationship that you care whether I think or not?" Emotions surged, and the pain in her stomach became more intense. She really wanted to quickly get rid of this suddenly noisy person and regain her peace. Seeing her impenetrable demeanor and her miserable injuries, Lu Qing fell silent for a moment before saying, "We grew up together." Grew up together? Zhenzhen's nose turned sour, and then she laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke, her smile filled with sarcasm and bitterness. Grew up together? I showed you my research out of trust, and you turned around and stole it, regardless of whether I would feel guilty for a lifetime, insisting on pushing forward the magpie nest plan. When you stab a knife into my chest, when you threaten me with the lives of 100,000 people, how could you forget that we grew up together? Zhenzhen interrupted Lu Qing's rebuttal. I know, you don't need to repeat it. Different beliefs don't have to be forced upon each other, right? You are such a selfish person. Only what you think is right. Everything else is foolish and short-sighted. From childhood to now, when have you ever considered me, or Guiyang? For what you believe to be right, you can take my life, disregard the lives of tens of thousands of people. What kind of matter? What can provoke you? Vice Chairman Lu to care. Although you tried to kill me, I survived, and you knew it while hiding it from Ice Peak. I think you may have had no choice, or perhaps there is really something you haven't disclosed. You want to kill the sparrow, yet you say repeatedly that the worst won't happen, even secretly coming to find me. I think you may have other plans. Perhaps we are on the same front. Just now, I intentionally hid it for you. I didn't want you to be violently stripped of your embedded screen. You know very well that if anything goes wrong during the disassembly, your arm will be ruined. But now I really regret it. Lu Qing could no longer restrain his impulse and stepped forward, grabbing her arm and roaring. So, what right do you have to make decisions for me? Whether my arm is ruined or not has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. Everything else is none of your concern. Yes, none of my business. For the first time, Zhenzhen saw him lose control of his emotions and found it amusing. So, what exactly are you so agitated about? Is it bothering you to see me beaten so badly? Lu Qing was momentarily speechless. He realized his emotional outburst, lowered his head, and adjusted his mood, returning to his cold demeanor. Just remember, don't interfere in my affairs. After saying that, he turned to leave, but paused at Zhenzhen's question. Are you saying this for yourself or for me? After a long while, he softly replied, what do you think? You're neither doing it for me nor for yourself. Zhenzhen felt somewhat confused. You always have grander goals to achieve, so you never stop for anyone or anything. But what if everything is an illusion? What if we are living on lies? What if our actions have no meaning? Since you are living in the moment, the illusion becomes reality, Lu Qing said. Zhenzhen suddenly said, but I don't want to live anymore. Why didn't you just kill me with one knife back then? If you want to live, you can still live on the edge of death. If you want to die, you could die no matter what. At this moment, Yichu walked in and said to Lu Qing, go to the medical room in 10 minutes. Then he walked straight to Zhenzhen, handed her medical supplies, and said, treat your wounds. Also, here are painkillers. Zhenzhen took them, just about to say something, when her vision suddenly darkened. She staggered to hold onto the wall, gasping heavily as a sharp pain surged from her internal organs, followed by spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, and finally lost consciousness completely. The expressions of the other two people in the room changed drastically. Lu Qing hurried over, lifting her shirt to reveal her bruised abdomen. But in fact, external injuries were the least concerning. The fear was internal injuries. Lu Qing pressed hard on her stomach with his knuckles, and Zhenzhen let out a painful groan in her unconscious state, then coughed up more blood. Yichu immediately understood her condition. Medical room. Lu Qing picked her up and said to Yichu, lead the way, hurry. Lu Qing had never felt that 5 minutes were so long. Blood continued to pour from her nose and mouth, and the wound on her left arm reopened due to the force of the fall. The person in his arms was barely alive. She had truly reached her limit. He remembered the moment he had plunged the dagger into her chest. He had shown no panic at the time. Now, he was afraid that she would truly lose heart and seek death, afraid that she would never wake up again. A dull pain throbbed in his chest. This way. Yichu pushed the door open to lead Lu Qing. Put her here. Several military doctors surrounded them. Lu Qing gently placed Zhenzhen on the stretcher, and just as he was about to hand her over to the doctors, he found she had grabbed his sleeve. Lu Qing, Zhenzhen murmured, unable to tell if she was dreaming or awake. I'm here. Lu Qing held her hand, his voice incredibly gentle. What's wrong? I want to go home. Chapter 21, she actually made a move. She actually dared to make a move. This was the first time Zhenzhen met Duan Yu and Duan Shi at the training ground. At that time, she had just been promoted to the rank of major after achieving military merit in a small-scale conflict with the Alliance and was beginning to manage over 1,000 subordinates. Transitioning from primarily following orders to learning how to issue commands left her feeling overwhelmed. To address this, she specifically sought advice from Commander Hua, who told her straightforwardly to quickly select 2 suitable assistants. As a result, Zhenzhen spent her training time comparing different candidates at the training ground. But after observing for the entire morning, she couldn't discern anything notable. Just as she was about to head to the cafeteria to fill her stomach, she noticed 2 soldiers who looked identical and had the same hairstyle sitting together, drinking water and resting. Zhenzhen watched them for a while and found that both twins were taciturn. They were indeed just sitting together without saying a word. They were quiet, had decent physiques, and there were 2 of them, basically fulfilling her preliminary requirements. Therefore, she took the initiative to approach them. Upon seeing her, the twins immediately stood up, ready to salute. But Zhenzhen waved her hand and said, "No need for that. What are your names and which units are you from?" "Report, Major. My name is Duan Yu, and I am under the command of Major Liu, one of the 30th Army." "Report, Major. My name is Duan Qi, and I am under the command of Major Huozhe of the 31st Army." Zhenzhen nodded and noticed that one was a lieutenant and the other a second lieutenant. She asked, "How old are you both, and how long have you been in the military?" Duan Yu replied, 26 years old. "Both of us have been in the military for 5 years." "Why did you join the military?" Duan Qi answered, "There is no specific reason. I just wanted to enlist." "Do you have partners or family?" Zhenzhen suddenly asked. Duan Yu and Duan Qi exchanged glances, looking a bit embarrassed, then said in unison, "No." "Great," Zhenzhen said, looking around and feeling quite satisfied. "I am Zhenzhen from the 32nd Army, and I need 2 assistants. If you are willing, come to the training ground at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I am a woman and do not have an advantage in the military system, so following me might be quite tough. Therefore, I'm giving you 3 hours to consider." After Zhenzhen finished speaking, she was about to head to the cafeteria when her communicator suddenly vibrated violently. It turned out that Gu Yang and Lu Qing were nearby and wanted to have lunch with her. The 3 casually entered a restaurant, and after sitting down, Zhenzhen asked, "What is going on with you 2? "Nothing much," Gu Yang said, taking a sip of tea. "We just happened to pass by and wanted to see you. Is that not okay? It's reasonable for you, but not for this gentleman next to you." Zhenzhen accurately analyzed. "Lu Qing, what is really going on?" Gu Yang was frantically signaling with his eyes, but Lu Qing straightforwardly said, "He heard that you were being ostracized and dragged me along to confirm." Zhenzhen felt a headache coming on and said helplessly, "Wait. How do you know about the situation in the army? And what do you mean by ostracized?" "Ostracism is something that happens among peers, okay? What I am experiencing is a lack of compliance from subordinates due to my gender not being advantageous and a lack of management skills." "What exactly is going on?" Gu Yang frowned it. "Why don't they comply with you?" "Hey." Zhenzhen poured herself a cup of tea and pretended to be relaxed. "I'm a woman, and I was promoted to major ahead of others. Most of my subordinates are older than me, so naturally, they find it hard to accept me. What about your old subordinates?" Gu Yang had a good impression of her former subordinates. Starting this year, promotions below the rank of colonel have to be reassigned. Zhenzhen explained, "Although I'm still in the 32nd Army, my subordinates have all been reshuffled." Her old subordinates had followed her all the way and witnessed her rise from obscurity to become the only and youngest female major. But unfortunately, as she was promoted, her subordinates were scattered. "What do you think?" Lu Qing unconsciously tapped his finger on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. "Take it step by step. There are no shortcuts." There are indeed no shortcuts. The most important thing about being a commander is to earn the respect of the crowd, but that cannot be changed overnight. While they were eating, several sturdy men in military uniforms walked in and suddenly stopped by their table. The leader bent down to look at Zhenzhen and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Oh, isn't this our head, Major Che? My apologies." The others burst into laughter upon hearing this. Zhenzhen ignored their mockery and continued eating nonchalantly. Gu Yang and Lu Qing put down their chopsticks but didn't say anything. They wouldn't blindly intervene in Zhenzhen's affairs. Maybe we are just lacking in awareness. Clearly, she is happily chatting with those 2 men. Why would she bother with us old folks who have low ranks and no background? Zhenzhen stirred her food with her chopsticks and said lightly, "If you know you're lacking in awareness, why are you still standing here?" Lu Qing glanced at the troublemakers, leaned in to refill Zhenzhen's tea, and said, "Drink some tea. It'll help you relax." Zhenzhen smiled slightly. Lu Qing indeed had a way with subtlety. While pouring tea, the edge of her hidden screen was faintly revealed, which naturally caught the attention of the group. I knew it. A young woman with no real ability somehow became a major. It turns out she has connections with a research institute. It's a pity we're men. Otherwise, we might sell ourselves and perhaps even get a major general position. Hearing such disgusting remarks, Gu Yang and Lu Qing instantly turned cold and stood up in unison. "What is up? Want to fight? With your looks, it'd be as easy as squashing an ant." Zhenzhen could no longer tolerate it and slammed her chopsticks on the table. The clash of the porcelain chopsticks and plate made a loud noise. She stood up, facing several men who were taller than herself without showing any sign of weakness, and said, "I know you're not satisfied with my promotion and are unhappy about me being a woman. I've come this far relying on myself. It has nothing to do with anyone else. So, don't challenge my bottom line. We are not satisfied, and you, woman, better get lost. My appointment was personally signed by Commander Hua. If you're not satisfied, go find him." Zhenzhen's anger was gradually rising, but she restrained herself from exploding in this public setting. "I'm challenging you. What are you going to do about it?" Zhang Xiaobo said smugly, confident that Zhenzhen wouldn't dare to retaliate. Lu Qing noticed Zhenzhen gently closing her eyes and immediately understood what she intended to do, reminding her, "Zhenzhen." Zhenzhen chuckled lightly, but when she opened her eyes, the smile had vanished. In the blink of an eye, she swung her fist and struck Zhang Xiaobo squarely in the face. The speed was so fast and the move so sudden that even the professional soldiers didn't react in time. Zhang Xiaobo staggered back a few steps, his face a picture of disbelief, completely unprepared for her to actually make a move, to actually dare to make a move. Zhenzhen shook her wrist and coldly said, "If you're a man, don't just talk big. Let your abilities speak for themselves." Chapter 22, Unequal Bet. Zhang Xiaobo pretended to fight back, but was stopped by several men around him. "We can't fight in public. It would be reported and criticized. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk about it later." Zhang Xiaobo pointed at Zhenzhen and shouted, "This woman started it first. Why should I be reported and criticized?" Zhenzhen slapped his hand away. "I did strike first, but you insulted and slandered your superior first. I warned you repeatedly, but you still didn't listen. According to military rules, that's a demerit." Zhang Xiaobo insisted. "Insult? Slander? Which of your ears heard that? Who has proof?" "Huh? Who has proof to show?" Luo Qing scoffed and tapped a few times on the embedded screen, and the entire restaurant speakers began to play back their earlier conversation. The recording was so clear that even the sound of Zhang Xiaobo's hand hitting the table could be heard. Zhang Xiaobo's face turned red, and after a long pause, he said, "I was just stating facts that anyone with eyes can see." Zhenzhen glanced at her watch and then said, "I know you guys are unconvinced. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, at the training ground, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Let's see if you have the guts to come." "A challenge? What's in it for winning?" "If you win, I will leave," Zhenzhen replied. "Guiyang Frowenet." "Fine. It's a deal." Zhang Xiaobo rubbed his hands together, eager to push her away. "But if you lose, Kidzensen Sudbindismild, you guys can't be reassigned from my command." Not only Zhang Xiaobo, but even Gu Yang didn't expect her to play by her own rules. Only Luo Qing's eyes sparkled with amusement. "All right, let's do this." Zhang Xiaobo felt he had no chance of losing. Even if he lost, staying in his position wouldn't matter. So he agreed decisively. "Brothers, let's go." Once they had completely left, Gu Yang still frowned. "What do you think? They will definitely want to compete in combat. What advantage do you have as a girl?" This wasn't Gu Yang's gender discrimination. It was just that men generally had a physical advantage in terms of strength. However, Zhenzhen appeared unconcerned and even showed a few smirks of confidence. Gu Yang turned to look at Luo Qing, hoping for his support, but unexpectedly, the latter maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "Gu Yang, it's really the Emperor's urgency that worries the eunuch." "Hey, don't frown." Zhenzhen waved her hand in front of Gu Yang. "I want to defeat him in his most confident field. Otherwise, how can I earn everyone's respect?" "You really want to compete in combat?" Guiyang exclaimed in shock. Of course, why not? Che Zhenzhen smiled. Guiyang was momentarily speechless. With his muscles. How can you win? Che Zhenzhen glared. You have no confidence in me? Not. Guiyang opened his mouth several times, but couldn't say anything, finally giving up. As long as you know what you're doing. Che Zhenzhen understood his concerns and retorted, in the military system, gender is never an excuse. When it comes to the battlefield, will the enemy go easy on me because I'm a woman? Will they specifically find a female soldier to fight against me? If I can't even handle someone like him, what am I doing in this field? Guiyang sighed several times, finally advising, be careful. Don't worry. I have an important meeting at 3 this afternoon. I can't be there to cheer you on. Let me know the result as soon as it happens. Okay. After lunch, Guiyang and Luo Qing left first, while Che Zhenzhen leisurely returned to the unit. In fact, she was quite glad that these few troublemakers had provoked her first. She had been worried about how to establish military authority in the morning, and by noon, an opportunity came knocking. It was truly as if her thoughts had manifested. At 2:50 p.m., Che Zhenzhen changed into her military uniform and walked straight to the training ground. From a distance, she saw the twin brothers standing by the fence at the training ground, right where they had parted in the morning. After saluting her, Duan Yu was about to speak. But Che Zhenzhen preempted him. I have something to deal with now. Could you wait for about an hour? The twin brothers exchanged glances. They really had nothing to do. But what kind of matter could she be dealing with here? Just as the twins were puzzled, Zhang Xiaobo swaggered over with dozens of people. The twins had heard of this ruffian Zhang Xiaobo, especially Duan Yu, who had faced him in the previous military exercise and was well aware of his brash style. Major Che is here? Sorry, buddy, I overslept, Zhang Xiaobo said, glancing at her attire. Combat arena? Che Zhenzhen ignored him and said to Duan Yu and Duan Qi, you two should join as well. Once at the combat arena, Che Zhenzhen climbed onto the platform and explained the current situation to everyone. Sorry for taking up an hour of your time, Che Zhenzhen said loudly. Many of you may be dissatisfied that I was promoted to major, and since I'm a woman, with less military experience than most of you, it's understandable that you may not want to accept my leadership. Zhang Xiaobo also climbed onto the platform, warmed up a bit, and then grinned at Che Zhenzhen. Stop being so long-winded. Let's just fight. I didn't ask you to speak. Che Zhenzhen's expression darkened, and her tone became more direct. You. Che Zhenzhen completely ignored him and continued addressing everyone. Lieutenant Zhang Xiaobo publicly challenged my authority and slandered my reputation in a public place during personal time. So we've made a bet. If I win this fight, he and his brothers cannot leave my command. If I lose, I will resign voluntarily. She paused slightly, hearing whispers from the crowd. No way. Although Lieutenant Zhang can be a bit straightforward, he wouldn't go that far, would he? Che Zhenzhen listened to all the doubts, but had no intention of refuting them. Everything would be decided by strength. She would talk after winning. However, at that moment, the scene of Zhang Xiaobo being slapped in the face replayed. The loudspeaker blared, and Zhang Xiaobo's arrogant words echoed throughout the combat arena. Though some might think the major is inexperienced, saying it like that is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Yeah. Amidst the discussions, Che Zhenzhen spotted Luo Qing sitting in the observation room. The combat arena was a sunken structure, surrounded by a transparent observation room usually used for checking training conditions. She didn't know where Luo Qing found the time or the key to get in. When Luo Qing saw her looking over, he raised his hand and tapped his left arm. That's the backstory. Che Zhenzhen nodded and turned to Zhang Xiaobo. If there are no objections, let's get started. Zhang Xiaobo had finally waited for this moment. He shook his head and wrist, saying, come on. However, Che Zhenzhen remained motionless. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobo launched the first attack, throwing a hook punch directly at her face. Yet, Che Zhenzhen bent down and dodged, moving behind him, delivering a standard sidekick that hit Zhang Xiaobo's back, causing him to lose his balance and stumble forward, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Zhang Xiaobo turned around, narrowed his eyes, and finally began to take this bet seriously. His punches were precise and rapid, forcing Che Zhenzhen to keep retreating. He feigned a move to trick Che Zhenzhen and then tackled her to the ground. Chapter 23. Che Zhenzhen was pinned to the ground by Zhang Xiaobo, but her eyes showed no signs of panic. Zhang Xiaobo smirked and, in a tone only the two could hear, said, if you beg for mercy now, I'll let you lose gracefully. Che Zhenzhen, lying on her back, disdainfully replied, "Is that all you've got?" The two attempted to resist each other, both subtly exerting force. However, the position they were in felt somewhat beyond the boundaries of male and female. Zhang Xiaobo loosened his right hand, his palm brushing over Zhenzhen's chest, and he leered, "I'm quite capable in bed too. Want to give it a try?" Luo Qing, watching the scene on the monitor, felt her expression turn cold and tapped a few times on the embedded screen. Zhenzhen snorted, "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." As soon as the words left her mouth, she locked her legs around Zhang Xiaobo's neck and, using strength, flipped him over. Then she quickly got up, pressing a knee into the back of his neck, completely restraining him. "Now do you concede?" Due to the precise angle and force she applied, Zhang Xiaobo struggled several times, but to no avail. Remembering the sensation of his palm resting on her chest, Zhenzhen felt nauseated and annoyed, not wanting any further physical contact with him, so she released him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobo, who had already lost, quickly counterattacked after she let her guard down, displaying a stubborn refusal to admit defeat. What was supposed to end continued, but this time, Zhang Xiaobo no longer maintained the upper hand. Every attack was accurately anticipated by Zhenzhen, leaving him with dwindling confidence. In the end, Zhenzhen executed a perfect shoulder throw, declaring her victory. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Zhang Xiaobo, getting up in a dejected manner, had not expected to lose to a woman who was 2 heads shorter than him, his face alternating between shades of green and white. However, Zhenzhen was completely unconcerned with his thoughts. What mattered was the officers below. She wiped her sweat, waited for her breath to steady, and then spoke. "I know that as a woman, I'm new here and might seem incapable and unfit to hold a position. I understand your skepticism. My journey to today has been entirely due to my hard work, accumulated step by step, and the military merit I've earned myself. In terms of gender, I don't hold an advantage, but I have the skills and abilities to compensate for my disadvantages." She turned to Zhang Xiaobo. "In terms of combat skills, you far surpass me, and I admit that. I can win because I think strategically and invest time in research. At noon, I watched all your combat training videos from the past 2 years and summarized all your attack and defense habits. Therefore, I can accurately predict your moves before each attack, allowing me to defeat you." Zhenzhen faced her subordinates again, lowering her stance. "As a newly promoted major, I do have shortcomings in organizational and management abilities, but I will work hard to improve myself and adapt to our environment. Everyone here is an expert in their respective fields and my seniors. I kindly ask you to evaluate me objectively and provide feedback on my work. I will humbly accept it. However, if you insist on viewing me through color glasses, targeting me because of my gender and age, or even spreading rumors about my personal life, don't blame me for being rude. Respect is mutual, and goodwill is also mutual. Anyone who dares to provoke me for no reason will receive the same in return." Zhenzhen glanced at the Luo Qing, who was still standing in the observation room, and shouted, "Notify all teams to gather at the training ground tomorrow at 9 o'clock. You can disperse now." As the crowd gradually thinned out, Zhenzhen removed the bandages from her hand and jumped down from the fighting stage. "Duan Yu, Duan Qi, have you two made your decision?" Duan Yu replied, "We made our decision. We are willing to follow you." Although this was the expected answer, Zhenzhen still asked, "Why?" A woman who can establish herself in the military and even be promoted to major at a young age must have endured hardships beyond others and possess wisdom that exceeds the norm. With these 2 qualities, she is likely to be a good commander. Zhenzhen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Likely?" Duan Qi added, "Additionally, you are decisive, charismatic, and have a strong hand, yet you also show mercy to your subordinates. So you indeed are a good commander." "Thank you, and welcome." Zhenzhen smiled slightly, not expecting her judgment of people to be so good. "You don't need to worry about personnel matters. I will handle those. Gather here tomorrow at 9. "Yes." The twins not only answered in unison, but their salute was remarkably synchronized as well. Luo Qing, having come down from the observation room at some point, walked up to Zhenzhen and followed her gaze to the twins' backs, commenting, "Good eye, right?" "I'm also very satisfied." Zhenzhen replied happily, "I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here?" Luo Qing responded vaguely to all difficult questions. "If you're worried, just say so, No need to be shy. Zhenzhen nudged him with her shoulder. Not busy? I'm free this afternoon. Zhenzhen immediately decided, then let us go. Let us call Guiyang to celebrate with a drink. Luo Qing shook his head. Guiyang has a meeting. Tonight is unlikely. All right, then it's fine. Just the two of us will do. Luo Qing. Of course, he ultimately couldn't resist the stubborn girl. Zhenzhen changed into casual clothes and, pulling along Luo Qing, who was always in dress shirts and slacks, went to their usual bar, ordering a table full of drinks at once. Luo Qing, can you finish all this? If I can't finish it, I can save it for next time. Zhenzhen opened a bottle of wine with a skillful and swift motion. Teacher Luo, please. Luo Qing glanced at her helplessly, but took the bottle. Today was considered the first step in integrating into the team. He naturally didn't want to dampen her spirits. That soldier, are you really planning to keep him in the team? After several large gulps of alcohol, Luo Qing asked. Zhenzhen downed an entire bottle in one go before answering. Yes, he may not be great, but he has some respect in the team after all these years, so I have to handle it carefully. He is a maverick, but there are many others behind him who think similarly and have not treated me well in the past. I must be magnanimous enough to put them at ease. Luo Qing commented, very clever. Looking at the flickering neon lights outside, Zhenzhen felt a bit melancholic and asked, why do you think I'm not a man? Luo Qing paused for a moment before asking her back. Isn't it good to be a woman? It's not bad, but it does add a lot of unnecessary trouble. Zhenzhen thought for a moment. Since military school, I've faced discrimination because of my gender and been belittled because of my physique. Back then, as long as I worked hard to pass assessments and improve my scores, the doubts would lessen. But now it's different. I need to be a military commander, and it's difficult to gain the trust of my superiors and recognition from my peers, alongside earning the respect of my subordinates. Nothing worth having is easy. As long as you want to do it and are willing to do it, it's not hard. After pondering for a while, Zhenzhen nodded, you're right. As long as I'm willing, it's not hard. Luo Qing suddenly remembered something, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Zhenzhen noticed he had something to say and urged, don't keep me in suspense. Ever since you entered military school, Guiyang has been worried about this matter. He wants to know if there's a boy you like and if you want to date. Zhenzhen's hand trembled while opening a bottle, causing alcohol to spill all over her hand. She took the tissue Luo Qing handed her and carefully wiped her hand dry. After a long time, Luo Qing finally heard her softly respond, no. Chapter 24. Detection complete. Zhenzhen's surgery was successfully completed, but she remained in a coma. During this time, Lu Qing stayed by her bedside, determined not to leave until she woke up. After all, both of them were considered military criminals. Therefore, Commander Gu waved his hand and allowed He Chu and his men to stay in the medical department, which was both humane and ensured safety. During the Galactic War, He Chu was still an unknown soldier, having participated in a few insignificant battles. Even in those small skirmishes, he had witnessed heavy casualties on both sides and seen countless compatriots turn to dust. Naturally, he did not have a good impression of a notorious general like Zhenzhen. However, after a brief encounter and seeing her bloodied yet unyielding demeanor, remaining calm in front of Commander Gu despite internal bleeding, he genuinely admired her. That day, he took over the morning shift from his subordinate and noticed Lu Qing still maintaining the same sitting posture he had when he left the night before. He initiated a conversation. Haven't you slept all night? Lu Qing straightened up upon seeing him. What is your relationship with her? He Chu felt something was off, but also thought it shouldn't be. He remembered how they had been at odds, fiercely guarding against each other. What kind of couple behaved like that? Lu Qing did not expect him to ask this and frowned slightly. He Chu had figured out Lu Qing's temperament over the past few days, knowing he was terse with words, so he spoke on. At first, I thought you two were enemies. You could watch her get beaten like that and remain cold, even saying she deserved to die. But after she fainted, the way you panicked, insisting on staying by her bedside without sleeping, I started to think you weren't enemies, but rather lovers. Lu Qing replied flatly. You're overthinking it. If you don't want to say, that's fine. I just want to ask when you'll remove the embedded screen. We've treated the prisoners humanely, and to avoid harm, we've brought in the best professionals to handle it. It wouldn't be appropriate to delay any longer, would it? He Chu glanced at Lu Qing's left arm. Lu Qing looked at the still unconscious Zhenzhen, and He Chu couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry. Someone is taking care of her. Removing the embedded screen was a condition you agreed to. It's best to do it quickly to avoid upsetting Commander Gu. Let's do it now. He Chu raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll contact them right away. After he left, Lu Qing touched the screen embedded in his arm through his sleeve, then stared at his left arm for quite a while. He clenched his left fist, then stretched it out, clenched it again, and repeated this simple action. His expression quite desolate. About half an hour later, He Chu knocked on the door. All right, come next door. Before Lu Qing walked out, he took one last look at the pale patient, then smiled self-deprecatingly. It was easy to imagine that when she woke up and saw her appearance, she would probably be furious enough to jump. Once he sat down in the chair, a woman entered, instructing two assistants to secure his arm, then bluntly said, "The difficulty is high. It may not succeed." "I know." Lu Qing nodded. "You don't need to feel pressured." He Chu greeted Director Lu. Lu Yun nodded at him, then ordered, "Go debug. We'll start in 5 minutes." Amidst the busy figures, Lu Yun coldly scrutinized Lu Qing, and after a long moment, she said, "You look decent and speak with some grace, but you don't do anything worthwhile." He Chu covered his face beside her. Everyone knew Director Lu's sharp tongue. He felt embarrassed for Lu Qing. However, Lu Qing showed no signs of dissatisfaction or offense, politely asking, "What do you mean? Your research institute. How many heinous things have you produced? I heard you're also the vice chairman of the Ice Summit Committee, holding a significant position. So you must have dealt with quite a few bloody cases." Lu Qing remained non-committal, his gaze on the machine beside him. "This machine and the system we use are also our achievements. Technology is not guilty. Those who use it are always the ones at fault." Sharp-tongued, Lu Yun coldly smiled and then ignored him, preparing to begin. "Lieutenant He Chu, please sit on the side." He Chu hurriedly moved aside, obediently sitting in a corner chair, minimizing his presence. Lu Qing watched as they connected the wires one by one, then officially started the operation. Though it was called surgery, it actually required first decrypting the key, then shutting down the system, and finally detaching it from the human nervous system through medical procedures. If the lock was not released, the embedded screen would be a moving bomb with a blast radius of 10 meters. Even if decrypted, any slight deviation during the detachment process could cause irreversible nerve damage. With Lu Qing as cooperation, they decrypted the key and shut down the system in no time. When the surgery officially began, he finally looked away. He suddenly recalled the day the embedded screen was implanted. At that time, he was the undisputed top student at the school, excelling in all subjects and tests. Everyone considered him a future star. Like the military academy, this place was also under the keen eye of the leadership, and of course, it was not spared from control. It was an unremarkable afternoon when Zhenzhen came to have lunch with them and ended up lingering until after 2, causing Lu Qing and Gu Yang to be late. As soon as he walked in, a tall woman sitting next to the professor waved at him. "Are you Lu Qing?" "Yes." The woman introduced herself. "I'm Chun Lan, and I may need to take up your afternoon." The professor introduced her. "This is our vice chairman and the current director of the Research Institute. Chairwoman Chen greatly admires your abilities and wants to offer you an opportunity." Lu Qing nodded on the spot, as Chun Lan did not give him a chance to refuse. When the embedded screen was meticulously sewn to his skin, he naturally understood the price he would have to pay on this path. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the electronic scalpel. Lu Qing looked down at the small rectangular object, slowly separating from his flesh. At that moment, alarms blared, and all the researchers froze, even waking He Chu, who had been dozing off at the side. Lu Qing leaned back in his chair, his face pale and lips tightly shut. The overwhelming pain forced a muffled groan from his throat. Lu Yun immediately operated the system, shouting to the researchers, "Continue. Minimize damage." "Yes." The pain spread relentlessly, with veins bulging in his arms, neck, and even forehead, all indicating the subject's suffering. Finally, the embedded screen detached with a clang and fell into the tray. "Quickly stitch it up." He Chu had risen at some point and stood at the surgical table, watching the medical staff's fingers fly as they stitched rapidly. The alarm on the machine continued to blare, adding to the tension. After everything was over, Lu Yun took the military functional detector and conducted a full function test. Everyone waited in silence for the surgical results, including Lu Qing, who was still in pain. The cold female voice echoed in the small operating room. Detection complete. Detection result. All functions below the left elbow joint are disabled. Chapter 25 now. Zhenzhen truly felt as if a light was constantly shining on her, quite blinding. She frowned slightly, slowly opened her eyes, and took a while to adapt to the brightness. She turned her head slightly and vaguely saw a figure sitting to the side, with a white bandage hanging from his left arm. This should be Lu Qing? Why is he bandaged? Could it be that he... However, before she could fully wake up, the boundless darkness struck again, completely enveloping her, pulling her into a deeper dream. It was when she was 23 years old. The conflict between Bingyun and the Alliance was escalating amidst constant friction. The A galaxy was facing a resource shortage, and the rich mineral deposits of Bingyun star attracted covetous eyes from across the galaxy. On one occasion, the Alliance successfully intercepted a patrol airship disguised as Bingyun soldiers and infiltrated directly into the mine. When Zhenzhen received the notification to arrive on site, the enemy had already begun to plant time bombs in critical locations of the mine. At that time, mechanical mining was already in use, but there were still many employees from the Resource Bureau working on site. On one hand, they had to prevent the bombs from detonating, and on the other, they had to ensure the safety of dozens of people. This was indeed a difficult task. Zhenzhen looked at the mine map and accurately located the positions where the Alliance was trying to place the bombs. Duanyu. All right. Checking the thermal map, they were about to reach the third point. You take the bomb disposal team and enter the mine in a clockwise direction, following behind without alerting them. Zhenzhen instructed. Understood. Duan Shi. Most of the staff are at this position, split into a small team to evacuate the crowd. Make sure to verify the head count. Not a single person should be missed. Zhenzhen's gaze lingered on the fourth point for a while before saying, You take a team and follow me counterclockwise into the mine. Let's go meet these guests from afar. The 8 members of the team were all close combat experts, very suitable for hand-to-hand fighting. Yes, Duan Qi replied, immediately turning to make personnel arrangements. 10 minutes later, Zhenzhen led a team to disarm all weapons that could spark a fire. Holding a dagger and stepping into the darkness first, the 10 of them maintained a synchronized movement, inching closer to the target. When they were 200 meters away from the third point, Zhenzhen received the message that the bomb at the first point had been disarmed. Duan Yu's side estimated they could reach the second point and start disarming within 10 minutes. She let out a slight sigh of relief, gestured to her comrades behind her to slow down, and continued forward. However, after just a few steps, Zhenzhen heard a girl's voice, thick with suppressed sobs. Let me go. Zhenzhen's brow tightened as she exchanged a glance with Duan Qi, both sensing that the situation was not good. Duan Qi quickly contacted the lieutenant responsible for evacuating the crowd, inquiring whether anyone was missing, and found out that an 18-year-old girl had not been found yet. The enemy had hostages, and the situation had officially escalated. Zhenzhen pondered for a moment, instructing all team members to stand by. All actions must wait until the bomb at the second point is disarmed. In the darkness, everyone held their breath, waiting for her command. Please, I don't know anything. I'm not one of the staff here. The girl continued to plead. Once we are safe, we will naturally let you go. It was a low male voice. At this moment, Duan Yu sent a signal confirming that the second point had been disarmed. Zhenzhen made a discreet gesture, but boldly walked forward. Who? Zhenzhen raised her hands, walking leisurely. Don't be nervous if the bomb explodes. We won't survive either. 3 men with guns surrounded her. Warning. You are military personnel? I am. I came to negotiate a deal with you. Zhenzhen smiled slightly. Disarm all weapons. Zhenzhen shook her head, placing all the daggers from her waist and sleeves on the ground before raising her hands and saying, I am Zhenzhen, Major. Use me in exchange for the girl in your hands. How about it? The girl being held shook all over, and upon hearing this, her eyes widened slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Major, you want to exchange her? The leading man stepped forward. Give me a reason. There are many reasons. It depends on which one you want to hear. Zhenzhen tilted her head slightly, showing no signs of weakness during their eye contact. Interesting. The man took another step forward, pressing the gun against her forehead. Now, can you talk? First of all, this is a mine if you shoot. It could trigger the bombs to explode, and we would all be buried here. This is not the outcome you envision, right? Zhenzhen swatted the gun away. Secondly, the bombs that were just deployed have all been disarmed. You have no trump card. If the bombs here explode, we will still die together. Of course. The most important thing is you are holding civilians hostage, and the military will not let you go. If it were me, Zhenzhen took a step back and said, I'll give you 2 minutes to think. What if I want both of you? The threat of holding civilians is insufficient. But if you add Major Che, it becomes double insurance. That is also possible. Zhenzhen spread her hands, but reminded them, the military has surrounded both exits of the mine, holding a defenseless girl. Are you sure you can escape? After a brief discussion, the men finally agreed to Zhenzhen's proposal. Fine, you come over first. You let her go first, you have to give the get. Zhenzhen insisted. I have no weapons, and you still have the bomb detonator in hand. A 1T act recklessly. As the girl walked through her tears to Zhenzhen's side, she gently held the girl's shoulders and said softly, What is your name? Mo Ran. All right, Mo Ran. Zhenzhen wiped her tears and reassured her. It's okay, just walk forward. It's a bit dark along the way, but you don't have to be scared. Someone will take you to a safe place. Mo Ran nodded through her sobs, took one last look at Zhenzhen, and then slowly walked into the darkness. Once her figure disappeared, the men restrained Zhenzhen from behind and pressed the dagger against her neck. Let us go. But in fact, Zhenzhen never intended to leave. Leaving now would mean that Duan Yu Wun Ti have enough time to disarm the bomb at the third point. But as long as they remained here, they would have to consider their own lives and Wun Ti dare to detonate it decisively. All right. However, her drooping hands subtly tapped 3 times on the communicator. In an instant, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the 4 men raised their guns, looking around warily. The dagger held against Zhenzhen fluctuated between tight and loose as she silently waited for an opportunity. What is happening? I don't know. Zhenzhen's voice trembled slightly, sounding somewhat flustered. What should we do? One of them asked. It's fine. With the major here, they 1T dare to act rashly. Zhenzhen snorted coldly, seizing the opportunity to twist the man's wrist in the opposite direction and shouted, Now, Chapter 26, even if it means completely bearing the name of a traitor. Duan Yu and Duan Qi immediately appeared in front of everyone, rushing towards the man holding the detonator. Detonate! The man fiercely confronting Zhenzhen growled. Zhenzhen was grappling with the man, and upon hearing this, her heart sank. Everyone held their breath in the darkness. The detonator has been controlled, Duan Yu shouted. Zhenzhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 small teams surged forward, and soon, the crisis was completely averted. Everyone was safe. The only one injured was Zhenzhen herself, with a wound just a centimeter away from her artery. Lu Qing had ignored her for half a month because of this incident, only relenting after she repeatedly assured him that she would prioritize her safety during missions. Zhenzhen? Zhenzhen's eyes moved. Who is calling me? Zhenzhen. So noisy. Zhenzhen recognized the familiar voice that was so close. She was awakened by the vibration of her vocal cords and slowly opened her eyes. Zhenzhen? Lu Qing hurriedly stood up. Are you feeling unwell? Zhenzhen was not used to his concern. She remained silent for a while, then propped herself up with her elbow. Don't move. However, Zhenzhen insisted on getting up, and Lu Qing had no choice but to support her. He instinctively reached out his hands, but his numb left arm reminded him that everything was different now. Zhenzhen glanced at his bandaged hand and surprisingly did not ask anything. After a long while, she finally regained her senses and asked, How long was I unconscious? 3 days. Lu Qing sat back down. You had internal bleeding. You need to rest for a while. Got it. For a moment, the ward was silent, as the tension between the two before her coma was still fresh in their minds. Hichu rushed over upon hearing that Zhenzhen had woken up, finally saving them from this awkward situation. He approached the bedside and asked, How do you feel? It's fine now. Zhenzhen nodded. When does Commander Gu have time? I want to see him. Hichu said, Okay, I'll go apply for it. Thank you. Lu Qing glanced at Zhenzhen's profile and felt that she seemed a bit different after waking up. The sense of despair that felt like a dead heart had disappeared, and her eyes were once again resolute. So, he stood up and said to He Chu, "Where is the accommodation you mentioned arranging for me? Please have Lieutenant he show me the way." "All right." He Chu called over a soldier station outside and gave instructions, then turned to Lu Qing and instructed, "Your fingerprint can only access your residence, the dining hall, and the outdoor park next door. Remember, you're not allowed to use any communication devices. If you do, you will really be locked up." Lu Qing nodded in thanks and then followed the soldier out of the ward. He Chu watched his figure until it completely disappeared, then pulled over a chair and sat down. "Quite a lot has happened during your coma. Aren't you curious? What happened to his arm?" Zhenzhen asked directly. The embedded screen was removed, but the arm is useless. Although she had guessed from his awkward movements when supporting her, the confirmation still came as a shock. She silently processed this for a while, then suddenly asked He Chu, "I'm now a prisoner, and I was once your enemy. Why is your attitude suddenly so friendly?" "Don't get me wrong, it's not that friendly." He Chu stretched his legs. "I'm just a little lieutenant, acting according to the upper command's wishes. The upper command is using a policy of appeasement towards you, so I naturally cannot go against it." Zhenzhen looked at him steadily, without any expression or words. Yet even so, He Chu felt as if he was being seen through. He cleared his throat and sat up straight, changing the subject. "What is your relationship with him? Why do you ask? Besides the 2 hours he spent removing the embedded screen, he has been guarding your bedside for 3 days." He Chu said, "Whenever you both encounter danger, you instinctively protect each other, but once the crisis is over, you both want to crush each other." Zhenzhen smiled helplessly. "You're overthinking it. We grew up together, but later we parted ways due to differing views. That's all." He Chu looked at her skeptically, clearly not believing her. However, he was perceptive enough not to say more and left accordingly. Once the ward was empty except for her, Zhenzhen finally relaxed a bit, lazily leaning against the pillow and contemplating the current situation. No matter what the situation is with A01, Duan Qi and Mo Rant's team must have escaped disaster. What will their first reaction be when they return to A01 and find something unusual? With all that has happened, recovering memories will take about a month. But the unexpected changes during this period have left everyone flustered, signaling an impending storm. Commander Gu met with Zhenzhen the next morning. It seems that Major General Gu has already made a decision. This was the first thing Gu Jingwei said upon seeing her. "Yes," Zhenzhen affirmed. Gu Jingwei smiled slightly. "Please sit down. Can you have some tea? No need to trouble yourself." Zhenzhen was always direct and did not appreciate going around in circles at this moment. "I have some thoughts, but as an enemy of the Alliance who has achieved many military accomplishments during the Galactic War, can the Alliance accept me? Your subordinates, your brothers and sisters, must have also suffered casualties at the hands of the Alliance, right? Can you accept the Alliance?" Gu Jingwei said as he poured himself a cup of tea. Zhenzhen smiled and asked, "Do you know what made me make this decision?" Gu Jingwei gestured for her to continue. "On the day I was captured, Lieutenant, he gave me a rights document, clearly listing the rights I could enjoy as a prisoner, which can be said to cover basic human rights. And in these past few days, everyone I encountered actually harbored animosity towards me, yet they respected me as a person." Zhenzhen said, "I do not intend to betray my brothers and my subordinates, but I need to remove the tumor at the top of the ice. Therefore, the Alliance is my best choice." Gu Jingwei nodded. "The reasoning is sound, but can you accept the Alliance?" "Yes." Zhenzhen was very certain. "My life creed is to return evil for evil and good for good. I will definitely reciprocate the goodwill shown to me by others. Since the people of the Alliance can respect me, it will be the same in return, even if it means completely bearing the name of a traitor." Gu Jingwei reminded her. The decade-long brainwashing policy of the Ice Top means her actions will not be understood by anyone. As long as it makes the real culprit pay the price they deserve, I do not care about the rest. "Good." Gu Jingwei concluded decisively. "If you want to integrate here, start from the grassroots level. You will follow He Chu." "Yes." When Zhenzhen left, Gu Jingwei looked at her back and gently said, "Zhenzhen, the truth may be more brutal than you imagine. The real culprits may not be just a few people, but everyone in the tide of the times. Chapter 27 Integration. Zhenzhen stayed in the medical room for over a week and finally received the doctor's approval to start her new life after all the examination results came back normal. Her residence was right next to Qing's, in a spacious studio that was very convenient for daily living. As for Commander Gu's instruction for her to follow Chu, the person involved expressed great fear. "No, my duty is to patrol. Why do I want to follow you?" Second Lieutenant Chu said with a mix of laughter and tears. "Then I'll patrol." Zhenzhen replied. "No, you're a major general. Following me to patrol? That's too inappropriate." Chu was really about to break down, wondering why Commander Gu had handed him this hot potato. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The title of Major General is in the past. Now I'm a prisoner, Zhenzhen said. Chu. Moreover, it's Commander Gu's order. If you don't want to, you can go talk to him. Chu. Don't feel pressured. Just treat me like an ordinary soldier. I'm very easygoing. Zhenzhen added. Chu. I really believe your nonsense. In the end, Chu couldn't argue against the sharp-tongued person and had to take her to work every day. At first, Chu was anxious, but later he found that Zhenzhen was indeed easygoing and low-key. She would humbly consult anyone about things she didn't understand and worked diligently without complaints. Even the team members who were initially skeptical quickly got used to her presence. After completing a patrol mission one day, they went to the cafeteria for a meal as usual. Zhenzhen, as usual, chose a separate empty table instead of sitting with them. Chu hesitated for a moment, but still called his brothers over to join her table. "Is it more delicious to eat alone?" Chu asked sternly. Zhenzhen looked at them sitting down, slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "It is quite delicious." Chu inhaled deeply and asked ambiguously, "Why don't you integrate with the group?" "I'm a prisoner of war. It's not something I can just do," Zhenzhen replied. "You're a prisoner of war. That's true. But do we treat you as one?" Chu said, puffing out his cheeks. "Don't belittle yourself, okay?" Zhenzhen put down her chopsticks, looked at everyone's approving expressions, and slowly asked, "I was once your enemy and caused casualties among your comrades. Can you really accept that? We're very clear about the twisted history of Ice Cloud Star. Previously, I hated you because I thought a major general at your level must know the truth. But you were deceived and hidden from the truth. You're also a victim, right?" Chu said seriously. "As for the casualties, yes, countless lives were lost in the Galactic War, and we have no right to forgive for them. But if cooperating with you can save innocent civilians and awaken countless soldiers who have been kept in the dark, it could likely reduce future casualties. Then I fully support it." Everyone else echoed. "Exactly, we can't let the past hold us back." "Right," Chu continued, putting aside this historical context. "Let's just talk about you as a person. You reached the position of Major General for a reason. Plus, from our interactions over the past few days, you handle every little thing very seriously and never complain. You deal with people well, so we naturally want to accept you." Zhenzhen looked at Chu intently, not expecting this seemingly rough youth to say such rational and profound words. After Chu finished speaking, he felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly said, "Why are you staring? Hurry up and eat." "Thank you." Zhenzhen sincerely expressed her gratitude. The patrol missions rotated every 2 days, and other times were filled with daily training. However, it was obvious that their training was quite lax, completely inconsistent with Zhenzhen's impression of the Alliance soldiers. She had thought about asking a few times, but felt that, given her identity, it was best not to meddle. But since they were now showing goodwill, she naturally had to reciprocate with the same kindness. So, during a training break, Zhenzhen asked the group drinking water, "Who formulates your training plan?" Chu was taken aback. "I don't know. It's been like this for as long as I can remember." "Is this the intensity for all military units?" Not too sure. It's just like this for patrol units." Zhenzhen thought for a moment and said very tactfully, "Is this intensity sufficient for patrolling?" Chu recalled the time they captured Zhenzhen and Qing and fell silent. "Indeed, the situation was like that. My actions back then were indeed quite rare. But when under pressure, your team was torn apart and had limited defensive capabilities. After the surrender at Ice Peak, the Alliance was on high alert for a while. But once the enemy completely left, everyone relaxed." Chu admitted, feeling a bit melancholic. "I'm just a second lieutenant. I can't do much." "Who says you can't do anything?" Zhenzhen smiled. You have dozens of people under you. So as long as you want, your team can meet the standards. The problem is, I can't either. Chu scratched his head. Everyone knew these issues, but no one wanted to be the one to speak up. My abilities are limited. I don't even know how to improve myself, let alone lead so many people. Zhenzhen pointed at herself. Chu suddenly realized, right? She's a major, general-level officer. Once she commanded 100,000 soldiers. Now training 100 or so people should be a piece of cake for her, right? It seemed the major general was already considering it. Chu maintained a casual demeanor, pretending to be indifferent. Should I give it a try? You are the leader of this team. The ideological construction needs to come from you, Zhenzhen reminded. Chu pouted, fine, then I'll give it a shot. It was unclear how Chu communicated with his brothers, but the next day during training, they were full of energy, waving enthusiastically when they saw Zhenzhen from afar. Zhenzhen walked over and asked curiously, what are you doing here? Chu cleared his throat and said, when we first met, everyone was really interested in your operations. We just wanted to ask if you could demonstrate it for us. Zhenzhen found it amusing. What was supposed to be ideological construction had turned into a display of skills. But it was fine, as long as everyone was willing. No, Zhenzhen directly refused, as the simulation system was quite rigid, and she indeed couldn't replicate it. Everyone visibly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Zhenzhen changed the subject and asked, what's the hardest difficulty on your driving simulator? Health difficulty. Has anyone passed it? It seems no one has in recent years. Zhenzhen smiled. Good. Then today, I will demonstrate how to clear hell difficulty. Chapter 28. Intense tremors since Zhenzhen showcased her skills. Chu and his group of young men have expressed their admiration for her, actively training every day and cooperating exceptionally well. Teacher Che's reputation has also grown. One day, after finishing her training, Zhenzhen took a shower and, while drying her hair, noticed the beautiful sunset outside the window. She immediately rushed to the park to chase the setting sun. Since the complete withdrawal from A01, her compatriots have lived for years enveloped in a metallic shell. Although she has once again experienced the grandeur and beauty of nature on Earth, just the thought of that gray, icy cloud planet makes her cherish every moment's gift. Zhenzhen huffed and puffed her way to her favorite scenic spot, only to find someone occupying one end of the bench. To her dismay, it was Qing, someone she hadn't seen for a while. Qing had noticed her long ago and nodded in her direction. Zhenzhen approached and sat at the other end of the bench. Looking at the fiery red horizon, Zhenzhen suddenly asked, why does every galaxy have a sun? The logic is flawed. Only galaxies with suns can support life. Facing her relentless questioning, Qing patiently answered as he always had for the past decade. What if one day there is no life? The universe is so vast, there will always be life somewhere. Is the universe really infinite? Current research cannot explore its boundaries. Hence it is termed infinite, from fiery red to pale pink, to deep purple, and finally to endless deep blue. What about your arm? Qing glanced at his left arm, still bandaged, and replied softly, it's fine as it is. What are your plans next? Have you contacted the Alliance and the Ice Peak? In progress. Silence fell again, just when Qing thought she would remain silent. Zhenzhen spoke up. You used the Alliance's hand to break free from the embedded screen's control, yet you still want to go back. What is your ultimate goal? Qing stared ahead, his posture relaxed. Zhenzhen rarely saw him in such a casual manner. Qing smiled slightly and retorted, what is your goal in cooperating with the Alliance and trying to integrate into this collective? How ridiculous. You always deflect my questions with a counter-question. But when you ask me something, I always answer truthfully. Zhenzhen's tone softened, so I don't want to answer. Qing closed his eyes, his tone filled with helplessness. Zhenzhen, we are different. Zhenzhen found his demeanor annoying, as if he bore some great burden. She turned her head in irritation, right? So hurry back to the Ice Peak and restore your life above everyone else. Integrating here is difficult. Qing pretended not to hear her impatience and hostility. It's easy to be accepted by Xiaowei and the others, but what about General Kusun? The higher-ups will almost certainly not recognize you. I have my ways. Even if you gain military support, what about their ruling party? Zhenzhen interrupted him directly. So why do you care about my matters? What does it have to do with you? You asked me to keep my distance and not interfere, fine, no problem. But likewise, don't point fingers at me. I'm sorry. Lu Qing recalled everything that happened before Zhenzhen fainted, remembering his words at that time, and felt a deep sense of regret. He wasn't an impulsive person, but in that moment, watching her be treated that way, he did lose some control over his emotions. No need. Zhenzhen dismissed his apology. A 0-1 likely has survivors. I suspect Guiyang has already returned to the ice peak. Lu Qing sighed at her attitude, but insisted on finishing his point. If you want to stay in the alliance, you must handle the A01 situation well. Just as Zhenzhen was about to retort that she was aware, she suddenly thought of something. Guiyang. Why is he with me on Earth? Why hasn't his memory been interfered with? Lu Qing said softly. Haven't you already guessed? Could it really be you? Why? Zhenzhen looked shocked. Yes. Lu Qing recalled the chaos before the implementation of the Magpie Nest plan and slowly recounted the history that the Ice Peak tried to erase. You publicly opposed the Magpie Nest plan, and despite Chunlan's various attempts to win you over, there were people who wanted to kill you back then. I know, but they didn't dare to act. Zhenzhen scoffed. On one hand, they couldn't ensure a silent strike. Any exposure would escalate tensions with the military and affect our morale. On the other hand, Hui Yun noticed and expressed his stance, saying that if it had to be implemented, military personnel must be involved. Zhenzhen's pupils constricted. Commander Hua? Lu Qing lowered his head slightly, rubbing his temples with his right hand, then continued, You publicly participated in the Magpie Nest plan. Chunlan agreed, but I think her murderous intent didn't diminish. Coincidentally, Guiyang joined because of you. I took advantage of the situation, opened a backdoor for Guiyang, erased only a small part of his memory, and kept him by your side. So, the memories from the T-11 mission, the spacecraft's number, the dice, all of them, are all programmed settings. Chunlan's proposal. Lu Qing affirmed. The fact is, each experimenter is predetermined to go to a specific galaxy. Rolling the dice is just to make the experimenter think it's fair and random. Zhenzhen let out an odd laugh, and after a while managed to squeeze out a few words. All right. Truly remarkable. This world is utterly rotten, isn't it? Lu Qing looked at the horizon, now only a deep purple line, speaking the most emotional words in a rational tone. Yes, utterly rotten. Zhenzhen esse vase fanged. You know everything, yet you still want to return to the ice peak. I admire you. Everyone's path is different, missions are different, and what they want to do is different. Spare me the grandiose words. Zhenzhen waved her hand impatiently. Why do you think Guiyang is alive? Also, what do you mean when you say he has problems? Lu Qing looked at her sparkling eyes in the moonlight. If it weren't for her vigilant and suspicious gaze, you might have thought they were still on Ice Cloud Star, still the childhood friends who understood each other best. You will know in the future. He averted his gaze. Zhenzhen scoffed. She knew he wouldn't divulge anything, so she stopped pressing further. Also, before you return to the ice peak, you must give me the authentication disk. Zhenzhen calculated the time and suddenly doubted. It's been over a month since you swallowed it. Did you really swallow it? On the side that Zhenzhen couldn't see, Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly, of course. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble violently, causing Zhenzhen to feel dizzy. At first, she didn't react. Recently, she hadn't been resting well, so dizziness was a common occurrence. However, when she saw the nearby, swaying buildings and the trees in the park continuously collapsing, she finally realized what was happening. Lu Qing stood up, using his functioning right hand to shield her head, and shouted, Run, to the open space by the lake. Chapter 29. The once tall and straight youth next to the park is the territory of the Allied forces, and opposite is the military family area, where screams suddenly erupted. Zhenzhen, in a frenzy, recalled the massive earthquake on Ice Cloud Star, followed by the tsunami that caused the deaths of 200 million people and directly led to the complete submergence of the continental plates. What about this time? What kind of consequences will it bring? As the world quieted down, the two walked back in silence. But what met their eyes were buildings on the verge of collapse and shattered glass scattered everywhere. Do you think this is similar to Ice Cloud Star back then? Zhenzhen asked, stepping over the fallen tiles in a daze. I don't know, Lu Qing replied, his expression unusually serious. Any judgment requires data comparison. At least, it's not as severe as Ice Cloud Star. Not necessarily, Lu Qing sighed. We still don't know where the epicenter is, nor whether it will trigger a series of aftershocks. Why do you think humans can never escape natural disasters? Because wherever there are humans, the natural balance will be disrupted. Thinking of Ice Cloud Star, A01. Zhenzhen fell silent instantly. Zhenzhen. She stopped, looking at Chu, who was running towards her from a distance. Finally found you. Commander Gu wants to see you. When Zhenzhen entered the door, Gu Jingwei was staring intensely at the screen with his hands behind his back. This was the first time she intuitively felt that he was an elderly man over 50. Commander Gu, Zhenzhen greeted softly. You're here. Gu Jingwei replied without looking at her, wearily sitting back down. Are you injured? No. Zhenzhen assessed his expression and directly asked. You call me here to ask about the situation on Ice Cloud Star, right? Yes, Gu Jingwei said, over 30 years ago, after you seized Ice Cloud Star. You left us in tatters. All the surviving ethnic groups in the galaxy united to form the A Alliance. Since then, we have been living together in A05 and A07. Has A07 also suffered a disaster? Zhenzhen's brow jumped, sensing something was wrong. Gu Jingwei waved his hand, and the screen displayed the seismic waves detected. A07 experienced a massive earthquake and is now completely uncontactable. I have sent out an advance team for search and rescue, but there are no results yet. So, I need to understand the situation on Ice Cloud at that time. The worst-case scenario is that A05 might not be spared either, and I need to prepare fully in advance. Zhenzhen nodded to indicate her understanding. At that time, the Research Institute had designed an emergency plan for disasters and issued a warning 3 minutes before it actually happened. Zhenzhen recalled the painful past, her voice unconsciously sinking. The troops I was responsible for boarded within 2 minutes, swiftly piloting the ship and airship towards the residential area. Just as we took off, we heard a sound from below that was many times louder than any explosion, followed by a cloud of dust. When the dust settled and we reached the area we were responsible for, Zhenzhen took a deep breath and continued. The ground was all ruins, and in the distance, the raging sea was already spreading towards the land. Commander Gu asked, sorry to ask this, but it's very important. After the full evacuation, how did you manage to save hundreds of thousands of lives? I only know that the Research Institute detected anomalies. The committee attached great importance and quickly passed a defense bill, and within a month, built ships that could carry 1/5 of the population, Zhenzhen replied. To be frank, Lu Qing knows the details best. Perhaps you can talk to him. That's true, but I don't trust him, Gu Jingwei said, wearily rubbing his forehead. His cooperation with me is based on a win-win deal. Showing him our lifeline is nearly impossible. I understand, and I know I have no room to interject given my status. However, Commander Gu, this concerns the safety of everyone in A05. We must survive first to continue the game with Ice Cloud. If it turns out to be as regrettable as Ice Cloud Star, then everything loses its meaning. Can you guarantee that Lu Qing will cooperate just because I invited him? Can you guarantee that he will keep quiet after returning to Ice Cloud? Gu Jingwei stared at her, not missing any of her expressions. I can only guarantee that he will prioritize survival. Beyond that, I'm sorry, Zhenzhen shook her head. Gu Jingwei pondered quietly for a moment before ultimately conceding to reality. You will follow Chu to participate in the disaster relief work. You have experience, so please guide them. Yes. As Zhenzhen was leaving, she heard Gu Jingwei's voice, Xiao Lu, bring Lu Qing over. That once powerful man seemed to have aged overnight. No matter how strong a nation is, it will feel helpless like a newborn when facing natural disasters. Zhenzhen followed Chu's team to the 3rd rescue group, and the leader turned out to be Ku Sun, who had a long-standing feud with Zhenzhen. As a general, Ku Sun had personally stayed behind after issuing orders for this inconspicuous small team. Chu signaled Zhenzhen not to speak up or draw attention, saluting Ku Sun. General Ku, Lieutenant He, when did your team gain an extra member? Ku Sun's expression turned cold. Report. Commander Gu ordered Zhenzhen to join the team for the rescue mission. Her? Participate in the rescue? Ku Sun scoffed, then suddenly turned serious and firmly rebutted. I disagree. General Ku, this is indeed Commander Gu's order, Chu thought to himself, feeling distressed. The big shots were at odds, and he, a small fry, felt caught in the middle. Zhenzhen stepped forward, trying to push past the team members who were attempting to block her. Ignoring Chu's frantic hints for her not to act impulsively, she proactively approached the equally hostile Kusun and said, "General Ku, can we talk privately?" Kusun took a few steps away, coldly saying, "What do you want to say?" "I'm very sorry about Kuyu." Zhenzhen cut to the chase. "As a soldier, I followed orders and transferred the prisoners as required. I didn't know the captives would be treated that way, nor did I inquire about it. That was my negligence." A snake's heart in a Buddha's mouth, Kusun glared at her, wishing he could swallow her whole with his gaze. When Kusun was exchanged back, he was incontinent, confused, and had severe self-destructive tendencies. Is this how prisoners of war are treated? Is there any humanity left? Kusun was the first to charge ahead. He wanted to kill me. Zhenzhen seemed to see that once valiant youth, who, even as an enemy, was a handsome and resourceful hero. After I controlled him, I received a notification from my superiors stating that Kusun was the younger brother of General Kuzhong of the Alliance and needed to be closely monitored and interrogated individually for information. So I transferred him. At the same time, I requested to exchange him for my subordinates a month later, and it was approved. But unexpectedly, a month later, what they sent back was that kind of him. Zhenzhen closed her eyes, hiding her infinite regret. That once tall and straight youth, when brought back on a stretcher, had already turned into a withered figure, exuding a foul stench. Chapter 30, her figure completely disappeared into the gap. I immediately reported the issue of prisoner abuse, and the response I received was, Zhenzhen paused slightly, then recited word by word. The prisoner displayed a strong desire to attack during the interrogation, posing a significant personal threat to the interrogator, and was forced to use electroshock equipment while attempting to escape. Nonsense. Kusun's eyes turned red with anger. I don't know whether the attack and escape were true, but I privately found out that he had been handed over to Qianlan. I had no evidence, and at that time, he was in a psychological defense state, so I didn't notice any damage to his memory or thinking. Therefore, I proceeded with the prisoner exchange as originally planned. It wasn't until he saw you, heard your voice, and began to lose control of his emotions, speaking incoherently, that I realized Qianlan had concealed part of the truth. I have negotiated with Qianlan about this, but to no avail. Zhenzhen lowered her head. I am just a major general in the military and cannot intervene in all the decisions of the power departments. Also, I used Kuyu as an excuse to anger you in a moment of desperation, but that was not my intention. I'm sorry. Kusun thought of his brother's current state, trying to suppress the surging emotions, and coldly asked, "What do you mean by this? Are you telling me this has nothing to do with you? To clear your name?" "No, quite the opposite." Zhenzhen raised her head, her eyes filled with sharpness and determination. "I want Qianlan to pay the price. I want those involved in the power departments to pay the price for their decisions. So, I am here. I'm trying to fit in here. You really have become a traitor." Kusun scoffed. "I would never betray my brothers, my people. It is precisely for them that I want to completely crush the schemes and machinations of Qianlan's faction." Zhenzhen's voice grew stronger, resonating with conviction. "We are not enemies. The real enemies are those leaders who distort history and use national interests to cover their own desires. Those ruling classes who rely on deception and policies to control the masses." Kusun made no comment. Only after a brief silence asked, "So you insist on participating in the disaster relief, right?" "Yes. I have ample experience because I have been through it, and I do not want to witness countless lives lost for no reason again." Kusun ultimately agreed. Watching him leave, Zhenzhen felt particularly uncomfortable. She still remembered the scene of a tough man like him, tears streaming down his face, unable to stop choking up when he saw his brother. "What are you standing there for? What's the matter?" Hichu approached her when he saw her frozen in place. "It's nothing," he agreed. "Kidzensen widru ergaze." Hichu silently marveled at how capable Major General Che was, resolving such a tricky issue with just a few words. But he showed no sign of it on the surface. "All right, let's prepare to set off." When the spaceship arrived at the area they were responsible for, Zhenzhen momentarily thought she had returned to Ice Cloud Star. The once prosperous scene was no longer there. All the buildings had been flattened, and only the sky remained as blue as ever. Hichu remained silent and was the first to step out. "Here we are." A dirty man greeted Hichu, This is the most severely affected area. We are about to deploy the detectors. Come help. Zhenzhen watched as machines arrived at the site, unable to stop frowning. These are the machines they had used before, with decent detection and excavation capabilities. However, the drawbacks were very obvious. When a machine started up and began to operate in various directions, Zhenzhen tactfully asked, "Are we relying entirely on the machines for excavation?" Ichu picked up on her implication and asked, "Yes, human labor is just supplementary." "What's wrong?" "This type of detector has a bug in its system. If there is more than one life form within the detection range, it will automatically choose the one with the best vital signs for rescue first. This is the rescue protocol. Is there a problem?" Zhenzhen replied. "So during the excavation process, it won't take other life form situations into account. In other words, it might cause other people's deaths while rescuing number one." Ichu's brows furrowed sharply as he looked at the countless machines that had already detected life, and immediately rushed to the area leader. "Stop. All machines pause. Hurry." Seeing him shout urgently, the man complied and shut down the machines, then asked, "Lieutenant He? What's wrong?" "Lieutenant Run, we cannot leave the excavation work to the machines," Ichu said breathlessly. Zhenzhen also ran over and repeated what Ichu had said to Rinyu. "I understand. I will report the situation to all the rescue teams." Rinyu's expression gradually became serious. "But how did you know this?" Ichu was about to brush it off when Zhenzhen directly revealed her identity. "I used to be a soldier from Ice Cloud." Rinyu's expression turned strange. He looked at her, who obviously had a significant background, then at Ichu, who was clearly protecting her, and finally just nodded. "All right, thank you." Rinyu turned around and notified all the teams of the new plan. Each team was divided into 3 groups, corresponding to 3 machines, and after detecting life, soldiers would go down to excavate. Zhenzhen followed Ichu through the ruins, and soon the machines lit up a red light. Directly below, 4 meters. Ichu looked at the terrain displayed on the screen and called for the other 2 to start working. Amidst the buzzing of the drilling machines, Zhenzhen stared intently at the screen, constantly observing whether there were signs of further collapse in the ruins and monitoring the fluctuations in the vital signs of the rescued individuals. Fortunately, within 10 minutes, the first survivor was pulled from the rubble and handed over to the waiting medical team. "Continue," Ichu urged, as one bloody victim after another was successfully rescued. Zhenzhen looked at their horrific wounds, feeling a moment of panic. As a battle-hardened soldier, she had sustained worse injuries than these. But she had 200 million compatriots buried in this way, unable to receive rescue while heavily injured, instead being drowned by the overwhelming sea. "Continue." The earthquake occurred yesterday evening, and Zhenzhen officially joined the rescue effort in the morning. However, until nightfall, only 35% of the rescue area had been completed. Everyone wore headlamps and continued to fight on the front lines of the rescue. Ichu was still leading his subordinates in work, while Zhenzhen remained focused on the screen. Suddenly, "Stop!" Zhenzhen shouted loudly. The buzzing sound stopped instantly. Ichu asked, "What's wrong?" Having not eaten for almost a day, Zhenzhen felt a bit dizzy and quickly shook her head to stay alert. "We can't go down any further. If we do, the stone slab will break and completely seal the window. We can only send someone down to excavate in a small area." Ichu said, "Give me the safety rope. I will go down." Zhenzhen looked at the size of the gap and reached out to stop Ichu. "I'll go." "No, only I can get in." Zhenzhen flipped the screen, which showed that the width of the gap was too small for any adult man to pass through. Ichu looked at her for a few seconds, then shouted, "Our team members need to enter the ruins for rescue. All machines, retreat." Zhenzhen nodded at him to reassure him, then decisively took off her outer jacket and attached the safety rope to her waist. "Be careful. If it's not possible, come back up." "I know." When her figure completely disappeared into that gap, all the team members couldn't help but hold their breath. Chapter 31 continue. Gu Jingwei answered the communication, and after listening to the report from the other side, he asked in a deep voice, "Where is Ichu? Have him come report the situation to me." Sitting across from him, Lu Qing raised his head sharply, listening to every word Gu Jingwei said and observing each of his expressions. "It has been 10 minutes. Why can't they get her out?" Lu Qing felt a void in his heart, and disregarding that Gu Commander was still on the call, knocked on the table with his right hand, and asked in a low voice, "What happened to Zhenzhen?" Gu Jingwei clearly saw the ruthlessness and faint panic in his eyes, and switched the call to speaker mode. "The gap is too small. She can only go in to excavate a small area from the inside. But this position is very special, and excavation has caused a secondary collapse." Hichu's voice came through the communicator somewhat distorted, but the urgency in his tone was undiminished. "We have tried all methods, but each has the possibility of causing a third collapse, so we dare not act rashly." Lu Qing suddenly stood up, the chair scraping loudly across the floor due to his movement. "Gu Commander, I request to go to the rescue site." Gu Jingwei glanced at him and said to Hichu, "Monitor the vital signs, do not act rashly." Lu Qing, usually steady, could not hide his anxiety in Gu Commander's silence. He did not know what was wrong with him, but he could no longer maintain that calm facade. "You are now a captive of the Alliance, and it's impossible to let you leave the designated area," Gu Jingwei said coldly, "and besides, what can you help by going? You can't lift your hands or shoulders. I have my methods. Approving your departure is of no benefit to us. Zhenzhen's life is not enough for us to make an exception." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Lu Qing suddenly relaxed. He smiled slightly and said, "Any matter laid on the table is to negotiate conditions." Gu Jingwei snorted coldly. "That still depends on whether you have the qualification to sit at the table. You want to use me, but you're also afraid of me. Are you worried?" Lu Qing's voice was cold. Having dealt with those in power for a long time, he easily saw through the other party's true intentions, making him more adept at navigating the situation. Gu Jingwei admitted, "You are indeed clever." Lu Qing said, "I agree to your request. Words alone are not enough." Lu Qing thought for a moment. "Do you want memory interference?" Gu Jingwei did not speak, but his silence indicated acquiescence. "I'm sorry. It's not that I am unwilling, but I cannot do it. If the embedded screen is disconnected from my nerves, all functions will fail." Lu Qing said calmly. Gu Jingwei raised an eyebrow. Speaking flatly, "Without leverage, what is there to negotiate?" Lu Qing chuckled and turned the screen toward him. "This is my leverage." The screen displayed the condition analysis of A07 and the disaster prediction for A05. Although he knew that the Alliance's research level had always lagged behind the ice peak, Gu Jingwei did not expect that he could complete it in just half a day. After calming down slightly, he said, "Once you show your leverage, there is no room for bargaining. Consider this my sincerity." Lu Qing showed no signs of panic. Disaster prediction requires real-time monitoring based on specific indicators, constantly being corrected. What happens to A05 depends entirely on how you decide at this moment. Lu Qing arrived at the rescue site in the dead of night, but the scene was still brightly lit. Hichu instructed the team to continue the rescue, while he remained at the spot, occasionally checking the vital signs of the two people under the rubble and shouting down a few words. He did not expect Lu Qing to come, but he must have a way, so he hurriedly stood up to explain the current situation. Lu Qing frowned, listening while looking at the perspective view on the display. "This is the current situation. We dare not act lightly." Lu Qing checked the version of the machine, then began to open the main control center to modify the settings. He maintained a serious expression throughout, making Hichu hesitant to ask, "Call 2 more people." Lu Qing could only tap the screen with one hand, but it did not affect his speed at all. Hichu called 2 subordinates through the communicator, then looked at Lu Qing's expression before asking, "What are you doing?" Lu Qing glanced at him and answered his question. "Your machine version is too outdated. I manually updated it." Unfortunately, Hichu still did not understand. He awkwardly continued to ask, "What did you update?" Lu Qing clicked a few more times on the screen and then showed him his results. Hichu's eyes widened. In just 5 minutes, the information on the screen had changed completely. It now accurately displayed the weight and stress of every stone and brick below and simulated 3 different plans in real time. "You can start now." Lu Qing turned the screen back. Hichu fixed the machine according to Lu Qing's precise instructions, but did not turn it on. Lu Qing looked up and saw Hichu's hesitance, reminding him again, "Start." "Well, Zhenzhen said the machine has a bug, only saving the strongest vital signs." Hichu finally managed to say, "What if your plan has problems?" Lu Qing said expressionlessly, "Or do you have a better solution?" Hichu, "Brothers, let's get to work." In fact, Lu Qing was not as confident as he appeared. This machine was 3 generations behind Ice Peak, and he could not guarantee 100% success. However, watching the vital signs change, knowing Zhenzhen had been trapped for more than 7 hours, there was truly no time to wait any longer. Around him, the machines hummed and dust flew during the excavation, but Lu Qing stood as if oblivious, intently watching the real-time data on the screen. Chu felt the ground shaking beneath him and hurriedly gestured to stop. Lu Qing really could not dig anymore. He felt helpless. This was exactly the same as before the second collapse. Lu Qing swiped the screen, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Continue." Chu, a bit exasperated, said, "It's really not possible. After a third collapse, they really won't survive." Lu Qing yelled, "Continue." You. Chu looked at Lu Qing's red eyes and sensitively sensed the other party's emotions. He walked to the screen and saw the abnormal indicators for Zhenzhen in the upper right corner, instantly understanding why Lu Qing was acting this way. If they delayed any longer, what they dug up would only be a corpse. Continue. Chu returned to his position and began the excavation work again. Lu Qing focused on the debris being cleared away, feeling all sensations continuously withdrawing from his body. He was indeed not calm enough. But just the thought that Zhenzhen might really die made it impossible for him to remain composed. Chu dug down a meter from the designated spot according to the plan and then excavated a small area from the side. As the gap slowly widened, he finally saw a hand. "I see it," Chu shouted. Hearing this, Lu Qing rushed over to Chu's side. He immediately recognized that lifeless hand. "The head is in this direction." Chu looked inside and shouted, "Everyone come help." Lu Qing also grabbed a tool, but Chu, hearing the noise, did not turn his head and said, "Don't move your arm like that." Lu Qing naturally would not heed his warning. After another suffocating 20 minutes, Zhenzhen's upper body finally appeared in everyone's view. Lu Qing gently brushed the dust off her face with one hand, his voice trembling slightly. "Zhenzhen, get Zhenzhen." Amidst all the gathered light and gazes, finally wrinkled her brow and slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 32. Luo Qing held her waist with one hand. When Zhenzhen opened her eyes again, she was back in the hospital bed in the medical room. Awake? Sitting beside her was still Luo Qing. Luo Qing looked at her colorless lips and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." After moving her body a bit, Zhenzhen replied, "I didn't get hurt." "You should." Luo Qing started, but abruptly stopped. Zhenzhen glanced at him and knew what he wanted to say. "Think twice before acting?" "As long as you know." Luo Qing's voice turned slightly cold. "Why do you always choose the dumbest method among countless options? Participating in the Magpie Nest plan? Getting beaten up? Saving people? All of it." "Because I'm not smart," Zhenzhen replied. "Smart people are necessarily cold-hearted. I'm too emotional to meet your standards." Luo Qing pretended not to hear her sarcasm and instead asked, "Are you hungry?" Zhenzhen was momentarily speechless. After all, she hadn't eaten for over a day. Although she had received nutrition fluids, the feeling of hunger remained. She awkwardly tilted her head and said with a tense face, "I am hungry." When Zhenzhen finally got her delicious lunch and began to wolf it down, Chu came to visit. "How do you feel?" "I'm fine now." Zhenzhen smiled slightly. "Sorry for troubling you." "Hey, it's no trouble at all, as long as you're okay." Chu waved his hand. If Luo Qing hadn't come, it would have been really bad. "You should thank him." Zhenzhen and Luo Qing exchanged glances, then quickly averted their eyes in sync. Seeing their expressions, Chu sensed the awkward atmosphere and had a light bulb moment. He dragged over a chair and casually said to Zhenzhen, "Hey, you really scared Luo Qing." When I got to the scene, his face had changed, and he yelled at me. It scared me to death. Zhenzhen's mind shifted, but she said, "Scared you? You're really stretching the truth, aren't you?" Chu widened his eyes. "I'm serious. You have no idea how frightening it is when someone who usually doesn't get angry finally does." Zhenzhen remained uncooperative, feigning innocence. "I don't know." Having spent enough time together, Chu could naturally tell she was acting, so he made a face at her to express his dissatisfaction. Luo Qing observed their interaction and felt out of place, yet he remained seated without any intention of leaving. "How's the rescue going?" Zhenzhen asked. Chu stretched and replied, "Basically over." There aren't many severely affected areas. We were quite lucky. What about A07? I don't know about that. Suddenly, Luo Qing casually mentioned, the possibility of someone surviving is very low. Zhenzhen paused in her movement. You promised Commander Gu. He saw Zhenzhen's peculiar expression, but chose not to comment. He pretended to check the time and exaggeratedly said, "Oh no, it's almost time for the meeting. I have to go." His clumsy acting and obvious intent made the awkwardness between Zhenzhen and Luo Qing even more pronounced. Once the ward quieted down, Zhenzhen cleared her throat and asked, "Aren't you going to get busy?" "I can work here," Luo Qing said, gesturing to the large screen on the table. Zhenzhen's eyes widened as she hesitated. "You're not planning to leave?" Luo Qing remained silent. Zhenzhen knew his character well. His silence meant acquiescence, causing her to grimace. "I mean, what is wrong with you? You seem off." Luo Qing also wanted to know what was wrong with him, why he had been losing control frequently lately. But after thinking it over, he could only attribute it to the lack of control since leaving the ice peak, which had caused his mind to relax instinctively. Zhenzhen pouted, no longer wanting to waste words with this taciturn person. After lying down for so long, she felt uncomfortable all over and decided to get up and move around, but unexpectedly, she was too weak to stand steady. Seeing her sway and then stumble, Luo Qing quickly reached out to catch her. However, due to his sitting position, the angle of his pull was off, pulling Zhenzhen into his embrace instead. After a moment of dizziness, Zhenzhen realized she was not back on the hospital bed. She slowly looked down, and to her surprise, she saw the man's curled long legs, while her own right hand instinctively wrapped around his neck. "Kid Zhenzhen." Luo Qing held her waist with one hand, his tone slightly awkward. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zhenzhen propped herself up on his shoulder, but unexpectedly, she couldn't stand firm and fell back down. "I'm so embarrassed." Luo Qing saw her flustered expression and suddenly felt a rare moment of leisure, attempting to joke, "How about sitting here a little longer?" Zhenzhen looked at him incredulously. "Have you lost your mind? Are you still Luo Qing?" Luo Qing's face suddenly fell. But anyone else wouldn't notice any change in his expression. It was just a joke. Zhenzhen's entire face scrunched up as she silently mouthed, "What the hell?" However, this wasn't entirely Zhenzhen's fault. Mainly, Luo Qing's serious tone made it hard to tell he was joking. Luo Qing sighed, his right hand tightening around her waist slightly. "I'll help you up." Zhenzhen indeed felt top-heavy and weak, but she simply couldn't maintain such an ambiguous position with Luo Qing. She once again draped her arm over Luo Qing's left shoulder and exerted force, finally managing to stand steady. "But hiss!" she gasped. Luo Qing's expression shifted slightly as he rolled up her sleeve, revealing the still healing wound. That was from A01, when Zhenzhen had extracted the certification plate under his threat. The wound at the joint healed slowly, and it was easy to tear it when moving. After dragging on for a month, it still hurt. Zhenzhen pulled her arm back and said nonchalantly, "It's almost healed." Clearly, it was her own arm and wound, yet she instinctively tried to reassure Luo Qing. Realizing this, Zhenzhen pressed her lips tighter together, inwardly screaming about what was wrong with her. Even after she lowered her sleeve, Luo Qing continued to stare at her arm, saying after a long pause, "In the future, can you put yourself first? Am I not?" Zhenzhen was taken aback, then realized what Luo Qing was implying. She slowly sat back on the hospital bed. On one hand, she doubted why he was so openly concerned about her. On the other, because of his concern, the impenetrable shell she had fortified since the incident at A01 began to show signs of cracking. Zhenzhen followed her true feelings and asked the question she most wanted to know at that moment. "If one day, either I die or you die, would you still want me to put myself first?" "I would." Luo Qing's tone remained flat, as natural as saying he wanted to eat, rest, or sleep. Anyone else would think it was a joke, something not to be taken seriously. But Zhenzhen knew Luo Qing was serious. Chapter 33. Secretly cursing that selfish guy. Half a month later, the A07 Special Operations Team officially set sail. Yichu watched as someone extra was added to the team, and someone else pretended to have nothing to do with her. Her intuition told her that something big would happen during this operation. The leader of this operation team was Lieutenant Renyu, who brought along second lieutenants He Chu and Xiao Mingxin, each in charge of a small team, while Lu Qing served as a special advisor. As the spaceship took off, Renyu gathered everyone and laid out the requirements for this operation. This operation was special. Second lieutenants He and Xiao were asked to strictly manage their subordinates. Upon arrival at A07, no one was allowed to act without permission, and any departure from the team had to be reported to him. Renyu handed out communicators to everyone, emphasizing that everything ahead was unknown. So everyone must remember the evacuation point and keep their positioning devices on at all times for safety. I will remain on the airship, and the main task for Zhao's team is to search for any survivors. If any are found, report to me immediately, and I will send out drones for support. His team will follow Advisor Lu and will primarily search for remaining fire crystal stones. Zhenzhen glanced over at Lu Qing, who, as always, was focused on screen, engaged in research that she couldn't understand. Renyu then allowed the teams to communicate with each other. After emphasizing safety, he left time for everyone to discuss. He Chu moved closer to Lu Qing, saying, "I have nothing to say, just following Advisor Lu's arrangements." The possibility of survival on A07 was very low, and the seismic activity remained active, presenting the risk of secondary disasters. Therefore, the mission's objective was to find and package the remaining fire crystal stones to return to A05. Lu Qing turned the screen towards everyone and clearly outlined the plan. Based on previous records, the fire crystal stones were mainly concentrated in a certain area, but there was a possibility that they had shifted due to the earthquake. Everyone was equipped with a detector and would conduct a thorough search in that area upon arrival. Everyone knew that fire crystal stones were flammable and explosive, so if any were found, they must not act rashly or handle them on their own. He Chu added, "If you find anything, report it immediately to me," and Advisor Lu Qing stated, "The estimated amount of fire crystal stones is around 105 tons, and the mission is expected to last about 3 days, so please prepare in advance." Any questions? Everyone shook their heads in unison. He Chu then dismissed the team to make final preparations, but Zhenzhen stayed behind. Lu Qing seemed to sense her presence and asked, "Do you have something else to discuss?" Zhenzhen hesitated slightly. "Are you going to?" "Yes," Lu Qing replied, turning his chair to face her. "What's the matter?" Zhenzhen helplessly said, "With your arm like that, how can you handle a 3-day mission? After all survival resources and weapons needed to be carried manually." "My arm is paralyzed, but my legs can walk and my back can carry," Lu Qing calmly replied. "That's not what I meant." "I know, don't worry." Seeing him again fully engrossed in checking data, Zhenzhen suppressed her concerns and went to the rear cabin to pack her luggage. He Chu observed everything and followed her, asking, "Were you rejected? What's he going to do with one arm that can't lift or carry?" Zhenzhen complained. "Are you worried about him?" He Chu raised an eyebrow mischievously. Zhenzhen replied speechlessly, "If he has any problems, it drags our team down. Keep pretending. Hurry up and get ready." He Chu made a face at her and then wandered off. Zhenzhen quickly organized her bag and caught sight of an unclaimed bag nearby. She pulled out the name tag from the strap, and sure enough, it belonged to that aloof advisor. Weighing it in one hand, she couldn't help but sigh. When the spaceship landed on the ruins, He Chu put on her helmet and issued the formal departure order. Although they had experienced disaster relief at A05, the scene at A07 still took everyone's breath away. Some plates had sunk during the tremors, while others had lifted under pressure. At a glance, these large plates with small tops resembled bizarre mushrooms, foreshadowing the difficulties and dangers ahead. Zhenzhen intentionally walked at the back, closely following Lu Qing so she could detect any problems in time. Lu Qing synchronized the screen with everyone, showing the area where the fire crystal stones were located. In the 3 o'clock direction, He Chu frowned. "It's impossible to go straight up that height. We'll need to take a detour." Given the current terrain, there were 2 optimal routes. One was 7 kilometers and the other was 4 kilometers. The 4-kilometer route required a vertical ascent of 800 meters followed by a descent of 600 meters, while the 7-kilometer route needed a vertical ascent of 500 meters. Lu Qing nodded in agreement, stating that these 2 routes would reach the 2 ends of the fire crystal stone area, and for efficiency's sake, He suggested splitting into two teams. Chu firmly rejected. No way. The fire crystal stones are important, but safety comes first. My team cannot split up. Qing did not rebut further, but it was clear he disagreed with Chu's decision. Zhenzhen suddenly said, if we act together, the positioning work for the fire crystal stones will inevitably take longer. Currently, the biggest risk comes from time. The longer we delay, the higher the danger level. Chu looked at the starkly different landscapes of the two routes and hesitated for a moment. One side was a dense forest, while the other was a barren desert. Qing stated, the thermal map shows that there are no surviving animals here, which eliminates most of the danger factors. So, acting as a group has no advantage and will instead delay progress. If you're worried about team safety, then I'll go with advisor Zhenzhen volunteered. Qing, Chu, and all the team members present looked at Zhenzhen in surprise. It was clear to everyone that she had been avoiding Qing, and it was unexpected that she would support his decision and suggest acting alone with him. Chu was not someone who would let go easily. He couldn't rest easy if those two went alone. Yu and Meng Qi, go with advisor Lu. Yes, for the decision on which route to take. Qing had already made up his mind. The fire crystal stone distribution area was fan-shaped. Chu would take more people through the forest route to reach one side of the arc, while the four of them would take the desert route to reach the top of the fan. Chu said, the desert route requires an 800-meter ascent. Your arm isn't very convenient. Why not join our team? I'll switch someone to go with Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen thought this arrangement was great and was about to voice her support when Qing shot her a look that silenced her. No need. Qing immediately rejected. I'm not disabled. Second lieutenant, he doesn't need to worry. Zhenzhen instinctively retorted, time is limited. Let us set off. Get Zhenzhen. She angrily shouldered her backpack, secretly cursing that selfish guy, so she didn't see Qing's faint smile. Chapter 34 I'm a Man. Zhenzhen, the four-member team, was moving at a steady pace. Surrounding them was a desolate wilderness, with the scorching sun overhead, and the sound of military boots crunching on the gravel was regular and dull. Right in front of them was the towering plateau they had to climb. Li said while walking, it really looks damn high. Meng Qi nodded, and the closer we get, the more it looks like a mushroom. Do you think ants see mushrooms from this perspective? Yes, Meng and Zhenzhen chuckled at their banter. Walking in silence was indeed boring, but with these two clowns around, it helped distract her from her physical exhaustion. She quietly observed Qing's back. The man maintained a steady pace, showing no signs of fatigue as she had worried. However, could he really handle climbing 800 meters straight up? Zhenzhen didn't realize she sighed. Qing paused, turned back to look at her, and asked, tired? Zhenzhen obviously denied. You haven't complained about being tired, so I can't possibly be tired. Qing's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Why do you look down on me so much? I'm a professional active duty soldier. Zhenzhen was speechless. But I'm a man. So what if you're a man? Who says women are inferior to men? Don't twist my words. You're saying exactly that. For some reason, it felt like they had returned to their teenage years, frequently bickering. Zhenzhen didn't notice that Yu and Meng Qi, who were in front, exchanged knowing glances. What's going on with you lately? Zhenzhen was truly puzzled. Qing tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? It's not normal. What's not normal? For example, when I was a teenager, I said nonsense, and you couldn't be bothered to respond. Now, whatever I ask, you answer. Isn't that strange? Not strange. Get Zhenzhen. The childish and meaningless conversation continued. They set out in the early morning at A07, and now it was already afternoon. Zhenzhen looked at the route and finally decided to take a break. Let's rest here for a while and replenish our energy. We'll continue in half an hour. Okay. Yu and Meng Qi took off their packs first, sitting nearby to eat their rations. Of course, they were indeed sitting a few meters away from Zhenzhen and Qing. Zhenzhen stood still. Are those two really okay? Qing chuckled lightly, took off his backpack with one hand, and then sat down on the gravel. He rummaged through his pack to pull out the prepared food, but suddenly realized something was off. Zhenzhen naturally noticed his actions, pretending everything was fine as she sat down to eat her rations. Qing stared at his bag for a while, then sighed deeply. He turned to Zhenzhen. How much stuff did you help me carry? Che Zhenzhen's gaze drifted, still pretending it had nothing to do with her. What are you talking about? Stop playing dumb. Lu Qing's eyes swept over her backpack, and Che Zhenzhen immediately shielded it, asking warily, what do you want to do? Aimaman, Kid Zhenzhen. Lu Qing's face was full of helplessness. I never said you weren't a man. Kid Zhenzhen's eyes widened. Seeing her continue to play dumb, Lu Qing finally couldn't help but reach for her backpack. Che Zhenzhen desperately defended it, gritting her teeth. Hey, what are you doing? Although Lu Qing was only using one hand, he cleverly pulled open the outer strap of the pack. Instantly, Lu Qing's water bladder, sleeping bag, and some food tumbled out onto the ground. Kid Zhenzhen. Lu Qing suppressed his emotions and said hoarsely, what did I do? What did I do? Che Zhenzhen acted like a villain, crying foul. You dropped your own stuff, and He Chu asked me to help carry it. Finally, his emotions surged, and Lu Qing shouted, I packed my own things. How could I not know? Why are you being so aggressive? Che Zhenzhen swatted his hand away and turned back to eat. Lu Qing not only didn't he leave, but also grabbed her collar, pulling it down to her shoulders. The two onlookers, Lu Yu and Meng Qi, exchanged glances, both looking bewildered. What are you doing? Che Zhenzhen snapped back to reality and pushed him away. Lu Qing's gaze lingered on her shoulders. After carrying a heavy load for a long time, there were already purple bruises appearing on Che Zhenzhen's shoulders. Why help me carry? Che Zhenzhen turned away, clearly unwilling to answer. Lu Qing grasped her shoulder with one hand, turning her back to him. Why help me carry? Che Zhenzhen was somewhat annoyed. Why did you have to come? What's the point of running around like this? Are you just making things harder for us? Every decision I make is well thought out. I fully consider the environment and my own abilities. I would never risk myself or others. Lu Qing rarely explained so much, but Che Zhenzhen still looked disbelieving. Even if my arm is useless, I don't need anyone's pity, especially not yours. Lu Qing's voice was soft, but each word struck heavily in Che Zhenzhen's heart. Lu Qing packed his things and organized them back into his bag. This time, Che Zhenzhen didn't stop him. After resting, the four of them set out again. Che Zhenzhen no longer walked at the back, but moved to the front. The reason for walking at the back was to worry about Lu Qing, but since he didn't need it, that was that. She didn't even realize that she was throwing a tantrum she hadn't had in nearly 10 years. Lu Yu and Meng Qi also sensed the unusual atmosphere, not daring to breathe. After walking in silence for a while, Meng Qi felt stifled and cautiously probed, cough. Kijia. What? Che Zhenzhen replied without turning back. Let's chat. Chat about what? Lu Yu and Meng Qi exchanged glances and said in unison, feelings. What is there to chat about? Che Zhenzhen was amused. Just talk about it. What kind of man would such an outstanding lady like you be interested in? Lu Yu insisted. I like. Che Zhenzhen thought for a moment and said, someone who firmly chooses me. As expected of Che Jia, that's profound. Meng Qi nodded. So has Che Jia met such a person? Che Zhenzhen thought of Gu Yang. Although there was no emotion in their relationship, and it was absurd, she was always grateful for his unwavering support over the 10 years. She had met such a person, but it just wasn't suitable. What a pity. Meng Qi couldn't tell if Che Zhenzhen was talking about Lu Qing, so he hinted, so do you currently like anyone? If you do, we can help you out. Che Zhenzhen, for some reason, kept thinking of Lu Qing and wanted to turn around to see his expression, but she held back. No. Che Zhenzhen pretended to be carefree and smiled. With my current situation, I don't have the time to think about these things. Lu Qing watched her back and recalled the day Che Zhenzhen was engaged to Gu Yang. That day, he made an excuse for work and didn't go to the ceremony, but he sat outside the agreed restaurant for a full 5 hours. Chapter 35 Indulgence. After the nightmare, as night deepened, Che Zhenzhen chose the campsite for the day. Lu Yu and Meng Qi gathered around the campfire to keep warm, then once again consciously left some space. Lu Qing sat across from Che Zhenzhen, noticing her constant listlessness, and gently asked, Are you angry? Che Zhenzhen seemed to suddenly wake up, pausing for a moment before replying. What do I have to be angry about? This afternoon. I was rude, I'm sorry. She didn't want to bring up the topic again and dismissively said, I was just meddling. However, Lu Qing insisted, You took the burden for me. Have you thought about how difficult it would be for me to know that? Che Zhenzhen's heart skipped a beat. She didn't understand why Lu Qing always said these ambiguous, unclear things, and she truly felt flustered. I'm a man, Zhenzhen. It's already painful not being able to protect the people I want to protect. If I'm instead taken care of by you, I can't forgive myself. Lu Qing stared at the flickering flames in the wind, his voice especially soft. Protect? Zhenzhen's expression was blank. You wanted to kill me before, using the people I care about to threaten me. You say protect? The crackling sounds of the burning firewood broke the dead silence. Lu Qing looked at her through the firelight, his eyes hiding feelings he couldn't express. I've done many things I had to do. You don't need to forgive me. I didn't plan to forgive you. Zhenzhen picked up a stick and fiddled with the burning charcoal in the fire. You said, will Guiyang forgive me? He will, Lu Qing said firmly. But what if he really died in the A01 disaster? He won't. How do you know? Lu Qing remained as he always was, answering the questions he didn't want to answer with silence. I'm going to sleep. Zhenzhen was truly a bit tired. The feeling of fatigue accumulated from a whole day of carrying weight surged forth in this situation. She fell asleep shortly after getting into her sleeping bag. The northern wind howled across the Gobi Desert at night, the sound terrifying like an unending whistle. In such a harsh environment, Zhenzhen actually had a dream. In the dream, she returned to A01, back to the bunker, discussing evacuation with Duan Yu, Duan Qi, and Mo Ran. Suddenly, the world spun, and the bunker began to collapse violently. Countless people screamed as they were trapped under the rubble. Save them! Zhenzhen shouted, but no one ever responded. Duan Yu, Duan Qi, Mo Ran. There was no one beside her, only empty stone walls. Zhenzhen was trapped in a peculiar space, unable to escape. Yet she could see everything happening clearly. She watched helplessly as countless people cried out beneath the rubble. Then the seawater flooded in, drowning those who couldn't escape. In the suffocation, they twisted their bodies, desperately trying to survive, but the outcome was nothing more than vacant eyes, completely losing their lives. She had experienced war and seen countless brutal deaths. Yet at this moment, she still trembled and sobbed in fear. Someone save them. This is all your fault. A voice echoed in Zhenzhen's ear. She turned around, only to see the bodies of Duan Yu, Duan Qi, Guiyang, and Mo Ran floating behind her in a line. Zhenzhen's pupils dilated violently, and an uncontrollable cry escaped her tightly closed lips. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you and Lu Qing, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhenzhen repeated I'm sorry over and over, but the words felt so pale and powerless. You keep saying it's for us, yet you're entangled with Lu Qing. You like Lu Qing, don't you? You actually like a butcher betraying us for him. Zhenzhen covered her mouth and murmured unconsciously, I didn't betray you. Shut up. The body of Guiyang slowly floated closer, those empty eyes seeming to look into her heart. You like him, you like her, you actually like him. Zhenzhen wanted to say no, but countless images and memories flooded her mind. It's strange, despite so many tense moments. What she thought of was Lu Qing watching the sunset beside her, Lu Qing holding her hand tightly in times of crisis, and Lu Qing's displeasure when she was hurt. Zhenzhen choked out, I like him, but I didn't betray you. I will never betray you. Suddenly, Guiyang's body opened its mouth wide, letting out a piercing and eerie scream. Then, all the bodies simultaneously opened their mouths and surrounded her. A mass of bodies, densely packed, closed in on Zhenzhen. Eaten. Zhenzhen woke up amidst her own screams. She struggled out of her sleeping bag, barely propping herself up, then gasped uncontrollably. Since the incident at A01, she had been suppressing her emotions, trying not to think, trying to focus on the present. But the guilt, regret, and intense pain always lurked in some corner. At this moment, Lu Qing also unzipped his sleeping bag and sat up. Had a nightmare. Zhenzhen pressed her voice down and said fiercely, Get lost. Lu Qing not only didn't leave, but also moved his sleeping bag to lie next to hers. I said get lost. It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. The man's cold voice seemed especially gentle in the night. Lu Qing reached out with his right hand to stroke her head, continuing to comfort her. You're just one person. Don't hold all the lives on your shoulders. Zhenzhen, still in a bowed position, said, you can sleep soundly with blood on your hands, but I can't. Lu Qing stopped talking and instead pulled her into his arms. Zhenzhen immediately struggled, but Lu Qing firmly held her down. He lay back down with her in the sleeping bag, letting Zhenzhen rest on his immovable left arm, and then wrapped his right arm tightly around her. "What are you doing?" "Shoo." Lu Qing whispered in her ear. "You said my hands are stained with blood. Even if there are wronged souls, they will come for me. How do they cling to you?" Zhenzhen suddenly thought of the scenes in her dream, thought of the experiences of the past few months, thought of life on Earth, thought of the happiness with her brothers in the military, and thought of the carefree days of childhood. Tears finally burst forth. In the end, she was still a girl. She could be scared, sad, pained, and at a loss. She wasn't the indestructible Major General Che in others' eyes, but she didn't dare to tell anyone. At this moment, in this desolate wilderness, amidst the howling wind, Zhenzhen hid in Lu Qing's embrace, shedding her last layer of defense. Lu Qing felt the dampness on his shoulder, gently patting the back of the person in his arms, continuously saying that everything would be fine, that it was okay. Will it really be okay? Is it really fine? Zhenzhen wasn't sure, but in this moment, she felt particularly at ease, feeling that everything should be this way. Chapter 36. Falling into the deepest subconscious the next day. Zhenzhen woke up in Lu Qing's arms, having not dreamt at all that night. After the nightmare from last night, there was an undeniable vulnerability, and Lu Qing always seemed to see through her weakness, so she indulged herself. But now, with the sun brightening the sky and peeking out from behind the clouds, it signified that everything from last night had become the past. Zhenzhen carefully got up, trying hard not to wake the man still asleep. Lu Qing suddenly felt the emptiness of his arm and seemed to realize something, slightly furrowing his brows. Zhenzhen instantly held her breath, and only after confirming he showed no signs of waking did she continue to quietly pack her sleeping bag. For some reason, she felt unable to face Lu Qing, so it was better to avoid him. Once she finished packing her belongings and tidying up the stuff around the campfire, she heard the soft rustling of Lu Qing getting up behind her. Zhenzhen sensed his gaze lingering on her, but she still did not turn around or make any attempt to greet him. "Everyone awake?" "Meng Qi and Lu Yu were coming to gather with them." "Yeah." Zhenzhen nodded, organizing her things. "We'll set off in 10 minutes. "Okay." Lu Qing was organizing his sleeping bag, but with one hand limited. It was indeed not very convenient. After several unsuccessful attempts, he sighed lightly. Zhenzhen's attitude was very clear. Lu Qing understood and naturally did not want to trouble her further. It was better to wait for Meng Qi and Lu Yu to come and let them help. Just as Lu Qing was about to get up, a pair of familiar hands took over the disheveled sleeping bag he had been struggling with. Zhenzhen had actually been watching for a long time, and unable to bear it any longer, she finally stepped in to help. However, the morning awkwardness still lingered, and she kept her head down, working quickly with her hands. In just a few moments, she had organized all of Lu Qing's things and handed them to him. "Thank you." Lu Qing looked at Zhenzhen's evasive gaze and spoke softly in gratitude. Today's task was quite challenging. They needed to complete an 800-meter ascent before dark. Looking at the steep cliff before them, even Zhenzhen gasped. "Gear up." Zhenzhen estimated the slope. Each person would take an automatic climbing pick, pairing up with safety ropes linked together. Meng Qi looked up at the giant mushroom, his neck feeling a bit sore. It might not be the right time to ask this question, but why couldn't the spaceship drop us precisely on top of the mushroom? Lu Qing explained while putting on his gear. Fire crystal is highly explosive due to seismic pressure. If the spaceship gets too close, it could easily trigger a large-scale explosion. "All right, then we can't just walk up." Although he complained slightly, his attitude was still very positive. Lu Yu rubbed his hands together. "I haven't climbed in a long time. I'm going to crush it." Meng Qi scoffed. "Just you?" Zhenzhen tied the safety rope around her waist and walked towards Lu Qing. She and Ti thought much about it and assumed she would be in the same group as Lu Qing, which made her feel at ease. But before she could reach him, Lu Qing spoke up, refusing. "I'll be with Meng Qi." Zhenzhen paused, unsure of how to feel at that moment, clearly wanting to keep a distance from him, but being rejected still made her a bit uneasy. Meng Qi, being a man, naturally understood why Lu Qing wanted to team up with him and immediately helped to defuse the situation. "That's right. This way, Lu Yu and I can have a proper competition." "Fine, I accept your challenge." Lu Yu took Che Zhenzhen's safety rope and tied it around his waist. Lu Qing kept watching Che Zhenzhen. She expressionlessly secured all her safety clips and tied the climbing pick to her wrist, not giving him a single glance. Let us go. Zhenzhen sighed. Climbing on a nearly vertical cliff tested arm strength, core power, and endurance, which was extremely challenging even for professional soldiers, let alone someone like Lu Qing, who had been inactive for years. Soon, sweat soaked his hair and dripped down his cheeks, some flowing into his eyes, stinging painfully, but he had no extra hands to deal with it. Che Zhenzhen was beside Lu Qing, and she noticed his distress out of the corner of her eye. Immediately understanding his situation, she struggled internally but couldn't just stand by and watch. Let's take a break. Che Zhenzhen called up to the two boys above. Everyone connected their safety ropes and climbing picks and began to briefly free their hands. Che Zhenzhen moved her climbing pick laterally until she was a full arm's length away from Lu Qing before stopping. She pulled a headband from her pocket and handed it to Lu Qing. Here, wear this. Lu Qing was slightly out of breath and did not take it immediately, instead asking, "What about you?" "I don't need it." Che Zhenzhen offered it again, urging, "Stop dawdling, hurry up." Seeing the beads of sweat glistening on Che Zhenzhen's forehead, Lu Qing wanted to refuse but noticed the fire in her eyes, indicating that if he didn't accept, she might explode. He had no choice but to comply with her wishes. Unfortunately, the headband was very elastic, and Lu Qing encountered the same predicament as when he couldn't roll up his sleeping bag. Che Zhenzhen let out a heavy breath and said fiercely, "Give it to me." Lu Qing obediently returned the headband to her hand. "Lean your head over." Lu Qing quickly bent down. Che Zhenzhen's movements were rough as she pulled the headband down over his face, then pushed it back to secure his hair. The headband rubbed against Lu Qing's face twice, causing a sharp sting. "Thank you," Lu Qing said, his forehead marked red from the friction. Che Zhenzhen looked at his expression and found it somewhat funny, but felt it wasn't the right moment to laugh. The more she tried to suppress it, the harder it became, and she hurriedly turned her face away. Lu Qing noticed the smile on her face and finally felt relieved. "Let us rest for 5 more minutes." Zhenzhen cleared her throat. All right. The four of them climbed a bit and rested a bit, moving upward whenever they could. When they got tired, they hung on their climbing picks to rest. Soon, the sun grew more intense. Meng Qi and Lu Yu were always above Che Zhenzhen and Lu Qing, their voices coming through intermittently. "I'm saying this is too exhausting. I feel like I haven't been this tired in years. Weren't we supposed to battle? Why aren't we competing? Let us just climb steadily and safely. In the past, we only did body weight climbing. Now we're carrying weight. This is not a job for humans." Our consultant Lu isn't complaining. "How can you?" "I can complain. I definitely can." Che Zhenzhen's clothes were already soaked. Every time she pushed her body upward, it was all sheer willpower. Over the past 5 years, her physical condition had plummeted drastically, and with the injuries and fainting spells of the past few months, although she still met the standards for active soldiers, her physical foundation was far from what it used to be. Tinnitus, dizziness. She felt Meng Qi and Lu Yu's voices fading in and out, and the rock wall in front of her seemed to grow and shrink. Therefore, Che Zhenzhen called for a stop again, letting everyone rest in place. At the very least, she needed to rest and recover from this wave of weakness. Everyone reattached their safety ropes and began to hydrate in preparation for the upcoming exposure to the sun. Che Zhenzhen was panting heavily, and her movements had slowed significantly. She struggled to clip the safety rope, but the world around her flashed black and white, making it impossible to align the locking carabiner behind the climbing pick. After several attempts, she grew anxious, her breathing becoming more pronounced. Lu Qing noticed something was off and looked over, just in time to see Che Zhenzhen lose consciousness for that brief moment. Zhenzhen loosened her grip, and her whole body began to fall, plunging into the deepest subconscious. Zhenzhen, Chapter 37. Was it Gu Yang who accompanied you? In the midst of chaos, Che Zhenzhen truly felt like she was crying. The salty wetness of tears, the dull pain in her heart, the fatigue in her body. It felt as if everything she did was wrong, all efforts were in vain, and dying was the only way to be liberated. But she couldn't be so willful. She still had many important things to do. How could she let go? The conflicting ties of responsibility she couldn't abandon and the instinct to give up fought fiercely within her, causing Zhenzhen to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Qing held Zhenzhen with one arm, unable to even wipe away the nosebleed that kept flowing from her. At that moment, he hated himself intensely, despising his arrogance and his self-righteousness. Zhenzhen? Zhenzhen, wake up! Lu Yu and Meng Qi, hanging 2 meters above, were also deeply worried about her condition. The moment Zhenzhen lost consciousness, Lu Qing felt something was wrong and shouted to Lu Yu to prepare for the load-bearing. Even so, Lu Yu slid down over a meter before barely stabilizing himself. Zhenzhen? Lu Yu asked Consultant Lu, if she doesn't regain consciousness, should we call for rescue? Lu Qing didn't answer, continuing to call out, Zhenzhen, you can't sleep any longer. Can you sleep after we go back? Zhenzhen tightened her brows and murmured, I'm so tired. I know. Lu Qing said in a hoarse voice, his tone especially gentle, but we can't rest yet. We still need to find the fire crystal. I want to sleep for a bit longer. Don't bother me, Lu Qing. Zhenzhen mumbled unconsciously. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. The familiarity and intimacy in her words, the déjà vu of the scene, made him feel that it was strikingly familiar. After saying this, Zhenzhen's consciousness gradually returned. Her eyelashes fluttered, her eyes moved several times, and finally, she slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? Seeing the enlarged, handsome face in front of her, Zhenzhen felt a bit dazed. Lu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief and gently asked, How are you? What do you feel uncomfortable? Just a bit tired. Zhenzhen's gaze crossed Lu Qing's shoulder and saw the two above, then remembered their situation. She straightened up, gripping her climbing axe, and said, I'm fine now, I was just a bit dizzy. You had heat stroke. Lu Qing's fingers slightly curled, but he released her waist. Huh, I'm really weak now, Zhenzhen said self-deprecatingly. Lu Yu joked to cheer her up. Don't say that, Sister Che. You had internal bleeding and were buried under the ruins. How long has it been? You're just pushing yourself too hard, and now you're not recovered. You must ask Second Lieutenant He for a vacation when we go back. Meng Qi agreed. Exactly, don't be so harsh on yourself. Take it easy. Zhenzhen smiled, but still looked a bit weak. Lu Qing quietly asked, Are you okay? Can you walk? No problem. Zhenzhen pretended to be relaxed. There's still over 200 meters. The last 50 meters are very difficult, over a 100-degree angle. Lu Qing glanced at the screen on his wrist. Can you really do it? Zhenzhen shook her wrist and said, It's fine. Even if I can't, I have to. Saying that, she took off the safety rope first and began to climb up. Seeing her movements were not slow at all. It was clear she had recovered from the heat stroke, so everyone continued according to plan. As they reached the final stage, even Lu Yu and Meng Qi had no energy to joke anymore. The sun set and the night deepened. In the dim light, there were only 4 heavy breaths. Every 15 minutes, Lu Qing would report the distance to the finish line. 47 meters, 40.6 meters, 35 meters. When the 4 finally climbed to the peak of this giant mushroom, they all collapsed onto the ground in unison. So TMD tired. Meng Qi immediately unbuckled his backpack, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, lying back to look at the endless night sky above. Zhenzhen propped her arms on her knees, her head hanging between her knees, slowly adjusting her breathing with her eyes closed. She really couldn't hold on any longer during this last stretch. Sometimes, she couldn't help but sigh about how time ages people. Sister Che, have you ever had such a tiring mission before? Meng Qi asked curiously. Zhenzhen thought for a moment and raised her head. Yes, it was about 3 or 4 times more tiring than this. Lu Yu and Meng Qi scrambled up, incredulously asking, 3 or 4 times? Quickly tell us. Lu Qing had been sitting behind Zhenzhen, and upon hearing this, a smile crept onto his lips. He knew all about Zhenzhen from the age of 5 to 25, so he naturally understood what mission she was referring to. After the disaster on Ice Cloud Star, we wandered around the star system for a while, looking for a new foothold. The memories were so clear that it was particularly uncomfortable for the person recounting them. I know. It seemed like it took several months before we settled on A01. Lu Yu interjected. Yes. The reason we chose it was that A01 had a moderate climate and abundant fire crystal resources. At that time, The technology required fire crystal detection to be within 100 meters of the surface, but 100 meters was already a dangerous distance, as approaching with the spacecraft could cause a violent explosion. Isn't that similar to our current situation? The fire crystals in A07 are already scarce, but A01 is still an undeveloped land with a very wide distribution of resources. For safety, we began large-scale military exploration activities, parachuting in and then walking to explore. That operation lasted a whole month, with everyone carrying a week's worth of water and food, and all subsequent supplies relying on airdrops. At that time, all terrain and topography were unknown. Of the primitive organisms, it was all exploration from 0 to 1. We only had a maximum of 3 hours of sleep each day, with every other moment spent on the road. Walking, locating positions, reporting coordinates, endless cycle. Several of our comrades even died from heat stroke because they couldn't be rescued in time. Zhenzhen's expression turned forlorn in the first week. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, but as time went on, the physical and mental exhaustion gradually numbed us, and we didn't even know how long the mission lasted. The only motivation that pushed us forward was our compatriots. If we missed any point, it could endanger the civilian spacecraft during landing. Therefore, no matter what, we had to hold on. At that time, I led a small team, and even as the captain, I had thoughts of giving up. It shouldn't be this way, but when on the brink of physical limits, people are always selfish. Meng Qi said, "Just climbing this segment earlier made me want to give up, let alone you." That's very normal. Zhenzhen smiled gratefully and continued. At that time, there was a friend who voluntarily joined my team and always stayed with me. If he noticed something was off, he would guide and encourage me. Without his words, I might really not have held on. Lu Qing's brows furrowed sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. After the story was told, the sky had completely darkened. Once Meng Qi and Lu Yu set up camp by a big tree a few meters away, Lu Qing finally asked his question. During the A01 exploration mission, "Was it Gu Yang who accompanied you?" "Yes." Zhenzhen was puzzled. "Before the two of us left, didn't you come to see us off?" Lu Qing's heart sank completely, because in his memory, it was him who accompanied Zhenzhen, and it was Gu Yang who came to see them off. Chapter 38, although he always has a poker face, I think he is jealous. In the middle of the night, Zhenzhen received a communication from He Chu, and they successfully arrived at the target location. Therefore, the work of detecting and reporting positions officially began at dawn. Zhenzhen was quite experienced in this, and with Lu Qing's exceptional abilities, they completed the task ahead of schedule that afternoon, and the two teams successfully met at the midpoint. However, the first thing He Chu said when they met was, "I heard you fainted. Get Zhenzhen. Thank you for your concern." After a while, looking at He Chu's blinking eyes, she finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. "What is there to be embarrassed about?" He Chu nudged her with his shoulder and whispered, "I heard it was Consultant Lu who held you and called out to you tenderly to wake you from your coma." Zhenzhen rolled her eyes and said, "Is it the effect of the medicine?" Once it was confirmed that it was heat stroke, Lu Qing had injected her with the corresponding medication. And once the medicine took effect, she naturally woke up. All right, but that also mixed in some affectionate effects," He Chu said with a sly smile. "Get lost." Zhenzhen's face was written with speechlessness. He Chu got enough gossip pleasure from her reaction and Lu Qing's scanning gaze, not far away, and finally became serious. "We'll set off in 5 minutes, retreating along the woodland route." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. The way back was much easier, although the distance was long. It was flat and cool. A day and a half later, He Chu led the team to the evacuation point and took a spaceship back to A05 an hour later. Except for Lu Qing, who still needed to supervise the transportation of fire crystal stones, everyone else got a 5-day holiday. Zhenzhen slept for more than a day before she finally felt recovered. As soon as she woke up, He Chu called her out the door repeatedly. He Chu was squatting by the roadside when he saw someone staggering and blurry walking towards him. "Open your eyes, Gijie. I'm so sleepy, what's the matter?" Zhenzhen squinted her eyes. He Chu stood up, dusted off his pants, and said naturally, "Let us go drink." Huh. Zhenzhen's brain was basically not functioning. Drinking is against the rules. It's a break. Today is a break. He Chu was both amused and helpless. "I'm taking you to a place. I happen to have something to talk to you about." "Oh." Zhenzhen rubbed her eyes. "All right then. When they arrived at the place, Zhenzhen looked around and felt the atmosphere was quite familiar. It was very similar to the place she loved to visit on Ice Cloud Star. Every staff member had an excellent attitude while being relaxed, treating all the customers like friends. As soon as one walked in, they would feel relaxed and free. Hichu ordered some food and beer. Don't be polite. Today, I'm treating. Zhenzhen shot him a sidelong glance and joked, "You're on your territory, and you don't treat. So how can you let me treat?" My fault, my fault." Hichu smiled more broadly. "I'm here to invite you to drink." Qing knows. So what? Hichu raised his eyebrows and said mysteriously, "Although he always has a poker face, I think he is jealous." Zhenzhen's expression conveyed two big words. Speechless. "You call me just for this?" "Of course not." Hichu took a few gulps of beer and said, "I wanted to ask you, what are you really thinking? Do you want to stay in the alliance, or seek another path?" Zhenzhen was silent for a long time before softly asking, "What if I want to stay, and what if I want to leave?" Hichu said seriously, "If you want to leave, avoid Qing. If you want to stay, I still suggest you avoid Qing." "Why?" Although Zhenzhen agreed with this conclusion, Hichu's previous matchmaking attitude was completely opposite to now, so she was still somewhat surprised. "You know him. Qing has never stopped scheming. I always feel like he is plotting something big." Hichu tapped on the beer bottle. Bing Ding has been negotiating with the alliance, and his desire to get him back is very strong, with particularly generous conditions offered. That's natural. The vice chairman is in the hands of the alliance. Bing Ding must be anxious, but I feel like Qing isn't cooperating behind the scenes. Zhenzen's brows jumped. Hichu recounted his recent observations. If he really wanted to go back, he could have gone back the first time Bing Ding made an offer. After all, Commander Gu has already agreed. It just needed to be finalized with the ruling party. But he specifically told Commander Gu that Bing Ding couldn't provide so many resources, and that the conditions offered by the other side were fraudulent. Commander Gu, to be on the safe side, verified and found that it was indeed true. Bing Ding couldn't afford the price they quoted. But Commander Gu thought that this might be a trick, that Qing wouldn't be so kind. So he started to raise the stakes, wanting to force Bing Ding to show his cards. Qing explained to Commander Gu that he wouldn't bet his life on it. He didn't want to take risks. Hichu smiled. "Do you believe that?" "I don't believe it. A person who would unhesitatingly use his own arm as a bet would turn back for this reason." Zhenzhen thought of something and asked coldly, "Arm? Are you saying?" "I think the injury to his arm was entirely caused by him." Hichu shrugged. The Alliance's technology level is indeed behind, and Qing, being from the Research Institute, knows all the machine systems very well. During the nerd detachment, every time he had to conduct a function check to see if the hand muscles had feeling, he reported it falsely. How do you know? 2 seconds before the incident, Director Liu received feedback from him for the last time and input the data into the system. He had a reflex. His muscles tensed, his right hand clenched. Even his back molars were tightly clenched. 2 seconds later, after Director Liu completed the input, the alarm went off. Hichu recalled every detail of that moment. Instinct cannot deceive people. He was definitely mentally prepared. Although Hichu's reasoning couldn't stand up, Zhenzhen believed it. This was definitely something Qing could do. At the same time, this also indicated one thing. Qing didn't want to be controlled by Bing Ding anymore. The only benefit of injuring his arm was that Bing Ding could no longer implant an embedded screen. As for Qing exposing Bing Ding as fraud, Zhenzhen could only think of one reason. If Qing left, the alliance would likely vent their anger on her, and her situation would only become more difficult. So, what are you dazed about? Hichu tapped the table. "Just know it's fine. Let's not talk about it anymore. Drink." Zhenzhen broke into a smile and pretended to be relaxed. "Drink? Let us have a drinking contest?" Hichu ordered more beer. "All right, I accept your challenge." Of course. In the end, Zhenzhen still lost. She hadn't drunk much for several years, and with her mind occupied today, she got drunk faster. Hichu also drank quite a bit during the battle with Zhenzhen, reaching about 60% drunk. But at least he was still clear-headed enough to walk in a straight line. So a half-drunk drunkard carried a completely passed-out drunkard, swaying back. Half an hour later, the duo of drunkards arrived at the gate of the courtyard. Hichu shook his head and finally saw the person standing at the gate looking towards them. "Consultant Liu? What a coincidence. Why are you standing here?" The alcohol smell wafted over, and he Chu spoke indistinctly. Lu Qing sighed and attempted to step forward to take the person on his back, carrying Zhenzhen back to her room. But just as he reached out his right hand, he remembered the condition of his left arm. He Chu saw a hint of subtle sadness and self-reproach in his expression. Don't worry, I can do it. I'll carry her back. Saying that, he continued to sway towards Zhenzhen's room. Lu Qing naturally followed closely behind them. In that moment, countless scenes flooded into his mind. Whenever Zhenzhen was on vacation, she would always go drinking with her subordinates. When she got completely drunk, she would come to find him to pick her up. Every time, it was Lu Qing who carried her out of the bar and took her home. Every single time. Now, he couldn't even perform such a simple action. Chapter 39, if possible, I would rather you hate me forever. Luo Qing picked up the remote control to adjust the temperature to a comfortable level, then tucked the blanket around Zhenzhen, who was in a deep sleep. Just moments ago, He Chu had carried her into the house and, in a slurred voice, bid farewell to Luo Qing, warning him not to touch her inappropriately. Luo Qing shook his head helplessly and was about to sit back down in the chair beside her. Suddenly, his numb left arm was grabbed. Luo Qing looked up to see that Zhenzhen had opened her eyes at some point. He had no choice but to sit back down at the edge of the bed following her pull. Awake? Do you want some juice? After drinking, Zhenzhen had a habit of using juice to sober up. However, her gaze was still hazy, clearly indicating that she hadn't fully regained consciousness. She continued to hold onto his arm, giving it a slight shake before asking, "Are you used to it?" "I'm used to it." Luo Qing followed her gaze to his left hand, which she was holding tightly with her right. "You're lying." Zhenzhen's voice trembled slightly. In the small room, a heavy silence filled the air, thick enough to be cut with a knife. Through Luo Qing's sharp profile, Zhenzhen caught a glimpse of the melancholy and bitterness he had momentarily failed to hide. It was at that moment that she realized her instinctive trust in Luo Qing. Except for the shock of being stabbed by him, she had never doubted that he would harm her. He might threaten her with all means possible, but he would always protect her. His attitude towards her was contradictory, and behind that contradiction lay too many secrets she could not understand or imagine. Thus, fueled by her drunkenness, Zhenzhen pulled Luo Qing hard. Luo Qing lost his balance and fell back against the headboard, and in the next moment, Zhenzhen leaned against his chest. "Tell me about our childhood, the three of us." Feeling his warmth and hearing his heartbeat, she said, "I feel like I've almost forgotten." Luo Qing's heartbeat was anything but steady. With soft warmth in his arms, he had no lewd thoughts. In fact, quite the opposite. An indescribable pang spread from his chest to his limbs. Yet his voice showed no sign of wavering. Was it during the shelter? Let's start from the shelter. "Do you remember when you first came?" Luo Qing asked. Zhenzhen nodded. "I remember. Back then, you were timid in everything, accustomed to reading others' expressions, afraid of displeasing the aunties. Gu Yang even specifically came to me, telling me not to give you the cold shoulder and to be a bit friendlier. It had no effect at all. You were still so indifferent," Zhenzhen complained. "Because I could see your character at a glance." Luo Qing smiled slightly. "Although you were timid in front of others, you actually had your own opinions and thoughts. You could accept others' kindness and also refuse what you didn't want. So, you were definitely not a pitiful little bunny." Zhenzhen was dissatisfied and slapped him hard on the chest. "Pitiful little bunny? That's what Gu Yang said. If I ever see him again, I must give him a good beating to vent my anger," she muttered. Luo Qing hummed in response and continued to expose Gu Yang's past. "Later, you started to act out, causing trouble, and Gu Yang felt deceived." Zhenzhen said, "I actually thought it was great. You began to relax, filled with curiosity and desire to explore the world, completely opposite to me. I'm a boring person. I don't want to gain any emotional value from the outside world, but you are different. You would sulk all day if the aunties forced you to eat vegetables you didn't like, but then immediately cheer up when you found a caterpillar on a tree." Zhenzhen quietly commented, "That sounds a bit silly." Luo Qing gently tucked her scattered hair behind her ear and said softly, "Not silly, because your world is colorful." And then, when you first entered military school, Gu Yang was worried sick every day. He worried that you, a little girl, would be bullied, worried you would get hurt, worried you wouldn't be happy. He would nag me every day. Zhenzhen suddenly asked, "What about you? Were you worried? I think you're very suited for military school." Luo Qing gave a rather indirect answer. The campus life sounds long, but in reality, it passes in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, we all grew up, took our respective positions, bore our respective responsibilities, and had many disagreements. Don't change the subject. Zhenzhen didn't want to hear that. She didn't want to hear about the harsh realities that bound everyone tightly. She just wanted to relive those brilliant old dreams while drunk. Do you remember that soldier who was disgruntled when you were promoted to major? His name was Zhang Xiaoba. Luo Qing sensed a rejection and subtly shifted the topic. I remember. Weren't you there to watch us fight? Mentioning this matter, Zhenzhen became happy again. Well, do you remember what happened next? Zhenzhen recalled. He didn't stay under my command for long. Someone reported him for harassing women in public and threatening them with his rank, and then it was exposed that he had used his hands inappropriately during our fight. Commander Huo was furious and expelled him from the military. Didn't I tell you about this? Luo Qing replied, then casually dropped the bombshell. The person who reported him was me. It was you. Zhenzhen's pupils shook, her face full of disbelief. When did you become so righteous? Luo Qing was momentarily speechless. Such a person should not be allowed to remain. He would cause trouble sooner or later. When did you learn to meddle in others' affairs? Your matters are not meddling. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Zhenzhen was satisfied and continued to snuggle into Luo Qing's chest to listen to stories. And then, later, your experience and military achievements grew, your career became more and more stable, and you no longer needed me. Luo Qing smiled and said, "From now on, the path ahead will be for you to walk alone." Zhenzhen suddenly choked up, her eyes feeling warm. After putting in a lot of effort to suppress her tears, she jokingly asked, "What about you? What is your path?" Luo Qing smiled and rubbed her hair, not answering the question. "I really want to go back to childhood." Zhenzhen closed her eyes, and the tears finally spilled over, flowing down her cheeks and wetting Luo Qing's heart. Luo Qing's heart also felt like it was raining along with her, and he gently patted her back. "It's okay. The past will always be with you." Zhenzhen said nothing more. After quite a while, Luo Qing noticed that her breathing had become calm and even, clearly indicating that the drunken girl had once again fallen into a deep sleep. Luo Qing shifted his gaze to his left arm. Whenever he instinctively wanted to surrender to emotions and succumb to the warmth of reality, his left arm was the stone that jolted him awake. That hideous scar, the sensation that could never be restored no matter how hard he tried, signified that reality, like an arrow released from a bow, had no room for turning back. But even so, he still harbored delusions. Luo Qing could no longer contain the overflowing love and the pain of impending separation, and he said hoarsely, "If possible, I would rather you hate me forever than have any lingering feelings for me." Zhenzhen unconsciously shifted in her sleep and continued the dream she had yet to finish. Luo Qing quietly got up and left, taking one last look at the woman on the bed before closing the door. After he left, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes. In those beautiful, peach blossom-like eyes, there was love and pain, determination and confusion, but not a trace of sleepiness or drunkenness. Chapter 40, A Soft Yet Heavy Kiss. Chu discovered that Zhenzhen had been daydreaming lately. She daydreamed while on duty, while eating, while resting, and was lost in thought at all times. At the same time, Chu also noticed that Zhenzhen had been avoiding Lu Qing. For instance, she would deliberately delay her meals to avoid dining at the same time as Lu Qing, and she would avoid the floor where Lu Qing was located. Chu didn't expose her little schemes, attributing it all to her being overly absorbed in her own thoughts. A week passed, and one afternoon, Lu Qing suddenly approached Chu. He got straight to the point. "He's second lieutenant. Where's Zhenzhen? Is there something you need from the advisor?" Chu hesitated for a moment, but still asked for the reason. Lu Qing paused before saying, "The deal between Ice Peak and the Alliance is set for 3 days from now." Chu understood and replied, "You can find her in the training room. She should still be there." Zhenzhen was indeed in the training room. Recently, her mind was chaotic, and she couldn't calm down no matter what she did. Lu Qing's words from that day weighed heavily on her heart. So, she spent over 6 hours a day in the training room, trying to alleviate her inner turmoil by by pushing her body to its limits, which was somewhat effective. Today, Zhenzhen had been on the simulator for over an hour. Her training suit soaked in sweat. After taking a shower, she tidied up her things and prepared to head back. Just as she reached the corridor of the training hall, the door of the adjacent room suddenly opened, and a hand pulled her inside. The room was completely dark, and upon entering such an environment, Zhenzhen couldn't see anything. She instinctively tensed up but relaxed when she caught a familiar scent from the person. Qing slowly released her wrist but didn't speak, unsure of how to start. They stood in the dark corner, silently looking at each other. As Zhenzhen's eyes gradually adjusted, she saw the man before her exuding a sense of dejection. After a long while, she asked, "Has Ice Peak reached a consensus with the Alliance?" "Yes." "Congratulations." Qing smiled faintly, not expecting such a conversation to occur between them. "Is there anything else?" "Yes, I have something to ask you." Although she couldn't see his expression, Qing's voice was warm, as if he had laid down all defenses. "Are you planning to stay in the Alliance?" Zhenzhen sighed slightly. "Does it matter whether I want to or not? Do I have any other options? You just need to tell me whether you want to or not." Qing's tone was firm. "I want to," Zhenzhen admitted. "If I want to make the leadership pay a price, I must stay here. The Alliance certainly has its issues, but the commander has vision and ideas, and the soldiers have ideals and beliefs. In the long run, Ice Peak is bound to lose." "Good," Qing replied. Zhenzhen was unsure what his good referred to, nor did she understand why he suddenly asked her such a question. She only felt that he was particularly different from usual. The consensus between Ice Peak and the Alliance meant that Qing would soon return to Ice Peak, perhaps because parting always made one sentimental. Suddenly, Qing stepped forward and gently grasped her wrist. His palm was cold, but his presence was strong. Zhenzhen looked up in surprise, and the next moment, Qing gently lifted her chin and placed an incredibly soft, yet heavy kiss on her lips. Her eyes widened, her breath caught suddenly, and her thoughts became a tangled mess. However, she instinctively felt a bit sad, yet it seemed like it was meant to be, seeing that she didn't resist. Qing kissed her again, this time not tentative, but as if he wished to merge with her entirely. He wrapped his arms around her waist with such force that it felt like he wanted to pull her into him. Zhenzhen looked at the face so close to hers, at his slightly drooping eyelashes, and finally closed her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, they remained in an embrace, calming the earlier impulses in the darkness. "After tomorrow, we will be enemies for life." Qing looked at her, his voice hoarse. Zhenzhen softly asked, "Isn't it the case now?" Qing denied it, but his tone remained gentle. "No. What will happen in the future?" Her eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Qing couldn't answer that question. Not today, at least. "Zhenzhen, remember what I'm about to say. You must remember. It's fine to stay in the Alliance, but be cautious of Commander Gu. If there's a dire situation, go find General Ku." "General Ku? Why?" Zhenzhen didn't understand the purpose of his words. "Commander Gu is not simple. Dealing with him requires negotiating with interests. In contrast, General Ku is a very straightforward leader, valuing talent and respecting subordinates, not caring for personal gains." Qing tried to explain clearly when negotiating cooperation with the Alliance. The military is just one aspect. The ruling party has a longer reach. The current chairman is Zhu Ku, in his 40s, relatively young. I've met him once, and he is a difficult man to deal with. It was rare to see Qing so chatty, which made Zhenzhen find it somewhat amusing. She interrupted him. "What exactly do you mean?" Qing's face showed a moment of blankness. "You suddenly came to find me, kissed me, and then said so much. What does it all mean?" Zhenzhen lifted her chin, looking directly into his eyes, not letting any fleeting emotion escape her notice. She was direct in feelings, just as she was on the battlefield, valuing straightforwardness and a decisive strike. The answer was on Qing's lips. He wanted to tell her clearly, but he couldn't. Zhenzhen stubbornly looked at him, determined to get an answer no matter what. Qing closed his eyes, once again following his instinctive impulse, and kissed her fiercely. Unlike the previous kiss, this one was no longer just about cherishing. It was mixed with a strong sense of possession and fear of losing her. He dominated her lips and tongue, leaving no room for her to breathe. Caught in a whirlpool of desire, Zhenzhen suddenly recalled his silence and began to push him away. When Lu Qing finally released Zhenzhen, both were breathing heavily, and the small room was filled with ambiguous gasps. Zhenzhen touched her swollen lips and spoke with a quivering voice. Lu Qing, can't you be honest just once? Lu Qing swallowed hard several times. He realized his eyes were slightly moist, but in the end, he didn't say a word, turned, and left Zhenzhen, leaving the small room, leaving the training hall, burying the feelings that were never meant to see the light. Chapter 41, A Fear Slap, to Lu Qing under everyone's gaze due to Zhenzhen's special identity and her deep-seated enmity with the leadership of the Ice Peak. Gu Jingwei specifically allowed her to observe the final round of communication with Ice Peak. She sat outside the camera's view, watching Chunlan on the screen, feeling her blood boil. Commander Gu, Chairman Chun. Chunlan glanced at Lu Qing, who was standing nearby, and continued to speak softly to Gu Jingwei. Commander Gu, I believe the transaction location can be set in the T galaxy. It's a compromise in distance, and the technology in that galaxy is underdeveloped, which can ensure the safety of both parties. Gu Jingwei nodded, agreed. I will repeat, only one airship is allowed to reach the site, but if we detect any danger, I will kill him immediately. Chunlan chuckled lightly. Don't worry, Commander Gu. You know well how important Vice Chairman Liu is to us, and we all hope for his safety. If anything really happens, the outcome would be unpredictable. For some reason, the signal today was particularly unstable, frequently emitting regular static noises. Gu Jingwei had someone try to debug it for a long time, without success, and had to continue regardless. Zhenzhen understood why Gu Jingwei had her come, but had no interest in analyzing Chunlan's every move. Vice Chairman Liu, do you have any objections? Chunlan finally asked Lu Qing. Lu Qing's face looked grim, and upon hearing this, her gaze swept past Zhenzhen, who was sitting in the blind spot. Zhenzhen sensed trouble and immediately straightened her back. Yes, I demand that Ice Peak simultaneously return Major General of the 32nd Army, Zhenzhen. The meeting room erupted in chaos. No one expected that in the final round of negotiations, Lu Qing would directly expose Zhenzhen's involvement with the alliance. Gu Jingwei's eyelids twitched but could only respond to the unexpected with calmness. Chunlan's expression appeared somewhat surprised, but given the presence of everyone, she refrained from asking too many questions. Zhenzhen in the alliance. Commander Gu, can you provide an explanation? There is nothing to explain. She is indeed in the alliance and is disheartened, wishing only to live a life unscathed by war. Out of humanitarian spirit, I agreed to provide her shelter. Commander Gu is indeed a cultured general, Chunlan nodded. However, this person is very important to Ice Peak and holds crucial secrets. Keeping her in the alliance might lead others to suspect the alliance has ulterior motives. Chairman, you are overthinking it, Gu Jingwei said lightly. Zhenzhen's eyes turned slightly red, and she tightly clenched her back teeth to suppress the impulse to punch Lu Qing. The reassurances and warmth from yesterday now felt like a joke in retrospect. The conditions remain unchanged, Commander Gu. I insist on simultaneously returning Lu Qing and Zhenzhen, Chunlan insisted. Zhenzhen's ears were ringing, drowning out what Gu Jingwei and Chunlan were discussing. Returning to Ice Peak, she would undoubtedly die. Zhijiu would definitely remain in the alliance. She had lost all bargaining chips and had nothing left, only this last life. Deal. Gu Jingwei finally made the decision, cutting off the video. This voice woke Zhenzhen up. She rushed forward in 3 steps, fiercely slapping Lu Qing under everyone's gaze, then grabbed his collar and walked out. She didn't even use much strength, as Lu Qing was exceptionally compliant. As Zhenzhen turned the corner, she slammed him against the wall and questioned, "What do you mean? What do you really mean?" Red marks had already appeared on the left side of Lu Qing's face, and his eyes held a sadness that she could not comprehend. "Did you say those things yesterday to deceive me? Asking me if I wanted to stay, and now what?" Zhenzhen's eyes turned red, her hands trembling slightly. She didn't understand how things had come to this point, nor what she would face. At this moment, her hatred for Lu Qing reached its peak. Lu Qing lowered his head, furrowing his brow tightly before speaking, his voice particularly calm. "Zhenzhen, just hate me from now on." "From now on? Do I even have a future?" Zhenzhen suddenly laughed, unsure whether to find his words ridiculous or to find herself laughable for believing him. She didn't want to see him anymore and turned to leave, but was surrounded by a group of soldiers. Rinyu walked over and said, "Sorry. To ensure everything goes smoothly tomorrow, we need to detain both of you." Zhenzhen scoffed. "Are you afraid I'll run away?" "Sorry." Rinyu no longer looked at her and turned to leave. The soldiers around her all pointed their guns at Zhenzhen, each one particularly alert. Zhenzhen took everything in, stepping forward boldly. For a moment, the only sound echoing in the corridor was the dense sound of footsteps, making the already tense atmosphere even more volatile. Zhenzhen walked faster and faster, as Lu Qing was right behind her, and at this moment, she just wanted to get as far away from him as possible. It was quite ironic that Zhenzhen and Lu Qing were once again locked in that room from when they first arrived at the Alliance. It could be said to have come full circle. Before entering, Zhenzhen asked Rinyu, "Is this the only place you have? Can't you separate us?" Rinyu replied, "I'm just following orders. Please enter." Zhenzhen walked to the inner corner of the wall again, while Lu Qing chose to stand at her diagonal, recreating the scene from 2 months ago. "What if I kill you right now?" Zhenzhen rested her arms on her knees, glaring at Lu Qing from a slightly lowered position, her eyes like a hunter fixated on its prey. Lu Qing met her gaze, seeing the intense hatred in her eyes, and felt a bit breathless. He smiled slightly and said, "Sure." Zhenzhen hated him for this demeanor the most. She suddenly stood up, took a step forward, grabbed Lu Qing's collar. Looking down at him from a height of 10 centimeters, gritting her teeth, "You really have no heart, Lu Qing. I always felt sorry for you, for following someone like Chunlan. Now I realize I was wrong. You are truly the best dog for her." Lu Qing indeed had no words. He had no reason, no excuse, he just did it. Zhenzhen waited for a long time, but still didn't receive his explanation, and her last bit of hope shattered. She felt like a joke being sold out by Lu Qing like this, yet still hoping to find an excuse for him, still wishing Lu Qing would reveal some hardship or hidden truth. She let out a series of strange laughs, and the next moment, she swung her fist straight at Lu Qing's face. Lu Qing leaned against the wall, offering no resistance, allowing her to vent her anger. But the more he did this, the angrier Zhenzhen became. "Kid Zhenzhen." Zhenzhen turned around, her clenched fist finally loosening, and she dropped her arms, letting go of Lu Qing. It was Yichu who had arrived with a team of people. "Don't dirty your hands," Yichu said loudly. Zhenzhen rarely saw him with such a serious face and wanted to tease him as usual, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Everyone from the team was there. Lu Yu and Meng Qi stood on either side of Yichu, glaring fiercely at Lu Qing behind Zhenzhen, their eyes seemingly wanting to devour him whole. In that moment, Zhenzhen felt the silent support of her brothers. She hadn't experienced this feeling since leaving the 32nd Army. Now, however, it was the initially unfriendly Yichu and his team who provided her with immense strength. "We will meet again," Yichu said firmly. Chapter 42, Help Me Cut My Hair. Zhenzhen sat on the airship, listening to the sound of the warp engine, and gently closed her eyes. Before she left, Gu Jingwei had specifically met with her once, discussing the difficulties faced by the Alliance and her unique identity. Zhenzhen expressed her understanding of the Alliance's decision. She really understood. If she were in that situation, she would also put herself forward. She did not take this meeting to heart. What truly troubled her was Ku Sun's visit. Last night, Zhenzhen leaned against the wall with her eyes closed when she suddenly heard a tapping sound on the glass to her left. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ku Sun standing outside the glass wall with a serious expression. "Major General Ku." Zhenzhen stood up. "General Ku, I personally oppose sending you back, but this is the Alliance's decision." Ku Sun's voice was as rough as he was, sounding particularly deep in the night. "Why?" Zhenzhen murmured. She knew very well that Ku Sun hated her. Ku Sun still had no expression. "Excluding personal grievances, you have thoughts and abilities. It would be a shame to send you back to Ice Peak." Zhenzhen had never thought she could have such a calm conversation with Ku Sun, and she felt a mix of emotions. "Regarding Kuyu, you bear some responsibility in my eyes, but not the main responsibility. I acted impulsively before, and I owe you an apology. Kiskiviko Ksun Kosid. Excluding other factors, I admire you, so I hope you can survive and achieve what you want to do. Realize your goals. Zhenzhen's eyes felt a bit warm, and after a while, she nodded and said, "Thank you." "Ice peak, ice peak." Zhenzhen repeatedly mulled over these two words. Not far away, Qing was also resting with his eyes closed. His unauthorized trip to the A-star system had already been exposed, and after being captured by the Alliance for more than 2 months, he would inevitably face rounds of questioning upon his return. He needed to gather his strength to cope. The broadcast announced Renyu's voice, "We have arrived at the agreed location. All units on alert." Zhenzhen slowly opened her eyes. The angle was just right. Through the side glass, she could just see T11 Earth, where she had lived for 5 years. This beautiful blue planet was her salvation. The complete dream in her fragmented life. The spacecraft is docking. Zhenzhen withdrew her gaze and stood up. When the docking was secured, a loud sound echoed. Zhenzhen took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, all her lingering attachments and vulnerabilities peeled away, leaving only the most unyielding exterior. Identification approved. The hatch opened after 2 beeping sounds, and the familiar military uniform from Ice Peak appeared before her eyes. Huozhi strode in, scanning Zhenzhen and Qing, then signaled to his subordinates. A few men walked straight toward Zhenzhen with heavy chains. This was a method used only for treating heavy offenders, with a main chain and 3 equally thick sub-chains locked around her neck, wrists, and ankles, restricting her movements to the greatest extent. Zhenzhen allowed them to busy themselves with her, saying to Huozhi, "My condolences." Huozhi was the only son of Huiyun and had worked with Zhenzhen several times, so they were somewhat familiar. Huozhi nodded and instructed his aide, "Take her away." "Yes." Qing and Huozhi walked in the front, while Zhenzhen, hindered by the chains, naturally fell behind. Watching Qing's still upright figure and the soldiers tightly protecting him, and then seeing the guns pointed at her, Zhenzhen couldn't help but smile bitterly. With every step forward, the chains made a dull sound, signaling that she had reached the end of her life. The transaction was completed quickly. The Ice Peak spacecraft and the Alliance spacecraft uncoupled and officially set off back to the B-star system where Ice Peak was located. Along the way, a few soldiers who had once served under Zhenzhen noticed her cracked lips and quietly handed her a bottle of water. Zhenzhen nodded and said softly, "Thank you." One of them, unable to bear her plight, whispered, "If you need anything, just let me know." Not far away, Qing also noticed the situation. Huozhi had already learned about his arm and was using medical equipment to check it. After thinking for a moment, Zhenzhen said, "Help me cut my hair." "Huh?" He was somewhat taken aback. Zhenzhen's hair was not short. She usually kept it tied up high for convenience. But in the future, she wouldn't have that luxury. "Cut it short, to the length of your hair," she requested. The man touched his own head, hesitating for a moment. His hair was not considered short among men, but for women, it was a bit too short. Seeing him hesitate, Zhenzhen half-jokingly explained, "When I get beaten and my head is covered in blood, long hair sticking to me won't be comfortable." Qing had been paying attention to her movements and felt a tremor in his heart at her words. His body shifting slightly. Huozhi said, "Not done yet, don't move." "Sorry." Zhenzhen raised her chained hands to free her tied hair, and her long, lustrous hair fell like a waterfall, bringing her a touch of allure. "Start," she said softly. Long strands of hair fell to the ground. She gently closed her eyes, listening to the sound of scissors moving from her right side to the top of her head and finally to the left until it finally stopped. "Is it okay?" The man pulled over the dark machine screen beside him, allowing her to see her appearance through the reflection. In the mirror, the woman with short, tousled hair looked slightly messy. Unlike the long-haired Zhenzhen, the short hair completely revealed the vigor between her brows, making her look very capable. But none of this mattered anymore. "Thank you," Zhenzhen said with a sincere smile. Qing stared at her blankly for a moment, finally snapping back to reality when the completion prompt sounded. Huozhi frowned. "It's tricky. We'll have to let the medical department at the Research Institute check it out when we get back." "It's fine." Qing pulled back his arm. "Almost there, right?" "Yeah. About 2 minutes." Huozhi packed away the equipment and teasingly asked, "Finally back, how do you feel?" Although Huozhi was from the military, he was close to the Radical Party and was one of the few who could converse with Qing. Qing retorted, "What do you think?" Huozhi was already used to his attitude and shrugged, starting to contact the control room to coordinate the docking and reporting the situation back to Ice Peak. We have arrived, requesting access. The control center at Ice Peak responded, Major General Hua. Entrance 62 can be accessed. Received, starting access. Hua, Zhe clapped his hands. Get ready, brothers. Everyone except Zhenzhen stood up, including Lu Qing. A few soldiers signaled for her to stand, but Zhenzhen remained seated. When the hatch opened, Qianlan was the first to walk in. Zhenzhen turned her head to look at her, dressed in a dark gray suit, high heels, and with short hair level with her ears. Her expressionless face was indeed no different from Zhenzhen's memory. Without acknowledging Lu Qing, Qianlan walked directly in front of Zhenzhen. Major General Che, welcome home. Chapter 43. If only you could accompany me. Zhenzhen sat very steadily. Although she was looking up at Qianlan, she felt no sense of inferiority whatsoever. She shook her hand, and the chains clinked dully. Had this thing not been used for 7 or 8 years? You truly think highly of me. Major General Che is too modest. It's not just anyone who can keep me awake at night, Qianlan said. Then it's truly my honor, Zhenzhen replied. After a moment of silence, Qianlan said, I used to really like you, but you insisted on going against me. Zhenzhen smiled. Yes, you like me so much that you wanted to kill me. Where's Zhu Jiao? Qianlan got straight to the point. Your most obedient dog. Didn't it mention anything to you? Lu Qing stood behind Qianlan, gently closing his eyes. Zhenzhen looked as if she had suddenly realized something. It seems it really didn't mention it. Then let me say, Zhu Jiao is, of course, in Commander Gu's hands now. Qianlan's expression instantly darkened. Major General Che, this is treason. Well, I'd rather commit treason than obey someone like you, who has a mouth of a Buddha but a heart of a snake. Zhenzhen shrugged, looking indifferent. Hua, Zhe. Qianlan looked down at Zhenzhen. You've worked hard. Go rest for now. Yes. With the military's withdrawal, only Zhenzhen, Qianlan, and Lu Qing remained in the small cabin. Zhenzhen leaned back, adopting a very relaxed posture. You know what I'm about to say will affect public sentiment, so you're feeling guilty? I don't want to force you. So please don't force me either, Qianlan said coldly. Zhenzhen concluded. You can go to the Alliance for Zhu Jiao. Besides that, I have nothing. Do as you please. Wrong. More precious than Zhu Jiao is your brain. Qianlan tilted her head to look at her. You have an extraordinary talent for weapon design. It's such a pity to waste it. Zhenzhen asked, Weapons? You still want to go to war? No, I never take the initiative to stir up trouble. But when I'm invaded, I need the strength to fight back. Huh, not stirring up trouble? Zhenzhen laughed, bloodily washing Ice Cloud Star. Have you forgotten? Qianlan's brow twitched. It seems you've also been brainwashed by the Alliance. I know very well who is deceiving the masses and who is brainwashing. Zhenzhen straightened her body. The war you initiated led to so many brothers dying in battle, and the participants of the Magpie Nest plan. These are blood debts you cannot wash away. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay the price. With all due respect, Qianlan gestured at the chains on Zhenzhen's body. Your words have no threat whatsoever. Is that so? Zhenzhen smiled. Lu Qing felt something was off and took a step forward. Suddenly, the sound of chains rang out, and in the next moment, the chain on Zhenzhen's wrist had already wrapped around Qianlan's neck. Zhenzhen, Lu Qing exclaimed. Zhenzhen crossed her hands behind Qianlan's back and pulled tightly. The chain began to tighten around Qianlan's neck little by little. She tilted her head slightly, looking over Qianlan's shoulder and smiling at Lu Qing. Seeing the madness flashing in Zhenzhen's eyes and her arms taut from exertion, Lu Qing couldn't describe his feelings at that moment. Qianlan had been struggling, but a person with a combat power close to 0 could not compete with Zhenzhen. Her face began to turn purple, and her vocal cords emitted strange sounds due to the pressure. I'm not going to make it. Zhenzhen rested her chin on her shoulder, whispering in her ear, If only you could accompany me. Feeling the breath near her ear, Qianlan simultaneously experienced the despair of suffocation and the fear that swept through her bones. Zhenzhen, don't be impulsive. Lu Qing was heartbroken, but still trying to calm her emotions. I'm not being impulsive. Zhenzhen replied lightly, still smiling at Lu Qing. Lu Qing's gaze flickered between Zhenzhen's fearless face and Qianlan's increasingly purple face, and finally, he shouted towards the door. Someone, A group of well-dressed bodyguards rushed in upon hearing the shout, immediately charging towards Zhenzhen when they saw the critical situation. These people belonged to the Research Institute, ostensibly to protect the research results and Chunlan, but in reality, they were Chunlan's private army. They had no ties to Zhenzhen, so they wouldn't hesitate to act like the military personnel. Zhenzhen pulled Chunlan back. She could feel the crackling of the other party's neck bones. There were at most 20 seconds left, and this life would completely end in her hands. If she could hold on for another 20 seconds, she could offer some solace to the departed life. At that moment, everything in Zhenzhen's eyes slowed down. The bodyguards rushed in from all directions with serious faces. Amid the chaos, Lu Qing stood still, his eyes flashing with pleading. Zhenzhen found it amusing. 10 seconds left. She gripped tighter, so hard that a muffled groan escaped her lips. 5 seconds. Zhenzhen dodged an attack while dragging Chunlan. 3 seconds. When the sound of an electric shock rang out, Zhenzhen felt excruciating pain throughout her body, and in a convulsion, she fell to the ground with Chunlan. The brief 3 seconds of electricity had left her weak and unable to exert any strength, but she still instinctively held onto Chunlan, preventing anyone present from taking her away. What awaited her was naturally punching and kicking. Zhenzhen curled her body to avoid critical hits. Want to hold on a little longer, just a little longer, hoping that Chunlan would stop breathing first. But reality was always so cruel. When Chunlan was rescued by the crowd, although her consciousness was hazy, she was still aware. Zhenzhen lay on the ground, staring intently at their movements. Lu Qing helped Chunlan to a nearby chair, pushing a medical machine in front of her to provide oxygen and treat her wounds. Her vision began to blur, feeling blood trickle down from her temple. The beating did not stop. A man pulled her up from the ground, and at that moment, Zhenzhen saw Lu Qing turn back. At this moment, one was still dressed in a suit, while the other was blood-soaked with slightly raised short hair. A punch came straight for Zhenzhen's face. Her willpower had already reached its limit, and her eyes went dark as she lost consciousness. She drifted between unconsciousness and consciousness. In a daze, she felt herself being dragged away by 2 arms, the chain scraping across the floor, making a harsh sound. Then, she was thrown into a room in the Research Institute like a rag. She smelled the unique scent of the Research Institute. When she fully regained consciousness, she found herself chained to the wall. The iron chain around her neck was locked to an iron ring on the wall, confining her to a semicircle with a radius of 1 meter, like a dog on a leash. And Chunlan sat not far away, with an expressionless Lu Qing behind her. You're awake. Chapter 44. Laughing with both evil and innocence, Zhenzhen slowly propped herself up and said, "Your voice is really nice." Chunlan had a deep purple bruise on her neck, and her eyes were bloodshot from excessive pressure. Zhenzhen had struck a death blow, and the iron chain had severely damaged Chunlan's vocal cords, rendering her voice extremely hoarse and terrifying. "I gave you a chance," Chunlan said slowly, her throat burning with pain. Zhenzhen casually shrugged. "Since it's hard for you to speak, let's skip the preamble and get straight to the point." Chunlan tilted her head towards Lu Qing, who took over the conversation. "You have 2 choices. Cooperate or face a military tribunal. In either case, the outcome is death." Zhenzhen smiled. "So, don't even think about cooperation." Chunlan replied, "Don't speak too soon. Don't force us to resort to methods." "Methods?" Zhenzhen pondered for a moment and realized, "You mean the kind of methods that Qing suffered? I truly admire you for having tortured prisoners of war right under the military's nose." "No, you're wrong." Chunlan took the water Lu Qing handed her to soothe her throat. Qing's physical and psychological quality exceeds that of 90 of soldiers, making him a very suitable candidate. I merely used him for a small experiment. The way she brought it up was so nonchalant that Zhenzhen couldn't accept it. "He was a living person, not your lab rat." "He is not my lab rat. He is your lab rat." Chunlan laughed, "Or rather, every soldier's lab rat." "What do you mean?" Zhenzhen asked in a low voice. Lu Qing interjected. The Research Institute conducted brain invasion experiments on Kusun and upgraded military anti-control ear clips based on the experimental data to help our troops better resist brainwave attacks in war. Not just the anti-control ear clips. Every weapon you have, every upgrade in technology, is built on the experimental data from lab rats. It is their sacrifices that allow you to survive, Qianlan added. You call that a sacrifice? Zhenzhen asked incredulously. Then why don't you sacrifice yourself? Everyone has their own position and their own mission. Zhenzhen replied coldly. Don't sugarcoat your selfishness. You and the experimenters in the Crow's Nest project are fundamentally no different. Qianlan responded, we have different beliefs. I respect you. So please respect me. No need for pleasantries. I suggest you kill me. Otherwise, sooner or later. Zhenzhen's gaze lingered on Qianlan's neck, smiling eerily. Qianlan pointed her own neck and then to Zhenzhen's, but the one tied up right now is not me. You won't have another chance like this. At that moment, Qing leaned over to say something to Qianlan, who waved her hand to indicate to wait for later. I say, if the master-servant relationship is deep, don't flaunt it in front of me. If there's nothing else, you two can leave. Zhenzhen rolled her eyes. In fact, she was feeling very weak. Every bone and every muscle in her body ached, and she was just keeping her spirits up to negotiate with them. If these two could leave quickly, it would be great to have some peace. I'll give you an hour to think about it. Qianlan stood up. For your own good, choose the first path. Otherwise, what you are about to face will be beyond your imagination. After leaving the room where Zhenzhen was imprisoned, Qianlan said, let's go to your office. I have something to ask. Qing's intuition told him something was wrong. Okay. Qing's office was on the top floor of the research institute, with a broad view and excellent environment, quite befitting his vice chairman status. Qianlan sat on his desk, looked around, and asked, are you used to being back? Of course, Qing nodded. Qianlan replied, I believe you owe me an explanation. Qing opened a large screen beside him. 3 months ago, I discovered abnormal data from A01 and analyzed that there were traces of human survival. The A Alliance never involved itself with A01, and I suspect the remaining personnel are related to our evacuation back then. Why not report it? Qianlan asked. Because there is an insider. Qing dropped a bombshell. They know every move we make at the Ice Peak. There is someone reporting outside after every research institute meeting and committee meeting. Qianlan's sharp gaze lingered on his face for a long time. Evidence? Qing tapped the screen. This is the transmission signals and bands I monitored. It is hidden in our communication system, very discreet, so I never noticed anything unusual. It wasn't until I found that it always appeared after major meetings at Ice Peak that I began to suspect. After multiple decryption attempts, I only completed the analysis on the day I discovered the anomaly at A01. The screen displayed the decrypted information, detailing the contents and major decisions of each meeting. I couldn't take the risk, as I hadn't found the source of the signal after 3 checks. So, I acted on my own and went to A01 under the pretense of going out. It was there that I discovered Zhenzhen. Continue the investigation. This matter is fully in your hands. Qianlan flipped through the content sent by the insider and asked, what do you think of Zhenzhen? If she doesn't cooperate, I still support sending her to a military tribunal. Qing replied calmly, without even changing his expression. You grew up together. I thought you would want to persuade her. Qianlan said, precisely because we grew up together, I know she will never cooperate. Qianlan tapped the armrest of her chair. What about directly altering her memory? Qing replied objectively. The conditions for memory alteration are stringent. She is definitely on guard right now. Even if we could break through her psychological defenses, the effect might not be ideal. We have to try something. Qianlan shook her head. A genius like her, who is extremely sensitive to military and weapons, is too rare. I don't want to waste any resources. What do you mean? Qing looked at Qianlan, waiting for her final verdict. Let's start with conventional methods. Use drugs, electric shocks, and physical harm in rotation to see if there's any breakthrough. Qianlan waved her hand. You don't need to worry about this. I'll leave it to Xiaomingxin. Qing clenched his fists behind his back, trying to maintain a facade of normalcy. Okay. From the next day on, Zhenzhen's daily schedule was filled with rounds of torment. She would be injected with drugs as soon as she woke up, groggy, and then strapped to an electric chair for repeated shocks. In the afternoon, she endured water torture, whipping, and other forms of non-lethal but extremely painful physical torment. Only by evening could she be released from her shackles and dragged back to a small room next door. where she would eat her only meal of the day and then take a shower. When a person endures extreme pain for a prolonged period, they can easily become both insane and numb. In just a week, Zhenzhen had begun to self-harmingly enjoy the physical pain and the sound of her own screams. She would smile at everyone who appeared beside her, laughing with both evil and innocence. Except for Xiao Mingxin and a few bodyguards from the research institute, no one would enter this bloody room, including Lu Qing. Of course, Zhenzhen no longer thought about Lu Qing, or rather, she no longer thought about anything at all. Happiness, pain, the past, the present, lost lives, those who were still alive, everything was no longer related to her in the slightest. Chapter 45. Dense and terrifying wounds. Luo Qing stood at the corner of the stairs, listening to the woman's screams echoing through the air, her back teeth clenched tightly, and even veins bulged on her forehead. At that moment, footsteps approached from above. Luo Qing looked up and had already regained her indifferent expression. The newcomer was Chunlan's daughter, Chun. Vice Chair Luo. Chun nodded at her. Are you not busy today? Not too bad, Luo Qing replied with a nod. I heard that Zhenzhen has been captured. What's the situation now? Chun gestured towards the direction from which the screams were coming. As you can see, Luo Qing said, if there is nothing else, I'll head up. Watching Luo Qing's upright figure, Chun squinted her eyes. She walked straight to the room where Zhenzhen was located and knocked on the door. Xiao Mingxin opened the door from the inside and smiled upon seeing Chun. What brings you here? Chun waved her hand casually. I just got back not long ago and thought I'd take a look around. You should just take me to my office. It's inappropriate to come to a place like this. Xiao Mingxin pretended to lead Chun out. No need. You do your thing. When Chun turned to look at Zhenzhen, bound to the electric chair, she could hardly believe her eyes. The once valiant Major General now had her bare skin covered in dense, terrifying wounds. Her cheeks were slightly sunken, her bones protruding, making her still dark and glossy eyes appear even more frenzied. Zhenzhen looked at Chun and grinned. In that instant, Chun felt a chill run down her spine. Scared you? Xiao Mingxin blocked her line of sight. Let us go outside. No, I just didn't recognize her for a moment, Chun said. Xiao Mingxin turned her head and signaled to continue. The sound of electricity crackled again, and Zhenzhen jerked and convulsed like a fish stranded on the shore. Her screams, even the brief gasps in between, exuded the scent of exhaustion. Even Chun felt that she could hardly hold on any longer. Chun tried to keep her tone natural and casually asked, with her like this, won't she really die? Death is impossible. Whether she goes insane depends on her willpower, Xiao Mingxin explained. What we're doing is not just to torture her. The key is to break down her psychological defenses. I heard she has been like this for 10 days. Yes, it's my first time seeing someone hold out for this long, Xiao Mingxin commented, a hint of jealousy and satisfaction flashing in her eyes. In previous experiments, the longest anyone lasted was 7 days before their spirit completely broke. And then what after breaking her defenses? Thinking, cognition, and memory restructuring. And what if restructuring isn't possible? Logically, that shouldn't happen, but if there really is such a person, the only end can be death. Xiao Mingxin waved her hand, and a new round of electric shocks began again. Chun could no longer bear to watch. She couldn't accept such inhumane torture, nor could she accept that Zhenzhen was being subjected to it. Then, Sister Xiao, you go ahead and work. I'll find you when you're free. Okay, Xiao Mingxin smiled. As Chun, being Chunlan's daughter, asked who in the research institute wouldn't pamper her. Even Luo Qing would give her some leeway. Luo Qing. Xiao Mingxin narrowed her eyes, thinking it was time for him to see Zhenzhen in such a half-dead state. The sound of electricity stopped. Zhenzhen had endured yet another round of excruciating pain, slumping back into the chair and gasping heavily. Xiao Mingxin slowly walked in front of her and called out, Get Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen didn't even move her eyes. Xiao Mingxin raised an eyebrow and signaled her assistant to move the machine away, continuing to call, Zhenzhen, can you hear me? Still, there was no response. Director Xiao, is it? Xiao Mingxin thought for a moment and said, Go report this to Vice Chair Luo and Chair Chun. Yes. Once the room was left with only her and Zhenzhen, Xiao Mingxin slowly spoke, Zhenzhen. Major General Che, I've waited a long time for this day. Xiao Mingxin admired Luo Qing from the age of 10 to 30. She had always looked up to him. Yet, he had always been surrounded by Zhenzhen. Later, Zhenzhen shone so brightly that she became untouchable, commanding respect in the military, and even radical elements within the party expressed admiration and support for her, which made Xiao Mingxin jealous. At first, it was just jealousy, but when Zhenzhen rebelliously got into trouble and Luo Qing took the blame for her, she began to hate her. And later, I wonder what kind of cognitive restructuring I should give you, Xiao Mingxin said softly, carefully examining that face, a whore who is available to anyone, or just a piece of mud that deserves to be trampled. I really look forward to how Luo Qing will feel when he sees your ugly state. Oh, by the way, I secretly increased the intensity of your electric shocks by 10%, but I didn't expect you to endure it for so long. But in the end, it's still useless. You will ultimately fall under my hand. With a beep, the door opened, and Qianlan and Luo Qing walked in one after the other. What's going on? As Xiao Mingxin turned around, the blatant delight on her face had already vanished. Report to the chair and vice chair. She is currently in an unconscious state. Suspected psychological defenses have been broken. This was the first time in half a month that Luo Qing saw Zhenzhen. In just half a month, this beautiful and powerful woman had become like a skeleton. Her disheveled short hair stood out in all directions due to the drying blood, resembling the spines of a hedgehog or the straight-growing dogtail grass. Luo Qing, you try, Qianlan instructed. Luo Qing stepped forward, standing by the electric chair, and softly said, Zhenzhen. Get Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen still showed no response. That hollow, numb gaze made Luo Qing's heart ache. Qianlan also approached, start the machine, begin the examination. A full-function examination would take 15 minutes. Qianlan stared at the constantly changing indicators on the screen and said to Xiao Mingxin, Thank you, Director Xiao. You should go rest. I'll call you if anything comes up. Xiao Mingxin thought of refusing. It's fine. I'll wait for the results. Go. Qianlan's tone was firm. Yes. Luo Qing's eyelids twitched. Once the corridor fell completely silent, Qianlan rubbed her temples and said, If it really works, do you have any suggestions? The specific plan depends on the data from the examination report. Qianlan nodded and, as if chatting casually, asked, I don't know if it's my illusion, but you seem a bit unhappy lately. Not really. Seeing Zhenzhen like this, don't you have any thoughts? Luo Qing withdrew his gaze and admitted, I do. Go ahead. I think it's a pity. Young, talented, gifted, and bold, she could have achieved even more astonishing accomplishments. Yes, Qianlan sighed, young and daring, ambitious, yet capable of realizing those ambitions. It's a shame. Such people are truly dangerous. Time passed minute by minute, and the two waited in silence for the machine to deliver its final verdict. Beep. Test results. Brain function 100, ideological state 100, thinking activity level 20, emotional state 15. Even experienced individuals like Qianlan and Luo Qing had never seen such data before. The indicators for thinking and emotion had reached the threshold for a breakdown. Yet the brain and consciousness were still 100% normal. Luo Qing lightly tapped the screen, expanding 4 dynamic monitoring graphs, confirming that the data was fine. I speculate that under extreme pain, her subconscious began to protect itself, reducing her perception and thinking indicators. Get Zhenzhen. Qianlan repeated the name. You really are consistently surprising me. So what is next? Continue with the current steps or attempt restructuring? It's been 10 days. 10 days. That is a height that no experimenter has ever reached, right? Yes, Luo Qing affirmed. Qianlan pondered for a moment and said, I have a feeling that continuing won't lead us to the results we want. Suddenly, behind the two of them, a weak, light laugh was heard. Lu Qing's pupils dilated as he hurriedly turned around, meeting the still hollow eyes. His shoulders, which had been tense, relaxed imperceptibly. Those lifeless eyes finally moved. Chapter 46. The first and only lover. I'm tired. Qianlan. This is the first sentence that Zhenzhen has spoken. Qianlan zipli. So, have you figured out? I figured out. I want to die. Her vocal cords were severely damaged from prolonged screaming, and her tone sounded like static from a poor communication signal. Qianlan approached her and said slowly, All I can say is, even if you die, You can't die so easily. After all, you are a major general. You should die with dignity. Zhenzhen wanted to shrug, but her body was too weak to do so, whatever, as long as I can die. Qianlan looked at her, and, after a long silence, had someone take Zhenzhen to the next room to rest. Lu Qing, guess what? Do I hate Zhenzhen? Lu Qing honestly replied, I don't know. Qianlan walked towards the exit and said, I don't hate her. I can even understand her. But different positions and standpoints determine her fate. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the rest time at the Research Institute. In the empty corridor, only the sound of Qianlan's high heels echoed crisply and regularly. Go prepare. The military court will convene in 7 days. It wasn't until Qianlan walked out of the secure door of the Research Institute that she made her decision. 7 days? Lu Qing paused, a bit puzzled about the timing. 7 days. Life is nearing its end. Some things are better known. Until Qianlan completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. Lu Qing remained standing in place. Zhenzhen lay in that small room for a full 3 days. During these 3 days, there was no scheduled torment. No annoying people hovering around. Only herself. In this quiet darkness, her stagnant thoughts and perceptions slowly returned to her body. However, Zhenzhen thought she had nothing much to think about anymore. What awaited her was an inevitable end. But that's okay. Her life had few regrets. She had enjoyed the love of her parents and her aunt, had freely savored the beauty of youth, had fought for her nation's survival, and had been respected and loved by her subordinates, numbering in the tens of thousands, even gaining recognition in the alliance. As for her fallen brothers, she might not have the chance to take revenge, so she would wait until she closed her eyes to reunite with them and then say sorry. Finally, it was Lu Qing, and the dying person finally faced her heart. Zhenzhen indeed liked him very much, even though she had developed hatred because of his betrayal. That deep-rooted affection had not diminished one bit. But the more she liked him, the more she hated. Zhenzhen slowed her breathing and fell asleep in the darkness. Qianshun came to the Research Institute again that day. Lu Qing watched her back and ultimately invited her to the office. Sit down. Would you like something to drink? No need. Qianshun waved her hand. What do you want from me? Nothing. I just noticed you've been coming here a lot lately. I just got back. Just wandering around. Lu Qing narrowed her eyes and then pressed the security lock button. The lights instantly went out, and the doors and windows were completely sealed. Qianshun stood up warily. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous. I want to show you something. Lu Qing turned the screen towards Qianshun, showing all the information and time periods transmitted by the mole. What is this? You and I both know. Qianshun scoffed. What evidence do you have to prove this is me? Lu Qing took out a phone from the drawer, a communication device from Planet T11, then opened the album and handed it to Qianshun. After seeing the contents, Qianshun instantly became nervous, lowering her voice to ask, What do you mean? Lu Qing stood up and blocked Qianshun, her right index finger raised to her lips in a shushing gesture. In silence, Qianshun slowly widened her eyes. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Research Institute, Zhenzhen woke up to find herself lying on a surgical chair. Qianlan slowly walked in and asked, Do you feel any better? Zhenzhen was extremely weary of this formulaic greeting. What are you going to do now? Let us get started. I imagine this day would come when you first sat in this chair at 24. 24? Zhenzhen had no memory of the scene at all. Yes, 24. Qianlan reminisced about the scene and circumstances back then, feeling a bit nostalgic, reminiscing about her once passionate self. At that time, the first generation of military chips had not been abolished, so correcting your memories was a piece of cake. You mean Zhenzhen suddenly felt a bit tense? Qianlan affirmed, except for the Magpie Nest plan, your memories had been tampered with before. Why choose now to tell me? Not only are you tired, but I'm tired too. Qianlan smiled a little sadly. Zhenzhen couldn't figure out what she was trying to do, so she hid her doubts and quietly watched her. Ice Summit, Ice Cloud Star, tracing back. Our nation's real name should be the Qiongyu tribe. Qiongyu means those who wander in the universe. Since I can remember, we have been drifting through various abandoned planets. My father told me that we once had a home, a planet of our own, but later we were displaced by powerful invaders. He said that many people died then, and the vast majority of survivors were children under 18. As these children grew up, we accidentally crossed a black hole from where we first lived and arrived in the A-star system. where we encountered this beautiful planet. Ice Cloud, Zhenzhen coldly said. And then you slaughtered the indigenous people of Ice Cloud. Qianlong didn't answer and continued. At first, we just wanted to divide a small part of the territory, just wanted a place to settle. But they were extremely resistant and officially declared war. Fortunately, our nation's technology far outpaced that of the A-star system, and we could say we won effortlessly. However, facing such a large planet and so many resources, our manpower was far from enough. Coupled with the fierce resistance from the indigenous people, we had no other choice. But don't misunderstand. The Qiongyu tribe is by no means a brutal nation. My father made an incredibly correct decision to mass-produce the experimental chips and implant them into the brains of the indigenous people, conducting the largest memory interference in cosmic history. Upon learning this long-sought truth, Zhenzhen was dumbfounded. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Now, over 90% of the people under the rule of Ice Summit are former indigenous people. Qianlong seemed to understand her thoughts. Ever since inheriting my father's position, I have been exploring ways to achieve victory without bloodshed. But until today, I still haven't found it. You are crazy. You are really crazy. Zhenzhen wanted to get up, but her wrists and ankles were chained to the surgical chair. The extermination of the sparrow is the closest method to the ideal. I personally admire you, but unfortunately, I'm not destined to have it. Qianlong smiled self-deprecatingly, then gently reassured her, don't get agitated. The feeling of recovering memories might not be pleasant. Upon learning the long-sought truth, Zhenzhen found it incredibly laughable. This world is like an out-of-control spaceship. Any external force can change its direction. So whose responsibility is it for its crash? Zhenzhen firmly said, even without the slaughter of Ice Cloud. The fact that you are invaders of the A-star system is undeniable. Yes, we ambitiously tried to promote the chips to all planets in the A-star system, but we faced fierce resistance from various nations. Many people died in this process, both our people and theirs. I bear the blood debt. I never deny it. How can you be at ease doing such things? I have never been at ease. After saying this, Qianlong reached out and fixed Zhenzhen's head in the surgical chair and said, thank you for listening to my story. Now, please listen to your own story. Get lost. Zhenzhen screamed. Don't be irritable. Too much emotional fluctuation will amplify the feelings in your memory, Qianlong said softly. There are still 6 hours until the military tribunal starts, and I don't want you to have a crying face. A woman, even when leaving, should walk away gracefully with her head held high. Crying face? You're dreaming. Zhenzhen scoffed disdainfully. Qianlong no longer explained. In her intense struggle, she connected her embedded screen to the surgical chair. Memory correction is very complex. It's an extremely delicate task, but to undo the correction, one just needs to press the start button. In an instant, countless memories faded away, and new memories flooded her mind. Zhenzhen's brain was under increasing strain, and it felt as if her head was exploding with pain. She couldn't help but scream, her pupils violently trembling. This process might only last a minute or could stretch for an hour. When Zhenzhen finally regained full consciousness, tears had already covered her scarred face. She could no longer care about everything in front of her, about Qianlong still being there, or about her imminent death. She cried out in anguish, mourning her damned fate, lamenting her love and hate. Lu Qing, this name had long been deeply etched into her bones. He was her first and only lover. Chapter 47. The suit covering Lu Qing looked particularly dazzling. 8 years ago, Zhenzhen was sitting in Lu Qing's office, bored and swinging her legs. Please. Xiao Mingxin placed a cup of tea in front of her and smiled. Major Che, you came at an opportune time. Director Liu just went into a meeting, and I don't know when it will end. Thank you. Zhenzhen smiled across the desk, saying, it's okay. You go ahead and be busy. I'll wait a little longer. She waited and waited from afternoon until evening, but still saw no sign of Lu Qing. Zhenzhen strolled out of the office, looking around the corridor. Xiao Mingxin walked over from a distance, glanced at the time, and said, it might still take a while. If the major has something to say, why not let me convey it? Okay. Zhenzhen had something to do in the evening and really couldn't wait any longer. Please tell Lu Qing that I'm going to participate in a 7-day closed training with the troops and may not be able to contact him. However, on my birthday, Commander Gu approved my leave, and I told him to come to the old place for dinner at 7. After Xiao Mingxi noted down the time, he said, "Okay, don't worry. The closed training for officers is indeed exhausting. After each day, everyone just takes a shower and goes straight to sleep." Zhenzhen was slightly better off, having the energy to think about her birthday. Since childhood, she had spent every birthday with Lu Qing and Gu Yang, and this year was no exception. However, there was something special this year. She wanted to ask Lu Qing a question. Every time she thought about this, Zhenzhen felt a little nervous and a little expectant. On her birthday, when Zhenzhen arrived at the restaurant, Gu Yang was already there. "Happy birthday, Major." Gu Yang stood up and gave her a big hug. "Thank you. Why did you come so early? Aren't you busy?" Gu Yang winked at her. "I'm busy, but I have to make time for it. You only turned 22 once, right?" Zhenzhen nodded with a smile. Gu Yang checked the time. It was 10 minutes to 7. That guy Lu Qing might be late. I called him several times before I left, but he didn't respond. He might be doing an experiment or in a meeting. Zhenzhen knew he was busy, so she didn't take it to heart. "It's fine, I'll wait for him." However, this wait stretched from 7 to 10. Gu Yang accompanied her to finish the cake and blew out the candles before hurriedly returning to work overtime. "Lu Qing, I'll clean up for you. You go back to the troops directly." "Okay, don't worry." Zhenzhen readily agreed, but after Gu Yang left, she still set off for the research institute. She wasn't angry about Lu Qing's absence. She knew how busy he was every day, often neglecting meals and sleep. Rationally, she understood, but she still felt a bit disappointed. In their small team of 3, no matter what happened, she and Gu Yang always tried to make time for each other. Only Lu Qing had many things more important than them. They would always come last. When Zhenzhen arrived at the research institute, she found the entire building silent, so quiet that she could only hear her own footsteps, unlike the usual busy atmosphere. She walked up the stairs with ease until she reached the top floor, where she saw a faint cold white light coming from Lu Qing's office glass door. Zhenzhen couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a workaholic in the world, still working overtime even after everyone else had left? As for their relationship, Zhenzhen never knocked when entering Lu Qing's office. Just as she was about to push the door open, her raised hand froze when she saw the scene inside. Lu Qing was relaxed, sitting on the sofa reading a book, while Xiao Mingxi was lying on the sofa, peacefully asleep. Zhenzhen's hand, which was about to push the door open, did not drop, but instead decisively knocked on the door. Lu Qing stood up, and when he saw it was Zhenzhen, his brow furrowed. He glanced at the still sleeping Xiao Mingxi and stepped out of the office. The moment the door opened and closed, the sight of Xiao Mingxi covered with Lu Qing's suit was particularly striking. "What are you doing here?" Lu Qing quietly closed the door. Zhenzhen stood face to face with Lu Qing in the empty corridor, and she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar. She asked hesitantly, "Did I disturb you? Next time, let me know in advance. I might not be here late at night." Lu Qing had not rested for over 20 hours and wearily rubbed his brow. But to Zhenzhen, this gesture seemed to confirm that he did not welcome her presence. "Gu Yang called you many times. Why didn't you answer or reply?" "Sorry, I was too busy today and didn't have time." Zhenzhen found it somewhat ridiculous. "Are you still busy now?" Lu Qing glanced at the time and said, "It's okay now, but later." Zhenzhen interrupted. "Do you know what date it is today?" Lu Qing paused, looked at the calendar, and finally realized, "I'm sorry. Is there something you want? I'll give it to you as a birthday gift." "No need." Zhenzhen forced a smile. The two fell into silence. "Did you come to find me for this?" Lu Qing felt that Zhenzhen was particularly different today. Normally, whenever she saw him, she would talk incessantly about various matters, but today she spoke so little. Zhenzhen felt somewhat ridiculous. Yes. What significance does a birthday hold that would make Director Lu leave the office for 2 hours? "I'm really sorry for forgetting your birthday." Lu Qing noticed she was unhappy and quietly apologized. "I've been quite busy this past half month. Once I'm done, I'll take you out to dinner to express my apologies." "Okay, I don't care for that meal of yours." Zhenzhen bluntly refused. "Then what do you want? Just tell me. Anything I can do, I will." Lu Qing knew her temperament and tried to coax her. "I like you." This sentence lingered on Zhenzhen's lips, but never made it out. "What happened to Xiao Mingxi?" Zhenzhen nodded towards the office. Lu Qing explained, She accidentally fell asleep while working overtime. Che Zhenzhen found it unbelievable. So you just let her sleep in your office? What else? Che Zhenzhen was still unwilling to give up. Don't you dislike others invading your personal space? Lu Qing replied lightly. Seeing her struggle, I let it go. Che Zhenzhen realized that all her efforts had become meaningless. She clearly understood Lu Qing's personality, yet stubbornly persisted. Years of military life had shaped her straightforward character. Che Zhenzhen always believed that liking someone meant liking them. If I like you, I'll treat you well, regardless of how you treat me. But at that moment, she realized this was indeed important, especially considering that she was actually a burden to him. You guys rest. I won't disturb you anymore. Che Zhenzhen turned and left. The birthday gift she most wanted at 22 would ultimately not materialize. Be careful on the way. Lu Qing watched the night outside, still feeling somewhat uneasy, reminding her from behind. Lu Qing did not realize what Che Zhenzhen meant by you guys. When Che Zhenzhen walked out of the research institute's door, she saw Gu Yang's car parked by the roadside. Gu Yang honked and said, I guess you would come. Come on, let me take you back. Looking at his smiling face, a few tears streamed down Che Zhenzhen's cheeks in her collar under the cover of the night. Chapter 48, when she was on her tiptoes about to kiss. Che Zhenzhen hid her emotions and asked Gu Yang, how did you come here? I still don't know you. Gu Yang glanced at her. When we were kids, if we forgot to give you a gift, you would jump up and eat us. That's not that exaggerated. Che Zhenzhen complained. Is Lu Qing still busy? Gu Yang originally thought he would pick up two people, but in the end, the birthday star was alone. Remembering Lu Qing sitting on the sofa looking bored and Xiaoming Xin, Che Zhenzhen said, I don't know, maybe. What do you mean maybe? He doesn't seem very busy. But there's a woman lying on his sofa. Che Zhenzhen said honestly. Gu Yang didn't believe it. Are you kidding? He? A woman? Lying on his sofa? How is that possible? Believe it or not, Che Zhenzhen's mood sank even lower. Gu Yang looked at her expression and then shouted in disbelief, no way. It's true. Huh? What's wrong with this guy? I don't know. Che Zhenzhen tried to hide it, but Gu Yang still noticed her mood. He wasn't as indifferent as Lu Qing. He had actually seen Che Zhenzhen's feelings a long time ago. Don't be sad. Brother will introduce you to someone better. Gu Yang waved his hand. Che Zhenzhen rolled her eyes. With your little schemes, if Lu Qing can't see through it, can I? Gu Yang laughed. You're not happy because you had a heartbreak, right? It's not really a heartbreak. Since she had been discovered, she admitted generously that she was indeed unhappy. Lu Qing is the type of person who only focuses on what he wants to focus on. Other things are automatically filtered out by his brain. So liking him is quite difficult, isn't it? I didn't think it was that hard before. Che Zhenzhen recalled the past 6 months. From when I realized it to wanting to get closer to him, I felt very happy. Happy. Gu Yang widened his eyes. You say 100 sentences to him, and he replies with one. And you're happy? Huh. Che Zhenzhen looked at his funny expression and laughed. As long as I like him, I'm willing to try hard. As long as I am willing, the process is happy. Even if you get no response at all? You're really a love-struck person, Gu Yang commented. Che Zhenzhen shook her head. I'm not. You're not? Starting tomorrow, I don't plan to like him anymore. Che Zhenzhen exhaled and then said with renewed energy, some things can't be achieved just through effort. To him, my efforts are just a nuisance. Since that's the case, then forget it. Gu Yang felt a bit uncomfortable listening to this and suddenly remembered something. Did you take over Lu Qing's task? Does he not know yet? Che Zhenzhen glared at him. I warn you, don't tell anyone. Got it. After the 7A training camp ended, Che Zhenzhen returned to her daily life. The only difference was that she no longer took the initiative to find Lu Qing. Major Che kept his word. During workdays, she worked hard, and on her days off, she started going out drinking with Huozhe and a group of officers, and life was quite enjoyable. One day, she walked out of the base with her arm around his shoulder when she saw Lu Qing leaning against the car. Huozhe said to Lu Qing, long time no see. Lu Qing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the arm draped over Che Zhenzhen's shoulder before landing on her. Che Zhenzhen felt a bit perplexed. At this moment, several other officers also arrived at the door, shouting at them, take a car, we'll come back after drinking. Che Zhenzhen made a gesture indicating to wait 5 minutes. No problem. Che Zhenzhen turned back to Lu Qing and asked, is there something? Huozhe instinctively felt Lu Qing had something to say and suggested, why not go with us? Zhenzhen pouted. It would be strange if a workaholic like him agreed. Unexpectedly, Qing said, "Okay, let's take my car." Who wouldn't be happy not to drive? Everyone rushed into the car, leaving only the passenger seat for Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen. Throughout the ride, she kept looking out the window and had no intention of speaking. Qing turned to look at her several times. He wasn't someone who was very good at talking or entertaining. He didn't know how to engage her in conversation or make her happy. When they arrived at the bar, Zhenzhen was the first to walk in amidst the crowd. Huozhe intentionally slowed down and quietly asked Qing, "Did you two have a fight?" "I don't know. Maybe." Qing rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. It's rare for someone as carefree as Zhenzhen to act like this. Huozhe became even more curious. "What happened?" Qing was at a loss and ended up saying more than usual. "I was caught up in a big experiment and stayed up for several nights, forgetting her birthday. And then she came to the research institute to find me, but I had to wait for the data, so she left." Huozhe was repeatedly shocked by his lack of humanity. After scratching his head, he could only mutter, "Only Gu Yang and Zhenzhen can tolerate you." He then added, "Oh no, even Zhenzhen can't tolerate you anymore." Qing. Once everyone was seated, they started the usual rounds of drinking. When it was Qing's turn, Huozhe actively intervened. "Director Liu, you don't have to drink. You still need to take us back later." "All right." As they were all friends having a good time together, it was easy to talk. "Hey, Major Che, what about that handsome guy who was chasing you last time?" Huozhe calmly revealed that handsome guy chased her all the way to the base gate. Zhenzhen waved her hand, understanding that the guy was also very busy with work, so she let it go. "So what kind of person do you like?" "I like someone who can put me first." Everyone understood. A girl establishing herself among a group of big men requires tremendous effort, so her partner must be even more considerate. The topic quickly shifted to Huozhe, as everyone knew he was a playboy. Amidst the cheers and noise, only Qing's gaze remained fixed on Zhenzhen. He suddenly felt a bit self-destructive. His personality was cold, with very few memories of family affection, and he had never experienced love. As for friendship, the 10 years of noise and companionship from Zhenzhen and Gu Yang were his only experiences. They would share all sorts of things with him, drag him out to eat and drink just because they were happy, and also pull him along to vent when they were unhappy. But conversely, unless there was something significant, he rarely took the initiative to contact anyone. Qing had long been accustomed to this mode of interaction. It wasn't that he didn't care. He simply didn't understand that frequently reaching out to someone was a manifestation of care. "Today is Valentine's Day. I'm going to help everyone here find a match. How about that?" The chubby owner of the bar shouted passionately. "Good. This next drink is on me. Single friends choose a drink. If any two numbers add up to 88, they have to come up on stage and kiss." "Ordered, Akish." The chubby owner waved his hand, and several waiters brought glasses forward. When it got to Zhenzhen, she also picked up a glass along with everyone else, wanting to see if she had this kind of fate. After everyone made their selections, they began to report their numbers in order. If anyone's number added up to 88, they needed to raise their hand immediately. 21, 37, 13. Due to the random nature of the numbers, after a long while, no one matched successfully. 43. Zhenzhen looked incredulously at her glass and then slowly raised her hand, showing her number 45 to everyone. Suddenly, everyone began to cheer, especially Huozhe. The male guest was very gentlemanly and walked over to ask Zhenzhen for her opinion. Major Che had never backed down, so she decisively said it was fine. There were over 100 people in the venue, but only 3 pairs successfully matched in the end. Zhenzhen stood on the stage. Looking at the boy in front of her, tall, long-legged, and handsome, he was quite pleasing to the eye. Perhaps it was indeed a match made in heaven. "I don't have much experience, so please let me know directly if I do anything wrong." The boy smiled shyly. Zhenzhen liked gentlemen, and with a cheerful smile, she said, "It's okay. Let's count down. 3. The boy gently wrapped his arm around Zhenzhen's waist. 2. Zhenzhen wrapped her arms around his neck. 1. Just as she stood on her tiptoes to kiss him, a strong hand suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Chapter 49. The body is always more honest than the mind. What are you doing? Zhenzhen was inexplicably trapped in Qing's embrace as he led her out of the bar, feeling somewhat annoyed. It wasn't until they reached the car that Qing finally let her go. What on earth is going on? Lu Qing just looked at her without saying a word. Zhenzhen grew a bit impatient and turned to head back into the bar. Lu Qing immediately grabbed her wrist to stop her, asking somewhat anxiously, "What do you want to do?" "Of course, I'm going back to continue having fun." "You really want to be with a stranger?" Zhenzhen nodded and said, "We're both single, what's the problem?" Lu Qing's tone became heavier. "Just because we're both single doesn't mean there's no problem." Some feelings were ready to emerge when Lu Qing saw Zhenzhen being intimate with another man. Amidst her shocked gaze, he lifted her chin and kissed her. A tingling sensation surged from her back to her brain. The body is always more honest than the mind, and instinctive reactions do not lie. Zhenzhen gently closed her eyes. After a long while, she slowly asked, "What do you mean?" As Lu Qing's hand, which had been holding her chin, gently brushed over her lips when he let go, the love in his eyes could not be hidden. This is what he meant. Zhenzhen wurde a blank expression. She couldn't understand Lu Qing, nor could she comprehend his sudden change. "Do you know what it means to like someone?" "I don't know, Zhenzhen." Lu Qing's eyes showed a moment of confusion, "But I understand my feelings for you." Zhenzhen found it a bit amusing. All her life, it had always been her orbiting around him. She would cling to him, talking about this and that, and he would occasionally respond. While he never shared his life or work with her, she had always been an outsider. "So you say, your feelings for me? I'm different from you, Zhenzhen. For me, there's no need to share my own matters with anyone. It would only burden others." Lu Qing explained. "So you really don't understand what it means to like someone." Zhenzhen smiled faintly. "I used to like you so much, but unfortunately, you never understood me." Lu Qing's face showed rare blankness. "Zhenzhen, when you like someone, you want to share everything that happens to you, including all the sadness and all the joy, and at the same time, you want to know everything about them, even their boring and tedious work, even their mundane life. I know you're busy, but in fact, I'm also very busy. I spend all my spare time on you." "Not quite right. It should be waiting for you in your office. I used to think it was okay. As long as I liked you and was willing, then waiting was also a joy. When you occasionally showed up to say a few words to me, I felt it was enough. But later, I realized it wasn't like that, especially if my efforts were a burden to the other person." Lu Qing felt layers of bitterness in his heart. He had always been indifferent to the matters around him and never realized Zhenzhen's underlying intentions in frequently seeking him out. He always thought she was just bored and was spending time with him. After all, she was so energetic. His voice was hoarse. "I never thought your actions were a burden. On my birthday, the army had a closed training, so I made an appointment with you in advance. But you clearly had work to do and didn't say anything to me or Guiyang. We waited for you for 3 hours. I wasn't angry. Instead, I was worried you were too busy with work, not eating and sleeping regularly. So I made a special trip to find you, only to discover you had completely forgotten about it, even sitting on the couch without checking Guiyang's messages. And you actually thought I came all this way just to get a birthday gift from you?" Zhenzhen smiled sadly. "You're really cold, Lu Qing. You're really too indifferent." Lu Qing suddenly asked, "You made an appointment with me? When?" "The day before the closed training. I waited for you for most of the day. Close to the gathering time, you still hadn't finished your meeting, so Xiao Mingxin helped me relay the message." "Xiao Mingxin?" Lu Qing instantly connected all the dots. Zhenzhen looked away. "If you and Xiao Mingxin have something going on, please let me know in advance. I won't go directly to your office anymore." Lu Qing held Zhenzhen's shoulders with both hands and said very seriously, "Xiao Mingxin didn't tell me about this, and I have nothing with her. Once I figure out the whole story, I will definitely give you an explanation." "No need." Zhenzhen's expression was indifferent. "On my 22nd birthday, that was the last day I liked you." Hearing her calm words and seeing the determination in her eyes, Lu Qing felt even more at a loss. "Zhenzhen, I can't keep giving unilaterally. I also can't accept a partner who can't provide me with emotional value. We're not suitable." Zhenzhen looked at the flickering car lights in the night. "Today's events will not be known to a third person. Let's just pretend nothing happened." Lu Qing watched her leaving figure, his heart filled with indescribable confusion and helplessness. Ever since Zhenzhen left on her birthday, he had been feeling guilty about it. But the experiment had to be followed up by him, and he had no choice but to drag it out for half a month. Furthermore, she no longer came to find him like before, sharing her recent life with him. Even when she had suitors chasing her to the military district gate, It was Gu Yang who mentioned it to him. In this autumn breeze, Lu Qing had his first experience of love. From love comes worry, from love comes fear. Before tasting the joy of love, he experienced the fear of losing her, or rather, the fear that he had already lost her. Zhenzhen did not return to the bar or her place, but headed straight to Gu Yang's house. What brings Major Che here? Gu Yang poured her a drink. Zhenzhen stared at his movements and suddenly asked, "Do you have any alcohol?" Gu Yang paused. It seemed something significant was going on. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhenzhen finally said, "Lu Qing came looking for me today. It seems he has finally realized his mistake. I was playing games at the bar, and I was supposed to kiss a stranger. If Gu Yang were a cat or a puppy, his ears would be perking up at this moment." He asked expectantly, "And then?" "Then Lu Qing pulled me away. And then?" Zhenzhen's eyes were blank, her tone flat. "Then he kissed me." Puffed. Gu Yang couldn't help it and sprayed his drink everywhere. Zhenzhen's face fell. She simply could not express any emotion. The impact on her was no less than on Gu Yang. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Yang coughed for 2 minutes before finally calming down. "So what do you think?" Zhenzhen spoke very firmly, shaking her head. "I said I no longer like him. No matter what, I will no longer like him." But was her firmness trying to convince Gu Yang or herself? Gu Yang could see through her disguise at a glance. Feelings aren't like a faucet that you can turn on and off at will. If you really no longer liked him, you wouldn't be here drinking with me. Zhenzhen had a forlorn look on her face. "I don't know, I really don't know." At that moment, the doorbell rang at home. Gu Yang casually opened the visitor camera, and Zhenzhen's pupil shook. Lu Qing. Chapter 50. Please throw away the suit for me in just 2 hours. Lu Qing returned to the research institute and went straight to Xiao Mingxin's office. When Xiao Mingxin saw a Lu Qing suddenly appear, she was both surprised and delighted. "Director Lu, what brings you here? Please take a seat." "No need," Lu Qing said, frowning as he took a step back from her approaching figure. "I just want to ask you, why didn't you inform me about passing on a message to Zhenzhen?" "Passing on? When?" Xiao Mingxin looked innocent. "Her birthday." Lu Qing's voice turned colder. Xiao Mingxin suddenly covered her mouth, unable to hide her panic. "I'm so sorry. I was too busy during that time and forgot to tell you. I really apologize." Lu Qing found her every move particularly laughable. On Zhenzhen's birthday, Lu Qing was focused on an important experiment, and it was only natural for Xiao Mingxin, as his assistant, to work overtime. However, that day, she had deliberately used the excuse of discussing the experiment to linger in his office for a long time, even falling asleep on the sofa while covered with her own suit jacket when he went downstairs to check on progress. At that time, Lu Qing thought it was pressure from her first time as the experiment leader. Although he felt a bit of boundary invasion, he chose to be tolerant, as he too had grown step by step as a researcher. But what if she had intentionally timed it like that? Lu Qing was not entirely ignorant of interpersonal relationships. In the past, he simply didn't care or pay attention. But for Zhenzhen, he started to take notice, and these unrefined little thoughts were now exposed. Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged. "This is the last time." Xiao Mingxin felt guilty under his sharp gaze. She always felt that what Lu Qing was referring to was not just a matter of concealment, but Director Lu had never cared about trivial matters. So she thought he wouldn't notice her little thoughts. She said apologetically, "I will definitely be more careful next time." Lu Qing didn't want to waste time probing the truth behind her words, as the overflowing emotions made him restless. He turned to leave, but was called back by Xiao Mingxin. "Director Lu, I've already cleaned your suit. Here it is. Thank you for last time." Without looking back, Lu Qing replied, "You didn't ask for my opinion when you used it, so there is no need for thanks. Please just throw the suit away for me." He left in big strides, regardless of Xiao Mingxin's horrified expression behind him. Even after entering Gu Yang's home, Lu Qing's eyes remained gloomy. He suddenly felt like his past self was like an endless black hole, simply absorbing others' kindness without any return. The moment this black hole was filled with Zhenzhen's warmth was also the moment his only little son in life ran out of energy. "Is there any alcohol?" He rubbed his brow and asked Gu Yang. Lu Qing didn't notice the scene inside the house, nor did he pay attention to Gu Yang's somewhat awkward demeanor. When he walked into the living room and saw Zhenzhen sitting on the sofa with a blank expression, holding a wine glass and looking at him, he froze in place. Guyang quickly followed him, smiling. Zhenzhen is here too. Let's have a drink together. Before Lu Qing could say anything, Zhenzhen refused. I've had quite a bit already. I'll head back first. Don't. It's been so long since the three of us got together to drink and chat. Lu Qing understood her reluctance to see him, and he indeed needed to talk to Guyang alone. So he said, "All right, I'll take you home." Guyang raised an eyebrow, quickly closing his mouth and shrinking his presence. Zhenzhen wanted to refuse again, but Lu Qing stepped in first. "It's too late. And you both have been drinking. I'll take you home first, then I'll come back." The ride was silent. The car slowly parked in the yard, and as soon as Zhenzhen got out, she heard the sound of the driver's door closing. Lu Qing walked around the front of the car and stood before her, looking down at her. The man was tall and slender, his fitted shirt tucked into his trousers, lean but not overly thin. In the past, she prided herself on her military background, seeing Lu Qing as a delicate scholar who couldn't lift a shoulder. At this moment, Zhenzhen felt the height and physique difference between men and women for the first time. Her line of sight was just level with Lu Qing's shoulders, and a slight upward glance revealed his Adam's apple and faint stubble on his chin. "Zhenzhen, although you might not care, I still owe you an explanation." In this position, Lu Qing could only see the top of her head. "Xiao Mingxin didn't inform me that you had come, and during that busy time, I was living a night-and-day cycle, so I genuinely forgot your birthday. I'm sorry." "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll..." Also, Xiao Mingxin did come to the office to discuss work with me. While I was downstairs checking progress, she fell asleep on the sofa, covered with my suit. I found it a bit intrusive, but I used to be like that too, so I let it go. I can just change the sofa cover the next day. Zhenzhen was taken aback, not expecting that behind that glaring scene was such a truth. Lu Qing noticed the softening in her eyes and gently said, "I've warned her, and I don't want to suit anymore. There won't be such things happening again." "Zhenzhen, you're right. I don't understand anything. For over 20 years, I've been so foolish, closed off, indifferent, and lacking empathy. I will slowly correct this. Can you give me one more chance?" In Zhenzhen's impression, Lu Qing was always rational and aloof, so it was the first time she saw him in such a low posture. "Thank you for explaining, for putting an end to my unrequited crush." Zhenzhen took a long time to find her voice again, but we're not suitable for each other. "You're very busy. You're always busy. In your heart, I could never be your priority, and I don't want this kind of relationship." Lu Qing's face showed barely concealed anxiety, desperately wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to start. "This kind of humble plea doesn't suit you. Lu Qing, I hope you will always be that noble and distant director Lu, and I wish you all the best." Zhenzhen didn't give Lu Qing any chance to argue and turned to enter the door. On Guyang's side, he had waited for half the night and finally got to see the tardy Lu Qing. As soon as Lu Qing stepped inside, Guyang immediately bombarded him with questions. "When did you start liking Zhenzhen? If you like her, why do you treat her like that? And do you even know how to pursue someone? You just inexplicably kissed her without saying anything. Are you being a rogue?" Lu Qing bullshit Guyang, who was glaring at him as if he wanted to eat him, and said in exasperation, "I don't know." Guyang closely followed Lu Qing into the living room, continuing to chatter in his ear, determined not to let him go. "Let me drink in peace." Lu Qing's voice was low, regret evident. "Then you better come clean." Guyang pulled a chair and sat opposite him, glaring at him like a hawk. "I've always been indifferent in this regard, so I discover my feelings too late." Lu Qing downed a glass of liquor. "I like her very much, but I'm a busy and inconsiderate person who doesn't know how to take care of others. Compared to Zhenzhen, do I deserve her?" Chapter 51. You must be safe after that night. Lu Qing did not contact Zhenzhen again. Because of the awkward state between the two, it was difficult for the three of them to gather. However, Guyang was busier than usual. Instead of meeting as a trio, he had to meet with each of them separately. For example, today, at noon, Lu Qing invited Guyang to lunch and unabashedly asked him all the questions he wanted to know. "How has Zhenzhen been lately?" Guyang took a bite of the ribs. "Pretty good." "In what way?" Guyang sipped his soup. "Just that her career is going well, and she's in a good mood." Lu Qing was silent for a moment, and, on the emotional front, there was nothing at the moment. Guyang said, then took a bite of bread. Only then did Lu Qing pick up his chopsticks and slowly start eating. At 6 in the afternoon, Zhenzhen invited Gu Yang to dinner, during which she subtly probed for information. What have you been busy with lately? Gu Yang took a bite of noodles. Work. Anything besides work? Haven't you seen any friends? Gu Yang sipped his tea. I did. I met Lu Qing at noon. Ahem. How is he? Gu Yang ate a small snack. Same as usual. No changes at all? Gu Yang finally put down his knife and fork side and said, My life is also a life. Can you both stop torturing me in turns? Zhenzhen pursed her lips and then smiled sweetly. Just chatting. Don't be so agitated. Am I agitated? Gu Yang pointed to his own nose, feeling that this accusation was truly unfounded. I mean, you both need to have some outcome. Either accomplish something or restore a normal friendship. We have nothing going on. Zhenzhen whispered in defense. Gu Yang rubbed his forehead. So are you two planning to never see each other again? To only communicate through me for a lifetime? Zhenzhen immediately said, Have you eaten enough? Shall we go back? Gu Yang. Just when the three of them thought this mode would last a long time, an unexpected event occurred. The Resource Planning Bureau uncovered a spy case, arresting 8 frontline personnel from top to bottom, including Gu Yang. Zhenzhen received the news only after her training ended, and it had already been more than half a day. Without hesitation, she immediately called Lu Qing. Gu Yang, where are you? Lu Qing knew why she was calling and countered. At the military district. I'm nearby. Wait for me at the entrance. 5 minutes later, Zhenzhen got into Lu Qing's car. What is going on? She immediately asked, her brows furrowed with anxiety. I'll explain later. Lu Qing gave a glance. Seeing him so tense, Zhenzhen's heart sank again. After a while, she realized Lu Qing was driving in a familiar direction. Going to my house. MHM. Lu Qing seemed cautious, speaking even more sparingly than usual. It wasn't until they entered the house that Lu Qing took out a signal jammer and turned it on, then explained to her. The committee has been monitoring. Only military personnel's places are temporarily spared. What about the military surveillance? Zhenzhen asked. Lu Qing sat back on the sofa, rubbing his temples wearily. It's blocked. I can only block the military S signals. What exactly happened with Gu Yang? How could he possibly be involved in a spy case? Lu Qing nodded. Yes, but it happened like this. This matter is complicated. You must not act rashly. Zhenzhen stood up, her brows burning with anger. Then what do you suggest? If this is confirmed, he could be sentenced to death. Don't panic. How can I not panic? At this point, how can you still be so indifferent? Lu Qing looked at her from his seated position, sighed lightly. What I know is that the other 7 have irrefutable evidence, and there's no way to deny it. They've already been reported to the committee. Only Gu Yang is still in the detention room, and that detention room can only be accessed by Chanlan and the personnel she designated. So they don't have evidence. Zhenzhen couldn't understand. If there was no evidence, why was he arrested? He had close contacts with the other 7, both in business and personal matters. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. The more Zhenzhen listened, the angrier she became. What kind of nonsense evidence is this? So, don't get involved. Just wait and see how things develop. Lu Qing concluded. Naturally, Zhenzhen wouldn't listen. The spy case, according to protocol. The military has to work with the committee. Commander Huo will definitely get involved. I'll go ask. No. Lu Qing sternly stopped her, saying that Commander Huo's involvement is procedural. If you go ask, that's crossing the line. If Gu Yang really gets labeled as a spy, then what you're doing gives them leverage against you. I don't care. Even if you don't care, does Gu Yang not care? Let's assume you go find Commander Huo. And then what? To understand the situation, gather information, and then make plans. Lu Qing held her arm tightly. No matter how good your relationship is with Commander Huo, he wants to mix public and private matters. The committee and the military have many recent disagreements and tense relations. Don't do something that would be counterproductive. Zhenzhen struggled several times but couldn't break free, helplessly asking, Are you really going to just let it go? I have a feeling Gu Yang's arrest has something to do with Chanlan. If it's her intention, you must not get involved. Lu Qing was right. Zhenzhen was very clear about this. But every time she thought of Gu Yang, she couldn't remain indifferent. What about you? Zhenzhen finally relaxed her grip. I will find a way. Zhenzhen widened her eyes and asked, What way? Lu Qing lowered the hand that was gripping her arm and then tightly held her hand. I can't tell you. Zhenzhen, if things go south, if I also get dragged in, You must make sure to clear yourself. Why would it involve you? Zhenzhen was somewhat confused. She didn't understand why the situation suddenly became tense. Lu Qing gave a simple explanation. The only place Gu Yang is useful is his relationship with me. Zhenzhen calculated the days and suddenly exclaimed, "The committee's new round of elections is about to start?" Lu Qing nodded, giving her an affirmative look. "So you are." Zhenzhen slowly sat back on the sofa, releasing Lu Qing's hand. "Doesn't T. Qinlan appreciate you? Why do this?" Lu Qing said calmly, "There are no eternal friends on this road. It's not surprising what she does." Zhenzhen tiredly closed her eyes. How ridiculous. Lu Qing turned her shoulder to face her, looking into her eyes seriously. "So Zhenzhen, during this time, do not contact me. Do not inquire about anything regarding me and Gu Yang. Just stay in the military district as if nothing happened." In their gaze, Zhenzhen's eyes turned red. Lu Qing shook her gently, finally showing a hint of urgency and worry. "Promise me, no matter what happens, do not get involved." Zhenzhen closed her eyes. A few tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto Lu Qing's forearm, burning his heart with pain. She suddenly wrapped her arms around the back of Lu Qing's neck, burying her face in his chest. "I promise." Zhenzhen felt the warmth from Lu Qing's palm on her back and choked out. "But you must be safe. You and Gu Yang must be safe." Chapter 52, a 180-degree turn. Zhenzhen had been living in the military district for 2 weeks. Every day seemed normal, but inside she was anxious. Every afternoon, when Duan Yu and Duan Qi came to the cafeteria for lunch and saw Major Che, they would ask, "Major, why aren't you going home today?" Zhenzhen held back for a long time and finally said, "It's lonely at home." It really was lonely. During the day in the military district, the hustle and bustle could distract her, but at night, no matter how much she struggled or how sleepless she was, it would soon pass. She had pulled out Lu Qing's contact number countless times at midnight, wanting to call, but holding back just as many times. On an ordinary evening, while Zhenzhen was sitting by the training ground staring at the sunset, Lu Qing actually called her. She sprang to her feet in surprise and hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Lu Qing replied cheerfully, "I'm at the gate with Gu Yang, come out." The heart that Zhenzhen had been worried about for so long finally relaxed. She let out a long breath, feeling light all over. "I'm coming." She couldn't hide her smile as she quickly ran towards the gate. When she got outside, she saw Lu Qing and Gu Yang leaning against the car, smiling at her. Zhenzhen dashed forward and hugged Gu Yang, murmuring, "It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay." Gu Yang hugged her back tightly. "Were you scared?" "Yeah." Zhenzhen looked him up and down and concluded, "You've lost weight. Let me treat you to something good." Lu Qing, also relaxing for once, leaned against the car with one long leg bent, a faint smile on his face. "What does the major want to treat?" "I'll be the driver." "Meat." Zhenzhen wrinkled her nose at him and started urging, "Get in the car, I'm starving." Not just Zhenzhen. Lu Qing and Gu Yang were also hungry. After arriving at the place, and the three of them ate until full. They finally got down to business. After Zhenzhen burped, she asked, "You haven't said yet, what exactly happened?" "A misunderstanding," Gu Yang explained. "They checked all my social connections, communication records, and documents I handled, and finally proved my innocence." Zhenzhen frowned at this, turning to Lu Qing. "Is it really that easy?" Lu Qing didn't speak, just nodded. Zhenzhen had a gut feeling that something was off, but she didn't want to dig deeper in front of Gu Yang. "No matter what, as long as you're okay." Gu Yang smiled and didn't say much more. "You haven't rested well lately. Go home early." Zhenzhen looked at the dark circles under his eyes and said, "If anything happens, tell me anytime." "Okay, I won't be polite with you too," Gu Yang replied. Lu Qing first took Zhenzhen home, then drove Gu Yang. "Are you going back to work tomorrow?" Lu Qing parked the car and asked. "Next week. The director gave me 3 days off." "Good." Gu Yang patted his shoulder and prepared to get out of the car. "I'm leaving." "Wait." Lu Qing suddenly remembered something. Gu Yang turned his head as the car door opened halfway. Lu Qing said, "You mentioned before that, regarding me and Zhenzhen, you should handle it yourself." Gu Yang interrupted his question, waved his hand, and left. Lu Qing stared at his back, his brows gradually furrowing. Since then, Lu Qing had tested a few more times. But whenever he brought up the topic of himself and Zhenzhen, Gu Yang would immediately change the subject awkwardly, as if he was quite averse to it. Lu Qing began to recall the details of that night at Gu Yang's house bit by bit. At that time, he was still in a daze, just realizing his feelings, and was particularly uncomfortable and distressed about the sensations of love and pain. After listening to Lu Qing's explanation, Gu Yang smiled and said, "Congratulations." Huh? Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled. "Because you've finally landed on solid ground." Gu Yang clinked his glass with Lu Qing's. "You've hardly experienced the beauty of emotional bonds throughout your life, and such a life is so monotonous. Now you're feeling sad, regretful, inferior, and helpless for Zhenzhen, starting to care about things you would never have cared about before. This is a great change." Lu Qing twirled his glass and then downed the drink in one go. But it was still too late. It's never too late. Gu Yang leaned forward to pour him more wine. Zhenzhen is disheartened, but you can warm her up. But I don't know how to do that. Just think back to how Zhenzhen treated you before. She would share everything with me, come to the lab to find me, care about whether I had eaten or slept, and Gu Yang waved his hand. Just do the opposite and follow her lead. Lu Qing thought for a moment and then nodded heavily. "You know, don't be too hard on yourself." Gu Yang sighed lightly. "You do not care about others. You just don't pay attention to the little details in life. When Zhenzhen fought with Zhang Xiaoba, didn't you go out of your way because you were worried? And you even anonymously reported that soldier because you cared about Zhenzhen, right?" Lu Qing still couldn't hide his frown and asked, "My daily life is repetitive. I have no idea there's so many things to pay attention to. What if I try hard and still can't do it? Honestly, I'm not used to you suddenly being so emotional." Gu Yang squinted and said, "You've always been so carefree, as if nothing could shake you, nothing could defeat you. For Zhenzhen, you really did a 180-degree turn." Lu Qing also realized that he had become so unfamiliar in just a few days. He began to pay attention to every subtle expression of Zhenzhen, would feel upset over her words, and would think all night over her actions. In the past, such attention would only be given to experimental subjects. Lu Qing suddenly asked Gu Yang, "No matter what the outcome between us is, would you find it strange?" "Of course not." Gu Yang immediately replied, "I genuinely think you two are a good match and hope you have a good outcome." The two men's eyes met, sharing the support and understanding of brothers. Lu Qing raised his glass, and Gu Yang smiled in agreement. The glasses clinked, producing a clear sound. Lu Qing leaned back in his office chair, tiredly rubbing his brow. He had always thought that Gu Yang's arrest was aimed at him, but it turned out to be a light touch. He was proven innocent and released before he could even take formal action. What was the true intention of the person behind all this? What benefits did they gain? What was Chunlan really plotting? And Gu Yang, why had he become so unusual? Did he deliberately avoid this question out of rejection, or was he conveying some message? Of course, the most important thing was Zhenzhen. Should he follow his heart or go with the flow and downplay the matter? While Lu Qing was repeatedly pondering these questions in the military district courtyard, Zhenzhen leaned against the headboard, playing with a dagger, also contemplating the same issue. Chapter 53. Spaceship Out of Control. Repeat, Spaceship Out of Control. Zhenzhen has been particularly busy lately because the third-generation single-person small spaceship has entered the experimental phase. As the second-ranked manual control spaceship unit of the 32nd Army's 7th Brigade, they have taken on the experimental task without question. The experimental phase of the aircraft is very grueling, requiring pilots to maintain high levels of concentration for extended periods, continuously performing difficult operations to refresh flight data, and using data monitoring to assess whether the performance is robust enough. On this day, Zhenzhen flew for a full 9 hours, and after landing, she felt dizzy and had no strength to walk back to her residence. Duan Yu had just taken over her shift and taken off, while Duan Qi and Mo Ran had also just switched shifts. Zhenzhen sat on the steps, her hands supporting her body behind her. "How is it?" "Tired, but very satisfying," she replied. And Mo Ran also sat down on the ground and let out a long breath. After finishing a whole bottle of water in one go, Duan Qi said objectively, "The maneuverability is very strong." Zhenzhen agreed, "Very strong. Fast speed, small target, flexible. If deployed in battle, it would be like a dagger thrusting straight into the enemy's heart. I wonder when it will be officially put into use," Mo Ran said. "Probably soon," Zhenzhen replied, handing the fast food beside her to the two of them. "You two should go rest for a bit. I'll keep an eye on this." Duan Qi said, "You've been at it for 24 hours. You should go rest." Zhenzhen wanted to refuse, but Mo Ran quickly pouted. Go on, go on. There are good things hanging on your door." Good things? Zhenzhen was puzzled. "You'll know when you go look." Mo Ran cheekily winked at her. "I'll call you after Duan Yu is done. Make sure to rest well." With a belly full of questions, Zhenzhen returned to her dormitory and saw a bag hanging from her doorknob. Upon opening it, she found a steaming dinner and medical-grade anti-friction bandages inside the thermos. After long hours of precise operations on the spaceship, her wrists and the control stick had been constantly rubbing against each other. It seemed she had casually complained about this during the experiment, and the only person who could monitor the experiment in real time while paying such attention to her was one person. Zhenzhen called out to Mo Ran. "Did Lu Qing come by?" Mo Ran smiled and said yes. Director Lu came to supervise the experiment in the morning and left at noon. She asked me to hang that bag on your door when she returned in the afternoon. Zhenzhen's heart raced, but her voice remained calm. "I see. Thank you. It's great to have these two good friends." Mo Ran sighed, then said, "You should rest now. See you later." See you later." After finishing her dinner from the thermos, Zhenzhen lay on the sofa to rest, but her mind kept racing, unable to empty itself. Since Gu Yang's incident, the issues between them had been repeatedly shelved, and continuing down this path would mean turning the page, which was something she had long been prepared to let go of. However, Lu Qing's actions today had easily tugged at her heartstrings, causing her carefully constructed mental defenses to crumble. Whether it was an illusion or not, it seemed Lu Qing was making an effort to get closer to her, trying to become the person she hoped for. Zhenzhen took a short nap and then took over Duan Yu's shift for nighttime testing. The number of spaceships for nighttime testing was relatively small, but the difficulty was higher. On one hand, visibility was low, and on the other, there were fewer airspace routes at night, making it easier to conduct comprehensive tests. Under Zhenzhen's operation, the spaceship continuously rose in altitude. Before takeoff, she saw Lu Qing enter the experimental control center, so the other party must be watching her through real-time monitoring. Thinking of this made her a bit nervous, and her movements slightly hesitated, causing the spaceship to shake. Immediately, Lu Qing's voice came through the communication. "Spaceship number 3, is there any abnormality?" Zhenzhen couldn't help but marvel at how Lu Qing could see such minute fluctuations. After clearing her throat, she replied, "Everything is normal." Received. After Lu Qing's deep voice and the static faded away, Zhenzhen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the quiet didn't last long. After reaching the designated altitude, Lu Qing began to command the experimental spaceship to conduct multiple tests. Maintain hover. The longer, the better. I need stability data. All spaceships, nighttime invisibility function. Testing begins. Disable invisibility. After completing the outer space tests, they began close-range tests. Activate anti-tracking mode. Attention! Proceed according to the designated route. Zhenzhen activated the mode and flew towards the odd-numbered spaceship direction. With low nighttime visibility, after activating the tracking mode, allies could not obtain real-time coordinates, so the odd and even-numbered ships advanced in opposite directions along the set trajectory to prevent accidents. The estimated testing time was 5 minutes, and the pilots were advised to maintain slow flight. Zhenzhen slowed down and looked up at the night sky. The past few days had been clear with no clouds, and being high up in the sky away from artificial light made the galaxy seem close at hand. So she switched to automatic mode and tilted her head to enjoy this moment of tranquility and romance. But the unexpected happened at that moment. Zhenzhen caught a glimpse of a rapidly approaching shadow out of the corner of her eye, but before she could react, she felt a tremendous impact hit her, followed by flashing alarm lights. Zhenzhen immediately switched to manual mode, trying to stabilize the out-of-control spaceship, but the effect was very limited. Through the glass, she saw the damaged side hull and her brow furrowed. While attempting various methods to regain control, she reported to the command center. Report to the command center. Ship No. 3 has been struck, side hull damaged, spaceship out of control. Repeat, spaceship out of control. Received. Lower altitude. Find a window and eject. Zhenzhen was too tense to notice Lu Qing's anxiety. Lu Qing quickly commanded, All ships, disable anti-tracking mode, quickly ascend and hover. The pilot of the other colliding spaceship was luckier. Although the side hull was damaged, it did not injure the control panel, and everything was normal in manual mode. So they quickly ascended to clear the near-Earth airspace. Amidst the continuous spinning, Zhenzhen once again heard Lu Qing shout, "Zhenzhen, eject the escape seat." It wasn't that Zhenzhen didn't want to, but the escape mode had also failed during the impact, leaving her with only the option to try to glide down as smoothly as possible. Zhenzhen, the out-of-control, flipping spaceship appeared in everyone's sight, and everyone's heart was in their throats. Lu Qing instantly guessed the situation she was facing and shouted at the military commander, "Clear the area. All parked spaceships. Clear the area immediately." As Zhenzhen gritted her teeth and desperately held onto the control stick, the ground was also in a flurry of activity. All ground personnel participating in the experiment at night mobilized, clearing all space within just 2 minutes. Rescue team, stand by at all times. Lu Qing's eyes were fixed on the sky, not noticing that her hand gripping the communicator had already bled from the pressure. At this moment, the communication brought Zhenzhen's intermittent voice. "Command Center, ship number 3 attempting to glide in for landing. Clearing the area? The area has been cleared. Repeat, the area has been cleared." Lu Qing shouted into the communicator. Receive. Subsequently, Zhenzhen completely lost contact with the ground. Chapter 54. Director Lu, don't go in. In the last 3 seconds before landing, Zhenzhen successfully maintained the direction of the spaceship. However, the impact at the moment of landing still left her seeing stars. At the same time, the landing gear broke apart, and the metal bottom of the spaceship scraped against the ground, producing a deafening screech, with sparks from the friction obscuring her vision. Zhenzhen could hear nothing and see nothing, relying on instinct to maintain direction and reduce speed. The time from landing to coming to a complete stop was only a brief 40 seconds, yet for Zhenzhen, it felt like a century. Due to the impact to her head, she felt weak all over and dizzy, just wanted to rest quietly for a while. However, the sound of the spaceship's panels burning was like a wake-up call, forcing her back to reality. When Zhenzhen turned her head and saw the flames rising from the tail of the spaceship, she couldn't help but curse. She quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and tried to move towards the cabin door, but dizziness caused her to fall back into the driver's seat. Everything in front of her was a blur of black and white, but the thick smoke from the burning panels strongly stimulated her survival instincts. Zhenzhen mustered every ounce of strength to prop herself up and staggered toward the cabin exit. With each step, her consciousness began to fade. In a daze, she heard someone outside calling for Lu Qing. "Director Lu, don't go in. Put out the fire. Don't go in." Zhenzhen shook her head, trying to stay awake. But darkness kept closing in. She had thought about the possibility of dying in the spaceship, but she never imagined it would be so humiliating. Zhenzhen thought to herself. She leaned against the cabin wall and slowly slid down to sit. Just when she felt she was truly going to give up, she noticed a hand wrap around her waist and lift her up. "Go." It was Lu Qing's voice. Zhenzhen leaned against him, wanting to move her feet with him, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. As she tilted to the side again, those strong arms caught her once more. Then, she was carried on someone's back. The flames burned behind her, and the solid arms held her in front. Zhenzhen finally couldn't hold on any longer and lost consciousness completely. Even the loud explosion that followed 20 seconds later didn't wake her. As all the pilots received notifications to begin landing, a military vehicle sped past the scene with a deafening engine roar. Lu Qing tightly held Zhenzhen, ignoring the burning pain in his hands. Mo ran, sitting in the front seat, turned back frequently, wanting to remind Lu Qing about his severely burned palms, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say anything. "Duan ki dove fast." And a few minutes later, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the medical room. It was deep in the night, brightly lit, and the military doctor had been on standby since the plane went out of control. "Put her on the stretcher," the doctor calmly directed, pushing her in while conducting a preliminary examination. The doctor arranged for a series of tests, and under the bright white light of the ceiling lamp, Zhenzhen tilted her head several times, trying to avoid the blinding light. Lu Qing immediately reached out to shield her tightly closed eyes, leaving her a small shadow. Men are always rough around the edges, Only Mo Ran noticed and looked sharply at Lu Qing, sensing something was off. After all the examinations were done, the military doctor came to explain the situation to Lu Qing, Duan Qi, and Mo Ran. The head had suffered an impact causing a concussion, but there was no brain damage, so it wasn't a big problem. Mo Ran asked, "How should we treat it?" "Generally, no special treatment is needed. Just rest in bed for more than a week." "When will she wake up?" Lu Qing asked. "And most of the day, her deep sleep is partly due to the concussion and partly due to physical and mental exhaustion. More rest will help her recover." Lu Qing nodded heavily and said, "Thank you." When they were about to return to the ward, the military doctor called out to Lu Qing, "Director Lu, yeah, let's take care of your hands first. Burns are not pleasant." Reminded by the doctor, Lu Qing finally felt the persistent pain in his palms. He looked at Zhenzhen on the stretcher, and Mo Ran immediately said, "Director Lu, don't worry, we're here with her." Lu Qing nodded and then said to the doctor, "Thank you." As the medical cotton soaked in disinfectant touched the wounds, the stinging and burning sensations followed. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, finally noticing the state of his palms. After the spaceship started burning, the metal handle on the outside of the cabin door had become extremely hot, yet during the 10 seconds from gripping it to opening it, he seemed to have lost all sense of pain. Later, when he carried Zhenzhen out of the fire, he felt a deep sense of fear when the rescue team had just escorted them to safety and the spaceship suddenly exploded. After treating his hands, Lu Qing went straight back to the ward. Mo Ran turned back after hearing the door open. "I'm here, Director Lu, so don't worry. With something this serious, you should go to the scene to supervise." Lu Qing pulled a chair beside him and sat down. "It's fine. I'll leave after the data collection is completed." Seeing his determination, Mo Ran stopped trying to persuade him. She thought of the thrilling scene when Zhenzhen landed and the ship caught fire and exploded, murmuring, "How could such a big thing happen?" The number 5 spaceship deviated from its preset route after activating the anti-tracking mode. Lu Qing briefly explained. Mo Ran frowned. The previous anti-tracking mode didn't have such problems, did it? After the upgrade, the bandwidth coverage increased and there were changes in performance. After Lu Qing finished speaking, the ward fell into a long silence. Any technological update or iteration is built on the foundation of blood and even lives. Zhenzhen was in a coma for an entire day. During this time, Lu Qing handled an emergency matter and then immediately returned to let Mo Ran take a rest. At midnight the day after the incident, Zhenzhen slowly opened her eyes and immediately saw Lu Qing on the sofa, arms crossed, eyes closed in rest. Recalling everything before her coma, her eyes suddenly felt warm. Hearing movement from her side, Lu Qing opened his eyes and hurried over when he saw her trying to sit up, saying urgently, "Slow down." With one hand supporting her back and the other holding her arm, he helped her sit up, noticing the strange sensation in her arm. Zhenzhen looked down and saw Lu Qing's hands wrapped in bandages. She grabbed his wrist and asked what happened. Before Lu Qing could answer, Zhenzhen remembered the raging fire, the painful heat waves, and Lu Qing's shouts outside the spaceship. "It's nothing," Lu Qing replied. He stood up to pour her a glass of water, but she didn't let go of his hand. "Lu Qing." Zhenzhen's voice was a bit hoarse from lack of water. Noticing her unstable emotions, Lu Qing gently asked, "What's wrong? Why do you like me?" It was a question Lu Qing had never considered, and he was momentarily taken aback. In the dim light, Zhenzhen looked up at him. She gently shook his arm and cautiously asked, "Do you like me?" "I do." The streetlight outside shone through the window, reflecting stars in Lu Qing's eyes, which also revealed his affection. Zhenzhen nodded, then propped herself up on the edge of the bed and stood up, with Lu Qing quickly stepping forward to support her, only letting go once he confirmed she was steady. The window was not completely closed, and the wind blew through the gap, gently lifting the hanging gauze curtains. Zhenzhen stood on tiptoe and tilted her head to place a kiss on Lu Qing's stubbled chin. Chapter 55. She pinched Lu Qing's chin. Lu Qing took a deep breath, instinctively wrapping his arms around Zhenzhen's waist, his muscles unconsciously tensing. Even through the gauze, even though the burn was still uncomfortable, his palm was still heating up. Lu Qing's hand remained still, and after a while, he softly asked, "I wasn't a very good friend in the past, and probably won't be a very good boyfriend in the future. Are you willing?" Who said you weren't a good friend? Zhenzhen took his other hand and gently stroked the thickly wrapped gauze. Theoretically, Qing wouldn't have any sense of touch through the gauze. But with every movement and every caress, it felt as if a feather was lightly brushing against his heart. I'm quite clumsy when it comes to human emotions. Not very good at taking care of others or sensing their feelings. My life only revolves around work, and I often neglect you. Zhenzhen raised her hand to cover his mouth, stopping his lengthy monologue. I forgive you. Then, for the first time, she saw a blank expression on Qing's face, making her chuckle softly. Qing was unsure why she was laughing and couldn't tell if she was serious or joking, leaving him momentarily at a loss. After Zhenzhen had her fill of laughter, she wrapped her arms around Qing's neck and said seriously, I forgive you for all your shortcomings as a friend. However, if you continue to be this incompetent as a boyfriend, I'll just find another one. The usually decisive Director Liu was now hesitating. On the one hand, he was happy about Zhenzhen's affection and acceptance, but on the other hand, he couldn't hide his worries. If he was so incompetent as a friend, he had to do better as a boyfriend. He said, you like to put me first. I will try my best, but due to the nature of my work, I might not be able to be there for you all the time. When Qing started to like Zhenzhen, he became uncharacteristically indecisive and timid, afraid that he wasn't good enough. Zhenzhen, on the other hand, thought differently. She no longer dwelled on the past or the heartache of deciding not to like him that night, but instead wanted to embrace the love that was bubbling up and seize the warmth in the moment. It's okay, I'll teach you. Zhenzhen, still in the embrace, kissed him again. But this time, the kiss landed on the corner of the man's pressed lips. The tension that had been building in Qing's mind finally snapped. He suddenly tightened his hand around Zhenzhen's waist, while his other hand cradled her chin as he kissed her deeply. Unlike the kiss outside the bar that was filled with jealousy and testing, this kiss was the most direct confession between two survivors who understood each other as feelings. Every breath Qing took, every gentle caress of his thumb, and every intertwining of their lips and teeth was a passion and freedom he had never experienced in his 24 years of life. As for Zhenzhen, in between breaths, she saw Qing pulling open the hot cabin door despite others trying to stop him, clearly witnessing the taciturn man's unspoken love. 3 days later, Zhenzhen, disregarding everyone's objections, began to resume work, except for her daily training. First, she provided a detailed report on the incident to her superiors, then went to the Research Institute to review every detail with the RD team. Although Qing didn't directly participate in the RD as the person in charge, he still appeared at the scene. When Zhenzhen sat in the middle of the conference room and made eye contact with Qing, she raised her left eyebrow. Qing paused his movements and then pulled out a chair to sit down. Chief Engineer Jia Rui was quite surprised by his presence and asked, Director Liu, what brings you here? Just gonna take a look? Qing nodded. You all continue. The others exchanged glances, a bit hesitant to proceed. After all, with Director Liu's level, they rarely had the chance to interact with him. Jia Rui proactively suggested, Director Liu, we indeed lack experience. How about you lead this investigation? Qing looked up from the screen and said, no need to be nervous. You all continue. I will remind you if there are any issues. Zhenzhen found their interaction particularly interesting. Seeing Qing busy with his wrapped hand, it was clear he was very occupied. Considering Jia Rui's surprise at his attendance, she could only conclude that Qing came because of her. Thinking of this made her feel quite pleased. Then let's continue, Jia Rui said. Major Ge. I just learned about the situation before the impact. Please recall in detail what happened after the collision. Zhenzhen withdrew her gaze and began to elaborate as thoroughly as possible. After the impact, I immediately turned off the anti-tracking mode and switched back to manual control. But 90% of the control stick's functions failed. I tried to activate the escape mode to eject, but I couldn't succeed. At that time, the spaceship was spinning rapidly, and with the poor visibility at night, I couldn't actually determine the direction I was facing. Realizing that I couldn't eject, I knew that gliding down was the only chance of survival. So I stopped trying to regain control and instead used the wind direction to glide naturally with the wings. The entire spaceship was shaking violently during the spin, and the communication was intermittent. For a while, I didn't know what the ground situation was or if there was space to land. So I hesitated about whether I should move away from the takeoff and landing area to the southern mountains. At some point, Lu Qing's hand tapping on the screen stopped. The terrifying events of that night were still fresh in his memory. And thinking of the psychological and physical torment Zhenzhen had endured in just a few minutes made him feel an overwhelming sense of heartache. After landing, the landing gear immediately broke, probably due to the friction between the spaceship and the ground causing a fire. You should be able to see this more clearly in the footage. I suffered a head injury during the landing, so I was in a state of seeing and hearing nothing after touching down, and the information I can provide is limited. Jia Rui finally asked, from your extensive piloting experience, what do you think the biggest problem in this incident lies? And which performance of the spaceship still needs further optimization? Zhenzhen replied without hesitation. The purpose of setting the anti-tracking mode is to approach the target quietly, but the real-time positioning between our side should not be interrupted. However, as long as there is a signal between our side, it is very likely to be intercepted and decrypted by the other side. Jia Rui said yes. You gain something by sacrificing something. But on the battlefield, without positioning, the commander cannot assess the situation and teammates cannot synchronize information, which instead becomes a burden. Zhenzhen said. After taking some notes, Jia Rui asked, okay, anything else? Visibility. The structural design of the small spaceship is unreasonable, and the visibility is limited, which prevents it from utilizing its maneuverability. After I was impacted, I couldn't see the situation on the left wing or who exactly hit us. The electronic visibility system, Zhenzhen asserted, is indeed 360 degrees, but it is just an aid. The manual operating pilot can only make the most accurate judgment through visual observation. After the final exchange, Jia Rui stood up and said, thank you. Major Che, I'll escort you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Qing interrupted. You all can leave first. With the leader's words, everyone hurriedly packed up and left, afraid that lingering even a second would upset Director Lu. Lu Qing stood up and gave Zhenzhen a look. Let us go to my office. Zhenzhen nodded and obediently followed behind him. But as they passed a blind spot in the surveillance, she suddenly exerted strength and pulled Lu Qing into the men's restroom. She pinched Lu Qing's chin and teased. Director Lu, such a busy person, still has time to attend such a small meeting? Chapter 56, he nudged against her shoulder like a big dog. Lu Qing leaned back against the wall, very cooperative. You come, how could I not go? Zhenzhen squinted her eyes, looking skeptical. You're Director Lu, always doing your job properly. How could you delay important work because of me? Lu Qing secretly chuckled, finding her particularly adorable, and pinched her cheek. No more messing around. Let's go to my office. Zhenzhen saw that he was lacking in fun and suddenly felt playful. She tilted her head, gently bit his Adam's apple, then stepped back and pretended as if nothing had happened, saying, let's go. In that moment, Lu Qing's Adam's apple moved up and down unnaturally, and his gaze turned particularly dangerous. Zhenzhen was about to walk out with her hands behind her back when a large hand pulled her back. After a spin, the person pressed against the wall became Che Major herself. Lu Qing wrapped his arms around her waist and deepened a kiss. Zhenzhen had a triumphant smile, raising her arms to rest on his shoulders, her hands naturally overlapping behind his neck. Every movement and every breath of hers stirred Lu Qing's nerves. Just as the two of them were losing control and the temperature was rising, two men's voices came from outside the door. Zhenzhen suddenly froze, looking at Lu Qing for help. The Che Major, who had just been teasing without a care, now had a look of panic in her eyes. And this contrast made Lu Qing feel her dependence. Just before the two men entered, Lu Qing pulled her into the compartment and locked the door. Zhenzhen let out a long sigh of relief, but Lu Qing once again held her waist and deepened the interrupted kiss. She widened her eyes in surprise, not expecting the usually abstinent and cautious Lu Qing to be so bold at this moment. Lu Qing also knew the place was inappropriate, but seeing her blushing and leaning against him, he truly found it hard to control himself. Do you know that Zhenzhen from the 32nd Army? One man asked. The other replied, yeah, Major Che. I ran into her at the Research Institute today. What a cool girl, right? Both cool and beautiful. Lu Qing felt a bit displeased and lightly bit Zhenzhen's lip to express his jealousy. What a pity, I'm not in the research team. Otherwise, I could have met her. What are you thinking? A little. Listening to their conversation and seeing Lu Qing's stormy face, Zhenzhen felt both amused and helpless. One of them joked, "Don't think about it. With her strength, intelligence, and looks, what could she possibly see in you?" The other countered, "Can't even think about it? All right, hurry back to the lab." After the corridor completely quieted down, Zhenzhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. She pushed Lu Qing, ready to go out, but was pulled back into his embrace. Zhenzhen felt like he was nudging against her shoulder like a big dog and knowingly asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Qing's voice was muffled. "Nothing, just annoyed." Zhenzhen laughed and teased. "Annoyed about what? What else could he be annoyed about, if not jealousy?" Lu Qing imitated Zhenzhen and nibbled at her neck. After he finished biting, he suddenly felt he shouldn't be so unreasonable, so he kissed the spot he had just bitten, leaving a faint mark. Zhenzhen had never realized Lu Qing could be so cute. She patted Lu Qing's head like she would a puppy, saying, "See, with such a good girlfriend, you should be content." Lu Qing was indeed very content. He wore a faint smile, his eyes filled with uncontainable affection, and after ruffling her hair, he said, "Let's go." Just like that, the two of them avoided the cameras and entered Lu Qing's office one after the other. The surveillance cameras in the research institute were basically everywhere except the bathroom, so they maintained a friend-like interaction in front of others. "What do you want to drink?" "No need, I'm not thirsty." Zhenzhen plopped down on the sofa, suddenly recalling the scene she had seen on her birthday night. Not wanting to mention it, due to the situation, she could only tease Lu Qing with her eyes. Lu Qing seemed to have mind-reading abilities and instantly understood her meaning. "I've already changed the couch cover." "All right." Zhenzhen pouted. "Are you busy this afternoon?" Lu Qing flipped through the embedded screen and said, "I should be done around 8. I have dinner with Guiyang at 6, so I won't wait for you." I'll try to hurry over." Of course, Lu Qing ultimately didn't team make it on time. By the time he finished in a hurry, Zhenzhen said she had already gone home. He rubbed his temples and prepared to drive home. But when he reached the fork in the road at the institute's entrance, he decisively drove in the opposite direction towards home. Zhenzhen initially wanted to confess her relationship with Lu Qing to Guiyang, but facing a friend of over a decade made it hard to speak up. Guiyang only found out something went wrong during the test flight after Zhenzhen woke up, and he was quite displeased about it. During dinner, he sternly reminded her not to keep anything from him and that she should inform him of any issues immediately. Zhenzhen agreed verbally, but felt guilty inside. Because of her relationship with Lu Qing, she was indeed keeping things from him. After taking a shower, Zhenzhen threw herself onto the soft bed. She thought it was better to leave the troubling matters to Lu Qing to handle. He and Guiyang should be able to communicate better. Just as she was about to fall asleep peacefully, the doorbell rang. Zhenzhen walked to the door, filled with confusion and impatience. But when she saw the visitor displayed on the screen, all her negative emotions vanished instantly. She hurriedly opened the door, excitedly saying, "What are you doing here?" Outside the door, Lu Qing stood tall and elegant in a suit, with dampness from the rain on his shoulders. But before he could say anything, Zhenzhen pulled him into the house. "Why are you dressed so?" Zhenzhen then noticed his very formal attire. Lu Qing explained while taking off his suit. "I had an important meeting tonight, and I just finished when I tried to contact you." Zhenzhen lay on the sofa, watching him. "Then why not go back and rest? What do you think?" Lu Qing also sat on the sofa, stretched his long arms, and pulled her into his embrace, his long fingers brushing over her temple. "How about it? Are you still dizzy these days?" "Very rarely, basically fine now." Zhenzhen leaned against his chest in cooperation. Lu Qing lowered his head to warn her again, still not allowed to train. Zhenzhen pouted, reluctantly, saying, "All right." Lu Qing knew her too well. Zhenzhen was indeed a bit tired, so she changed her position, resting her head on Lu Qing's thigh, her right hand idly playing with the buttons on his shirt. Looking at the girl he liked, surrounded by her faint scent, Lu Qing suddenly felt his tie was a bit tight. He awkwardly loosened the tie, feeling it still wasn't enough, and then unbuttoned the top 2 buttons. "Did it just rain outside?" "Yeah, it has stopped." Zhenzhen looked up at him. "Then don't leave tonight." Chapter 57. Accidental Fire. Lu Qing tapped his index finger on Zhenzhen's bare forehead, a gentle smile on his face. I just came to see you, and I'll leave soon. Zhenzhen frowned. Your home is so far away. Don't run around in the middle of the night. It's fine. Zhenzhen sat up abruptly and glared at him. It's 2 in the morning. By the time you get home, it'll be 3, and then you have to leave for the research institute at 7? Luo Qing reached out to hold her hand. I'm used to it. It's okay. It's not okay. Zhenzhen shook off his hand. You're such a workaholic, and you never consider me. Luo Qing was momentarily confused by her logic and asked, What have I done wrong? Zhenzhen waved her hand dismissively. Everything from start to finish is wrong. Is it wrong to come see you? Luo Qing pinched her cheek and patiently asked, What is wrong? If you don't tell me, I can't guess. Zhenzhen was exasperated. But thinking of Luo Qing's consistent personality over the past 10 years, she felt she shouldn't be too harsh, so she tried to soften her tone and explained, You're running around at this hour. Did you think I wouldn't feel bad? Luo Qing was taken aback and immediately apologized. I didn't consider it well. I just wanted to come see you. I didn't think about the time. That's not what I meant. Zhenzhen knelt on the sofa, speaking earnestly. I'm really happy you came, but I don't want you to lose sleep because of me, which is why I wanted you to stay over. Luo Qing hadn't realized that was the reason. To him, work or rest was a personal choice. Since it was a personal choice, others naturally couldn't interfere. Zhenzhen saw through his thoughts and shifted her approach. Just like you stayed up late to see how I was recovering and kept reminding me not to train. That is actually concern and care. Conversely, I feel the same way about you. Luo Qing fell silent for a while, feeling a bit down about his own clumsiness. All right, go wash up and rest. You're not going home, Zhenzhen said, making the decision for him. Luo Qing felt somewhat helpless. He was a person who preferred to follow a routine and hadn't intended for things to develop so quickly. But since Zhenzhen said that, he could certainly understand her feelings. Okay, Luo Qing nodded. You sleep first. I'll wash up and sleep on the sofa. Zhenzhen replied. I've never seen someone so unromantic. She responded dryly. Oh. Luo Qing, completely oblivious to his own lack of romantic behavior, kissed Zhenzhen's forehead and said, Good night. Before heading into the bathroom, Zhenzhen sighed, worried about her love life. However, she was indeed tired, and, after making the sofa comfortable with bedding, she returned to her bedroom and fell asleep until dawn. When Zhenzhen woke up, she stretched and walked to the living room, only to find Luo Qing still fast asleep. She glanced at the clock and immediately understood. Although Luo Qing was indeed a workaholic, his military routine was hard to match. In the past, Zhenzhen would wake up early to train, and her biological clock had already been set. Therefore, even without an alarm, she would naturally wake up by around 5:30 at the latest. Zhenzhen looked at his upright, sleeping posture and peaceful face, feeling a sudden itch of curiosity. She tiptoed to the side of the sofa, crouched down, and rested her chin on her hand to observe him closely. Even though she had seen this face since childhood, she could never get enough of it. Luo Qing was usually quiet and had a cold demeanor, and except when he was with Zhenzhen and Guiyang, his eyes rarely showed warmth. This image of a high and aloof flower made it so that few dared to examine him closely, making it hard to notice his long, thick eyelashes, which softened some of the sharpness of his phoenix eyes. Especially when his eyes were closed, those long lashes would fall, adding a hint of delicate scholar-like charm. As she gazed, Zhenzhen couldn't help but reach out to gently touch Luo Qing's eyelashes. She quickly withdrew her hand, carefully watching for his reaction. After half a minute, and seeing no movement, she cautiously touched them again. At that moment, Luo Qing suddenly opened his eyes, his smiling gaze devoid of sleepiness. Zhenzhen was so startled that she almost fell to the floor. Steadying herself, she playfully tapped Luo Qing's forehead and pouted. Why didn't you say you were awake? You scared me. Luo Qing felt a bit helpless at her quick accusation. Why don't you mention that you were touching me, now that he was awake? Zhenzhen didn't need to be cautious anymore. She plopped down on the sofa, declaring, You're my boyfriend, so it's only natural for me to touch you. Is that so? A dangerous glint flickered in Luo Qing's eyes. As he moved, the blanket slipped slightly, revealing his bare upper body. Zhenzhen eyes widened in surprise. You have abs. Luo Qing's expression darkened. Is that not normal? You actually have abs. Someone who sits in an office all day has abs. Zhenzhen exclaimed, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. Major Luo did whatever he wanted without hesitation. She extended a finger and poked at his chest, left and right. Luo Qing. After poking enough at his chest, Zhenzhen suddenly pulled the blanket down further, exposing Luo Qing's abdomen. You have abs too, she said, and while speaking, her mischievous hands poked at his abs again. Luo Qing. Mornings are when a man's self-control is at its weakest, and with her fingers, soft hands, and the faint scent in her long hair, Zhenzhen was stirring Luo Qing's nerves. Zhenzhen was having too much fun. After a dizzying moment, she found herself lying back on the sofa, allowing her to clearly see the fiery passion in Luo Qing's eyes. Luo Qing leaned down, kissing her fiercely. Strangely enough, Major Che, who was usually more alert than anyone else, was quite clumsy when it came to Luo Qing. She didn't react at all to his sudden move. Of course, Zhenzhen's mind quickly turned to mush, unable to think about how she could be so unguarded in front of Luo Qing. The kisses, soft and intricate, gradually moved from her lips down to her chin, along her neck, and continued downward. Luo Qing abruptly stopped, propping himself up and turning his face away, struggling to catch his breath. Zhenzhen glanced at her disheveled nightgown, and instead of feeling shy, she felt particularly happy. She reached out, pinched Luo Qing's chin, and turned his face back to her. That's when she noticed the redness in the corners of the usually indifferent director Luo's eyes. In that moment, Zhenzhen felt a rush of blood, like a foolish ruler captivated by beauty, completely forgetting that they had to go to the military district later. She wrapped her arms around Luo Qing's neck and kissed the corner of his eye. Luo Qing's eyes were filled with restraint, his voice unusually tense. Let us not play around. I need a shower. Zhenzhen would never agree. She mischievously smiled, her expression revealing a blatant scheme. Luo Qing immediately became alert, propping himself up on his arms, fearing he wouldn't be able to hold back during this sensitive morning time. Zhenzhen quickly wrapped herself around him, first blowing softly in his ear, then nibbling on his earlobe. Luo Qing's eyes turned red. In that instant, all of Luo Qing's restraint snapped, and every ounce of rationality and self-control was cast aside. Chapter 58. Luo Qing's expression was more unsightly than ever. When Luo Qing and Zhenzhen went out, it was just past 7. Zhenzhen lived close to the military district, so Luo Qing decided to drop her off first before heading to the research institute. Just as they were nearing the military district, Zhenzhen suddenly said, "Why are you so lacking in romantic sensibility?" Luo Qing's brows furrowed, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Zhenzhen complained, "You can still stop when things are like that. Do you not have any worldly desires?" Luo Qing was almost amused by her conclusion. God knows how hard he had to restrain himself, yet she said he wasn't capable. He reprimanded softly, "What are you thinking all day?" Zhenzhen pouted and turned her head away, refusing to speak. However, it was just her way of expressing dissatisfaction. She was actually quite happy with Luo Qing's decade-long abstinence. If it weren't for this morning, she would have genuinely thought he was the type to focus solely on ideas in a platonic relationship without being attracted to the physical. Luo Qing had no idea what Zhenzhen was thinking in her little head and felt a bit anxious when she genuinely stopped talking. When the car stopped under the shade of a tree at the military district entrance, Luo Qing rubbed the back of her head and said, "I'm sorry." Zhenzhen turned her head sharply. "What are you sorry for?" "For my tone, just now. I shouldn't have been harsh with you." Luo Qing gently rubbed her cheek with his knuckles. Zhenzhen proudly lifted her chin and said, "As long as you know." Luo Qing thought for a moment and then explained, "I'm someone who values planning. Whether it's work or relationships, I tend to follow routine, so I didn't expect to act impulsively this morning. My earlier tone was my fault." Zhenzhen couldn't help but exclaim, "How can relationships be so regimented? Are you going to make a schedule for it? 3 months of dating, living together for a year, getting married after a year, and having a baby after that?" Luo Qing didn't respond. Although it wasn't that detailed, he did have a general plan in mind. They'd only been together for a week, and it was indeed too hasty to take a step further. Zhenzhen could see what he was thinking and took the initiative to hold his hand, saying, "If both parties are mutually attracted, then it's not wrong to ignite passion. If couples have to discuss every little detail in advance, then what's the point? Seeing her speak so casually, Luo Qing relaxed a bit. Sorry, it's just that I'm too rigid. Everyone is different, and naturally, their thoughts will differ. Zhenzhen waved her hand, preparing to get out of the car. Well, I'm off then. Luo Qing's mouth moved faster than his brain. Wait. Huh? Zhenzhen turned back, looking a bit confused. Luo Qing leaned over and gently pecked the corner of her lips, his voice low. Thank you. Zhenzhen broke into a big smile, cupping his face with both hands and giving him a loud kiss, making a poo sound. No problem. As Luo Qing watched her figure disappear, he finally drove to the Research Institute. Recently, the ruling party was undergoing a transition, and Chunlan intended to support Luo Qing as Chunlan's protege. Luo Qing's professional abilities were beyond doubt, and he was a versatile talent, very suitable for a political career. Luo Qing accepted Chunlan's offer. Just like when he entered the Research Institute, he agreed because he felt indifferent and didn't have the option to refuse. Strangely enough, the legendary director Luo, who worked tirelessly as researcher Luo, had little interest in the work he was engaged in, since his teachers discovered his talent in school. He had been walking the path others wanted him to take. He had never chosen anything for himself. All his accomplishments were merely the result of fulfilling his sense of responsibility. If he were to choose for himself, the only moment Luo Qing could think of was the moment he wanted to confess to Zhenzhen. Only for her did he want to strive and put in effort. Director Luo, Vice Chairman Shun is waiting for you in her office. As soon as Luo Qing entered the Research Institute, he was reminded. Okay, thank you. When he reached Chunlan's office, Luo Qing knocked 3 times on the door. Guomin. It was a familiar female voice. Vice Chairman Shun, Luo Qing said. You were looking for me? Chunlan, in her 40s but looking no more than 30, had been well maintained for years. Her constant image management and ability to hide her sharpness behind a smile made everyone in the Research Institute wary of her. She smiled and said, yes, please sit. Once Luo Qing was seated across from her desk, Chunlan spoke. I haven't had the chance to talk to you. How have things been since Gu Yang was released? Luo Qing maintained a calm expression and answered simply, all good. Chunlan sighed, appearing quite helpless. The issues involved in the spy case are serious. It's always better to mistakenly kill than to let one go. I truly feel sorry for him. I hope he doesn't hold a grudge. He won't. He understands. That's great to hear. Chunlan smiled. You have a good relationship with him, and if you notice anything unusual, make sure to tell me right away. Luo Qing recalled Gu Yang's rejection of his and Zhenzhen's relationship and suddenly felt cautious. Unusual? Chunlan nodded. He was held for quite a while, and the interrogation could have harmed his mental state. I'm afraid it might have a bad influence on him. Gu Yang's abilities are evident, and I intend for him to take over the Resource Planning Bureau. I really don't want to lose an outstanding talent. Luo Qing noticed her meticulousness, but felt even more suspicious inside. Understood. I'll pay more attention. Thank you, Chunlan said. The competition for this transition is quite fierce, and I've already nominated you. From here on, it's up to you. Understood. Luo Qing nodded. After leaving Chunlan's office, layers of gloom clouded Luo Qing's eyes. Why was Chunlan paying attention to Gu Yang? What had happened during the interrogation? That evening, Luo Qing specifically invited Gu Yang to dinner. Gu Yang was surprised by Luo Qing's unusual initiative and naturally made time to arrive punctually. What made you think of inviting me to dinner? Gu Yang sat down opposite Luo Qing. Luo Qing straightforwardly stated his purpose. I have something to ask you. Gu Yang took a sip of tea and said, go ahead. What happened during the time you were detained? Gu Yang paused with the teacup in his hand, his expression suddenly serious. How long has it been? And you're asking about this? I need to know, Luo Qing insisted. Previously, he had asked Gu Yang about it, but each time Gu Yang had deflected the question. Now it seemed Gu Yang was deliberately concealing something. Interrogation, detention. Nothing special, Gu Yang said. Luo Qing's expression didn't change as he softly countered. Is that so? Were you really doubting, big brother? Gu Yang made a helpless expression. Luo Qing didn't want to hear any more evasions. He simply asked, why is Chunlan so concerned about your mental state after the interrogation? Gu Yang's expression shifted slightly, but he maintained a casual tone. Did Vice Chairman Chen ask you? Yes, there's really nothing to it. She probably just feels guilty about me. Guyang spoke casually, joking. I told you not to worry too much. It's not easy to get me to meet up. Let's chat about life, okay? Luo Qing stared at him for a while, then suddenly said, fine. I and Zhenzhen. Guyang abruptly stood up, slapping his forehead. Oh no. I forgot the prediction report for the second half of the year that the director and deputy director wanted. Then, without waiting for Luo Qing to respond, he quickly put on his coat and said, sorry, I'll treat you tomorrow. I have to hurry. Luo Qing remained silent and didn't move, waiting until Gu Yang's figure completely disappeared before slowly leaning back in his chair. Luo Qing's expression was more unsightly than ever. Chapter 59. I want to devour you completely. Regarding Gu Yang, Lu Qing chose to conceal it from Zhenzhen. On one hand, he had no evidence to draw any conclusions, just some suspicions. On the other hand, he didn't want Zhenzhen to worry too much. One day, when Lu Qing stayed over again, he received a call from Gu Yang. Zhenzhen didn't think much of it at first, but when Gu Yang asked where Lu Qing was and Lu Qing said he was at the research institute, she put down her food and stared at Lu Qing intently. Lu Qing noticed her gaze and told Gu Yang, I'm quite busy right now. I'll talk later. Zhenzhen felt a chill in her heart but still respected his choice. It wasn't until the call ended that she asked, what do you mean? Lu Qing explained, we can't disclose our relationship for now. That's why I said I was at the research institute. Although Zhenzhen didn't want to make a big deal out of it for the time being, she didn't mind familiar friends knowing. Lu Qing's attitude made her feel that their relationship was something to be hidden away, something she couldn't show off. Zhenzhen's voice turned cold. Can't Guyang know either? Lu Qing replied lightly. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Some things had to be buried deep in their hearts. The less Zhenzhen knew, the better, so Lu Qing could only speak vaguely. Zhenzhen stopped talking, and her expression visibly darkened. Don't think too much. Lu Qing quickly realized the reason for Zhenzhen's abnormality and felt both angry and amused. He was angry because Zhenzhen didn't trust him and their relationship, and amused because he thought she was being overly concerned. Zhenzhen didn't look at him or respond. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly pulled her onto his lap and held her tightly, asking, do you really not trust me? I feel so insecure being with you. Zhenzhen said quietly, looking down. Just like I don't understand why you suddenly like me or why you suddenly confessed. I can't comprehend your every action. So I always feel like I can't keep up with you, can't grasp you or hold you back. Lu Qing's heart ached. He knew better than anyone how decisive and carefree Zhenzhen was. To hear such a girl say she felt insecure in his arms was all because of him. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not doing enough that made you feel this way. Lu Qing kissed her forehead. You're like a little son. How could I not like you? It's you who surprises and frightens me by liking someone as boring as me. Zhenzhen pouted, frightened. I didn't notice. You have no idea how anxious and flustered I was at the beginning. Lu Qing chuckled self-deprecatingly. I've always felt guilty about your birthday. And since you haven't come to see me for a long time, I felt something was off everywhere. Finally, I found time to look for you. Only to see you and Hua as you're getting cozy. I felt very uncomfortable then. I could tell you didn't want to talk to me. But I had to explain myself, so I went to the bar. In the bar, you and that man. Lu Qing's expression darkened. He really didn't want to bring it up. That was the first time I acted so impulsively, taking action before my brain could process. I couldn't accept it. I couldn't accept you being so close to any man. It was only during those few steps pulling you out of the bar that I realized my feelings. Realizing I liked you didn't happen in that moment. It was just an awakening at that moment. Zhenzhen didn't believe it. How could you not know you like someone? You're just trying to pacify me. I know I'm not quite normal. I've always been indifferent to matters of the heart. Lu Qing gently stroked her long hair. Caring about you and worrying about you has become a habit. I never associated it with love. It was until that moment of jealousy that I realized I actually loved you without knowing it. Zhenzhen didn't expect his heart to be like this, and her momentum clearly weakened. Then why didn't you tell Gu Yang? Lu Qing smiled, finding her awkwardness endearing. My situation is complicated. If we go public, someone will inevitably try to use you to deal with me. That's not what I want to see. But even if we don't go public, it's already well known that the three of us are close. Zhenzhen said, Yes, but the level of friendship and that of girlfriend are completely different. Lu Qing's mood sank a bit. I've been thinking a lot lately about whether I shouldn't go down this path. The research institute? But isn't that what you like? Zhenzhen asked. Yes, but it's not something I enjoy. Zhenzhen's eyes widened. You don't like it? Lu Qing thought for a moment and replied. It's not about liking or disliking. Seeing her incredulous expression, Lu Qing continued to explain from school to the research institute and now stepping into politics. It's not because I like it. It's because I'm indifferent to everything and it just happens to suit me. You. Zhenzhen was a bit shocked. She had aspired to be a soldier since childhood, dedicating her life to the dream of becoming a general. Lu Qing was exceptionally gifted and entering the research institute was a natural outcome. Furthermore, the way he devoted himself to work made it hard to believe he was actually uninterested in it. I've had emotional barriers since I was little, indifferent to everything around me. I don't care what I do. It makes no difference to me. Working diligently is both a responsibility and because there's nothing else to do. So in school, when teachers thought I was suited for this path, I took it. When Qianlan offered me the invitation to the research institute, I went. Later, when Qianlan asked me to participate in the ruling party's election, I did. But now I regret a little. If I hadn't taken this path, could we walk hand in hand on the street like ordinary couples, not having to hide and only be able to date in secret at your home? Zhenzhen shifted positions, straddling Lu Qing's lap and holding him tightly. Lu Qing felt the unspoken support from her actions and continued softly. My situation is very complicated. The relationship between the military and the ruling party isn't as harmonious as it seems. So I think it's better to keep it a secret for now. When the time is right, we can go public, okay? After hearing his explanation, what else could Zhenzhen be dissatisfied with? She nodded earnestly and then kissed Lu Qing's cheek. Seeing her mood improve, Lu Qing finally felt relieved and gestured to the leftover food on the table. Do you want to eat? If you do, I'll heat up for you. Zhenzhen suddenly smiled mischievously, saying, I want to eat. Lu Qing pretended to get up, but Zhenzhen pressed to back down. I said. Zhenzhen pinched Lu Qing's chin and then softly kissed him. I want to devour you completely. Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, Zhenzhen's kiss turned aggressive, wandering from his lips to his neck. When his patience reached its limit, Lu Qing finally cast aside rationality, allowing desire to take over, doing what his instincts wanted. They stumbled from the dining room to the bedroom. And when Zhenzhen noticed Lu Qing taking the initiative, she relinquished control to cooperate with him. In the midst of their passionate entanglement, Zhenzhen gazed intently at the flush at the corners of Lu Qing's eyes and the deep desire in his usually cold gaze, finally gaining confidence in her feelings for him. In the end, Lu Qing leaned close to her ear and whispered hoarsely, Zhenzhen, trust me a little more. Chapter 60. The trial of the military court officially began. Zhenzhen, bounding Qing's, was escorted by 4 soldiers step by step onto the central circular platform. She walked very slowly, after enduring inhumane torture for over 10 days. The weight of the shackles had far exceeded her body's limits. After regaining her memory, she began to struggle violently under the pain and shock, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone on her ankles and wrists. Now, as the chains clanked and collided, blood surged forth again, dripping onto her white prison uniform, marking every footprint she left behind. The trial was broadcast live, allowing everyone on the ice apex and all iceberg ships to see the courtroom scene. A soldier stepped forward and pressed on Zhenzhen's shoulder, causing her to lose her balance and kneel on the ground. The courtroom fell silent. Not only in the courtroom, but everyone watching the live broadcast was too astonished to speak. The clear screen captured her prominent cheekbones, sunken cheeks, pale lips, and the blood splattered on her prison uniform. Once a striking major general, Zhenzhen now appeared emaciated and dazed, like a walking corpse. Lu Qing sat in the center of the podium, taking in everything. The court was in session. Due to the special circumstances, the military court's procedures were simplified. The final decision rested with 1 presiding judge and 5 committee members. Lu Qing, as the presiding judge, sat in the middle, flanked by 3 high-ranking committee members and 2 military leaders, including Hoja. Zhenzhen's eyes were vacant. showing extreme indifference to everything around her, completely devoid of the indomitable spirit she had displayed 2 weeks prior when she attempted to strangle Qianlan with a chain. The defendant, Zhenzhen, once commanded the 32nd Army as a major general and had outstanding military achievements. However, investigations revealed that she had harbored rebellious intentions even before participating in the Magpie Nest project. She created weapons to kill her own people and decisively rejected the committee's olive branch when they sought to guide her back to the right path. The committee valued her talents, but did not anticipate that she would privately raise an army in A01, our former homeland, and when obstructed, imprison the director of the Resource Planning Bureau, Yang, while handing over the weapons to our enemy alliance. The prosecutor spoke forcefully, listing Zhenzhen's heinous crimes, while the screen behind the podium displayed evidence of her betrayal in real time. Major General Che even joined the alliance's border defense forces, executing military activities for the alliance. Upon returning to the ice apex, she refused to cooperate with our reconciliation efforts and even attacked Chairman Chun, nearly causing his death. Each of these acts provided irrefutable evidence of her crimes, and thus I formally charged Zhenzhen with treason under Article 22 of military law. After the prosecutor concluded his statement, he returned to his seat. Lu Qing nodded, calling for witnesses. Zhenzhen's dazed eyes finally moved. She slightly tilted her head towards the direction of the footsteps, and upon seeing Yang escorted by several soldiers, her eyes instantly reddened. Yang was really alive. He was still alive, with scars on his face that had not yet healed. Zhenzhen forced a smile through the pain, but Yang quickly averted his gaze, as if scalded. "Please begin your testimony," Lu Qing instructed. Yang nodded. "In the Magpie Nest project, I and Zhenzhen were both on planet T11. We grew up together and shared a close bond. At that time, my memory was unexpectedly retained, so I quietly looked after her. When several iceberg ships mysteriously disappeared and many experimenters in the Magpie Nest project began to regain their memories, I found her. She lured me to planet A01 under the pretense of handing over weapons. But as soon as we landed, I was controlled and imprisoned by her former subordinates, Duan Yu and Duan Qi. With resources nearly depleted on A01, Zhenzhen started a withdrawal plan. During an attack by the neutrino machines, they escaped without me, and I thought I was done for. But unexpectedly, I woke up on an empty ice apex ship. I don't know who saved me, but I know who wanted to kill me." Yang spoke steadily, concluding, "That is my entire experience. I have no authority to judge Zhenzhen's crimes. I asked the chairman to handle it impartially." Zhenzhen slowly closed her eyes, despite feeling as if she were riddled with wounds, immune to all poisons. The moment her former friend turned into an enemy and testified against her, she still felt a long, fine pain akin to falling into an ice cave. But she deserved it. She knew it better than anyone. At least Yang was still alive, which was the greatest comfort to her. Lu Qing began to read the military court regulations, then briefly explained the severity of the punishment corresponding to the crime of treason. Zhenzhen remained kneeling in the center of the courtroom. She did not look at Lu Qing, did not look at Yang, nor did she look at anyone else. "Before the committee votes, please allow the defendant to make a final statement." Not far from the podium, Chun looked at Zhenzhen with anticipation. From her understanding, Major General Che would undoubtedly engage in a battle of wits, and even if she couldn't escape the trial, she would take the opportunity to reveal the truth during the live broadcast. Lu Qing actually suggested that Qianlan cancel this segment, as Zhenzhen knew many truths, and casually revealing a few could sway public opinion. But Qianlan refused, confidently stating that Zhenzhen wouldn't utter a single inappropriate word if given this opportunity. "I give up my statement." This was the first time Zhenzhen spoke today. Her voice was hoarse, weary, and completely unlike that of a 30-year-old woman. It sounded more like an elderly person nearing the end of their life. Chun's hopes were dashed, and she finally felt Zhenzhen's utter despair. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised by her decision to forego a statement. Connecting it to Chunlan's words, the committee began to vote. The process continued. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the committee's voting results. After the 5 committee members completed their votes, Lu Qing announced, "We will now read the verdict. Death penalty. Death penalty. Life imprisonment. Death penalty." Huozhe was the last, and he unhesitatingly gave his choice: life imprisonment. After hearing this, Zhenzhen slowly lifted her head, meeting Lu Qing's gaze in silence. There was no warmth in Lu Qing's eyes, completely different from the gaze that once held desire and love in her memories. This was the first time she had seen Lu Qing since regaining her memory. He still looked the same in his suit, high and mighty, that cool, aloof, and respected Vice Chairman Lu. With a vote of 3-2, the presiding judge's vote counted as 2, giving him the final decision-making power and authority to sign the punishment proposal. Thus, her life was now in Lu Qing's hands. Zhenzhen knew she was undoubtedly doomed. Even if the court's verdict was life imprisonment, Qianlong would still ensure she wouldn't live. But she just wanted to know what kind of decision Lu Qing would make. In silence, Lu Qing took out the punishment proposal, wrote down the final verdict, signed his name, and then handed it to the prosecutor. The prosecutor loudly announced, "The final verdict for Zhenzhen's treason, death penalty, to be executed immediately." The entire courtroom was in an uproar. The approver was Lu Qing. Chapter 61. The shroud. Zhenzhen stared fixedly at Lu Qing and burst into laughter. Even with her heart as dead as ashes, even with her body collapsing, even if she could only kneel on the stage, Zhenzhen still straightened her back. That was her last remaining pride. But now, she had completely knelt down, bowing her head amidst the laughter. That laughter was like the last roar of a trapped beast, terrifying, sad, and pitiful, yet it struck deep into everyone's souls. Zhenzhen could not bear to watch any longer and chose to leave in haste. The 5 committee members completed their mission and also prepared to exit. When Huizhi got up, he glanced back at Lu Qing. That glance contained 1,000 words. There was helplessness and regret for Zhenzhen, and astonishment at Lu Qing's heartlessness. The video broadcast ended, and the audience in the stands began to leave in sparse numbers. Guiyang took one last look at the crazily laughing Zhenzhen and chose to turn away. In this extreme oppression, Lu Qing remained seated in the center, unmoving. The bizarre laughter finally stopped, and Zhenzhen raised her head, revealing tear streaks all over her face. The 4 soldiers who had just been there ascended the stage, preparing to escort her to the execution site. Zhenzhen stood up under their unceremonious tugging, but her weak legs caused her to be unsteady. Throughout this process, she fixed her gaze on Lu Qing, her eyes flashing with emotions Lu Qing could not comprehend, even if she could not understand. Lu Qing was still deeply shaken by that gaze, pain surging bit by bit to her heart, then flooding into her limbs with each heartbeat. Lu Qing, Lu Qing, Zhenzhen murmured. "Move," one soldier impatiently shouted, yanking her arm downwards. Zhenzhen stumbled down the steps, swaying as she walked. Whenever she deviated from her path, even slightly, the soldiers would shove her back in the opposite direction. Once a major general, Zhenzhen now had no dignity left. Just before exiting, she disregarded the actions of the 4 soldiers, stopped in her tracks, and turned back to smile at Lu Qing. The currently unattractive smile and the bright smile from when they first met in the shelter gradually overlapped in Lu Qing's eyes. Due to damage to her throat, the more Zhenzhen tried to amplify her voice, the more piercing and unpleasant it became. But none of this mattered anymore. "Lu Qing, I hope we never meet again." After saying this, she did not look back at Lu Qing again and turned to walk down the corridor, step by step towards the execution ground where her life would soon end. When on Binyan Star, executions were carried out by either firing squad or lethal injection. Now, to simplify matters, only firing squads remained. Zhenzhen walked into the chamber closest to the sewage outlet and ventilation shaft, where she saw the shroud spread flat on the ground. Kneel. The soldiers escorting her here had completed their mission. The subsequent execution was entirely handled by the committee. Ironically, the military tribunal was no longer the responsibility of the military. The power and jurisdiction now lay solely with Qianlong. Everyone knew about Major General Che's reach, and even in her weakened state, people still unconsciously tightened their grips on their guns as she entered the room. To their surprise, Zhenzhen obediently knelt down, showing no intention of resistance. She lowered her head and reached out to touch the shroud. The fabric felt rough, dull in color, and smelled of decay and mildew. Zhenzhen curled her lips. It seemed quite fitting for her. "Vice Chair Lu," a man beside her called out toward the door. Zhenzhen withdrew her hand, maintaining her posture with her back to the entrance, showing no sign of turning around. Since she had said never to meet again, then she would not meet. What instructions does Vice Chair Liu have? A familiar voice sounded. Chairman Chen sent me to keep an eye on things. Is everything ready? Everything is prepared according to your plan from yesterday. Good. Then, what is the execution time? Wait for the chairman to notify. Wasn't it said to execute immediately? Lu Qing remained silent, glancing casually at the man, causing him to immediately fall silent. He slowly walked into the chamber from the door and stopped beside Zhenzhen. From this angle, he could see her tightly closed eyes and the pallor of her face. Soon, Chen Chen's voice came from outside. Vice Chair Liu. Chairman Chen has given instructions. After Lu Qing nodded, she said execute. The man executing the firing squad moved to stand behind Zhenzhen, pressing the gun against the back of her head, his index finger slowly resting on the trigger. Zhenzhen suddenly opened her eyes wide and slowly raised her head. She knelt very steadily, showing no signs of panic. Lu Qing saw a tear clinging to the corner of her left eye and heard a soft sound from her nose. Anyone watching would feel that Major General Che faced death with indomitable spirit. Only Lu Qing saw the despair and determination in her complete abandonment of life. Except for Lu Qing, everyone stood with their backs to the door behind Zhenzhen, waiting for the gunshot to collect the body and clean up the scene. Zhenzhen waited for a long time, but still did not hear the final gunshot. In the meantime, footsteps and sounds of struggle suddenly came from behind. Alert! A male voice tried to issue a warning, but was immediately silenced. Major General. Only then did Zhenzhen turn her head and see Duan Yu's anxious face. From the moment she saw Gu Yang, she knew they were alive, but their sudden appearance still surprised her, leaving her too weak to express any emotion. Duan Qi restrained Lu Qing and shouted at Duan Yu, "Take the Major General away." Zhenzhen moved slightly, but her already weak body, combined with kneeling for so long, made it impossible for her to stand up. They had not expected Zhenzhen's condition to be so poor. Duan Yu whispered apologies. Then he easily scooped Zhenzhen into a princess carry, holding her tightly in his arms to fend off any surprise attack. As he turned around, Zhenzhen finally saw the scene in the chamber. The man responsible for the execution lay on the ground, unconscious or worse, while others were also knocked out and left aside. Duan Qi had Lu Qing firmly locked down, gun pointed at her temple, using her as a hostage just in case. Other subordinates guarded the front and back, watchfully scanning their surroundings, encircling Zhenzhen in the center. Duan Yu walked briskly, and Zhenzhen's chin just rested on his shoulder, allowing her to see Lu Qing behind him, but she never gave him a glance. They were all dressed in Bingding uniforms, their attire flawless. Perhaps this was the only way to deceive real-time surveillance. As they were about to pass through the monitoring area, Duan Qi gritted his teeth and spat out a few words at Lu Qing. "I warn you, behave yourself." Lu Qing's left hand hung down, unfeeling, while her right hand raised in a gesture indicating she would not resist. "Go." Everyone tacitly quickened their pace, cautiously avoiding the surveillance. And for a moment, the dim corridor was filled only with the sound of hurried footsteps. However, even with their caution, such a large-scale movement still attracted the attention of the monitoring room. In an instant, alarms blared. Everyone no longer cared whether they would make noise and began to run wildly. Duan Yu shouted left. Duan Qi, through the earpiece, said, "We've been discovered. Initiate. Prepare to evacuate." They were getting closer to their destination, while the footsteps chasing them grew louder and nearer. At this moment, Zhenzhen saw the spaceship docked at the sewage outlet, and Mo ran on board. Duan Qi signaled for the others to go ahead, while he retreated behind Lu Qing, continuously backing away. As he backed up to the junction, Chanlan approached briskly, flanked by military personnel, with Chun Shun following closely behind. Duan Qi's actions grew increasingly cautious as he shouted without looking back, "Don't worry about me. Take the Major General away." Chapter 62 acted quickly to handcuff her and enter the cabin. Duan Yu still held on to Zhenzhen without letting go. "Let's go." Seeing no movement behind them indicating the spaceship was departing, Duan Qi shouted. Zhenzhen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Not one can be left behind." Her life was not more precious than Duan Qi's, and it was not worth using Duan Shi to exchange for others to escape. Duan Yu whispered to Che Zhenzhen, Chunlan and Huiyun are bringing people to chase us. Che Zhenzhen was blocked behind by her subordinates and could not see the current situation. After a moment of contemplation, she said to Duan Yu, take hostages aboard. Shoot the moment we leave. Duan Yu unconditionally executed her order and quietly relayed the plan to the frontmost Duan Shi through communication. Zhenzhen, I really didn't expect you to have such capabilities, Chun Lan's voice rang out. Che Zhenzhen didn't want to engage in empty pleasantries with her, not even wanting to say another word. Duan Shi slowly retreated while holding on to Lu Qing, warning in a low voice, shut up, or I'll shoot your Vice Chairman Lu. For Chun Lan, Lu Qing indeed could not die. So, she could only watch the other side's movement step by step, unable to let Huiyun take action. However, Chun Lan still maintained her calm demeanor, continuing to chat nonsensically with Che Zhenzhen. Che Zhenzhen listened intently for a while, then said to Duan Yu, if there's a chance, kill Chun Lan. Understood. As Duan Shi retreated step by step and slowly entered the cabin, Mo Ran became highly tense. She had to close the cabin door and quickly leave the ice top the moment Duan Shi fired and pushed Lu Qing out, which required extremely rigorous coordination and reaction capabilities from both parties, as well as the pilot. In the communication line, Mo Ran began the countdown. 3. Duan Shi took the final step and completely entered the cabin. 2. Behind Duan Shi, everyone except Duan Yu, who was holding Che Zhenzhen, dodged to the sides of the cabin door. 1. At the same time that Duan Shi pressed down on Lu Qing's right shoulder and pushed him out, he pulled the trigger. Lu Qing turned around due to inertia, and at the moment the bullet entered his body, he also met those lifeless eyes. The source of the intense pain could be physical or psychological, but he gritted his teeth and maintained his standing posture, becoming the final barrier between Che Zhenzhen and Chun Lan. Because of him, there was never a chance to shoot at Chun Lan. The cabin door closed, and the spaceship detached from the ice top, then entered stealth mode. Duan Shi monitored the movements of the ice top in real time, warning, quickly enter warp speed. The ice top has dispatched small ships to intercept. Mo Ran was not the least bit flustered. Don't worry, they won't be able to stop us. Duan Yu placed Che Zhenzhen in a seat and then brought over the machine to check her. No need, Che Zhenzhen said. Duan Yu tried to persuade her. Major General, let me rest for a bit. Che Zhenzhen didn't know what was wrong with her. She felt no sense of having survived a disaster because she truly believed she was going to die and had fully accepted it. Thus, life suddenly being prolonged felt more like a burden pressing down on her shoulders. Although escapism was shameful, she really felt she had lived enough. She didn't want to face friends and family who had turned against her, nor did she want to ponder the balance between the three forces. Death was her best refuge. After successfully entering warp speed, Mo Ran activated autopilot mode and called Duan Shi to keep an eye on things, as she hadn't seen Che Zhenzhen yet. When Mo Ran walked up to Che Zhenzhen, the once-spirited girl instantly had tears welling in her eyes. Zhenzhen Jia, Che Zhenzhen, maintaining her spirit, opened her eyes and forced a smile when she saw Mo Ran. Mo Ran couldn't hold it together any longer, tears streaming down her face. But fearing to upset Che Zhenzhen, she could only sob quietly. I'm fine, stop crying. Mo Ran shook her head, her tears flowing even more fiercely. She had seen Che Zhenzhen injured before, but never this severely. She had seen Che Zhenzhen dejected, but never this hopeless. Che Zhenzhen was still alive, yet her eyes were hollow as if she were dead. She had always been a vibrant person growing up. As a child, she was overly lively. As she matured, she became more composed, but that fighting spirit had always accompanied her growth. However, that inner drive was now completely gone. After Duan Yu exchanged glances with Mo Ran, he said, Major General, you should rest first. We'll check you out when we reach base. Che Zhenzhen gave him a confirming look, then closed her eyes again. Everyone dispersed and maintained silence, giving her the time and space to recover alone. After the spaceship entered warp speed and completely vanished from everyone's sight, Lu Qing staggered a few steps before sitting down against the wall. Duan Shi had indeed shown mercy. The bullet had ultimately lodged in his right rib. But even so, the suffocating sensation caused by the broken rib was unbearable for Lu Qing. Huiyun quickly began treatment, while Qianlan called for everyone to bring over a stretcher to take Lu Qing to the medical room. Hurry! After greeting Qianlan, Huiyun followed the stretcher out. Soon, the small corridor was left with only Qianlan and Qinshan. Qianlan stared in the direction where Zhenzhen and the others had disappeared, suddenly asking, "What do you think?" "I think there's an insider," Qinshan said bluntly. Qianlan affirmed. "From the courtroom to here? You've been involved almost the entire time. Did you notice anything unusual?" After a moment of thought, Qinshan replied, "Sorry, no. What do you think of Lu Qing?" "I think Vice Chairman Lu must be in a bad place. After all, he was once a friend. But he still chose to act fairly. I admire that." "And what about Zhenzhen?" Qinshan hesitated. She knew her mother too well. Asking this meant harboring doubts about Lu Qing, but also questioning her. She casually said, "In terms of ability and spirit, I admire her, but unfortunately, she can't be used by us. Today, even let the tiger return to the mountain. In the future, she will be a big trouble." Qianlan smiled softly, reaching out to touch Chen's cheek. Very honest, good." After Qinshan let out a sigh of relief, she asked, "Mom, do you have a suspect?" Then what do you plan to do?" Qianlan retracted her hand and asked, "Aren't you curious who it is? Why not take a guess?" Qinshan sensed that Qianlan had found quite a few clues. From the moment she reached a consensus with Lu Qing, they became a community of fate. So, Qinshan decided to reverse her approach and probe. "You say that, could it be Vice Chairman Lu?" Qianlan shook her head, answering evasively. "It's good that Zhenzhen is alive. She must hate Lu Qing deeply. If she ever gets the chance to see him again, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for her to kill him." At that moment, Huiyun appeared at the end of the corridor, reporting to Qianlan, "Vice Chairman Lu is in surgery, his vital signs are stable, and there's no major issue." "Good." Qinshan also looked at Huiyun, and upon hearing this, she subtly let out a sigh of relief. However, after reporting back, Huiyun did not leave. Instead, he slowly approached. Qianlan gently patted Qinshan's head, just like when they parted in childhood. Qinshan's eyelids twitched, and she heard Qianlan say to Huiyun, "Take her away." Huiyun had no objections, having likely already known the truth, and swiftly handcuffed her. Qinshan shouted while struggling, "Mom, when you were leaking information to Duan Yu and Duan Shi, did you think of me as your mother?" Qianlan did not look at her again. Chapter 63. Expressing love freely with physical actions. Zhenzhen was not actually asleep. She didn't know whether Lu Qing was dead or alive, and perhaps she didn't care much about it either. Lu Qing had given her the greatest care and concern during their time in the Alliance, but in the end, he was the one who facilitated her return to the Ice Summit, even personally sentencing her to death. Zhenzhen knew he didn't have those passionate memories, but as a friend, his betrayal was unforgettable. Suddenly, she remembered the time when they were fully evacuating Ice Cloud. At that time, while executing a mission at A01, she was physiologically weak, similar to now, but psychologically completely different. After the disaster, even with emergency plans in place, the number of survivors was still significantly reduced. The ruling party and military high command summoned all surviving generals, committee members, and researchers for a 2-day discussion on the future direction, which led to the urgent and large-scale A01 exploration. Due to the special nature of the fire crystal, each team needed to be equipped with a researcher. At that time, Lu Qing took the opportunity to join the team she led without informing Zhenzhen. Lu Qing hid it so well that Zhenzhen only found out about the extra person in the team at the assembly before departure. She concealed her emotions and conducted the pre-mission briefing. Everyone must be aware of the importance of this mission, so I won't elaborate. I just want to emphasize the dangers. The fire crystal is flammable and explosive, so remember not to use open flames or weapons like guns throughout the mission. We will parachute to land, and we can't leave until the exploration is completely over. This timeline can be long or short, so everyone should be mentally prepared. A01 is uninhabited, but wild animals may exist. No one is allowed to act alone. If you need to leave the team, at least go in pairs. After explaining the general situation, Zhenzhen gave the team time for last-minute preparations. She shot a cold glance at Lu Qing and then walked to the adjacent cabin. "What gives you the right to make decisions on your own?" Lu Qing had anticipated her opposition and deliberately concealed his actions to prevent her from requesting a replacement. Now, with only half an hour before departure, the personnel could not be changed. He softly explained, "My main duty is as a researcher. Of course, I have to participate." Zhenzhen turned around with effort. "Don't think I don't know that committee members are not required to participate. So you must have applied for special approval." Lu Qing admitted it and then said, "But since I have this capability, I must contribute a bit more effort." Zhenzhen was somewhat irritated. "What can you do with your hands not able to lift or carry anything? Providing remote consultation is enough. Why do you have to go?" This mission had a high risk factor. Zhenzhen was used to living on the edge, but Lu Qing, who had long stayed in his ivory tower, shouldn't be throwing himself into danger. Thinking of this made her both angry and worried. Noticing her rising anger and anxiety, Lu Qing sighed slightly and said, "No matter what, I'm still a man. I'm not that fragile, so don't worry." Zhenzhen growled, "Do you know that this kind of mission could very well cost you your life?" Lu Qing confirmed, "I know. If you know, then I still can't be at ease." Zhenzhen was somewhat confused, not understanding what he meant. Lu Qing rubbed his forehead. He and T wanted to say these things. But with Zhenzhen's stubborn temperament over the past 10 years, how could she let him off the hook? The research and exploration plan I developed, how could I be unaware of the dangers? Lu Qing said softly, "But I really can't rest assured about you." Zhenzhen, in a fit of anger, replied, "I've executed far more dangerous missions than this, so why are you fussing about?" After saying that, Zhenzhen suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Regardless, Lu Qing was concerned about her, and her words were somewhat hurtful. Lu Qing looked at her and said, "Whether you say I'm fussing or that I can't lift or carry anything, I must go. I will do my best not to fall behind or cause trouble. Just act as if I don't exist." Zhenzhen felt both angry and heartbroken, knowing that there was no possibility of replacing him now, and she could only find a way to protect him. After taking a deep breath, she asked, "Is all the equipment ready?" "Yes. And for parachuting, I'll carry a tandem parachute for you." "No need, I can." Zhenzhen interrupted fiercely, "What good is that? What if something happens? Just follow me obediently." Lu Qing also knew he shouldn't provoke her, so he obediently replied, "All right." At that moment, Guiyang knocked and walked in. "What are you doing here?" Zhenzhen was somewhat surprised. Guiyang smiled, "I came to send you both off." Zhenzhen rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't see you send me off before when I went on missions. Why are you sending Lu Qing off now?" Guiyang tapped her forehead with his finger. "What are you being jealous for?" His appearance calmed the lingering anger in Zhenzhen, and Lu Qing also breathed a sigh of relief, warmly asking, "How did you know?" "You must have forgotten that I am now the Deputy Director of the Resource Planning Bureau. We have members participating in the operation, so of course. I can see the list." Guiyang patted Lu Qing on the shoulder. Zhenzhen said bluntly, "Since you've seen it, you should hurry and leave. We're about to set off." Guiyang, this ingrate. He couldn't help but complain, but his concern was genuine. Before leaving, Guiyang embraced both Zhenzhen and Lu Qing, seriously wishing them a safe journey. After the small aircraft detached and arrived over A01, it began to descend slowly. 11,000 meters. The broadcast announced the current altitude in real time. Everyone lined up at the cabin door for the final equipment check. 10,000 meters. Zhenzhen pulled Lu Qing closer, tightly binding them together with the tandem parachute, while reminding him, "Remember to keep your head up at all times." Lu Qing had undergone basic training, so he replied somewhat helplessly, "I know, don't worry." Did Zhenzhen really feel at ease? Not all. 9,000 meters. 8,000 meters. The cabin door is about to open. When the green light rang, with Zhenzhen's command, everyone jumped out of the spaceship without hesitation, embracing the unknown. Zhenzhen and Lu Qing were the last to jump. The deafening sound of the wind rushed in. In free fall, Zhenzhen shouted to Lu Qing, "How does it feel to be flown by me?" Lu Qing had no choice but to shout back, "Great. If we could switch places, it would be even better." Hearing this, Zhenzhen laughed heartily. In tandem parachuting, the person following is bound in front of the person controlling the parachute. During the fall, Lu Qing was completely beneath Zhenzhen, protected in her embrace. If a third person were to look from the side, there might even be a feeling of a little bird relying on someone. She lightly pressed the communicator to issue a command. Pay attention to real-time positioning to prevent deviation. Voices from the team members continuously reported back. However, Zhenzhen suddenly withdrew her arms and tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Qing's chest. The two were secretly in love, for the first time in such an exposed situation, expressed their feelings freely through their bodies. Chapter 64. Holding the other hand of Zhenzhen. At first, everyone thought that with a 0-1's fire crystal content, the entire team could finish all the exploration within 3 weeks at most. However, as the mission progressed, the estimated time kept extending from 3 weeks to 4 weeks, 5 weeks, until the ruling party and the military jointly announced that the completion time was unpredictable. Meanwhile, the death toll continued to rise. A second soldier in Zhenzhen's team died from heat stroke. They had just finished the reporting work for one area and immediately rushed to the next area in 40-degree heat. The midday sun was scorching, with no plans to provide any shade. Everyone could only keep moving forward under the blazing sun. Have some water. Lu Qing handed his water pouch to Zhenzhen, whose drinking water was nearly gone. I have some, you drink. Both of their voices were extremely hoarse from dehydration. After hearing their conversation, Duan Yu said, the supplies dropped each time are simply not enough for so many people to last this long. As the team leader, Zhenzhen naturally understood this situation. She did not respond, but instead opened the communication to convey to the entire team. Speed up. We need to reach the supply point within an hour. Lu Qing looked back and saw every soldier pushing through with all their strength. Physical strength was exhausted. Supplies were insufficient, and the temperature was too high. This was an extremely dangerous situation. Of course, Zhenzhen and Lu Qing's condition was not much better. All their actions relied on willpower. Lu Qing said, we can't make it in an hour. Zhenzhen replied, gasping for breath, we have to make it. If we can't get supplies, more people might die from heat stroke. Lu Qing was silent for a few seconds, insisting, but we need to rest for a few minutes before continuing. No time, she said, and just as her words fell, a scream came from the back of the line. Zhao Lei. Zhenzhen's eyelids jumped, and she immediately halted. What's going on? Report. Zhao Lei has passed out. Lu Qing exchanged glances with Zhenzhen, both with a bad premonition. The terrifying thing about heat stroke is that once a person loses consciousness, it is basically hopeless. Not to mention that in such harsh conditions, immediate rescue is impossible. All the soldiers split to the sides, creating a path for Lu Qing and Zhenzhen, while the team doctor, Gu Ran, rushed from the back of the team. As Gu Ran began to quickly check Zhao Lei's vital signs, Zhenzhen asked the soldier who had shouted earlier, was there anything unusual before he fainted? Yes, I was talking to him, but he didn't respond much, and his words were incoherent. Lu Qing said, delirium, unclear consciousness, early symptoms of heat stroke. Zhenzhen asked Gu Ran, how is it? Gu Ran put away the examination equipment, stood up, and shook his head. There's no saving him. It was the same situation as the first soldier who fainted from heat stroke a few hours ago. Zhenzhen clenched her fists tightly, taking a long time to regain her voice. Duan Yu, Duan Qi. Here, you two lead the team to continue forward, hurry to the supply point to rest. Let everyone pay attention to each other's condition and report immediately if anyone shows signs of confusion. Yes. Duan Yu replied, what about you? Kidzins and Said softly. I'll see him off, then I'll come. I'll go with you, Lu Qing said. Okay. Zhenzhen did not refuse. She truly did not want to be alone. Gu Ran followed the team. Gu Ran also did not refuse. Zhao Lei had already fallen into severe unconsciousness. Staying here would not help. But staying with the team could maximize the safety of the other soldiers. Let us go, Zhenzhen called out. The main team started to move forward. But every soldier passing by Zhao Lei stopped to salute, filling the silence with actions that expressed respect and regret. Once everyone had left, Zhenzhen slowly sat beside Zhao Lei and held his hand. Lu Qing sighed softly and sat beside her, gently patting her back to comfort her surging emotions. What a ridiculous mission. Without outsiders around, Zhenzhen no longer hid her true thoughts and began to speak freely. Lu Qing's expression darkened. In this era of great change, sacrifice was unavoidable. Can we really get through this? Zhenzhen felt a bit lost. I don't know, Lu Qing said honestly, but at least we tried. with A01's fire crystal resources so abundant that even the Alliance kept their distance. We chose this place as our new foothold. Is it really okay? Fire crystals are the main component of spaceship fuel and a resource every nation wants to seize. At the same time, fire crystals are the most dangerous substances. Sparks generated from friction can lead to explosions far more powerful than explosives. We have burned our boats. We have no other choice. Zhenzhen understood this reasoning. But when she heard Lu Qing say such words, her heart trembled slightly. Her gaze fell on Zhao Lei's tightly closed eyes, feeling powerless against his unnatural convulsions. So they had to use their flesh and blood to carve out a path for their nation. Yes, at that moment, Zhao Lei suddenly started to breathe rapidly, with his lungs making a rattling sound. The indicators on the life monitor began to go haywire, and an alarm sounded. Zhenzhen knew there was nothing she could do, but as she watched life slip away, she could not just stand by. Lu Qing said nothing but held Zhenzhen's other hand, transmitting a continuous stream of warmth to her. From convulsing struggles to complete silence, it took less than 2 minutes. When the heart rate finally dropped to 0, Zhenzhen covered Zhao Lei's face with his hat and then recorded the current coordinates. If they could successfully land everyone, she would return to bury this hero. She slowly stood up and calmly said to Lu Qing, "Let us go." Lu Qing did not move. Instead, he pulled her into his arms. Zhenzhen was startled and began to struggle. "Don't worry, it's safe here," Lu Qing said softly, gently tightening his arms around her. Hearing this, Zhenzhen finally relaxed, resting her forehead against his chest and closing her eyes. During this time of eating in the wind and sleeping in the rain with scarce resources, there had been no conditions to bathe. Thus, both of them were covered in dust and had obvious sweat stains on their clothes and hair. But Zhenzhen nestled against him without any disdain, like a cat seeking shelter. Lu Qing generously dropped kiss after kiss on her hair, using his actions to soothe her sadness and breakdown. The communicator rang inopportunely. "Report, Colonel, the main team has arrived at the drop point." Zhenzhen, still leaning against Lu Qing, issued orders to the communicator. "Received. Rest in place. We will camp at the drop point today." "Received." Zhenzhen looked up at Lu Qing. With his company, the gloom in her eyes gradually faded, leaving only a determination to complete the mission. "Let us go." Lu Qing smiled and said, "Let us go." On the long road ahead, Lu Qing held Zhenzhen's hand and never let go. Chapter 65, returning to the end of the exploration mission in a dream, Major General. "We have arrived." Zhenzhen opened her eyes and saw Duan Yu, Duan Shi, and Mo Ran carefully standing by her side. She paused for a moment, then pushed herself up with her hands, but stumbled slightly because she couldn't muster any strength. Mo Ran quickly supported her and said worriedly, "Let's go for a full-body checkup first." "Never mind, it's just superficial injuries." Mo Ran pulled up her sleeve to reveal the marks from the electric shock, and with red eyes insisted, "No, you must get checked. We are all very worried." Although Duan Yu and Duan Shi didn't speak, their actions expressed support for this suggestion. They found a wheelchair, seemingly intent on taking Zhenzhen directly to the medical room. "All right." Zhenzhen could only compromise, but first, help me take off the chains. The chains on her wrists and ankles clinked against each other, making a dull sound. Duan Yu said, "Sorry, the weapons we brought cannot be removed." "It's fine. Let's go." Zhenzhen sat in the wheelchair and allowed them to push her along. "Let's talk about the current situation." Duan Yu said, "Yes. After you issued the evacuation notice, we immediately began to act. However, during the last batch, the micro-machine hit A01. We went to the planet at the edge of the C and D star systems according to the coordinates you provided and began construction of our new home. But as of now, it is still unfinished, so everyone is living aboard the ship." Zhenzhen nodded to show she understood. At that moment, Duan Yu pushed her into the storage room, found a suitable cutter, and removed the long-cherished shackles. She stared at the scars on her wrists, feeling a bit dazed. Mo Ran couldn't bear to see such an expression on the Major General's face and urged, "Let's go to the medical room." The time for the full-body checkup was long. Lying on the examination bed, Zhenzhen stared at the flashing indicator lights above and unexpectedly felt a strong sense of drowsiness. She found herself back in the A01 exploration mission in her dream, at the tail end of the exploration operation. After long periods of mental strain without rest, even professional soldiers slowly approached the collapse of their psychological defenses. Watching her former subordinates become numb, like a group of soulless automatons, Zhenzhen couldn't hold back any longer. She directly contacted Commander Hua to request a pause in the exploration plan, suggesting a rotation system with multiple teams. As the supreme commander of the military, Huiyun naturally understood the situation they faced and went to negotiate with the ruling party. Thus, Qianlan directly contacted Zhenzhen. At that time, Zhenzhen had just arrived at the new supply point, looking at the supplies that were only enough for half the people, and was furious. Lieutenant Colonel, this is Qianlan. We understand the difficulty of the exploration mission, but this operation is crucial for our nation. I cannot take the risk of allowing any spaceship to land on A01 before we complete the full coverage exploration. Zhenzhen sneered. Vice Chairman Chun, the situation we face is that the supplies are far from sufficient, which cannot support the continuation of the mission. The number of soldiers who have died from heat stroke continues to rise, and others have gone 5 weeks without rest and adequate supplies, so efficiency will only decrease. Qianlan said gently, I understand your sacrifices, and you are the first batch of landing heroes, the founders of our national rejuvenation. But I'm sorry, we can only maintain the original plan. Don't put labels on me. Zhenzhen shouted angrily, instead of sweet-talking. Please provide adequate supplies for everyone in the mission and implement a shift system to ensure everyone gets enough rest. Lu Qing reached out and took the communicator from Zhenzhen's ear. Vice Chairman, I'm Lu Qing. From the perspective of efficiency, I think we can consider a shift system, redivide the areas, and let 2 teams share the responsibilities. Currently, with a lack of water and food and no chance to rest, the exploration efficiency is greatly reduced. And continuing like this will certainly not complete the mission within the specified time. If we have 2 teams rotating, it can reduce costs and improve efficiency. And it can also better ensure the soldiers' safety. Zhenzhen wanted to grab the communicator back to continue arguing with Qianlan. But Lu Qing stopped her hand with a calming look. It was unclear what Qianlan said, but Lu Qing's expression was not good either. In the end, she only said, understood, before hanging up the call. What happened? Lu Qing took off the communicator and then shook her head. Zhenzhen frowned. We still have to follow the original plan? Yes. Lu Qing sighed lightly. Supplies will increase, but we will try to ensure enough for 1 team. Zhenzhen's needed. At that moment, Duan Yu walked over and reminded, Lieutenant Colonel, if we don't set off soon, we won't reach the next point. Point. The whole team had only just rested for 20 minutes after an entire half-day. Zhenzhen, angered, threw off her backpack and gritted her teeth. Keep resting. Even the King of Heaven can't make us work without enough rest today. Duan Yu hesitated this. Lu Qing nodded in agreement from the side. And only then did Duan Yu respond, yes. After Duan Yu left, Lu Qing said to Zhenzhen, whose face was clouded with anger, don't be angry, just rest. Zhenzhen fiercely grabbed her hair, half anxious and half heartbroken, and lowly roared, why do they get to do this? Why must everyone work beyond their limits? Aren't the sacrifices already enough? Lu Qing said softly, on one hand, there are issues with the coordination between the military and the ruling party. On the other hand, time is indeed pressing, and supplies are scarce. The exploration plan has already been delayed, and if we can't complete the landing within 2 months, the supplies of each spaceship will run out. Their lives are lives too. Aren't soldiers' lives lives? Zhenzhen exclaimed, clearly, there are better, more efficient methods. Why not implement them? Lu Qing calmly replied, replanning requires time and manpower, and the ruling party does not want to invest energy in such matters anymore. Zhenzhen let out an incredulous laugh. They don't want to invest effort, but the frontline teams are paying the price with so many needless sacrifices. What is this? The thoughts of those in power are different from ours. Zhenzhen. Lu Qing sighed, her eyes flashing with helplessness. You can't measure them with your own thoughts. So why must everything follow their logic? Why do they get to decide? Zhenzhen felt frustrated and slammed her water pouch hard onto the ground. I've really had enough of these hypocritical moralists. How can those who do not respect life bear the heavy responsibility of leadership? After a long silence, Lu Qing said quietly. In the long run, history keeps repeating itself, and this is always inevitable. But if we want to make a short-term change, there's only one way. Zhenzhen raised her chin, unafraid, and said, overthrow them and take their place. At the same time, she must ensure that she can remain true to herself. Chapter 66 Life should be like this after a full-body examination. Zhenzhen was ordered by the military doctor to be hospitalized for a month of rest. During this time, except when necessary, she lay on her hospital bed looking out the window. At first, Zhenzhen felt as lifeless as a withered leaf. However, day by day, the brothers and sisters who were working hard to establish a new home injected a stream of fresh vitality into her parched heart with their vigorous life, force, and tenacious will. Mo Ran had recently been overwhelmed, needing to maintain contact with Zhenzhen to understand the situation at the ice top, while also continuing to follow up on the rescue of the Zhujiao plant experimenters. After receiving news about A01, Mo Ran and Duan Qi immediately set off to return. Next was selecting a new base, and upon learning that Zhenzhen had been captured by the Alliance, she had no time to attend to that situation. After being busy for more than half a month, Mo Ran finally found a free afternoon and hurried over to visit. As Mo Ran peeked through the door, Zhenzhen said, "You're here." "Yeah." Seeing that Zhenzhen seemed much better, Mo Ran cheerfully asked, "How's your health?" "Much better." Zhenzhen smiled. Mo Ran touched her head and pulled a nearby stool to sit down. Zhenzhen's arm, exposed outside the blanket, was still thin and scarred. But at least her eyes were no longer hollow, and her smile had gained some warmth. That's good. You need to get better soon." Mo Ran looked out the window at the control center that was about to be completed and sighed, in the blink of an eye, "We really are going to settle here. It feels a bit unbelievable." Zhenzhen followed her gaze and softly said, "I hope we won't have to wander anymore." "Yes." Mo Ran nodded vigorously in agreement. The sunlight spilled through the window onto the hospital bed. Zhenzhen raised her left hand and looked at the scars left by the shackles against the light. After a long while, she suddenly asked, "How's the situation recently?" Mo Ran turned her head sharply, her eyes wide, and looking like she was about to cry. "Kidzen fid somevat bazold." "What's wrong? You finally asked me this question." As Mo Ran spoke, tears streamed down her face. "Oh, I thought you really didn't want to care about this mess anymore." Zhenzhen found it somewhat amusing, took a tissue to wipe her tears, and said gently, "Are you that excited?" After crying enough, Mo Ran sniffed and said, "Before I was really scared. You were here, but you seemed like you weren't here." Zhenzhen fell silent. She knew how bad her previous state had been. Tortured by continuous betrayals from Lu Qing and the repeated physical torment from Chunlan, coupled with the shock of suddenly regaining her memories, it truly made her lose hope for survival. But returning here, back among her brothers and sisters, those moments of despair were gradually fading. Now, she only felt calm. "I'm fine." Mo Ran wiped her face and composed herself, seeing her emotions stabilize. Zhenzhen leaned back against the hospital bed and said, "Can we talk now? Start with the contact with Chunshun. We only re-established contact after being cut off for over a week. She said Chunlan is investigating internal spies, so we must act cautiously. The main situations are: 1. Lu Qing has been rescued, and he is in charge of the investigation. The other is that Chunlan is actively advancing negotiations with the Alliance, but the specific content is unknown." Zhenzhen automatically ignored the news about Lu Qing and focused on the negotiations with the Alliance. Mo Ran said, "Yes, the Alliance really doesn't like Chunlan. What trump card does she have?" Zhenzhen tapped her temple repeatedly. "The Alliance has a deep-seated grudge against us. They probably won't agree." Mo Ran said, "When we got the news that you were captured by the Alliance, we were almost scared to death. Duan Qi. And I spent all night researching rescue plans, planning to charge directly into A05 to rescue you. Luckily, Chunshun provided timely information." Zhenzhen felt like she was about to grasp a clue and asked, "When did Chunshun give the information?" 3 days before the exchange at the ice top. So that means it was the same day the two sides reached a consensus. Kidzen bonded slightly. Mo Ran asked, "Is there a problem?" I didn't tell Chun-Shan that I gave this special communication device to Duan Yu. Why was her first reaction not to ask about my situation, but to inform you about my situation? Hiss. Mo Ran furrowed her brows. That does sound strange. Moreover, the information we received at that time also informed us that you were doing well at the ice top. And then, how was the rescue plan finalized? Mo Ran shook her head. There was no finalization. We were directly notified of the time, infiltration method, and code. No one could determine how long the military court would last, and after she was sentenced to death, she was taken to a place close to the sewage outlet and ventilation shaft. How did Chun-Shan manage to know all the arrangements in advance? Even if she is Chun Lan's daughter, from Zhenzhen's memories, Chun Lan, as the chairman of the committee, was indeed someone who kept public and private matters separate and would never disclose any information to her daughter. From any perspective, this matter seems suspicious. Give me the communication device. I'll handle the contact with Chun-Shan from now on. All right. Mo Ran took out the communication device from her military uniform pocket and handed it to Zhenzhen. Chun-Shan sends a one-way message every 3 days. The most recent one asked about your condition, but I didn't reply. Zhenzhen had previously instructed Duan Yu to be cautious and not to disclose any information that would expose their side when handing over the communication device. Later, Duan Yu, busy with the reconstruction of the home, had forgotten a reminder when he handed this important task over to Mo Ran. I understand. Zhenzhen nodded and then pointed outside the window, asking, how's the progress going? It's expected that in another half-month, everyone will be able to officially live in the new home. Currently, apart from the soldiers participating in the construction, everyone else was still living on the spaceship, and everyone was eagerly looking forward to officially landing. Coincidentally, the day of the official completion was also the day Zhenzhen was discharged from the hospital. Although there was still a long way to full recovery, at least her complexion was rosy, and she was spirited, walking steadily without any signs of stumbling. After Duan Yu and Duan Qi distributed the specific arrangements for the living area, they led everyone to orderly leave the spaceship they had lived in for a long time. Everyone had been trapped in the metal box for too long, with solid floors beneath and hard ceilings above. Stepping onto the soft ground and enjoying the gentle sunlight made many people emotional as they recalled all their experiences from the past 6 months. Zhenzhen also walked slowly among the crowd, hearing the cheers and excitement around her, seeing the lush greenery, and breathing in the fresh air. She thought, life should be like this, and life should be like this. Chapter 67, with Vice Chairman Lu's silent support after gradually settling down. Whether it was the negotiations or disputes between the Alliance and the Ice Peak, Zhenzhen did not rush to intervene. Instead, she focused on familiarizing herself with the new home and the construction of defense projects. Everyone had experienced the hardships of displacement and hiding, and they all hoped to live here for a long time without being disturbed by others. Regarding the naming of this planet, Zhenzhen had consulted everyone's suggestions when forming her team, but she felt that flashy names were not what she wanted, nor were they what all the people who would soon live here wanted. After several discussions, Planet stood out among the many proposals. Thus, in the second week after the official landing, Planet was announced as the official name, and at the same time, the Planet Command Center was established to temporarily take on various management functions. The command center is located directly above the underground docking area of the spaceship, on the edge between the residential area and the military zone. From the 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, one could see vibrant scenes of life, as well as soldiers sweating it out on the training ground. Zhenzhen stood with her arms crossed in front of the window, while all current members of the command center sat around the round table behind her. Duan Yu hesitated for a long time, but finally asked his confusion, Major General, what are your plans regarding the alliance? No rush. Zhenzhen turned back and said, let's observe the situation between the alliance and Ice Peak for now. The focus is still on the defense project. Duan Yu wanted to say something more, but held back due to the presence of others. He nodded and said, the basic defense facilities are currently about 60% complete. The all-weather monitoring station and defense barrier will need at least 3 more weeks to finish. Speed up. It must be completed within 2 weeks, Zhenzhen responded after calculating the time. Is the list ready? Duan Qi handed the list to Zhenzhen, saying here, I have compiled all the graduates from the Ice Cloud Research School according to your request, along with their majors and grades during their time there. Good. I will discuss it in detail after I review it. The reason Zhenzhen needed this list was that she could not accomplish her vision alone. She needed a think tank similar to the Ice Peak Research Institute. After the meeting, Duan Yu, Duan Qi, and Mo Ren all stayed behind coincidentally. Zhenzhen smiled and asked, "Are you all curious about the situation with Ice Peak?" The four people in this room were the only ones privy to the inside information. "Yes," Duan Yu said with a frown. "Ice Peak is bound to search for us, but we are currently powerless to resist." Duan Qi added, "We will inevitably have a battle with Ice Peak sooner or later. We must prepare early." Zhenzhen shook her head and said, "It's true that a battle is inevitable, but I do not plan to achieve my goals through war." Mo Ren hesitated and asked, "What do you mean?" Zhenzhen remained silent for a moment before saying, "For now, there is no need to worry. I will notify you of any developments. Just focus on your current tasks." Zhenzhen quickly selected 10 individuals with research experience from a list and spoke with each of them one by one. Lu Yu was the last one. "Lu Yu, please take a seat," Duan Qi said. Zhenzhen looked at the petite woman in front of her and felt she looked somewhat familiar. Lu Yu noticed her gaze and greeted her. "Major General Che, I've seen you before at school and the Research Institute." Zhenzhen understood, as she had been a frequent visitor to both places, and nodded to indicate she recognized her. To her surprise, Lu Yu continued, "You might not remember me, but I used to work in Vice Chairman Lu's team." Duan Qi secretly thought this was bad, cleared his throat, and said to Lu Yu, "We urgently need talents with research backgrounds to join our team in this new home, which is why we called you today." "I understand." Lu Yu smiled slightly and turned to Zhenzhen, saying, "After joining the Research Institute, I participated in the design of second-generation ships and small spacecraft, and I was involved in setting up the plans for the Magpie Nest project. I can barely be considered an expert in weapons, defense, and brainwave communication. Would this background meet your needs?" Zhenzhen tapped her finger on the resume on the table, saying, "Let us discuss the small spacecraft design. After all, I was one of those involved. From a practical operational perspective, I don't have a say. From a conceptual standpoint, I had disagreements with the other members of the team." Lu Yu's voice was gentle, but somehow made her seem reliable. "I'm not very supportive of the iteration of the anti-tracking mode. In the weapons field, I believe that safety is far more important than attack performance. But the model launched at that time did not consider the many issues that could arise during the operation of multiple spacecraft." Zhenzhen pressed further. "What about outside the weapons field? If you were to design a defense system for the planet, where do you think you should start?" This question was one Zhenzhen asked everyone, but she had not heard a satisfactory answer until now. Lu Yu turned to look out the glass window, thought for a moment, and said firmly, "The ideal situation would be to combine the stealth mode of the spacecraft with the ground shielding used in A01, effectively making the planet disappear from the map." A profound silence fell over the room, and even the sound of each person's breathing became particularly noticeable. Duan Qi and Duan Yu were both shocked by Lu Yu's bold answer. Zhenzhen finally looked up, and the two women exchanged a calm and appreciative gaze. What Lu Yu said was precisely what Zhenzhen had been pondering lately. Life in the bunker on A01 had deeply stimulated Zhenzhen. She hoped that everyone could live in the sunlight. However, as long as they survived on the surface, traces would inevitably be left behind. Zhenzhen asked, "You have the capability and ideas, and you've accomplished a lot in the Research Institute. Why did you choose to leave?" "Because I couldn't stand the faces of those people," Lu Yu said lightly, but there was an undercurrent of resentment in her eyes. "I've never liked the atmosphere of the Research Institute. Science is innocent, but when tainted by human greed and ambition, it becomes impure. As far as I know, resigning from the Research Institute is difficult," Zhenzhen said noncommittally. "How did you manage it?" "I must thank Vice Chairman Lu for that." Lu Yu paused. "After I submitted my resignation, Vice Chairman Lu privately talked to me and gave me advice. During that time, my mental state was poor and my health was also suffering, making it impossible for me to continue carrying out high-intensity experiments." Duan Yu added, "After resigning from the Research Institute, there is a 3-year confidentiality period, but you secretly followed us to A01. Normally, this would be impossible." Lu Yu confirmed, "Yes, I can only say that I was indeed lucky. Coincidentally, My husband is a soldier in the 32nd Army, and as a family member, I was able to escape control. It's not just luck. Zhenzhen closed the resume with certainty. Lu Yu seemed surprised by Zhenzhen's sharpness, nodding slightly after her initial surprise. It's indeed not just luck. Zhenzhen intertwined her fingers and quietly watched her. After a long silence, Lu Yu said, "So, I have always been very grateful to Vice Chairman Liu. I personally believe that the reason so many of us were able to escape unnoticed at that time is largely due to Vice Chairman Liu's silent support behind the scenes." Chapter 68, We Don't Have Lu Qing. Zhenzhen took a long time to find her voice again. What does it mean? Lu Yu slowly recounted that chaotic and thrilling memory. At that time, I was still in the confidentiality period. Except for being unable to cover home because my husband was affiliated with the military, I was under the committee surveillance at all other times. So at first, when he mentioned this matter, I didn't hope that I could leave with him. But my husband didn't want to give up as a brave and resourceful soldier. He wanted to follow you, but also didn't want to abandon his family or me. So he maneuvered around to protect me while ensuring no leaks. I don't know how Vice Chairman Liu discovered your plan, but he definitely knew about it. He was the one who facilitated the early end of the confidentiality period. Duan Yu frowned. Early end? Yes. That period coincided with the complete evacuation of A01 and with manpower being tight. Vice Chairman Liu proposed a motion to reduce the number of surveillance targets, ending the committee's long-term, large-scale monitoring. Zhenzhen asked, "So, why do you think he knew about our plan?" "Because I met him once when I signed the confidentiality termination agreement." Lu Yu recalled the scene at that time. Still feeling uneasy, there were others present, so he spoke in a vague manner. He said, "No matter where you go, no matter what your future plans are, and regardless of who you choose to be with, you still need to pay attention to your words and actions." Zhenzhen immediately understood the implication. Duan Qi was still a bit confused. What's wrong with that statement? There is. Lu Yu sighed slightly and said, "Because along with the confidentiality termination agreement, there was also a notice of the evacuation plan, which clearly informed me when to report to the Ice Peak No. 9 spaceship." Duan Yu and Duan Qi looked at Zhenzhen in unison, who was leaning back in her chair, tapping her right index finger on the table, looking very calm. But in reality, Zhenzhen had mixed feelings. Lu Qing had deceived her again when he suddenly appeared at A01, threatening her to hand over the Zhujiao. He only revealed how he made his speculation, but concealed many underlying truths. At that time, Zhenzhen was already on planet T11 as part of the Magpie Nest plan and was completely unaware of these circumstances. Even after experiencing extreme love and hate, she was now utterly disheartened by this person, yet she still couldn't comprehend Lu Qing. In the end, it was Zhenzhen who broke the silence. "We understand your situation. Thank you for your time." Lu Yu nodded. "I hope I can have the opportunity to contribute to our new home. I really like it here." Duan Yu said, "Take care." Lu Yu smiled and gestured before getting up to leave. But when she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and said to Zhenzhen, "Major General Che, I may be a bit abrupt in saying this. Please forgive me." Zhenzhen raised an eyebrow. "Please go on." After hesitating for a long time, Lu Yu said, "I personally believe that what Vice Chairman Liu is planning may have the same goal as ours. He may have difficulties of his own." Zhenzhen's expression remained unchanged, and she didn't respond at all. Instead, Duan Qi sneered and said, "You may have difficulties, but he is willing to take the Major General's life. What kind of person talks about having the same goals?" Lu Yu was taken aback, not expecting this to be the case, and said softly, "I'm sorry. It's nothing." Zhenzhen looked up and smiled, taking her leave. Soon, Zhenzhen formed a planetary research team, and the research work quickly got on track. The team led by Lu Yu consisted of capable and thoughtful researchers. And after experiencing hardships, everyone cherished their current lives and worked tirelessly to implement their initial ideas as soon as possible. Zhenzhen also immersed herself in the research, eating, living, and discussing together with everyone. One day during a meal, Lu Yu suddenly said, "I didn't expect Major General Che to have deep research in the field of defense." After weeks of interaction, they had become familiar, and Lu Yu had lost some of her initial fear of Major General Che. Zhenzhen smiled and said, "I'm just a jack of all trades. I can't compare to you who have received systematic education. I had heard that you designed the Zhujiao." but everyone is quite vague about what the Zhujiao specifically is, with differing opinions. Lu Yu glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to their conversation and quietly asked, "According to what I heard, you have been at military school. Did you self-study in these areas?" Zhenzhen shook her head. "Not entirely. I used to go to your school and sometimes audit classes, piecing together some knowledge." Lu Yu sincerely admired. "You are really impressive. I later had to take a long leave for some reasons. And at that time I picked up my childhood interest and studied systematically. As for the Zhujiao, you could say it involves a high degree of luck." Lu Yu knew she was being modest, smiled, and didn't respond. The key to whether our idea can be realized is the projection issue. Zhenzhen frowned. The spaceship's stealth mode relies on the refraction effect of the outer metal, but on a planet without metal, it can only be achieved through satellite coverage. This calculation is too difficult. Lu Yu nodded. "Yes, the preliminary estimate requires at least 256 satellites, and the angles must also take into account the curvature of the planet. We don't have a system of that level to provide computational support." Zhenzhen irritably rubbed her head. After more than 2 months, her short hair, once spiky like a hedgehog, had grown to ear length, still retaining its vigor, but now also appearing more capable and neat. Lu Yu was quite worried about this. What we lack most is talent and computational power. Talents like Vice Chairman Liu are still too few. Zhenzhen paused while holding the spoon. "Sorry." Lu Yu suddenly realized she shouldn't have mentioned that person. "I just said it casually. We'll think of another way." "It's nothing." Zhenzhen waved her hand, speaking frankly. If someone like Lu Qing were here, the technical difficulties could indeed be solved easily. Lu Yu put down her spoon and asked the question in her heart. "I remember that you have a good relationship with Vice Chairman Liu and Director Gu. Why did Lieutenant Duan Qi say? He wants your life? Of course, if it's inconvenient, then..." "There's nothing inconvenient." Zhenzhen's voice was calm. "He revealed to Ice Peak the facts of my situation in the Alliance, facilitating my return to Ice Peak, and then personally signed the death penalty proposal." Lu Yu's pupils contracted. She didn't expect the truth to be like this. "As for Gu Yang, he was a witness in the military court who confirmed my treason." "I'm sorry." Zhenzhen put down her spoon and took a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Lu Yu fell silent, looking down to drink the remaining half-bowl of soup. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, and a spontaneously organized market had appeared on the street not far from the command center, conducting simple resource exchanges before life completely returned to normal. It was a thriving scene. After finishing her meal, Lu Yu stood up to tidy her lunchbox and prepare to leave. Zhenzhen withdrew her gaze and spoke firmly. "None of this matters anymore. What matters is we don't have Lu Qing, but the defense system must be implemented." Chapter 69. Disappearing from the cosmic map, this issue did not trouble Zhenzhen for long, as she unexpectedly received assistance. Although she never replied to Chen Chen's inquiries, Chen Chen regularly conveyed information, including the basic logic behind the computing power upgrade. This was also the first time Zhenzhen replied, though her response was quite simple. "What is this?" Chen Chen quickly replied, "I sought help from a researcher. I thought you might need it." Zhenzhen knew that the so-called researcher must be Lu Qing. She looked at the draft documents Chen Chen sent and naturally noticed the backward slashes at the end of each paragraph. This was Lu Qing's unique habit. In the past, Lu Qing never shied away from her presence while working, so Zhenzhen often got to see his drafts and notes. "Why does each paragraph have a slash?" Zhenzhen asked curiously while snuggling in Lu Qing's arms. Lu Qing hummed, and after finishing the last line, he put down his pen and wrapped his arms around her waist, explaining, "It's my habit. Drafts need to be revised repeatedly, and drawing backward slashes helps clarify the sections." Zhenzhen clicked her tongue in admiration. "So, this is the exclusive mark of researcher Lu." "Pretty much," Lu Qing nodded. "Are you hungry?" "I'm starving." Zhenzhen emphasized. "I've been working with you for so long, I'm going to starve." Lu Qing chuckled and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." What they specifically ate? Zhenzhen could no longer recall. It was late at night, and after a long silence, she went to the empty research room, staying there all night. The next morning, when Lu Yu entered, she found Zhenzhen sleeping soundly on the sofa, with several empty bottles on the coffee table. Lu Yu quietly set down her backpack, wanted to leave this corner of space for Zhenzhen to rest. But the woman on the sofa was still awakened by the noise. Zhenzhen squinted and then noticed that it was already bright outside. "Why are you sleeping here?" Lu Yu asked. Zhenzhen tilted her head towards the desk and casually replied, "The computing power issue has been resolved." Lu Yu's eyes widened, her voice a bit sharp with surprise. "Resolved?" She immediately rushed to check the system and, upon seeing the modification records, was filled with disbelief. "This is a very new version, far exceeding our needs." Zhenzhen could tell Lu Yu wanted to ask something, but she didn't want to answer, so she said, "Let's officially start the calculations. The technical issues are resolved. I want to see results within a week." "Okay." Lu Yu rubbed her hands together, as the long-awaited moment was finally approaching. With the support of computing power, progress accelerated significantly. A week later, the plan was formally approved and immediately put into construction. On this day, Zhenzhen went to the site to check the completion status of the satellite, but she saw an unexpected scene. The sun was setting, and the other staff had gone to eat, making the factory area particularly quiet. As Zhenzhen came around from the side door of the factory, she happened to see a couple kissing passionately against the wall, with vibrant roses blooming in the flower bed nearby. She immediately stepped back to give the lovers some space, but accidentally stepped on a branch, making a noise. Duanqi turned around cautiously, revealing the face of the woman he had wrapped in his arms. Upon recognizing her, he awkwardly greeted, "Major General." Ran exclaimed, "Major General, I'm sorry. You two continue." Zhenzhen turned to leave. "Wait." Ran eagerly called to stop her. Ran asked somewhat shyly, "Aren't you going to ask about our situation?" Zhenzhen chuckled lightly, turning back with her hands behind her back. "If you want to say something, you can." Duanqi, being more straightforward, said directly, "Major General, Ran and I are together." Zhenzhen raised her eyebrows and joked, "I can tell." Duanqi, "We've only been together for a short time, so we haven't made it public. Please keep it a secret, Major General." "Does your brother know?" "No." Zhenzhen found it quite amusing to see the young couple sneaking around in love and nodded in agreement. Ran quietly tugged at Duanqi's shirt, signaling him to leave first. Duanqi replied with a look, suggesting why it was him leaving instead of her. Having had enough of their sweet moments, Zhenzhen attempted to leave again, but Ran quickly stepped up to hook her arm and turned to wave at Duanqi. "You go back first." Zhenzhen raised her eyebrows, asking what's going on. Ran hesitated for a while, before finally managing to say, "I'll tell you later." As for Duanqi, watching his girlfriend leave without a trace of reluctance, he could only shake his head helplessly and turn back to the military district. Once in the factory's lounge, Ran finally spoke up. "I don't want to make it public, but I feel like Duanqi is a bit unhappy." "Kidzens inside? Is that the question you wanted to ask?" Ran fluttered her eyelashes, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "If you think he is unhappy, why not just ask him?" Ran whispered, "But I don't want to make it public regardless of whether he is happy or not." "Have you two discussed the reasons?" "No." Zhenzhen stated clearly, "Then go communicate." Ran fidgeted like a shy girl. "It's my first time being in a relationship, and I feel embarrassed to talk about a lot of things with him." "If you don't say anything and just tell Duanqi you don't want to go public, you've also kept things hidden from him, right?" Zhenzhen sighed. In Duanqi's eyes, it seems like you don't like him enough or don't take this relationship seriously. How can he be happy? Ran bit her lip in defense. "I don't. Whether you do or not is not the point. The key is that Duanqi can't read minds. How would he know your thoughts if you don't say anything?" Zhenzhen suddenly thought of her own beginning with Lu Qing. Lu Qing always kept things hidden, but never explained why. Thus, she could understand Duanqi's feelings very well. "Think about it yourself. Kidzens stood up. I'll get busy first." Zhenzhen didn't know how they communicated, but she saw the results of their communication because Duanqi visibly became happier and even proactively confessed his relationship to Duanyu. However, the young couple didn't have much time to indulge in their romance, as the defense system was about to be fully deployed. As 256 satellites launched one after another, everyone on the planet came outside to witness this unprecedented spectacle. Each satellite represented hopes for the future and prayers for smooth sailing. In the control center, Zhenzhen and Lu Yu closely monitored the real-time data on the screen, fearing even the slightest deviation. "Duanyu, pay attention to angle 79. "Understood." Satellite 119 has a slight deviation. Adjusted. The communicator relayed M.O. Rand's voice. Report, Major General, all satellites have successfully launched. Received. Zhenzhen turned to Lu Yu. Let's begin. As all satellites activated their stealth mode, the refractive effects gradually covered the globe. Duan Qi piloted the airship around the planet, broadcasting this magical moment to everyone. In the year 899 of the interstellar era, a neglected asteroid on the edge of the C and D-star systems simply vanished from the cosmic map. Chapter 70, even if facing the closest old friends, Luo Qing walked into Chun Lan's office and found the latter gazing sadly at a photo of her, Chin Chun. Chairman, Chun Lan seemed to suddenly wake up from a dream, smiled after putting down the frame, and said, "You're here. How is it? There's still no news. Where could Zhenzhen be hiding?" Chun Lan squinted as she pondered. When a military court sentenced Zhenzhen to death, Chun Lan had already suspected that someone might come to rescue her. After Luo Qing uncovered the mole's communication line, she did not act hastily but continued to monitor the transmitted content. Chun Lan naturally knew that someone had transmitted the coordinates in time, designing a complete plan to rescue Zhenzhen. However, both Luo Qing and Chun Lan decided to follow the mole's plan to lure them out. As for whether Zhenzhen would die or be rescued, Chun Lan was not too concerned, as she was confident that Zhenzhen's mental support had collapsed. A person who has psychologically broken down is no longer a threat. Therefore, Chun Lan instructed Luo Qing to carry out the execution as usual, and the rest depends on Zhenzhen's own fate. But unexpectedly, the group that came to rescue her changed the plan, successfully escaped, and left no trace. Luo Qing said, "Perhaps we shouldn't have gambled back then. It wasn't wrong to gamble. Using Zhenzhen as bait to draw out her capable subordinates all at once would have been a one-time solution. We can only say that we underestimated them." Chun Lan waved her hand and continued searching. "All right." After clearing her throat, Chun Lan asked, "How is Zhenzhen doing?" "Everything is normal. She said she wants to see you." "Forget it." Luo Qing nodded. "What about Gu Yang lately?" Luo Qing truthfully informed, "Still the same. Not much interaction with others." Chun Lan frowned. "Can't you go see him?" Luo Qing shook his head. After Gu Yang made his first appearance at the military court, Luo Qing learned that he had been at the ice peak all along. Although Duan Qi's shot did not claim Luo Qing's life, it left him severely injured. When he recovered and was allowed to be discharged, the first thing he did was go find Gu Yang. That day, Luo Qing sat down slowly, holding his wound, while Gu Yang sat across from him, watching coldly. After the pain from his injury subsided, Luo Qing asked, "What exactly is going on? When did you return to Ice Peak?" "A while ago," Gu Yang said casually. Luo Qing was not a talkative person, and sensing Gu Yang's resistance, he was at a loss for words. After a long silence, he asked, "Aren't you going to ask about Zhenzhen's situation?" "No need." Although Gu Yang's attitude was resistant, Luo Qing still visited regularly, facing his cold demeanor each time. Chun Lan rubbed her forehead. "I understand. Go ahead and be busy." "Yes." Luo Qing strode down the corridor, passing hurried researchers, and returned to his room. He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, poured himself a glass of wine, then sank into a lounge chair, staring blankly into the darkness. His left arm had slightly improved due to treatment, and he could occasionally raise his elbow slightly. Most of the time, it still swung back and forth like a useless piece of meat. Nowadays, there were too many matters for Luo Qing to handle. Negotiations with the alliance were not going smoothly, and he also needed to track down Zhenzhen's whereabouts. As for the Research Institute, they were recently conducting the latest iteration of the weapons depot. And then there was the experimenter for the Magpie Nest project. Zhenzhen had stirred up trouble at Ice Peak, and Chun Lan was even too busy to manage the progress of the cleanup plan. Only Luo Qing knew that the cleanup plan could not possibly continue. Ice Peak had launched a thorough search, but no one expected that Zhenzhen was just outside the territory of Ice Peak, separated by a star system. The Planetary Command Post held a full meeting to systematically arrange daily patrol duties and affairs. At the end of the meeting, Zhenzhen announced a significant piece of news. From now on, military matters at the command post will be handled by Duan Yu, daily affairs by M.O. Rand, and research affairs by Lu Yu. "I need to go to the Alliance." That simple sentence stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. Duan Yu never questioned Che Zhenzhen's thoughts and immediately proposed. I'll go with you. Che Zhenzhen smiled and refused. I need you to hold down the fort. Duan Qi can go with me. Duan Qi nodded yes. I will not allow the flames of war to reach our homeland again. Che Zhenzhen took a deep breath, raised her chin, and spoke firmly. As for other matters, you don't need to worry about them. We're safe now. Why go to the Alliance? Yeah, we should just live our lives in peace. It's too dangerous. Yes, the planet now had the most advanced defense system, equipped with weapons sufficient for self-defense, and had ample reserves of fire crystal resources. Given time, it would also become the most prosperous and vibrant home. Che Zhenzhen could enjoy the fruits of her labor, hiding in this corner without concern for the world. However, she could not gamble. She had to solve the conflict at its root, rather than hoping that the planet would never be discovered by outsiders. The defense system can protect us for a time, but it cannot protect us for a lifetime. Che Zhenzhen interrupted everyone's discussions, this time when I leave the planet. I will resign from all my positions. You can contact me if there are any issues, but the future of the planet will be entrusted to each one of you present. Everyone was shocked by Che Zhenzhen's decision. Unfortunately, Che Zhenzhen had already made up her mind and decisively adjourned the meeting. Duan Yu, Duan Qi, and Mo Ran quickly followed her, starting to urge her in a flurry of voices. Mo Ran anxiously said, Major General, from A01 to the planet, it was all you who led us to achieve this. How can you just walk away? I understand your decision to go to the Alliance, but why do you want to sever ties with the planet? Che Zhenzhen found their chattering both amusing and somewhat headache-inducing. Stop. You're giving me a headache. Mo Ran was so anxious she was about to jump up. Major General, let me speak. Che Zhenzhen clasped her hands together. I've never been a good leader, but Duan Yu is. So I will entrust all planetary affairs to Duan Yu to handle. But, Che Zhenzhen emphasized, you all know very well that Ice Peak will not stop here. Chunlan will inevitably search for our whereabouts everywhere. Some grudges must be settled. But you are going alone. How can you deal with Chunlan? That is not something for you to worry about. Che Zhenzhen turned her head to look at the increasingly prosperous residential area. Guard this place well. If I can completely end this endless conflict, it won't be too late for me to come back. 3 days later, Che Zhenzhen took the spaceship that Duan Yu and Duan Qi used to rescue her, leaving the planet. As the altitude continued to rise, Che Zhenzhen suddenly said to Duan Qi, try the automatic mode. Duan Qi was somewhat puzzled, but still obeyed the order. At that moment, he suddenly felt a bit dizzy, and his vision began to blur. I. Che Zhenzhen pressed down on his wrist and checked his pulse. What's wrong with me? Duan Qi's voice also became weak. Che Zhenzhen's voice was gentle. Take a nap. When you wake up, you'll be back with Mo Ran. In a daze. Duan Qi understood her meaning. Yes, Che Zhenzhen clearly knew about his relationship with Mo Ran. Why did she specifically choose to take him to the Alliance? If I don't take anyone, you definitely won't let me go, so I have to do it this way. The Major General going alone is dangerous. However, the drug took effect, and Duan Qi completely lost consciousness in his anxiety. Che Zhenzhen placed him into the spaceship's escape pod, set the landing coordinates, and pressed the eject button. As she piloted the spaceship into warp speed, the planet was completely left behind. The road ahead is long and full of uncertainties, but she will always stand before the planet, protecting that paradise beyond the world, even if it means facing the closest of old friends. Chapter 71. I must have his life. Half a year later, Che Zhenzhen once again walked into Gu Jingwei's office, surrounded by He Chu and others. Just like their first meeting, Gu Jingwei expressionlessly asked everyone else to leave the room. Commander Gu, Che Zhenzhen nodded. Gu Jingwei looked her up and down for a while before saying, You're back. Che Zhenzhen replied, I apologize for intruding. I thought you were still at the Ice Summit. Gu Jingwei didn't ask directly, but expressed his suspicion with a statement. After returning to the Ice Summit, I was sentenced to death, but fortunately, I was saved by an old subordinate and escaped. Gu Jingwei hummed, stroking his chin, and asked, It couldn't have been that easy, right? At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Gumin, a person in military boots, walked in with a steady pace. Gu Jingwei nodded and said, Sit. Che Zhenzhen slightly turned her head. The newcomer was Ku Sun. Kusun still had a blank expression, but his eyes held a hint of inquiry. Gu Jingwei said to Zhenzhen, continue. Zhenzhen took a deep breath, closed her eyes, then rolled up her sleeves and unbuttoned the top of her shirt, revealing her scarred collarbone and arms. Gu Jingwei seemed to have anticipated this and merely raised an eyebrow. Kusun, seeing this familiar scene, let out a heavy breath. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. I know you have your doubts, but there is no need for that, Zhenzhen said while adjusting her clothes. You saw Chunlan's intent to kill me. Moreover, I came to the Alliance alone, not to be an undercover agent. Gu Jingwei's sharp gaze swept over her several times before asking, then what do you mean? My current thoughts are no different from when I left the Alliance. The only distinction, if it can be called that, is that I am more urgent now. Any historic change is bound to involve bloodshed. Kusun suddenly spoke up. You came alone just to borrow the military power and resources of the Alliance? Zhenzhen smiled slightly. I have studied in military school since I was young. And after graduation, I have fought countless times. I have seen countless sacrifices and deaths. Therefore, I do not wish to initiate a traditional war. There are ways to achieve goals without bloodshed. This piqued Gu Jingwei's curiosity. Please elaborate? Zhenzhen paused and countered before that. I want to ask what you were discussing with the Ice Summit. Major General Che, what do you mean? The Alliance's demands must be in the technological field. Aside from my whereabouts, perhaps the Ice Summit wants a foothold? Gu Jingwei replied, you guessed half right about the Ice Summit. No matter what Qinlan wants now, her goals are beyond that. You know better than anyone. Zhenzhen said bluntly, she can provide advanced technology to the Alliance, and she can plant unpredictable traps within it. Collaborating with the Ice Summit is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. But the Alliance has the most advanced technology, Gu Jingwei emphasized. Then what do you need this advanced technology for? Your goal is to guard against the Ice Summit, yet you use their technology. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Kusun interrupted the debate between the two, asking Zhenzhen. What Major General Che said is true. This is indeed a concern for us. So, do you have any good solutions? Zhenzhen turned to Kusun, General Ku. I am sharing this because I trust you and Commander Gu. I hope the Alliance does not let me down. Although she was reluctant to think of Lu Qing, he had said something very precise. When discussing matters with Commander Gu, one must speak of interests, while General Ku was simpler and more sincere. Thus, Zhenzhen was betting on General Ku's thoughts and his prestige within the Alliance. Kusun did not speak, shifting his gaze to Gu Jingwei. After their eyes met, Gu Jingwei softened his seriousness and said kindly, you've traveled a long way. You should rest well. We'll continue our discussion tomorrow. Zhenzhen followed He Chu back to her previous residence from months ago. After closing the door, He Chu excitedly shouted, you really came back? Is there any doubt? Zhenzhen plopped down on the sofa and sighed deeply. We were all so worried when we hadn't heard from you for so long. He Chu quickly sat opposite Zhenzhen, firing questions like a machine gun. How did you escape from the Ice Summit? Were you hurt? What about Lu Qing? It's a long story. I barely made it out alive. Even after so long, Zhenzhen still didn't want to talk about that experience. He Chu rested his chin on his hand, looking her up and down, and commented, you've changed a lot. Really? Although you had a tough time last time, getting beaten into the operating room and buried under rubble, that fighting spirit and vitality were still very strong. Zhenzhen curled the corners of her lips and asked, what about now? He Chu stared at her for a while before saying, it just feels like you're not a little girl anymore. Zhenzhen laughed silently. I'm 30. I'm not a little girl anymore. Nonsense. My mom was still a little girl at 50. He Chu waved his hand. Seriously, what have you been through during this time? Zhenzhen looked into He Chu's sincere eyes, genuinely feeling his concern. And suddenly her eyes grew warm. Seeing her silent, He Chu became more anxious. What happened? Did Lu Qing bully you again? What responded to him was Zhenzhen's tears flowing down. He Chu had grown up around men and had little experience interacting with girls. He treated Zhenzhen like a buddy. But as the tears streamed down, he truly didn't know how to handle it. Don't cry. Zhenzhen wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand, took a deep breath, and instinctively shared her feelings. I was sentenced to death by a military tribunal. He Chu nodded. That's typical of the Ice Summit. Lu Qing personally presided over the trial. What? He Chu's voice broke in surprise. sounding like a terrified old lady, successfully making Zhenzhen chuckle through her tears. He stood up, slamming the table in anger. He actually wanted your life. Damn, this guy is heartless. Looking at the furious Zhenzhen gradually felt the bitterness and heartache fade away. The companions of the planet were her family. But when she was with them, Zhenzhen was undoubtedly the leader. This trust and expectation made it hard for her to reveal her vulnerabilities. But was different. He cared for her, admired her, and supported her like a brother. With she could speak freely about her long-suppressed sadness and pain without any psychological burden. Zhenzhen joked, "Don't be so angry. Why are you more agitated than me? Shouldn't I be angry?" Suddenly sat back on the sofa, venting his emotions by slapping the table several times before waving his hand. "It's fine. I'll get revenge for you. I'll definitely see him again. And I'll kill him." Zhenzhen smiled. "Pour me a glass of water. I'm thirsty." Was still immersed in his emotions, angrily getting up to fetch a glass of water. Zhenzhen reached out to take it. However, the sleeve she had rolled up in Gu Jingwei's office had not yet been buttoned, and as she raised her arm, the glaring scars were revealed. Grabbed her wrist and rolled up her sleeve before she could react. Zhenzhen tried to stop him, but swatted her hand away. The air froze for a moment. After a long silence, said softly, "I must have his life." Chapter 72, The Simple Happiness of Youth. Since that day, has not shown any signs of anger and has returned to his carefree self. Early one morning, Second Lieutenant, he ran to Zhenzhen's door, knocking and shouting, "Get up! General Ku wants to see you." Zhenzhen turned over, really not wanting to leave her warm bed. Not to mention during the ice summit, even during her time in the planetary base, her brain was constantly working, making it impossible to rest properly. Now, it was her first time in half a year to wake up naturally, but it was cruelly interrupted by "Hurry up!" Zhenzhen sat up abruptly and shouted towards the door. "I know. Wait a minute." Oh, Kusun bypassed Gu Jingwei to find her, which was unexpected, but, upon reflection, made sense. Zhenzhen quickly got dressed and yawned as she stepped out. "Let's go." Was bored, scratching the wall at the door. But when he saw her come out, he beamed with joy. Let's go, there's something good." "How good?" "You'll know when you get there." Zhenzhen shot him a sideways glance and complained, "What is this all about? Being so secretive?" Walked ahead with his hands behind his back, looking pleased, which made Zhenzhen even more curious. When they arrived at Kusun's office, Zhenzhen knocked on the door and walked in under Chu's encouraging gaze. "General Ku." Kusun looked up from behind his desk. "You're here? Please take a seat." "Thank you. I've been discussing with Commander Gu for a few days, but we haven't reached a final consensus." Kusun spoke candidly. "However, we have the utmost trust in you, so we want to invite you to join our research institute." Research institute? The research institute was the lifeblood, something ordinary people couldn't access, let alone her, an outsider. Kusun still wore a serious expression. "I dare to guess that the method you mentioned, without bloodshed, must involve technical support." Zhenzhen lowered her head and, when she looked up, sincerely said, "Thank you." "General Ku, I'll make another guess. If you want to dismantle Chunlan's rule, you must break it down piece by piece, right?" Kusun continued, "Only by severing the connection between the ice summit and the ice peak can you achieve your so-called bloodless method." "Yes. I just want to ask you, what if you really succeed? Right now, the ice peak governs over tens of thousands of people. Where will they go?" "Integration," Zhenzhen replied, "just like Chunlan did in the past, but it will be carried out in a friendlier manner." Kusun commented, "A lofty ideal, but implementing it will be fraught with difficulties. Of course, if the Alliance disagrees, I will also look for new homes for them," Zhenzhen said directly. "To be honest, even without you, there would still be a conflict between the Ice Peak and the Alliance, but not now. Your obsession with overthrowing Chunlan's rule, is it personal vendetta, or both?" Zhenzhen replied, "Although Chunlan has many inhumane methods, she has indeed led the nation to overcome many difficulties. So, I have hesitated before, and now, but this time I learned how many human experiments she conducted for technological upgrades and how many innocent lives were lost. Indeed, for some, she is a good leader, but that cannot offset the blood debts on her hands. A nation must have a leader. Do you want to replace her?" "No. I have never had such grand dreams. Zhenzhen smiled, but in my eyes, all lives are equal. I only strive for this one goal. Giskiviko Xun, finally revealing a faint smile. This dream is much greater than usurping power. The next day, Zhenzhen reported to the Research Institute, where she was greeted by Director Lu Yun. Director Lu. Zhenzhen took the initiative to greet her. Lu Yun put down her work, stared at her for a while, and then asked, "Which group do you want to join? What options do I have? Communications, equipment, weapons." Zhenzhen came specifically for this and said without hesitation, communications. Lu Yun didn't comment much and directly took her to the communications laboratory. The lab was at the end of the corridor, and Lu Yun walked quickly. When they reached the door, she knocked on the door frame and said, "The person is here." "Thank you." Zhenzhen stepped aside to let Lu Yun leave, politely thanking her. A young girl came out and introduced herself. "I'm Huaze. This way, please." Zhenzhen looked around. The laboratory was small, with only 3 researchers. "This is Teacher Chu, our lab head." "Hello, Teacher Chu." Teacher Chu was a plump middle-aged man with graying hair, who showed no friendliness but also no hostility. "This is Li Wen." Li Wen was slightly older than Huaze, at most 30, and had a gentle demeanor. "Hello." Li Wen smiled. "Here's the situation. You'll familiarize yourself over the next few days, and then Teacher Chu will arrange work for you." "Okay, thank you." After looking through the materials for a whole morning, Zhenzhen finally felt extremely hungry. The other 3 were discussing passionately, so she went out alone for lunch. As soon as she stepped out the door, she saw He Chu sitting on the steps, pulling weed from the cracks in the stones. "What are you doing?" He Chu immediately stood up, looking like a curious child. "How is it?" Zhenzhen looked at him, feeling at a loss for words. "Are you picking me up from school?" "That's not important." "Didn't he give you a hard time, did they?" "No, they're all quite nice." Indeed, she didn't expect the researchers to be particularly friendly. She was very satisfied with how things were. "That's good." He Chu relaxed. "Come on, let us go eat." "I'm not a 3-year-old. Kid Zhenzhen matted, but still obediently followed him. He Chu sneakily glanced at her and couldn't help but smile. Zhenzhen said irritably, "What are you smiling at? Did you know? I once had a sister." He Chu suddenly said, "Once?" "Yeah, she passed away during the Galactic War." "I'm sorry. You and her. Sometimes you're quite similar." He Chu smiled. "For example, both are tough on the outside but soft on the inside and competitive." "Uh-huh." Zhenzhen replied. It sounded like she was an excellent girl. "Yeah, if she weren't excellent, she wouldn't." He Chu fell silent, then forced a smile and said, "It's okay. It's all in the past. So, you're nice to me because you keep thinking of your sister, right? On one hand, yes, and on the other, it's also because you're indeed likable." He Chu admitted generously. Zhenzhen frowned, speechless. "Likable? Don't get me wrong." He Chu tapped her forehead. "Likable. As in like a little cat or dog, that kind of likable. You're comparing me to a pet?" He Chu was left speechless and chose to remain silent. Zhenzhen felt in a good mood, looking up through the tree branches at the rays of sunlight, her lips curving into a smile. It seemed she had miraculously regained the simple happiness of youth. Chapter 73. Getting started. Zhenzhen knew very little about communication research. Therefore, she's been diligently studying during this period, staying in the laboratory until late at night every day. Her hard work was noticed by the researchers in the lab, and their attitude towards her gradually changed. They took the initiative to offer help and answer her questions. While Zhenzhen was making rapid progress, her worries about certain matters grew increasingly urgent. Recently, Chen would still contact her in a timely manner to discuss the latest developments regarding Ice Peak. However, Zhenzhen needed more than that. She wanted to investigate the dark secrets of the Research Institute, the hidden truths of the experiments, and direct evidence of Chunlan's bloody hands. Chen was also trying to support her. After all, she was Chunlan's daughter. So Zhenzhen seemed to casually probe Chun with questions about communication technology, using hints to gauge Chun's attitude. To her surprise, the other party actually conveyed the latest experimental situation and mentioned that other documents would take some time. As perceptive as Zhenzhen was, she always felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint it. However, she had no time to think further because war had unexpectedly broken out again. He Chu, acting unusually, rushed into the Research Institute to find Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen looked at the deep shadows in his eyes and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "Come with me," Chu said in a low voice, pulling her outside. Once they reached a cool, secluded spot by the roadside, Chu finally let go of her. "What happened?" "Words broken out." Zhenzhen opened her mouth in vain, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Chu grabbed her shoulders with both hands, his expression unusually serious. "Commander Gu seems to want you to lead a fleet, but Admiral Kusun has refused. If Commander Gu pressures you, you must not agree. Where's the main battlefield?" Zhenzhen rubbed her temples hard and asked. Chu replied, "At the edge of the A and B star systems. Commander Gu still sent someone to negotiate with Ice Peak, but for some unknown reason, it triggered a small-scale conflict." Zhenzhen squinted. "A small-scale conflict? And Commander Gu wants me to lead a fleet?" Chu nodded. Zhenzhen pondered for a moment and quickly figured out the key. Gu Jingwei. What a cunning old fox. What's wrong?" Zhenzhen shook her head with a smile. "It's true that the negotiations fell through and a conflict arose. But war is impossible." "How do you know?" Chu still didn't understand her meaning. "Ice Peak should be about 90 sure I'm in the Alliance. I must be a part of the trade between the Alliance and Ice Peak. Gu Jingwei wants to use me because the Alliance doesn't want to go to war while trying to weaken Ice Peak's strength, which is also my line of thinking. However, he still wants Ice Peak's resources." Chu's eyebrows jumped. "So he wants to have it both ways?" "Uh-huh." Zhenzhen nodded. "For Gu Jingwei, the best outcome is for me to die, and to die on my own ship. So the so-called leading a fleet is just a pretense. He wouldn't let me pilot an Alliance ship." Chu was speechless, feeling it was particularly ironic. "Don't look so grim." Zhenzhen smiled. "For me, this is an excellent opportunity. A small-scale conflict can't last too long. It's nearly impossible for Gu Jingwei to extract my value for use, and then push me out as a scapegoat for Ice Peak in such a short time. You go back to your unit, and don't say you've seen me." Zhenzhen thought for a moment, and then said, "I'll go meet Commander Gu." As she walked back into Gu Jingwei's office, Zhenzhen shed her usual calm demeanor, appearing anxious and flustered. "Commander Gu, what's the situation now?" Gu Jingwei was not surprised by her appearance. He sighed and said, "I apologize to everyone, and to you." Zhenzhen looked into his eyes, clearly seeing the calculation within. Gu Jingwei explained, "The Alliance is lacking too much in technology, and I had no choice but to cooperate with Ice Peak. However, despite my efforts to conceal it, Ice Peak has determined that you are with the Alliance." Zhenzhen feigned surprise and confusion. "So, because of me, the negotiations fell through?" Gu Jingwei sighed again and nodded. "Over the years, the national defense has been weak, and the military is weary. There are almost no generals who can carry the flag. If Ice Peak pursues relentlessly, I don't believe the Alliance can replicate the victories of the past." Zhenzhen frowned tightly, looking particularly worried. "Then what are your plans?" "The Alliance has long recognized the prowess of Major General Che. Can he lend a hand in this crisis? I want to, but I..." Zhenzhen felt troubled. On one hand, she had suffered torture in Ice Peak, and her body truly couldn't take it. On the other hand, her experiments had made progress, and she feared it would all go to waste. Progress? Gu Jingwei was both surprised and delighted, urging Zhenzhen to elaborate. "This is a bit complicated. I'm also exploring it step by step. The research can be handed over to others. The immediate priority is to end this conflict." Zhenzhen nodded. "You're right. If the Major General is willing, I can provide you with a fleet's manpower. You just need to command. You don't have to fight personally." After thinking for a moment, Zhenzhen said calmly, "That works too. I have an insider in Ice Peak who can get internal information. Indeed, my chances of success will be greater if I go." Gu Jingwei's eyes sharpened for a moment before quickly returning to his previous benevolent demeanor. "You have an insider?" "Yes. The latest news is that Ice Peak is also advancing in communication upgrades." With this bombshell, all of Gu Jingwei's decisions fell within Zhenzhen's expectations. By revealing her trump card, she successfully bought herself some time. After returning to her room, Zhenzhen sat quietly in the dim light, contemplating for a long time before actively contacting Qingshun. "What is going on with the friction between Ice Peak and the Alliance?" Qingshun replied quickly, "An accident. It will calm down soon." This further confirmed Zhenzhen's speculation. Neither Ice Peak nor the Alliance could afford the costs of a new round of war at this time. How are things going? Still working hard. Time is tight. Understood. Are you in the Alliance? Zhenzhen stared at this question for a long time before ultimately choosing to ignore it. What about Guiyang? This time, the response was slow. She waited and waited, thinking Chen Chen wouldn't reply anymore when the message finally came. Safe but in a poor state. Zhenzhen thought of Guiyang's testimony in the military court. She didn't want to think any further. Stay safe. Okay. Actually, Zhenzhen wanted to ask about Lu Qing's situation. With the opportunity of sacrificing family for justice. Had Vice Chairman Lu's path to power risen another level? But it was just a thought. Zhenzhen leaned back against the bed, tiredly rubbing her temples. Just as she was about to take a short nap before heading to the lab, she saw Chen Chen's last message. I suggest starting with Ice Mountain number 7. Chapter 74 Turning Point. Shanlan urgently convened a committee meeting in the middle of the night, requiring everyone to attend. Lu Qing sat on Shanlan's right side, as always, fully aware of the theme of this committee meeting. Iceberg number 7 had gone missing. Shanlan got straight to the point, stating that all means of communication had been tried, but there was no response from anyone. The room erupted in chaos. Was there a problem with the communication system? The expert in charge of communications replied, all communications with the other iceberg ships are normal, and from the control center, there are no obvious issues with iceberg number 7. It shouldn't be the case. The person in charge of iceberg number 7 is from the military, right? Is it possible they have been turned? Turned? By the Alliance? Unlikely. Since it's the military, could it be? Shanlan had already made up her mind and was waiting for this moment. At present, the most likely scenario was indeed Zhenzhen. Shanlan interrupted the discussion, saying, however, we cannot jump to conclusions based solely on speculation. Lu Qing took over, emphasizing that the military should be sent to confirm the situation. Yes, that's right. Shanlan continued. If it's a technical issue, it can be resolved on site. But if it's truly a rebellion, how should we handle it? This question threw the room into instant silence. Yes, if it really is a rebellion, what should be done? Go to war? The iceberg can't afford that right now. But if left unchecked, it will eventually lead to widespread chaos. Shanlan did not seek a conclusion, but aimed to plant a seed. Not expecting the committee to reach a consensus immediately on this matter. The urgent task was still to send someone for confirmation. I will discuss this with the military, and once confirmed, we will convene a meeting of all members at any time. After the meeting, Lu Qing left with the main group. Shanlan did not say much to him, but went directly to see Huozhe, seemingly intent on keeping him out of this matter. Lu Qing did not ask further questions, but quietly monitored the developments. Huozhe set out with his team that day, taking most of the day to travel from the B system to the H system. However, just 6 hours later, without calling another committee meeting, Shanlan conducted a voice announcement across the entire region. 30 minutes ago, a severe explosion occurred on iceberg number 7, and the preliminary cause is determined to be the aging of the air circulation system. I express my deep apologies and condolences for this incident. It is a disaster caused by the neglect of the research institute. Lu Qing was about to leave when he suddenly tightened his grip on the doorknob, his entire right arm trembling slightly from the effort. To ensure safety, please have the other iceberg ships contact iceberg immediately to discuss system iterations upon receiving this notice. Iceberg will immediately dispatch an expert team to eliminate this safety hazard to the greatest extent possible. 30 minutes prior, Zhenzhen had arrived at the boundary of the H system and had just contacted Gu Qing, the person in charge of iceberg number 7. When she saw the distant flashing lights, followed by the deafening sound of an explosion from the communicator, what followed was complete loss of contact. Everyone present, including Ku Sun, fell into a deathly silence. After spending over half a month embedding herself in the communications system of iceberg number 7, she had finally succeeded in exposing Shanlan's actions to the public. This simple sentence represented overcoming countless difficulties. Yet now it was all in vain. Zhenzhen abruptly stood up and went to the adjacent cabin, using the communicator's voice function for the first time. However, strangely, the other party hung up and immediately sent a text message. It's inconvenient to talk. The chairman is using the explosion to send troops to occupy all iceberg ships. Time is running out. Is there evidence that Shanlan triggered the explosion? Working on it. Zhenzhen took one last look out the porthole at the original position of iceberg number 7. That familiar ship had long since vanished, leaving only debris floating in space. General Ko. Zhenzhen returned to the control room. I need to send a message to all iceberg ships. Kusun stood with his hands behind his back, his expression more serious than usual. What if Chunlan detonated all the ships? I am sending the message only to inform the truth and prepare everyone psychologically. Zhenzhen Said solemnly. I will not expose our own information, nor will I incite rebellion. Just pure notification. Okay. With Kusun's consent, Zhenzhen immediately began her actions. She embedded a subsystem in the iceberg ship's communication system that could not be detected in reverse, ensuring that iceberg would not notice it. And indeed, iceberg had not detected anything. When Lu Qing walked into Chunlan's office, she was reviewing documents from the time of the iceberg ship's construction. Chairman, are you here? Have all the iceberg ships responded? Lu Qing nodded. They all expressed their cooperation. I've already given the specific plan to Huiyun. You just need to keep an eye on whether any of the ships exhibit abnormal actions. Understood. Chunlan continued to focus on her work, but noticed that Lu Qing was still standing in place, showing no intent to leave. Is there anything else? Lu Qing handed the documents in his hand to Chunlan. The air circulation system of iceberg has not been updated or iterated, but it's unlikely that it could cause such a large-scale explosion. Chunlan flipped through the documents and casually tossed them aside. You already have your own speculation, don't you? Lu Qing was silent for a moment and asked, I was fully responsible for the design and production of the iceberg ships. Yes, that's correct. Chunlan turned the screen around, revealing the design diagram of the air circulation system, but I made some modifications. Lu Qing's fists clenched tightly behind his back, but his voice remained steady. What if this is all just a misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Chunlan let out a short laugh. I am very certain of the outcome, but I am quite curious about her methods. But Huiyun was already on the way. It would not be too late to confirm after that. You know why? Chunlan glanced at him one last time before retracting her gaze. Yes. If Huiyun did not go to confirm this action, how could she clear her own responsibility? Those were countless innocent lives. From a moment, she chose Zhenzhen. There was no longer any innocence. Chunlan grew a bit impatient. Lu Qing, I like you and have high hopes for you. But sitting in this position, kindness will not do. Decisiveness is necessary to go further. Lu Qing replied softly, understood. What are your plans for the other iceberg ships? If Zhenzhen has the capability to turn one, she can turn a second. We must remain vigilant. As for you, the urgent task is to figure out how Zhenzhen managed to pull this off. Lu Qing left Chunlan's office and walked toward his own office. The corridor was unusually silent. With each step he took forward, the calm mask gradually slipped away. In his normally unruffled eyes, a fierce intent began to emerge. Chapter 75. Give me back my memory. Zhe received a notification from the ice peak halfway through his journey and immediately returned the same way. By the time the airship docked with the ice peak, it was already 10 o'clock at night. On the return trip, Huizhe had already reported the situation. Chunlan told them to rest well and attend the meeting on time the next day. Commander Hua, the flight records have been uploaded to the system. Good. As the connecting door opened, Huizhe was about to leave when he saw a figure leaning against the end of the corridor. Go rest, Huizhe instructed everyone. Once the crowd dispersed, he slowly walked over. Luo Qing maintained his leaning posture and, as Huizhe approached, tilted his chin to the left. Come to my place. Okay. Once they returned to the room and turned on the shield, Luo Qing finally spoke. How much did you guess? It was Chunlan who triggered it, right? Yeah. Huizhe sneered. Impressive. She even plans to send military and research personnel to the ice mountain. This is centralization. Luo Qing rubbed his forehead irritably. Huizhe looked at him for a moment, then leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and said nonchalantly, Don't worry. This kind of life probably won't last long. Luo Qing's eyes suddenly lifted, and the two exchanged knowing looks. Huizhe shifted his gaze and smiled. However, Zhenzhen is indeed impressive. Hearing that name, Luo Qing's expression darkened, and he didn't respond. Are you regretting being so heartless back then? Huizhe clicked his tongue and shook his head. Luo Qing sighed. Let's get to the point. Don't change the subject. Huiyun wasn't buying it. especially since Zhenzhen was currently involved in the matter. Luo Qing raised his head, returning to his calm demeanor. It's obvious what she will do. The key is what we will do. Huozhi pouted and asked, do you think this fire is enough to spread? I don't know. Yeah. Besides, Zhenzhen is crucial. After a long time, without anyone constantly mentioning Zhenzhen's name, Luo Qing's brows knitted tighter, and he found it hard to bear. Huozhi leaned in and patted Luo Qing's shoulder, saying directly, since you like her, why not protect her? At worst, just leave together. I wish I could. Luo Qing smiled self-deprecatingly. But until this mess is completely resolved, she will always be in danger. Each of us is in danger. Our leader is really contradictory. Those are achievements that could go down in history. But the means are getting more ruthless. I have a gut feeling that she has other leverage. I must find it out as soon as possible, Luo Qing said, stroking his chin. Okay, I only have military-related matters. You handle the rest. However, deep into the night, while everyone was asleep, several large ships quietly docked with the ice peak. Chunlan suddenly called for Luo Qing in the early morning, and he quickly arrived at the office, his eyes showing no signs of sleep. What happened? I notified you to stand by for deployment. Why has the ice mountain returned to the ice peak? Luo Qing calmly replied, they are afraid of a disaster similar to Ice Mountain number 7, so they applied to return to the ice peak. They will return after inspection. A flash of coldness crossed Chunlan's eyes. Why didn't you report to me immediately? I thought this was more efficient. Is this the same thing? Sorry. Chunlan took a few deep breaths and instructed, has the list come out? Deploy people according to the group and let the ice mountain return to each star system immediately. Luo Qing stood still, showing no intention to comply with the order. Chunlan paused in her movement to grab a cup of water and looked up at him. What do you mean? Are you staging a protest? Luo Qing said in a deep voice, sorry, this matter cannot be done according to your wishes. For a moment, Chunlan could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? Luo Qing made it clearer. The ice mountain cannot return to each star system for the time being. You don't have the authority to decide this. Sorry. The usually capable subordinate suddenly rebelled, and even calm Chunlan became somewhat emotional. She abruptly stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Luo Qing. Luo Qing, I have always thought highly of you. I trust you with anything I assign to you, except for matters related to Zhenzhen. Chunlan smiled. So your reaction makes me even more certain that this matter must involve Zhenzhen. It has nothing to do with her, Luo Qing said simply, providing no further explanation. Don't overestimate yourself. Chunlan scoffed, turning to leave the office, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. The micro-particle gun in Luo Qing's hand was aimed at the center of Chunlan's forehead. The micro-particle gun was also the latest achievement of the Research Institute. Since the micro-particle machine could cause a chain reaction that obliterated a planet, the micro-particle gun, limited to the human body, naturally came into being. Chunlan's pupils constricted, finally understanding Luo Qing's determination. Sorry, I don't want to shoot, and I don't want to be forced to shoot. Luo Qing lightly touched the communicator by his ear and raised his voice. Now, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of people poured in, fully armed Huozhi and his subordinates. Chunlan dared not move her head, only sliding her eyes toward Huozhi's side, asking, it seems Commander Hua is also going down this irreversible path? Huozhi exchanged glances with his subordinates, and a few soldiers stepped forward to place shackles on Chunlan, the same ones that had once been on Zhenzhen. He smiled indifferently and said, the one going down the irreversible path is you, not us. Luo Qing placed the micro-particle gun down and said to Huoyun, don't open the connection between the ice mountain and the ice peak yet. Send someone to guard it. Understood. It's already arranged. Luo Qing nodded. Okay, take her away. The two exchanged familiar and tacit understanding. Even at this moment, Chunlan did not show panic, obediently following Luo Qing and Huozhi's steps. However, Chunlan was taken directly to the military's interrogation room. As soon as she entered, she was bound to the control chair. She asked warily, what exactly do you want to do? Huozhi ordered his subordinates to leave, and as the door closed, Luo Qing finally said, I want my memory back. Chunlan looked incredulous. Your memory? Luo Qing ignored her act and insisted, no need to pretend. My memory has been interfered with. I'm very clear about that. I don't know where you made your judgment. I said, No need to pretend. Luo Qing suddenly stepped forward, gripping her neck tightly with his right hand, his eyes filled with a finally shattered hatred. Even Chunlan, seeing the madness mixed with indifference in Luo Qing's gaze, couldn't help but shiver. She stammered, "Luo Qing, you?" Luo Qing also realized his loss of control and finally loosened his grip, stepping back and returning to his usual demeanor. He thought of Zhenzhen's eyes, deadened in the military court, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had to find out what that lost memory truly was. "I'm not asking you. I'm demanding you. If you don't want to lose your life, give me back my memory." Chapter 76. Hope slowly fades. Hua just sat across from Lu Qing, flipping through the data on the military's first-generation ships from years ago. However, searching for clues among so much information was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. So, he couldn't help but ask, "What will you do if Chunlan keeps silent?" Lu Qing looked up from the screen and said seriously, "Then I'll return the things she's done to her." Hua raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more, continuing with his work. In reality, Lu Qing wasn't as calm as he appeared. He was extremely anxious. Only a small circle within the military knew that Chunlan was under control, and he had some ideas about when and how to make this public. However, the urgent matter was to recover his memory. After 2 days of unsuccessful efforts with Hua, Lu Qing finally went to find Chun, who had been detained for a long time. "How did you get in here?" Chun knew her mother's character well. She would never easily allow anyone to see her. Lu Qing chose to explain the recent events in the simplest terms. Chun staggered slightly, falling onto the sofa, her eyes unfocused. "Are you saying my mom directly instructed the explosion of Ice Mountain No. 7? Yes." Chun couldn't accept it for a moment. She knew her mother was ruthless and had dirty hands, but she never imagined she could be so cold-blooded as to take the lives of tens of thousands of innocent people. "I controlled Chunlan. I'm sorry." Tears fell one by one as Chun shook her head and said, "You did the right thing. I came to ask you about something. Some matters might only be known by the closest people." Chun wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and said hoarsely, "Go ahead. Do you know that Chunlan once interfered with Zhenzhen's memory?" After a moment of silence, Chun replied, "Yes, the Magpie Nest project and the event before that. I know both." Lu Qing couldn't hide his urgency and asked, stepping forward, "How much do you know?" "I don't know the specific timing, but I know the cause of the incident," Chun explained. "Before landing on A01 during the reconnaissance operation, you made a decision without telling my mom to join Zhenzhen's team, which made her unhappy. Later on, you and Zhenzhen stood in opposition to my mom, and that was the fuse." Lu Qing frowned. "Why has Chunlan never let Zhenzhen go?" Chun was a bit surprised. "You have no idea about Zhenzhen's background?" "Background?" "Zhenzhen's biological father is my grandfather's adopted son. Due to disagreements during the landing on Bingyun, he was exiled after a failed rebellion, and his life or death is unknown. Zhenzhen's parents died in the war. They were her adoptive parents." Chun continued, "On one hand, it's because of her biological father, and on the other hand, she inherited her father's independence, selfhood, and rebellion, which is why my mom has always been wary of her." Lu Qing had only guessed about Gu Yang's background, but never thought that Zhenzhen had so much hidden history behind her. "You came to find me to ask about your own memory, right?" Lu Qing squinted slightly and admitted, "Yes. My mom hasn't concealed anything from me about Zhenzhen, but yours is more sensitive," Chun said slowly. "You are my mom's most capable protege. What she least wants is for you to recover your memory." Lu Qing frowned. "What do you mean?" Chun sighed and said more bluntly, "She destroyed it." Lu Qing's hands clenched into fists, his face turning pale. His eyes filled with an intense and unresolvable coldness. "I'm sorry." It took Lu Qing a long time to calm down, trying to keep his mind functioning normally. There must be traces left by any operations conducted, and there must be archives. Chun didn't want to dampen his spirits, but had to remind him of the harsh reality. In theory, that's true, but this was 6 or 7 years ago. It's almost impossible. I've already gone through the system record from Ice Peak. Only the last 5 years remain. This was Lu Qing's biggest dilemma. 5 years ago, when the Ice Peak and Ice Mountain No. 7 model began operating, he was fully responsible for advancing the Magpie Nest project and did not participate in the system's upgrades. The previous archive should be on some ice mountain ship, but I don't know exactly which one. Lu Qing's eyes brightened and then immediately darkened. Besides the 5 mysteriously missing ships and the exploded ice mountain number 7, there were only 5 ships left. With a probability of 5 out of 11, Lu Qing couldn't be optimistic. Go and give it a try, Chun Chen encouraged, and I have a feeling you will definitely find it. Why? Chun Chen smiled. Because I believe you and Zhenzhen will be favored by fate. Lu Qing was stunned, then came back to his senses and self-mockingly smiled. Even if fate favors us, we can't go back to the past. Yes. Chun Chen saw through the man's sorrowful gaze, understanding what he saw and what he thought. In the military court, even Chun Chen, who knew the ins and outs, felt a heart-wrenching pain, let alone Zhenzhen, who was kept in the dark. Even if you don't remember, your bond can be traced back to Zhenzhen's 22nd year. Even without memories, even after 5 years, you still love her, and that's enough. Until leaving the place where Chun Chen was detained, Lu Qing was still thinking about what she said. Does he love Zhenzhen? Does he really love her? If he loves her, how could he stand by and watch her suffer? Even if he could successfully withdraw from this undercurrent, did he still deserve to love her? Lu Qing went straight to find Huozhe. I want to check each ship in the name of system iteration. Huozhe certainly disagreed. The risk is too great. I have at least a 50% chance. Huozhe knew that when Lu Qing made a decision, there was no room for negotiation, so he compromised. I'll send someone to follow you, but I can't go. Lu Qing had planned it this way. He instructed, keep an eye on Chunlan. I know. After everything was in order, Lu Qing started from Ice Mountain number 2, passing through the safety door connecting the sections, officially stepping into the unknown. Vice Chairman Lu. As he walked through the connecting area, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes welcomed everyone with his hands behind his back. General He. Lu Qing nodded. He Chaowei did not ask much and said directly, the system and air circulation systems are in 2 different places. I'll take you there. Thank you. Lu Qing walked through the corridor of Ice Mountain number 2, passing the military district and living area before reaching the core area. It will take about half a day. Sorry for the trouble. He Chaowei waved his hand. Then you get busy. I'll leave a few quick-handed professionals to help you. Thank you. He Chaowei seemed unconcerned, greeting them before leaving without a trace. Lu Qing exchanged glances with the soldiers he brought, and they retreated to the door. He explained the points that needed to be processed in the air circulation system to the professionals and then divided the work. Once everyone was engaged in their tasks, Lu Qing went straight to the core processor to begin reviewing past records. Time passed second by second, and Lu Qing's hopes slowly faded. Ice Mountain No. 2 did not have what he wanted. Chapter 77. Recovering memories in 2 days, Lu Qing had traveled through 3 iceberg-class spaceships, but found nothing. His expectations gradually diminished. Yet he boarded the iceberg number 10 with a glimmer of hope. As soon as he stepped on board, he sensed the malice from the leaders and all the staff. However, Lu Qing had no time to ponder these issues, as he noticed that the system version of Iceberg No. 10 was the same as the one from 6 years ago when he passed through the military district. It was expected to take half a day. Lu Qing said. The person in charge of receiving him was the chief engineer, who he had met years ago while still in school. Please plus it. The other party did not mention sending anyone to assist him and left after bringing him to the location. Guarding the door. Yes. Lu Qing had no time to consider the state of the air circulation system and immediately immersed himself in a vast data backup of the system. The system of Iceberg number 10 was the oldest among the 4 ships that had been checked, and naturally, the backup was the most complicated. After maintaining a high-intensity search for most of the day, about 1/10 of the backup remained. At this moment, a sudden commotion was heard from a distance, and several soldiers who had come with him rushed into the room, anxiously saying, Vice Chairman Lu, something's wrong. Lu Qing continued his actions without looking back. What's wrong? From the looks of it, they want to detain us. The most rational decision is to evacuate immediately. But Lu Qing had a gut feeling that what he wanted was right here, and regardless of what happened, he had to take a gamble. Do you remember the evacuation route? Evacuate immediately. Tell Huozhe I'll stay here. He knows how to handle it. Vice Chairman. Lu Qing turned his face. Don't waste time. Understood. After they evacuated, Lu Qing locked the gate to the core area from the inside. For safety reasons, Once the core area of each spaceship is locked from the inside, the outside cannot be opened. After doing this, Lu Qing returned to the system control screen and continued his focused search. Not long after, a loud noise came from outside the door. Vice Chairman Lu, don't resist stubbornly. There's no exit here. You will have to come out eventually. The leader of number 10 also appeared at the door. Lu Qing, some matters are better discussed face to face. Please don't drink the toast to refuse the meal. Lu Qing was not affected by these voices at all and searched even more earnestly. Finally, when he saw the file starting with LQ, his heart suddenly tightened. Seeing the subfiles arranged by date inside the document, Lu Qing could not hide his excitement and raised his hand to cover his eyes. Having participated in the first-generation chip experiments, Lu Qing naturally recognized the form of memory storage. Vice Chairman Lu? Lu Qing. The people outside were clearly starting to lose patience. However, the man inside the room remained indifferent. Lu Qing smiled, disregarding the current situation, and resolutely took out the brainwave connection device from his backpack. After connecting to the Iceberg number 10 system, he pressed the recovery button. The massive recovery of memories would cause a person to lose consciousness instantly. Lu Qing leaned against the main control console and lost consciousness amidst the continuous noise from outside the door. As Lu Qing attracted fire, several soldiers who followed him successfully returned to the ice peak before being discovered. Hua Zhe was anxiously waiting at the connection point, and when he did not see Lu Qing in the returning team, his expression darkened instantly. What's going on? Report, Commander. Vice Chairman Lu asked us to evacuate first. He wants to stay behind to complete the task. Hua Zhe knew he was anxious, but did not expect him to act so recklessly. In anger, he slammed his fist against the door panel, startling several soldiers into bowing their heads deeply. After a long time, Hua Zhe spoke, fall back. Yes. After some deliberation, Hua Zhe went alone to the interrogation room, where Qianlan was held. I'm here. Qianlan looked just like Zhenzhen back then, with a collar chained to the wall, leaving only a small space to move. Hua Zhe pulled up a chair and sat down, his expression serious and cold. Qianlan sat cross-legged against the wall, showing no sign of decline in spirit during their eye contact. How have you been these days? Qianlan smiled slightly. Not bad. Hua Zhe pressed his finger joints with one hand and asked, What's the matter with my father? It seems I wasn't wrong. The key to you standing with Lu Qing lies in the cause of your father's death. Hua Zhe did not respond. You only need to answer my question. This matter was personally investigated by Lu Qing. What conspiracy could escape Lu Qing's eyes? Qianlan shook her head. If you doubt me, Lu Qing cannot escape either. Hua Zhe remembered every detail about how Hua Yun died. What Qianlan did not know was that in addition to Lu Qing, he had also personally participated in the investigation. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any trace of the murderer. Hua Zhe had also suspected typical methods, such as chip control and brainwave control, but Lu Qing had denied those after his investigations. How innocent are you? As innocent as interfering with Lu Qing's memory? Or are you blissfully unaware? Hearing his wording, Qianlan could not help but laugh. Do you also think I interfered with Lu Qing's memory? Hua Zhe raised an eyebrow. I'm not thinking. I'm sure. How are you sure? Hua Zhe curled his lips and said, because before he walked into the research institute that day, he and Zhenzhen were a loving couple, yet when they came out, they were like strangers. Only memory interference can explain the change in such a short time. Qianlan did not expect that such a cautious arrangement from back then, along with the secrecy of Lu Qing and Zhenzhen's relationship, would still have someone discover the key. Loving couple? Besides growing up together, Zhenzhen and Lu Qing have no other relationship. Hua Zhe shrugged. Although their relationship has always been kept secret, I understand both of them, and I can naturally see it. Qianlan changed her posture, curling her legs against the wall. This was a relaxed and stretching position, showing that the person involved had no emotional response to the lies being exposed. Today, you came to question me. What kind of answer are you looking for? I just want to know the truth. Hua Zhe said, all the truth. All. That is a very broad scope. Hua Zhe casually said, I have plenty of time. I believe Chairman Shun has even more time. Qianlan paused. If I say that the cause of your father's death has nothing to do with me, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Hua Zhe affirmed. No. Since you don't believe it, why waste time? Hearing the lies you weave isn't a waste of time. Please go ahead. Qianlan smiled and said, "Then let us start with Lu Qing's matter. I don't deny that I destroyed his memory storage. I really can't produce it. As for why I interfered with Lu Qing's memory, it's a long story." Chapter 78. Unexpected End of the Detection Plan. After talking with Qianlan, Lu Qing and Qianlan found that the supply of provisions was indeed much more timely than before, and there were even some extra nutrient solutions in the packages. However, for soldiers who had been overexerting themselves for a long time, these supplies were merely a drop in the bucket. At this moment, what was most urgent was rest, both physical and psychological, rather than consuming something that could help restore bodily functions. That day, after a brief rest at the supply point, they advanced towards the next location under the cover of night. Zhenzhen, listening to the sound of military boots crunching on the ground, suddenly asked Lu Qing, "I told you not to come, yet you insisted on following, enduring unnecessary hardships and the anger of your superiors. Don't you think it would be better to sit in your office?" Lu Qing chuckled softly. "Well, I regret it. Kid Zhenzhen, you are really straightforward." Lu Qing looked at her exhausted face and smiled as she added, "I regret not making better arrangements." Lu Qing truly regretted it. From school to the research institute, he had never personally participated in any operations, and he was not very familiar with the many problems that could arise during the operations, so he naturally could not think things through thoroughly. After walking in silence for a while, Zhenzhen said, "It was too rushed." "Yeah, but it's almost over." With the tireless efforts of tens of thousands of soldiers day and night, 95 of the points were now covered, and victory was in sight. Since the evacuation from Bingyuan, every day felt like it was passing quickly, yet she didn't know what she was doing. Zhenzhen looked up at the starry sky. Clearly, she was working hard for survival, but she felt very empty. Lu Qing responded with a hum and said, "The closer we get to the finish line, the stronger this feeling becomes. So when the feeling is stronger, it means we are closer to the end." Zhenzhen was taken aback. Lu Qing always said things that she could never have thought of, comforting her in ways she could never have imagined. Perhaps this was also why she liked him. The whole team maintained a steady marching pace, and taking advantage of the night's cover, Zhenzhen quietly grasped Lu Qing's hand. Lu Qing was startled, then quickly tightened his grip in return. During this period of sustained mental tension, they provided each other with the last bit of warmth. "We have arrived. Gear up." At the front, Duan Yu commanded, and everyone skillfully gathered according to the predetermined groups, holding detectors and converging from different directions towards the center point. Zhenzhen and Lu Qing were constantly observing the detector screens, directing everyone's actions. Something seems off," Zhenzhen suddenly said after looking for a while. Lu Qing also noticed the problem. He pulled up the data for comparison and gradually frowned. Zhenzhen glanced around. Although several military-grade lights had been set up, they were merely a drop in the bucket in the thick, impenetrable darkness. From her position, she could only see vague figures in the distance. "What's going on? Should I go over to help?" Lu Qing remained silent. Suddenly, he grabbed Zhenzen's communicator and shouted over the entire channel, "Stop the operation." Unfortunately, it was too late. When the blazing white light illuminated the horizon, both Zhenzhen and Lu Qing rushed towards the site of the incident. "Evacuate! Quickly evacuate!" Zhenzhen shouted at everyone. Everyone, including Lu Qing, responded, but Lu Qing ignored her shouting. Zhenzhen knew he must have a reason for doing this and immediately shouted at Duan Yu, who was close by. "Duan Yu, quickly organize the evacuation." "Yes." Zhenzhen kept her eyes fixed on Lu Qing's back, running at full speed to keep up with his pace. As they got closer to the fire and smoke, Lu Qing showed no intention of slowing down. "Lu Qing, come back." Lu Qing did not look back, shouting at Zhenzhen. "Lu Qing." The only response was Lu Qing's figure completely disappearing into the smoke. Zhenzhen abruptly stopped, wanting to contact Duan Yu and Duan Qi, only to remember that Lu Qing had taken her communicator. "Lu Qing? Lu Qing." But no matter how much she called, all she could hear was the increasingly loud sound of the wind. Instinct drove her to follow her partner towards danger, but reason told her she couldn't do that. Standing there, leading the team, she had to be responsible for everyone. Zhenzhen took a deep breath several times before turning to run towards the evacuation direction. She didn't know how long she had been running, but she knew how much willpower it took to resist the urge to turn back and find Lu Qing. Colonel Che, a figure in the distance, was approaching her with a flashlight raised. Duan Qi immediately ran towards her. Colonel, are you okay? Zhenzhen was slightly out of breath. Give me your communicator. Yes. After taking it, Zhenzhen first opened a line to Duan Yu. Duan Yu immediately responded, Colonel, count the numbers and report the missing list to me. Also, except for the military doctor and the first team, immediately organize everyone to retreat to the supply point from this afternoon. Yes. Then, Zhenzhen, trembling, opened her communicator's line, praying it was still on Lu Qing's ear, hoping that Lu Qing could still hear. Lu Qing? The calmness she had when issuing orders to Duan Yu was completely gone, and Zhenzhen's voice trembled. Lu Qing? However, there was still no response from the other end of the line. Duan Qi, feeling compassion, still asked the most critical question. Colonel, how should we handle the missing persons? Most people knew the dangers of fire crystal stones and that they could easily explode. However, few knew how severe the consequences could be after an explosion. Zhenzhen only had some concept of the danger because Lu Qing had mentioned it. There was no way to save them. Zhenzhen closed her eyes, hiding her fear. Fire crystal resources usually accumulate in one place, and once an explosion occurs, it can easily trigger a chain reaction. Duan Qi turned to look at the intensifying flames and asked in a low voice, Then why did you leave the first team? Theoretically, there was no way to save them, but they had to keep a glimmer of hope. Zhenzhen didn't know why Lu Qing rushed in, but his actions had their reasons. All she could do was pray for his safety. Report, Colonel. Duan Qi's voice came through the communicator. Yes. After counting, there are 21 missing persons. The first team and a military doctor are heading towards you and Duan Yu. Received. 21 people. Zhenzhen rubbed her forehead and sent a message to Commander Huiyun to report the situation. Commander, Team 7 encountered an unexpected explosion during operations, and currently, 21 people are missing, including Lu Qing, who was with the team. Other than the rescue team, everyone has evacuated to the supply point from this afternoon. I will stay at the site of the incident. Please coordinate matters with Lieutenant Colonel Duan Yu. Duan Qi asked, Colonel, how do we carry out the rescue? I don't know. Zhenzhen closed the communication and looked again at the sky lit up by firelight. The first team is equipped with thermal suits. They can go in and check the situation. But before the team could converge, a dazzling white light forced both of them to instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes, and the deafening sound of an explosion echoed through the sky once more. Zhenzhen could no longer suppress her worry. She handed the communicator to Duan Qi and, following her instincts, rushed into the sea of fire. Chapter 79, Have I Ever Said That You Should Think Twice Before Acting? The closer she got to the center of the incident, the lower the visibility became, and the pungent smell of combustion grew stronger. Zhenzhen quickly cut a strip of cloth from the hem of her clothes with a knife, dampened it with the last bit of water from her water bag, and tightly wrapped it around her mouth and nose. She didn't know where to go, just instinctively moving forward. Lu Qing? The ground beneath her feet was already scorched earth, no longer soft to step on. Lu Qing, Zhenzhen called out persistently, but her urgent voice was always carried away by the untimely wind, due to the flames rising high in the circle, causing rolling heat waves. She could only search around the outer edge. As she walked, she suddenly tripped. Looking down, she was shocked to see a half-arm in military uniform. Seeing the charred wound, Zhenzhen quickly covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. She pinched the mouth of her water bag with her thumb, forcing herself to calm down, and continued to move forward. However, the further she went, the more severed limbs and bloodstains she encountered on the ground. Zhenzhen couldn't imagine what they had gone through in their final moments. Though she didn't want to, she looked carefully, afraid of seeing Lu Qing's unique black clothes. Unconsciously holding her breath, she moved forward little by little. Fortunately, as the bloodstains gradually decreased, Zhenzhen's heart relaxed a little. At least, Lu Qing should still be alive. However, after just a few steps, a black object caught her eye. Zhenzhen slowly approached, and when she realized it was the detector Lu Qing carried, She was horrified. The shattered screen broke down Zhenzhen's last line of defense. Lu Qing. Zhenzhen screamed hoarsely. At this moment, Duanqi and his team were gradually approaching the accident area, and upon hearing Zhenzhen's broken cry, he sensed something was wrong. Speed up. The first squad began to move forward at full speed. Zhenzhen no longer had time to think about any rescue plans. She only knew that Lu Qing might be in danger, possibly already. Tears and sweat streamed down her cheeks as Zhenzhen anxiously looked around. The spreading flames were getting closer, illuminating the surrounding scene. Then, she saw a black coat on the ground not far away. Zhenzhen stumbled over, picked it up, and saw the charred cuffs and the White Research Institute logo on the chest. Lu Qing. She turned back to look at the fire that seemed to have no chance of survival, a fierce determination growing in her heart. She resolutely walked toward the flames. And at the moment the extremely high-temperature heat wave hit her face, a dark figure suddenly leaped out, pushing Zhenzhen out of the danger zone. Zhenzhen was a bit dazed, and when she saw that figure tearing off the heat-resistant suit, revealing Lu Qing's smoke-blackened face, she finally relaxed. Lu Qing extinguished the flames on his body and hurried over to help the collapsed Zhenzhen up. His voice was extremely tense. Did I not say to think twice before acting? You rushed into the fire without wearing a heat-resistant suit. Do you really want to die? Tears surged out of Zhenzhen's eyes, and amidst the intertwining of fear and grievance, she pushed Lu Qing hard. Seeing her like this made Lu Qing heartbroken, but he couldn't forget how reckless she had just been. Think twice before acting. Remember that. Zhenzhen didn't want to listen to him scold her, especially since she was also quite angry. Lu Qing said she rushed into the fire recklessly. But wasn't he the same? Zhenzhen tore off the cloth strip, wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and then turned to leave. Although Lu Qing was angry, he wasn't so angry that he lost his reason. He pulled her back, wrapping one arm around her waist. Where are you going? It has nothing to do with you. Zhenzhen struggled to break free, but Lu Qing's grip was strong, and she couldn't get away. Lu Qing sighed. Why are you so temperamental? You're so impulsive. Have you thought about my feelings? Watching you rush into the fire really scared me to death. Zhenzhen's nird. I'm impulsive. Aren't you impulsive? How dare you get angry at me? Lu Qing knew she was worried and understood her anger. So he softened his tone. I'm sorry. When Zhenzhen saw him lowering his posture, her mind cleared a little. What did you actually do when you rushed in? I cut off the chain reaction. Lu Qing explained, the way this area of fire crystal stones is gathering is completely different from what we predicted. Zhenzhen lowered her head, and after a long while, she said, well, it's good that you're okay. Lu Qing smiled gently, stroking her hair. But that smile didn't reach his eyes. There was an unresolved gloom in them. Zhenzhen, everyone is dead. Zhenzhen remained silent. As she looked down, she saw the blood dripping from Lu Qing's hand. Zhenzhen, I caused their deaths. Lu Qing's voice was very low. This was the first time Zhenzhen had seen him so downcast. Zhenzhen didn't say any comforting words. At this moment, any words felt pale. She took out a relatively clean handkerchief from her pocket, gently took his hand, and slowly wiped away the bloodstains. She used her actions to tell him that no matter what, it didn't matter. She would always be there for him. As her gentle actions continued, the bitterness and sorrow in her heart gradually faded away. Lu Qing held her hand and said, let's go. Give me the communicator. Only then did Lu Qing remember this matter and hurriedly returned it to her. Zhenzhen took it and immediately contacted Duanqi. Everyone except Lu Qing is dead. Lu Qing and I are starting to evacuate. Duanqi replied immediately, received. Lu Qing and Zhenzhen snuggled together as they moved toward a safe area. After surviving a disaster, lovers naturally wanted to stick together at all times. Although Zhenzhen didn't mention it, the loss of 20 lives pained her deeply. Lu Qing felt guilty and didn't want to worry Zhenzhen, so he suppressed his guilt and remained silent. As visibility improved, indicating they were getting further away from the danger zone, Zhenzhen finally relaxed. I was really scared just now. Lu Qing tightened his grip around her shoulder. I was too. Zhenzhen suddenly bumped him with her shoulder. You can't do that anymore. You can't participate in any dangerous actions. Lu Qing explained. I wore the heat-resistant suit, and I had a plan for how to handle the incident. It wasn't an impulsive act. You still say you're not impulsive? Besides, the heat-resistant suit has very limited effectiveness. At least I was wearing a heat-resistant suit. What about you? Zhenzhen felt somewhat guilty, but still stubbornly said, Aren't I worried about you? Lu Qing's voice tightened. No matter what happens in the future, you must not be impulsive. When you act like this, it really makes me angry, Zhenzhen. You're angry? I'm even angrier. The more Zhenzhen thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. What do you mean? You kept it from me and insisted on joining the operation. I endured it. You had a plan, but didn't even tell me. What does it mean to act without consulting me first? I didn't. Zhenzhen shook off Lu Qing's hand, looking like she completely didn't want to talk to him anymore. When Duan Qi and his team met up with them, they saw Zhenzhen storming away from Lu Qing, her face filled with anger, while the latter looked helpless. Chapter 80: The Last Flower of Ice Cloud. For you after reuniting with the main forces. They took half a day's rest before plunging back into action. Everyone's faces were heavy, and their efficiency saw a sharp increase. The sacrifice of the 20 brothers cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. When the reconnaissance mission officially concluded and the spacecraft landed in a safe zone, Zhenzhen did not feel as excited or relaxed as she imagined. Team 7 boarded the spacecraft in silence and took off in silence. Zhenzhen looked out of the porthole at the scenes outside, gazing at the land that was about to become their new home, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Lu Qing sat next to her. He could see through her sadness at a glance, wanting to comfort her, but constrained by the presence of others. As the person in charge, Zhenzhen and Lu Qing had to report to the leadership on the spacecraft, so after the spacecraft docked, only the two of them left through the connecting passage. Zhenzhen strode forward without paying any attention to Lu Qing closely following behind. Don't you want to say a word to me? Zhenzhen felt that Lu Qing always spoke in a way that sounded aggrieved. She flipped her ponytail and continued to give Lu Qing an angry back of her head. If possible, Lu Qing really wanted to pull her into his arms and give her a good kiss, but unfortunately, the time and place did not allow it. Soon, they reached a fork in the road. Zhenzhen needed to continue forward to find Hui Yun to report, while Lu Qing had to turn left to the research institute. Just when Lu Qing thought they were about to part ways, Zhenzhen made a complete turnaround. She glanced at him, then averted her gaze. She looked at him again and averted her gaze once more. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but maintained an expression of being at her mercy. Zhenzhen finally pouted and said, No one wishes for such things to happen, even if you were the main person in charge of the project. It's impossible to foresee all factors. Lu Qing didn't expect her to say this and was momentarily taken aback. This matter was both a natural disaster and a man-made calamity. Everyone had a responsibility. You shouldn't blame yourself too much. After Zhenzhen finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lu Qing's response and turned to leave briskly. Lu Qing watched her agile gait, feeling a warmth rising in his heart. Soon, the committee and the military reached an agreement and began to fully advance the A01 landing plan. Lu Qing invested almost all his time in the design of the fire crystal storage and planetary city planning, busily running around every day. After a brief rest, Zhenzhen also returned to the team, leading her subordinates to land first and engage in construction. Therefore, the two had not seen each other since they parted that day. Due to the communication system being monitored around the clock, Lu Qing and Zhenzhen found it difficult to discuss any private topics even during their occasional calls. One day, Zhenzhen was covered in dust at the construction site, preparing to return to the spacecraft to take a shower and eat something, when she received a call from Guiyang. Are you busy? Zhenzhen waved to Duan Yu, signaling him to keep an eye on things, and said while walking, No, I was just about to head back to the spacecraft. Guiyang replied, Okay, you go ahead. I'll land in about 30 minutes. Zhenzhen was quite surprised. What brings you, such a busy person, here? As the deputy director of the Resource Planning Bureau, Guiyang had been so busy lately that he hardly had time to sleep. His sudden visit was indeed a bit strange. Just happened to be passing by for an on-site inspection. Zhenzhen pouted. Fine, since you were just passing by, then you don't need to come. Although she knew she was joking, Guiyang quickly surrendered, saying, What passing by? I came specially to visit. Well, that is more like it. Zhenzhen boarded the spacecraft, and the soldier standing at the door nodded to her, saying, I'll take a shower first. Call me when you arrive. Okay. When Zhenzhen arrived at the landing area refreshed, Guiyang happened to be getting off the spacecraft. Since they last parted on the day the reconnaissance mission began, they had not seen each other, so Guiyang immediately gave Zhenzhen a huge bear hug. "Long time no see." Guiyang ruffled her slightly damp hair and asked, "How have you been lately?" "Not bad, physically tired but in good spirits." Zhenzhen tilted her head. "Let me show you the future military district compound." "Sure." Guiyang followed Zhenzhen as she slowly strolled, listening to her introduce that this empty space would be the future training ground and that half-built structure would be the future command center. They walked and stopped, and before they knew it, over an hour had passed. After circling around, Guiyang finally got to the main point. "You haven't been in touch with Lu Qing much lately, have you?" Zhenzhen raised an eyebrow, as Guiyang had rarely mentioned her and Lu Qing before, so it was unusual for him to bring it up today. "Oh, what is up?" Guiyang said. "Lu Qing knows I'm coming to A01 and specifically asked me to bring you something." Zhenzhen was taken aback. "What is it?" Guiyang handed her a package, saying, "I don't know. Open it when you get back." Zhenzhen turned the box over and over, unable to hide her curiosity. "All right." Guiyang came this time partly because of Lu Qing's request and partly because he hadn't seen her for a long time. Now that both tasks were completed and with official duties occupying his time, he didn't stay long. After seeing Guiyang off, Zhenzhen headed straight back to the spacecraft with the box. Lu Qing was a very pragmatic person. To put it more bluntly, he was not very romantic. Therefore, Zhenzhen was genuinely curious about what kind of gift such a person would send Guiyang all the way for. Back at her room, Zhenzhen immediately began to violently unwrap the package, quickly tearing off the outer layer to reveal another layer of wrapping inside. She patiently unwrapped it again, only to find yet another layer of sponge packaging inside. Zhenzhen was getting frustrated, really frustrated. She muttered complaints while continuing her actions. When the last layer was finally removed, Lu Qing's gift finally revealed its true form. Zhenzhen held a transparent, cylindrical glass shell, looking at the dark soil inside and the flower buds shyly waiting to bloom. Lu Qing actually sent her a potted lily. Guiyang had just said he looked at 2 plots of land before rushing over, which must have delayed him for at least 5 or 6 hours. She didn't know what method Lu Qing used, but even after so long, the flowers still had crystal-clear dew hanging on it, giving it a vibrant vitality. Zhenzhen examined it for a long time, but still couldn't understand its meaning. If it were someone else, it might just be a flower to express love. But if it were Lu Qing, there must be some hidden reason that she couldn't fathom. Just when she was puzzled, a slip of paper fell out. Zhenzhen hurriedly picked it up, and the bold handwriting of Lu Qing caught her eye. "The soil comes from Ice Cloud Star. The last flower of Ice Cloud. For you. LQ." Zhenzhen read the words on the card over and over, then smiled as she flicked the glass shell. Ding! She looked at the flower and saw her own smiling reflection in the glass. Chapter 81. Hope you are safe anyway. After the completion of the infrastructure construction, all survivors began to land in batches. Lu Qing was naturally in the first batch. Most of the spaceships would dock at the military port, and Zhenzhen and Huozhe were sent to the command tower for around-the-clock monitoring and command. 116, please land following the red indicator light. Please respond if you receive. Received. Huozhe put down the communication and turned to see Zhenzhen dozing against the wall. He patted her and said, "Hey, don't sleep." Zhenzhen opened her eyes abruptly and glanced at the rolling screen above, asking, "Has the second batch started?" "Yes, it's time to work." Zhenzhen rubbed her cheeks to drive away the drowsiness and returned to the command center to continue working. After the batch landings, the military would lead everyone to the living area according to the list and assign accommodations, a process that was time-consuming and labor-intensive. By the time everyone was settled, it had already been a full 8 days. Huozhe and Zhenzhen went to report to Commander Huiyun and then were granted a day off. Huozhe looked at her as she walked away and asked, "Where are you going?" Zhenzhen replied listlessly, "To sleep." "All right, then you go ahead. I'll grab something to eat." After parting with Huozhe, Zhenzhen returned to her room and threw herself onto the big bed, falling into a deep sleep within minutes. Zhenzhen was awakened by a knock on the door. She grabbed a pillow to cover her head, hoping the person at the door would take a hint and leave. However, the knocking was persistent, though not forceful. "Who is it?" Zhenzhen finally gave up, squinting as she got up and opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Qing, she instantly woke up, followed by a strong wave of annoyance at being disturbed. She dropped Lu Qing and turned back into the room, returning for another intimate encounter with her big bed. Lu Qing closed the door and laughed. You've slept for 8 hours, still not awake? So annoying. Zhenzhen buried her face in the pillow, sulking. She had always been curious about when Lu Qing would come to find her, but now that he was really here, she felt a bit embarrassed, especially since the last argument hadn't cooled down yet. Zhenzhen heard footsteps, and then the bed sank slightly. She turned her head, presenting the back of her head to Lu Qing. You're not allowed to sit on my bed. Lu Qing rubbed her hair and asked if I can't sit. Who can? Anyone is fine, just not you. However, the next moment, Lu Qing swept her up into his arms. He lowered his head to peck her lips and asked in a husky voice, try saying that again. Zhenzhen glared at him and immediately repeated, anyone can. Lu Qing buried his head and kissed her fiercely, expressing his dissatisfaction through action. Zhenzhen was completely overpowered, breathless from the kiss, tears of physiological response spilling from the corners of her eyes. She raised her hand to push Lu Qing away, but he caught her wrist and pinned it above her head. Sensing her resistance, Lu Qing eased his grip slightly, and the kiss gradually transformed from a mere punishment to a gentle reunion after a long separation. After a long while, Lu Qing buried his face in Zhenzhen's shoulder and asked in a hoarse voice, did you miss me? Zhenzhen wanted to say no, but nestled in his arms and smelling his scent, the words just wouldn't come out. Seeing her stifled and strong-willed expression, Lu Qing understood. The touch on Zhenzhen's neck was soft, and in her ear came Lu Qing's confession filled with desire, yet exceptionally cherished. I missed you so much. Zhenzhen pouted where Lu Qing couldn't see, thinking to herself that he was all talk and no action. So, she suddenly exerted force, shifting their positions. She straddled Lu Qing's narrow waist, placing her hands on his chest, looking down at him from above. Lu Qing was very cooperative, resting his head on his crossed arms with a relaxed smile. After the earlier intimacy, his shirt was not only wrinkled, but several buttons were undone, creating a stark contrast to his usual sharp suit, making Zhenzhen's heart race. After a moment of stalemate, Zhenzhen finally conceded. She muttered something about being a disaster and leaned down to kiss the moving Adam's apple of the man. Zhenzhen deliberately teased, causing Lu Qing's self-control to crumble. When the passionate encounter finally ended, Zhenzhen didn't want to move a single finger. Lu Qing propped himself up on his elbow and looked at her. Go take a shower, okay? Zhenzhen raised her arm to push his head away, complaining. I don't want to move. As soon as she finished speaking, the blanket on her body was pulled off, and she found herself in a warm and slightly damp embrace. At that moment, Zhenzhen was completely bare, her skin suddenly exposed to the air, causing goosebumps to rise. And she blushed slightly from embarrassment. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around Lu Qing's neck, trying to reduce the feeling of vulnerability. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Qing was quite pleased with her little actions, saying, I'll carry you to wash. I can wash myself. Didn't you just say you didn't want to move? I definitely don't want you to help me wash. Why not? Kid Zhenzhen. Of course. In the end, she still conceded, though she felt a bit shy and clung to Lu Qing the whole time. The two quickly took a shower, and Lu Qing carried her back again. Still sleepy? Zhenzhen blinked her eyes, feeling completely awake. Lu Qing leaned against the headboard, holding her close, and noticed the flowers on the bedside table. Do you like them? What flowers? Mentioning this piqued Zhenzhen's curiosity again. Where do these flowers come from? You don't seem like the type to give flowers. Hearing her say this, Lu Qing was quite vexed. Why don't I seem like it? Because you are just very practical and not romantic at all. Zhenzhen stated matter-of-factly, in my opinion, you're more likely to give me a gun. Lu Qing thought to himself, what does that have to do with a gun? But upon reflection, he felt he indeed wasn't romantic enough. All right, I want hold it against you. Zhenzhen adjusted to the most comfortable position in his arms, tried to comfort her grumpy boyfriend. When we evacuated from Bingyuan, I brought some biological seeds with me. Lu Qing explained. This is the only flower that successfully grew. What does it mean? Lu Qing unusually pressed for details, wanting her to elaborate. It means I'm very surprised and I really like it. Satisfied with her acknowledgement, Lu Qing finally let it go. Footsteps occasionally echoed in the corridor, but the lovers inside the room were completely unaffected. After a long while, when Zhenzhen was about to fall asleep in the tranquility, Lu Qing suddenly said, "There is something I need to tell you. Don't get angry." Zhenzhen instantly woke up, sitting up abruptly and staring at him. Seeing her strong reaction, Lu Qing explained, "Don't be nervous. It's about what happened before. You say it. From now on, no matter what happens, you must not take risks yourself." Zhenzhen was completely stunned. She thought Lu Qing was going to give her an order again, but she didn't expect him to say this. Lu Qing paused and softly said, "I love you, Zhenzhen. No matter what, I hope you are safe." Chapter 82. 24th birthday. Luo Qing was transferred directly from Ice Mountain No. 10 back to Ice Peak. When he saw Chunlan elegantly waiting for him in a suit, he slightly nodded at her and then shifted his gaze away, showing no surprise at her appearance. "Take him away," Chunlan said to the two soldiers from Ice Mountain No. 10. Even when Luo Qing was tied to the chair that had once restrained Zhenzhen, he still maintained an indifferent demeanor. Chunlan squinted. "Have you regained your memory?" Luo Qing slowly leaned his head back and closed his eyes, showing no intention of responding. "Well, it seems you all know now." Luo Qing naturally knew. It took him less than an hour to regain his memory, but he sat for half a day before voluntarily opening the door and surrendering. Chunlan knew he was listening, and regardless of whether there was any response, she continued, "You are still too naive, thinking you can seize my power through imprisonment." Luo Qing smiled and said, "All your actions now have someone to take the blame for them. You should be thanking me." Chunlan was momentarily at a loss for whether to praise him for his cleverness or his self-awareness. "Huh, you've done me a great favor, but I regret losing my most capable subordinate." Luo Qing closed his eyes again, indifferent to her words. Chunlan took one last look at him. "Since you don't want to see me, then I'll leave. Think it over." Hearing the sound of the door closing, Luo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. He stared blankly at the ceiling, blood vessels spreading in his eyes. 6 years ago, Luo Qing lost the most precious thing in his life. Since he walked out of that door, all the vague and impulsive emotions, all the indescribable feelings, became deeply etched memories of the past. Only, neither of them remembered. Luo Qing recalled the cold violence he had inflicted on Zhenzhen when she was emotionally stirred up before the Magpie Nest plan. The dagger he had unhesitatingly plunged into her when they reunited after 5 years, and the moment he had threatened her with the microparticle machine. The days and nights during their time in the Alliance were the longest time they had spent together since losing their memories. As long as Zhenzhen was there, Luo Qing would always be drawn to her, always wanting to protect her uncontrollably. He understood his affection, but he couldn't comprehend the pain that intertwined with love whenever he thought of her. Later, he took it upon himself to make decisions for her, leading her to suffer torment upon returning to Ice Peak. Luo Qing had actually already found out about what happened before the military court. He had seen Chunlan's operation to erase memories, but at that time, he didn't know what the interfered memories were. Now, he knew it all and understood everything. Zhenzhen's heart was like ashes when she was dragged into the military court, surrendering when faced with the death penalty, and that last look at him, along with the words, "Never see you again." The love and promise to protect her that were once spoken had now become a joke. However, he still had some value to leverage. He could still make one last effort for her. Back then, shortly after settling down in A01, the military and the committee erupted into the sharpest conflict in history. Led by Huiyun, the military as the main faction opposed large-scale investment in military construction just as they had settled in. In contrast, the main battle faction, led by Chunlan, believed they should do everything possible to prepare for combat. Human resources were limited, and resources were also limited. So how to allocate them became the biggest problem. The two factions were at odds, and naturally, Zhenzhen and Luo Qing, who stood between the two factions, became distant, though it was only a superficial distance. During the day at meetings, Zhenzhen would clash with Luo Qing, who followed Commander Hua and Chunlan, exchanging sharp words. Even Gu Yang, who occasionally represented the Resource Planning Bureau, wanted to mediate, urging them to separate work from personal relationships. However, at night, under the cover of the shielding device, the two would be entangled on Che Zhenzhen's large bed. Che Zhenzhen's 24th birthday was spent against this backdrop. During the day, she still argued fiercely with Luo Qing, who showed no signs of backing down. That day, Che Zhenzhen was actually a bit angry. She knew Luo Qing was aware it was her birthday. She had no expectations that he would prepare any surprises. But being harshly rebutted by her boyfriend inevitably sparked her anger. So, after work, Che Zhenzhen went directly to drink with the brothers from the military district. Happy birthday, Colonel Che. Thank you, thank you. Huozhi joined in the cheer. Doesn't the birthday star have to drink one? Che Zhenzhen, always straightforward, immediately opened a bottle and said, I'll drink one. Thank you, brothers. After that, she tilted her head back and finished an entire bottle in one go. That's the spirit. Everyone laughed and applauded. After a few rounds of drinks, Huozhi noticed it was getting late. The brothers who had to be on duty in the morning wanted to leave, while others who wanted to keep drinking could continue. All right, we'll head out first. Let's continue next time. Che Zhenzhen raised her glass and bid farewell to each of them. As people left in twos and threes, only Che Zhenzhen, Huozhi, and another younger brother remained. Che Zhenzhen had disappeared right after work and rarely mingled with them. It was quite unusual for her to stay so late. Huozhi watched her continue opening bottles and asked curiously, Aren't you going back? Zhenzhen replied sullenly, I don't want to go back. Huozhi raised an eyebrow and leaned in to ask, What's wrong? Did you break up? Break up? With whom? How would I know? Huozhi pouted. It's either a relationship or career. Did my dad put pressure on you? Che Zhenzhen asked seriously, If Commander Gu puts pressure on me, can you still stand up to him for me? Huozhi raised one eyebrow in response. Oh, you think I wouldn't dare? Che Zhenzhen didn't even look at his smug expression and said calmly but firmly, Yes, you wouldn't dare. Huiyun. Actually, Huiyun was also feeling down. The disaster in Bingyun had caused countless compatriots to suffer, followed by the dark and dreary detection plan. Just as they had finally settled down and life was getting back on track, it was a time when they should unite and develop well. But the military and the committee were arguing endlessly, which left them, the hard-working soldiers, feeling cold and helpless. The three frustrated people gathered together and drank in silence, quickly reaching their limit. When Che Zhenzhen staggered back to her room and walked towards the bed in the dark, she was suddenly pulled into a familiar, hard embrace. Under the influence of alcohol, Colonel Che's reflexes noticeably slowed down. However, she immediately recognized the person. Let go, I want to sleep. Luo Qing held her and turned on the bedside lamp, the warm yellow light instantly illuminating the room. Seeing her dazed eyes and flushed cheeks, Luo Qing was clearly displeased. He sighed, his tone slightly harsh. Why did you drink so much? Che Zhenzhen didn't want to respond to him. What does it matter to you? Why are you here? What do you think? Luo Qing was infuriated by her response, but he knew it was useless to reason with a drunk. So he had to soften his tone and explain, It's your birthday. Can I not come? Chapter 83 proposal in a drunken state. Zhenzhen mumbled unconsciously. You forgot my 22nd birthday. It's my fault. Lu Qing admitted, so I'm trying to do better now, to make you happier. Che Zhenzhen felt he was talking about something important, but her mind was hazy, the sounds coming in and out, and she was really sleepy. I want to sleep. Seeing her swaying, Lu Qing picked her up to take her to wash up, but by the time they reached the bathroom, the woman in his arms had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Qing. What could Director Lu do? He could only carry her back to the bedroom, take off her outer clothes, and wrap her in a blanket. Looking at her carefree sleeping face, and then back at his careful preparations from the afternoon, Lu Qing sighed deeply and then gently kissed Che Zhenzhen's forehead. When Che Zhenzhen opened her eyes again, she saw an enlarged, handsome face in front of her. She stared at the dark circles under Lu Qing's eyes for a while, seriously recalling what had happened last night. She only remembered coming home after parting ways with Huozhi, Lu Qing suddenly appearing, looking a bit angry and saying some things, but she had no impression of what exactly he said. However, through reasonable deduction, Lu Qing must have come to celebrate her birthday yesterday. Yet the birthday girl herself had come home drunk after drinking with her brothers and had fallen asleep after just a few words. Che Zhenzhen felt a bit guilty. At this moment, Lu Qing frowned slightly, and his breathing rhythm changed for a moment. Che Zhenzhen hurriedly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. After a while, she heard Lu Qing's breathing become long again, clearly having fallen back into a deep sleep. She tentatively opened one eye, but met Lu Qing's wide-awake gaze. Zhenzhen, good morning. However, her dry tone held no sincerity. Lu Qing asked, not pretending to sleep anymore? Early in the morning, the man's voice still carried a hint of laziness and relaxation. But Zhenzhen was racking her brain to figure out how to explain last night's situation, completely missing Lu Qing's intentional teasing. What pretending to sleep? I just don't want to open my eyes. Lu Qing didn't expose her lie and propped himself up against the headboard, looking down at her. Zhenzhen felt this position was too oppressive, forcing a smile as she sat up. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Lu Qing replied lightly. After drinking so much yesterday, something light. Zhenzhen. I really didn't expect you to come yesterday. I drank a bit more with Huozhe and the others. Lu Qing felt somewhat defeated. Your birthday. How could I not come? Well, Zhenzhen started to say something, but swallowed the rest of her words when she saw his dimmed eyes. What about that? Tell me. Zhenzhen mumbled. You didn't tell me in advance, and since I had meetings all day, I thought you would be working late. Lu Qing rubbed his temples, feeling helpless. Since it was a surprise, would it still be a surprise if I told you in advance? Zhenzhen couldn't believe her ears. She actually heard the word surprise from Lu Qing. Surprise. Also, I asked you at noon if you had plans for the evening, and you said no. Didn't you think that after I finished, I would come find you? At noon, he indeed had no plans. Zhenzhen felt wronged, but couldn't explain it clearly. The situation in the afternoon was. You didn't mention it again, so I didn't think much about it. Lu Qing didn't understand the situation and frowned, asking, what happened in the afternoon? What went wrong? Zhenzhen was a bit reluctant to say. She was indeed emotional yesterday, and being honest today would feel a bit pretentious. Seeing her like this, Lu Qing guessed her reluctance to speak. Zhenzhen was a strong girl, sometimes very straightforward, but at other times, she hid her feelings for the sake of pride. Just as Zhenzhen was thinking about how to deflect the topic, Lu Qing suddenly pulled her up and walked toward the dining room. What greeted her eyes was a small single-serving cake and a pot of white roses in soil. Clearly, Lu Qing had prepared these for her birthday. After a whole night, the cake was no longer edible, and the roses drooped slightly due to lack of water. Lu Qing let go of her hand, grabbed a spray bottle to water the flowers, then cleaned up the cake before getting to the main topic. But before he could speak, Zhenzhen preemptively said, I'm sorry. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, taking a few steps forward to stand in front of her. You're right. I'm a practical and unromantic person. For example, when buying the cake, I thought I don't like sweets, so it's mainly for you. So I bought a single serving. For flowers, I thought a bouquet would wilt quickly even if placed in a vase. So a potted plant can accompany you longer. His speech was neither fast nor slow, and his tone was as flat as ever. But Zhenzhen could see through his armor to his heart. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he bent one long leg, kneeling on one knee, looking up at the shocked Zhenzhen with a smile. He magically pulled a box from his pocket, and it turned out to be a necklace with a key hanging from it. Just as Zhenzhen was confused about whether he intended to propose, and if so, why was a key and how he suddenly wanted to propose, Lu Qing suddenly chuckled. It was no wonder Lu Qing laughed. The question marks hanging over Zhenzhen's head were too obvious. I originally wanted to ask you this on your birthday, but I ended up waiting until midnight for a slurring drunk. After all, yesterday's situation was indeed like playing the lute to a cow. Now it was a few hours late, but it wasn't too late. We can't go public for now, and you can't wear a ring during training. So I chose to express my feelings with this key necklace. Lu Qing took a deep breath. I built a villa 10 kilometers east of the military district. The scenery there is very much like the shelter. Beautiful. You will definitely love the trees there. A villa? Zhenzhen asked in a daze. Yes, it will be our future home. Lu Qing was also a bit nervous, gripping the box tighter. I know this is a bit abrupt, and we still face many difficulties, not knowing when we can solve them one by one. I want to ask, Zhenzhen, are you willing to give our future a possibility now? Zhenzhen stared at the key for a long time. The platinum chain was very thin, and the key was small and exquisite. Perhaps it was a moment of whimsy or the shock of being proposed to in the morning that made her suddenly ask, how can such a small key open the door to the villa? Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh heartily. Zhenzhen, realizing how ridiculous her question was in such a romantic setting, couldn't help but bite her lip tightly. The villa's door has a double lock, fingerprint, and key. Lu Qing explained with a smile. So is that a yes? Chapter 84. Decision made. Zhenzhen was still a bit dazed, so sudden. Lu Qing still steadily held the box containing the necklace, but only he knew how nervous he was. In fact, he had thought about this for a long time, but he was afraid of being too abrupt and getting rejected, so he wanted to take it slow. Lu Qing smiled slightly, but when he saw you rush into the flames without hesitation, he felt that he could not wait any longer. He hoped that in the future, there would always be him by your side, doing his utmost to protect you. May I ask, Che Xiaojiao, are you willing to give me this opportunity? Che Zhenzhen tilted her head to look at him, then suddenly bent down and kissed Lu Qing's lips. Of course I am. Lu Qing felt a weight lift off his shoulders and let out a long sigh of relief. All right, get up now. Che Zhenzhen shook his hand and then pulled him up. Feeling the man's burning gaze, she lowered her head and said, I was just a bit surprised. I really didn't expect this. Lu Qing held her in his arms, and in that moment, the shadows of childhood dissipated, leaving only the most fervent anticipation for the future. Now, can you tell me why you were unhappy yesterday? With Lu Qing's directness and honesty, it became much easier for Che Zhenzhen to speak. At that moment, she understood his intentions. Actually, it's nothing, just that the meeting was really noisy yesterday, and I was a bit unhappy. Lu Qing first breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry. Don't blame yourself. Seeing him like this, Che Zhenzhen felt even more embarrassed. We agreed to keep work and personal matters separate, I understand. It was just a bit of emotion. I'll handle it. Lu Qing said it with utmost determination. Che Zhenzhen smiled, but she knew that this matter was not something that could be resolved overnight. Lu Qing noticed that her smile only held a comforting meaning, and he gently squeezed her hand. I will resolve it very soon. After Qianlan received the report that Lu Qing wanted to resign from the committee, she immediately called him into her office. What's the reason? Qianlan was rarely serious. Lu Qing had anticipated this, but still did not provide too much explanation. Personal reasons. I want to live a normal life. Qianlan narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile, Are you in a relationship? Although our responsibilities are a bit sensitive, they won't affect love or marriage. No, Lu Qing replied calmly. It's a personal transformation. As I grow older, I really can't devote myself entirely to work and neglect life. Decision made, huh? Yes. Qianlan understood. Even if she approved now, he would still need to leave a month for normal work and a 6-month confidentiality period. Understood. We will notify you of the results after the next committee meeting. Thank you. Lu Qing slightly bowed, not wanting to disturb her further. Walking out of the office, Lu Qing's mood did not lighten at all. Although Qianlan was not as difficult as he had imagined, the road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with obstacles, and it would not be easy to extricate himself. With so many unknowns, Lu Qing did not mention his plans to Che Zhenzhen, thinking it would be more appropriate to discuss it once there were clearer prospects. After more than half a month of keeping a secret, this kind-hearted concealment was unexpectedly pierced at the most unlikely moment. Zhenzhen, Lu Qing, and Guiyang finally gathered together after a long time and went to a newly opened restaurant that had an excellent reputation. After the three sat down, they all felt a bit dazed. It feels like we're back on Ice Cloud Star. Yes, Guiyang agreed deeply, since the accident. This is the first time we've had a meal together. Isn't it you, the dragon that shows up but never stays? Zhenzhen complained. Indeed, at Ice Cloud Star, working in the Resource Planning Bureau was equivalent to a relaxed position. After all, the general framework and macro context had already been established, and the only thing left to do was fine-tune the details. Now that they were on A01, facing a brand new planet, they naturally had to start over. Guiyang had been extremely busy lately, even surpassing the workaholic Lu Qing. My fault. Guiyang waved his hand. Today I'm treating. Che Zhenzhen grinned mischievously. Then I'll order something expensive. Don't worry, I can afford it. Although he said that, he still ordered some affordable and good quality food. After all, starting over on A01 meant there was no need for extravagance. Although Che Zhenzhen and Lu Qing's relationship was kept secret, she inevitably relaxed a bit when she saw Guiyang. She casually asked Guiyang, still no news? What news? Relationship status. Lu Qing's smiling gaze passed over Che Zhenzhen and landed on Guiyang, but held more inquiry and caution. Guyang scratched his head. What could there be? Zhenzhen leaned in, eyeing him sharply from head to toe. Not even a little? Guyang helplessly laughed. No. Zhenzhen pouted. All right. How come at your age you're still single? Guyang had no words to express his troubles. He looked towards Lu Qing for help. But when their eyes met, he instinctively avoided Lu Qing's gaze. Given Guyang's character, he should have mentioned that Lu Qing was also single, but he didn't. Not only did he refrain from saying it, but he also had a strong aversion to discussing relationship issues. Let's eat, it's going to get cold. Lu Qing intervened to ease the situation, and Zhenzhen naturally took the hint to stop. Just as they were enjoying a pleasant atmosphere, an untimely voice rang out. Lu Qing. The three of them stopped their movements simultaneously and turned to see Qianlan, still in her suit and high heels, with a gentle smile on her face. Lu Qing stood up. Chairman Chen. Zhenzhen also smiled and nodded in greeting. Qianlan's gaze swept between the three of them and across the table, apologetically saying, Am I interrupting you? No, I just happened to run into you to inform you. The committee has approved your resignation. Starting tomorrow, you'll have a month to ensure normal work, followed by a 6-month confidentiality period. You know the specific rules. Lu Qing did not expect it to be approved so easily. While he was surprised, he also felt puzzled. Qianlan noticed his thoughts and explained with a smile. Everyone sees how diligent you have been over the years and the contributions you have made. Naturally, we hope you can pursue what you want to do. Lu Qing nodded and sincerely said, Thank you. Qianlan then turned to greet Guyang and Zhenzhen. Long time no see. How have you been? Zhenzhen had just learned about Lu Qing's resignation and thought about what he said during the proposal about working hard. How could she not guess his intentions? She found it hard to describe her feelings at that moment, but on the surface, everything appeared normal as she smiled and said, Pretty good. Thank you for your concern. Chairman Chen. However, Guyang's expression was a bit strange. When he met Qianlan's gaze, he seemed to be burned and instinctively avoided it. His voice slightly distorted. It's okay. That's good. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Well, I won't disturb you any longer. Qianlan nodded and turned to leave. What had just been a harmonious atmosphere now felt incredibly tense. Chapter 85. Confidentiality period. Zhenzhen was the first to walk through the door, turning around to glare at Lu Qing, her eyes nearly spitting fire. Lu Qing neatly placed the shoes he had taken off at the entrance and slowly walked over. Stand there and don't move. Zhenzhen shouted. Lu Qing stopped, arms spread slightly in a gesture of helplessness. Don't be so angry. Let me explain the situation first. You don't need to explain. I know what you're thinking. Isn't it all about us? You left the committee and then the research institute, leaving your sensitive position so we could have a chance to go public. Am I right? Lu Qing sighed softly and nodded. With confirmation, Zhenzhen became even angrier. You made such a big decision without discussing it with me at all. What does that mean? Have you ever considered my feelings? I didn't mean to hide it. I didn't think it would be approved so easily. Lu Qing stepped forward. I wanted to wait until there was some clarity before telling you. Saying it too early might just lead to disappointment. The moment you made this decision for our future, I had the right to know. Zhenzhen had nowhere to vent her anger and could only throw her coat onto the sofa. Did you ever think about sharing all the consequences with me? And to take a step back, why should our future be built on your sacrifice? Why can't I just retire? Lu Qing wanted to hug Zhenzhen, but the latter quickly dodged. There are two reasons. On one hand, I've always had an indifferent attitude towards my work at the Committee and Research Institute. I've told you before that I don't particularly enjoy it. I'm just doing my job. But you're different. Ever since you were little, your dream has been to make achievements in the military, so it makes sense for me to give it up. Zhenzhen opened her mouth to say something, but Lu Qing spoke first. On the other hand, I can do very little for you. Relationships require effort from both sides. So I naturally need to put in more in this regard. However, I admit that hiding this was wrong. We should face whatever results together. Zhenzhen was rendered speechless, sulking in silence. Lu Qing pulled her into his arms and sat her down on the sofa, speaking gently. This job means nothing to me, so don't feel pressured. Even without you, I would leave sooner or later. Really? Zhenzhen asked sullenly. Given your workaholic nature before, I don't believe it. The day I promised Qianlan, I set a goal for myself, to achieve financial and personal freedom before I turned 40, and then leave this system. At the time, The thought seemed naive, but saying it would reassure Zhenzhen. And what harm was there in being a bit naive? 40. You're only 27 now. Zhenzhen pinched Lu Qing's waist hard in frustration. You're just trying to appease me. Lu Qing shamelessly admitted, yes, if I lose my job in the future, I'll rely on Colonel Che to support me. So, I naturally have to learn how to make you happy. This was the first time Zhenzhen had seen him like this, finding it both novel and amusing. Seeing her trying to hold back a laugh, yet unable to hide her shock, Lu Qing lightly kissed her cheek, his voice low and hoarse. So, are you not angry anymore? Zhenzhen immediately sensed his charm and sounded the alarm. Angry? Is that not allowed? Of course it is. Lu Qing readily agreed. As long as you don't kick me out. When did I ever kick you out? Zhenzhen mumbled. Never, not once. Zhenzhen. Lu Qing, who had learned to be witty, was both annoying and endearing. She suddenly remembered a serious question. The confidentiality period is 6 months. Does that mean we can't meet for 6 months? Of course we can meet, but Zhenzhen shot him a warning look. But what? Lu Qing let out a deep laugh, straightforwardly saying, but staying overnight might not be feasible. I didn't plan on letting you stay overnight anyway. Zhenzhen retorted stubbornly. Is that so? Lu Qing slowly leaned closer, stopping just shy of a kiss, affectionately rubbing Zhenzhen's nose. Zhenzhen pinched the pot's mouth with her thumb to maintain her composure, curling her lips into a smile. Is this your charm tactic? Yes. If we can't spend the night for 6 months, we have to make the most of this 1 month. Lu Qing tilted his head slightly, noticing the shimmer of tears in Zhenzhen's eyes. A month, what should we do? Lu Qing silenced her with the simplest method, then reached out to pull her onto his lap, one hand gripping the back of her neck as he deepened the sudden and intense kiss. Zhenzhen straddled Lu Qing's lap, feeling the heat radiating from him and looking into his eyes filled with an unquenchable desire, secretly marveling at how effective his charm was. After all, the tough and soft-hearted Colonel Che couldn't stay angry at this moment. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle at her attempt to be angry, but failing miserably. Teasing her, still angry? Zhenzhen's anger visibly weakened, but she still tried to keep a straight face. I am. However, her unconvincing tone and flushed cheeks rendered her bravado meaningless. In the military, a single glance from Colonel Che could make subordinates tremble, but in front of Lu Qing, she was nothing but a paper tiger, easily subdued. Time flew by, and a month later, Lu Qing completely left the committee and the research institute, entering his 6-month confidentiality period, during which his time with Zhenzhen was significantly reduced. Either they would have dinner together with Guiyang, or Zhenzhen would find time during the day to visit his home, leaving after at most 2 hours. Although they couldn't stick together all the time, it was for the sake of being together openly in the future. With this beautiful vision, the young couple's days weren't too difficult. However, one day, when Chunlan went to the military district for a meeting, she unexpectedly ran into Zhenzhen and pulled her aside for a chat. How is Lu Qing doing lately? Zhenzhen didn't show that she was fully aware of Lu Qing's situation and pretended to think for a moment before answering. He seems to be doing okay. Chunlan nodded. You've had a good relationship with him since childhood. Do you know why he suddenly made such a choice? Zhenzhen's heart raced a bit. Then she smiled helplessly. To be honest, it was only when I ran into you at the restaurant that Guiyang, and I found out he had submitted his resignation. I asked him, and he just said he was tired and wanted to rest. You know Lu Qing's personality. If he doesn't want to talk about something, you can't pry it out of him. Chunlan chuckled. I see. I'm sorry. I just feel it's a pity for someone like him to leave. Zhenzhen clenched her fists behind her back, her tone becoming more probing. May I ask, Chairwoman Chun, do you still want him to return to the committee or the research institute? What I want doesn't matter. It depends on his own wishes. Chunlan's answer was watertight. All right. Zhenzhen feigned a disappointed expression. I thought I could drag him back. What would it be like for him to stay home every day? It forces Guiyang and me to check on him from time to time. Chunlan let out a light laugh. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 86. The King of Vinegar. The next day, when Zhenzhen visited Lu Qing's house, she mentioned this matter and also shared her guess. While eating the grapes that Lu Qing had peeled for her, she said, what are they really thinking? Letting you go so easily? Lu Qing continued her movements, clearly wanting her to go back. Zhenzhen couldn't hide her worry. Is that okay for you? What if she finds a way to force you back? Don't worry, I have my ways. Zhenzhen sighed deeply, expressing her feelings. I always feel there's something deeper going on here, yet on the surface, everything seems calm. I have no idea how to guard against it. Your identity is the best shield. Lu Qing took a tissue to wipe her hands. At least the military system is relatively straightforward. And Commander Hua has a relationship with your father, so you don't have to worry. And you? Suddenly, Zhenzhen choked up, swallowing the words she hadn't finished. Lu Qing's brows twitched. What's wrong with Gu Yang? What did you guess? Lu Qing hadn't mentioned her suspicions about Gu Yang to anyone, including Zhenzhen. It wasn't because she didn't trust her, but because she didn't want her to worry. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhenzhen said angrily. You must have some suspicions too, right? Yeah. Lu Qing still had her doubts. But how did you figure it out? My interactions with Gu Yang are all normal. But your interactions with him are not quite normal. If we trace it back, it's about the time Gu Yang was detained for several weeks. Plus, when he met Shenlan, he was so obviously tense and awkward. It would be hard not to notice. Lu Qing was taken aback. Is my relationship with him that abnormal? Is it obvious? Not obvious. Others definitely can't see it. Zhenzhen shook her head. It's just that I've spent too long with both of you, so I'm more sensitive to subtle changes. Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief. I feel like he's been avoiding the issue. What issue? Our relationship. Zhenzhen nodded. It does seem like there's something. Lu Qing asked, do you know the reason? Zhenzhen pointed at herself, incredulously. Me? Why would I know? Lu Qing jokingly analyzed with a serious face. Every time I mention our relationship, he immediately interrupts and leaves. So I've always thought he has a crush on you, which is why he acts so strangely. Kid Zhenzhen, are you out of your mind? Lu Qing started to seriously ramble, just like how you don't like that girl from the research institute. Only a rival can be that sensitive. Oh, just like how you dragged me out from the bar? Zhenzhen reminisced with a smile. That boy was both handsome and a gentleman. What a pity. Lu Qing's face darkened instantly, biting Zhenzhen's cheek. What a pity. Is that not okay? Not okay. Why not? At that time, neither of us had any relationship. Why should you care if I found it a pity or not? Reflecting on her past actions, Zhenzhen thought it was not surprising. Lu Qing was left speechless, pitifully releasing her hold on Zhenzhen's arm, leaning back on the sofa and sighing. This boyfriend looks still needs some coaxing. Zhenzhen raised her hands in surrender. Scooting closer with a smile, it's fine. You really couldn't control before, but now and in the future, you have a say. Are you happy? Lu Qing laughed, reaching out to rub her neck. After the rain, Zhenzhen returned to the main topic. What exactly is going on with Gu Yang? Don't say he has a crush on me. If Gu Yang finds out, he'll beat you up. Lu Qing suddenly asked, do you know his background? He doesn't even know it well himself. How would I know? Well, he should know by now. Kid Zhenzhen furrowed eyebrows, not understanding what his background had to do with his odd behavior. Lu Qing spoke slowly. If his parents are still alive and are powerful figures? There are many powerful figures, but how does that relate to us? How could it not be related? The reason we've never made it public is why? Yeah, what if their relationship being exposed causes problems? But there's one last question. Zhenzhen suddenly looked at Lu Qing. Her eyes filled with fear and worry. Every time we mention us, Gu Yang can accurately avoid it, which means he knows something in his heart. He just doesn't want to hear it or see it with his own eyes. What exactly is he avoiding? What I mean is if he hears or sees it, it only confirms his thoughts. Why be so nervous? An eerie silence followed, finally broken by Lu Qing. Many years ago, regarding the monitoring of confidential personnel, someone proposed an idea. Since we can communicate through brainwaves and locate through brainwaves, why can't we monitor through brainwaves? Zhenzhen's pupil shrank. You mean? Lu Qing nodded. The best monitoring method is to see what you see and hear what you hear, thus understanding what you think. Has it been put into practice? We did some research for a while. The feasibility was very high, but it was indeed too invasive of privacy. Confidential personnel could not live like that. So it was halted. You suspect Gu Yang is being monitored through brainwaves? Lu Qing confirmed. Only this can explain everything. Although Zhenzhen had sensed Gu Yang's odd behavior, she was unaware of so many hidden truths and found it hard to accept at the moment. There will always be a way. Lu Qing held her hand in comfort. Gu Yang's situation is also one reason I want to resign. My identity is too sensitive. Only by stepping back and distancing myself from the power vortex can they lower their guard, and perhaps the monitoring of Guiyang will weaken. How is the so-called brain wave monitoring done? The first-generation chip doesn't have that function, right? Well, it's likely still a chip implant. Zhenzhen curled her fingers and tapped her forehead. I have one on my head too. Could it be the same problem? It won't. Lu Qing was very sure. At that time, we set a safety anchor. All upgrades must rely on the chip itself and cannot be remotely controlled. So that means if we want to update, we can only do it by replacing the chip? Exactly. The original design for the first-generation chip was for combat readiness, ensuring communication for the troops while being able to locate every soldier. Zhenzhen fell silent for a while and said with some melancholy, "When will Guiyang and I be able to get rid of what's in our heads?" I don't know, but there will be such a day. Really? Lu Qing smiled slightly, yes. The last thing I did before resigning was to complete the decommissioning plan for the first-generation chip. But why did the committee choose to decommission it? Because the system inside the chip poses risks. If the system is hacked, all carriers would be in danger. Lu Qing said, to protect the troops to the greatest extent, they would definitely decommission it. Zhenzhen realized for the first time that carrying a chip also carried dangers, and suddenly felt a wave of fear. Danger? What should we do? Lu Qing hugged her tightly, smiling. There's no danger now. Do you know who designed the current chip defense system? Seeing his tone was relaxed and didn't seem to be hiding anything, Zhenzhen also relaxed. She leaned against the man's chest, lazily replying, "Who else could it be but my most brilliant scientist boyfriend?" Lu Qing's laughter was deep as he lowered his head to give her a kiss. Chapter 87. Through the windshield, I saw Guiyang's gloomy face. Although the period of confidentiality had its inconveniences, overall, things were relatively stable. However, just as both of them let their guard down, waiting for the period to end, an unexpected event occurred. With such a large operation like landing A-01, the Alliance naturally noticed, especially since the ore reserves had drawn the attention of the entire star system. During one of the Alliance's successful interceptions of a patrol airship, soldiers disguised as icy clouds infiltrated and rushed straight to the mine. Zhenzhen received a notification from the troops while she was at Lu Qing's home. She immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks and quickly got dressed. I have to go. The Alliance is infiltrated and wants to blow up the mine. Having personally experienced the power of fire crystal stones, Lu Qing was naturally worried about Zhenzhen's safety. But he also understood that this was her passion, and she had to bear the accompanying risks. Lu Qing handed her the backpack and car keys, then kissed her forehead. "Be careful, okay?" "Got it." Zhenzhen took the items and rushed out without even having time to give Lu Qing a farewell kiss. During this operation, Zhenzhen saved Moran, who was taken hostage, and successfully prevented the bomb from exploding. However, her reckless behavior still worried and angered Lu Qing because the entire operation was live-streamed under Qinlan's arrangement, while the parties involved were completely unaware. After Zhenzhen conducted a thorough search of the mine to ensure no dangerous items were left behind and calmed the public's emotions to explain the situation, she returned to the military district to report. Lu Qing was concerned about her, but knew that going alone would raise suspicion, so he informed Guiyang, who missed the live stream due to a meeting. The latter immediately put down his work and went with him to the military district. On the way, Guiyang watched the action video and couldn't help but feel a headache. Why does she always play with her life like this? In the pitch-black mine with blades everywhere. How can she dodge? At this moment, Lu Qing was even angrier, far more than Guiyang's current worry. His jawline was tense, and it took him a long time to squeeze out of HM through his nose. Guiyang understood that he was angry and patted Lu Qing's shoulder. "We'll educate her properly today." Zhenzhen only learned that the entire operation was live-streamed when she was reporting. She secretly prayed that Lu Qing wouldn't watch it. Coming out of Commander Gu's office, when she walked back to the dormitory building wearing a dusty military jacket with a dusty face, she saw Lu Qing and Guiyang standing like door gods, arms crossed, glaring at her from either side. Seeing this, Zhenzhen suddenly felt like running away. If she really ran, Lu Qing would undoubtedly be extremely angry, twice as angry as he was now. She steeled herself and walked over, smiling to greet them. "Hi, what are you two doing here?" Lu Qing's expression was blank, not moving an inch. Gu Yang stepped forward and looked her up and down. Are you hurt? Zhenzhen shook her head repeatedly, pretending to be relaxed. Of course not. I'm very confident, don't worry. Lu Qing snorted coldly through his nose. Gu Yang poked Zhenzhen's forehead hard. You've never let anyone rest easy since you were little. Look, I'm fine. Don't make a big deal out of it. How could this little thing trouble both of you big Buddhas standing here as door gods? You two should go back. Zhenzhen's words were like a calculation that was about to hit Lu Qing's face, and Lu Qing naturally wouldn't let her have her way. Lu Qing lowered his arms and said, Gu Yang, you go drive the car first. I need to talk to her for a bit, and then we'll leave. Even while talking to Gu Yang, Lu Qing's gaze never left Zhenzhen. The latter secretly thought it was bad and immediately smiled at him to appease him. Once Gu Yang left, Lu Qing stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. Hey, what are you doing? This is outside. Zhenzhen instantly got nervous, looking around in fear of being caught by the surveillance system. Lu Qing's face was cold. I've shielded it. The committee can't monitor it. Even the last straw couldn't save her, and Zhenzhen obediently stood still, pitifully saying, I'm sorry, but I really didn't mean it. It was all planned, and there wasn't much danger. The more you argue, the angrier I'll get. Lu Qing spoke slowly, his tone flat. But the calmer he appeared, the angrier he actually was. Zhenzhen bit her lip, unsure of what else to say besides apologizing. I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Lu Qing calmly stated the facts. There were so many methods, yet you chose the one with the highest risk. No matter how Zhenzhen insisted she had a plan, she knew deep down that the risks were significant. If the Alliance's people were determined to shoot, everyone in the mine would be turned to ashes in an instant. Even if she gambled on their psychology, fighting in the dark was exceptionally dangerous. In an environment where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Avoiding cold weapon attacks relied solely on instinct and hearing. Managing to escape unscathed was just luck. I just wanted to rescue the hostages as quickly as possible. So I chose this method. I understand, and I'm not blaming you. Lu Qing sighed. I also know this is your duty. But sometimes you can choose other methods to achieve the same goal. I hope you will consider the success rate and safety factor comprehensively before making a decision, rather than just focusing on the mission. Okay, Zhenzhen nodded. I'll pay attention in the future. Lu Qing was filled with unnamed anger, but knew he couldn't blame Zhenzhen. After thinking it over, he could only blame himself for caring too much about her and fearing for her safety. Zhenzhen peeked around, ensuring no one was nearby, then stepped forward, burying her face in Lu Qing's chest and tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. In that moment, Lu Qing's anger dissipated like a feather. She whispered, I really understand now. Please don't be angry. Lu Qing finally relented, holding her tightly, wishing he could merge her into his bones and blood, hating himself for not being able to protect her safety at all times. What should I do with you? Unfinished words dissipated in the breeze. The two embraced tightly, one feeling a bit guilty for her actions due to the nature of her work, while the other enjoyed this moment of peace after a brief scare. However, this moment was shattered by the sound of tires screeching against the ground as the car braked. Zhenzhen immediately let go and turned around, seeing Gu Yang's gloomy face through the windshield. She quickly looked back at Lu Qing, who nodded reassuringly at her. Don't worry. I'll go first. Okay. After Lu Qing got in the car and drove off for a while, Gu Yang casually said, You two be mindful of the impact. Lu Qing replied casually, as if everything that had just happened was nothing special. But when he turned to look out the window, his eyes were filled with deep gloom and seriousness. Chapter 88. The scene in the next second terrified Lu Qing. Surprisingly, everything was calm for the following month, and the confidentiality period ended smoothly. To be cautious, Zhenzhen and Lu Qing chose not to go public, but they ended up meeting more often. Lu Qing had little to do every day. On one hand, he took care of Zhenzhen's daily needs, and on the other, he was busy decorating the villa that belonged only to them. So, every time Zhenzhen returned from training without a mission, Lu Qing would pull her into discussions about the details of their new home. However, for someone like Zhenzhen, who had lived a rough life in the military for years, all of this was incredibly challenging. After Zhenzhen exploded for the nth time over being asked about trivial decoration issues, Lu Qing finally gave up. He started to handle everything himself, only asking for her approval after completing the design of each room, which at least clarified their roles. However, the villa that Lu Qing had meticulously prepared never welcomed the young couple, because the Galactic War broke out. That day, Lu Qing went to the villa early to check things. Walking through the sunlit rooms, Lu Qing, who usually had little flair for life, felt quite cheerful. Imagining Zhenzhen sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window brought a smile to his face. Just as he was driving back to the city, Lu Qing received the broadcast notification that war had begun, followed by military spacecraft whizzing overhead and fleets patrolling at low altitude. Lu Qing suddenly slammed the car to the side of the road, pulled out his equipment, and hacked into the communication system. He couldn't access the military system, but the committee system he had set up was as simple as entering his own home. Fortunately, during wartime, the military and committee communications were synchronized, and he quickly found the communication lines for Commander Gu and the 32nd Army, as well as the large screen showing the positioning and control center of the 32nd Army. The Alliance had invaded our airspace and officially declared war. The situation was grim. We might survive, or we might sacrifice. Our nation might survive, or it could be completely destroyed. 7 months ago, our planet suffered a catastrophic disaster. Our home was destroyed, countless compatriots perished, but we persevered. Therefore, I believe we can overcome all difficulties. Lu Qing heard Zhenzhen speaking in a calm yet firm voice, making a pre-battle mobilization to the 32nd Army. 32nd Army advanced towards 12 o'clock of the galaxy. Zhenzhen occasionally issued orders, and Lu Qing closely followed, switching views to monitor the movements of the 32nd Army. At that moment, he felt more anxious than if he were on the battlefield himself. His mind was blank, only hoping Zhenzhen would be safe. However, Lu Qing soon noticed something was wrong. He didn't understand why the Alliance was pulling and stretching its formation, but it was clear they were stalling for time with ulterior motives. By hacking into all the troop systems, Lu Qing saw the overall situation. Damn! Lu Qing suddenly had an idea and immediately floored the accelerator toward the research institute. He couldn't contact the committee, let alone the military, but time was of the essence. So, he went to the research institute and activated the airship he had just designed. Director Lu, don't be impulsive. Yet, Lu Qing disregarded the shock and obstruction of all the staff, quickly taking off toward the battlefield. He connected the military communications he had monitored to the airship, keeping track of Zhenzhen's movements. At that moment, he feared Zhenzhen would discover the truth, as she would inevitably make the same choice as when rescuing hostages. But he also knew she would find out. Just then, Team 1 was preparing to depart, and I will lead the team myself. Colonel, you can't put yourself in danger. We need you to command here. Coronel. The Alliance's goal was never a frontal attack. They were disrupting visibility, attempting to flank from the 6 o'clock direction. I suspect the enemy might be equipped with large neutrino machines. If they really used neutrino machines, Team 1 would be powerless to respond. Colonel, I request all of the 32nd Army to proceed. Stick to the original plan and hold the front line. The neutrino machine is my speculation. If I'm wrong, the withdrawal of the 32nd Army will cause the entire front line to collapse. From now on, command of the 32nd Army, except for Team 1, will be handed over to Major Duan Yu, with Major Duan Shi assisting and maintaining direct communication with Team 1. If I do not return, I wish you all success and safe retreat, and I wish for the eternal existence of our nation. Team 1 go. Lu Qing immediately changed direction, heading toward where Zhenzhen was about to go. However, at this distance, it would take at least 10 minutes, while Zhenzhen would only need 5 or 6 minutes to get there. Lu Qing had previously refrained from contacting Zhenzhen for fear of disturbing her, but now he could no longer care. However, when he directly called, the line was busy. Lu Qing immediately put the pedal to the metal, driving the airship at top speed. Those few minutes felt longer than a century. As Lu Qing gradually lost control of his worries and panic, he suddenly received a message from Zhenzhen in a three-way communication line with Guiyang. I'm sorry, I love you. Lu Qing immediately tried to call back, but he couldn't get through. He didn't know what had happened, and he couldn't hack into the communication system of the 32nd Army's 1st Division. But he knew that the speculation about the neutrino machine had to be confirmed, and Zhenzhen would inevitably do everything possible to prevent the disaster, even if it meant a suicidal attack. When Qing finally arrived at the scene, even he, calm as he was, couldn't help but gasp. The space was filled with wreckage of spacecraft, and not far away, the combat zone was ablaze, while the airship of the 1st Division charged recklessly toward the enemy. At that moment, Qing saw an airship find an opening and speed toward the left side neutrino machine, the pilots sacrificing their life to protect the A01 planet behind them. Frankly, Qing was at a loss in such a situation. His earlier advice to Zhenzhen about balancing success rates and safety systems was utterly useless at this moment. To anyone watching, the only viable method was a suicidal attack. At that moment, an airship circled around the battlefield's perimeter, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Qing zoomed in on the view and recognized the pilot's identity from just the lower half of their face. Zhenzhen, he murmured unconsciously, maneuvering the airship closely behind. However, the scene in the next second terrified Qing. It seemed that the division had created an opening, and Zhenzhen charged at full speed toward the neutrino machine like the airship that had just been destroyed. Zhenzhen, Qing couldn't care about anything else. His brain stopped functioning, and he instinctively followed Zhenzhen at full speed. As the distance closed, Qing's eyes turned red, veins bulging, his muscles trembling. Zhenzhen. At the critical moment, Zhenzhen pressed the escape button, her protective suit and seat ejecting. But due to the inertia from the speed of the airship, she still shot toward the neutrino machine. At this distance, ejecting was futile, but Zhenzhen still wanted to take a gamble, although the result proved she had failed. In just a few seconds, Zhenzhen was prepared to end her life that day. However, an airship cut across and intercepted her. Zhenzhen crashed into the side of the airship, the immense force causing her to let out a muffled groan. After a few flips, she grabbed the handle of the escape pod's exterior, successfully stabilizing herself. The airship quickly retreated with her, only slowing down once they left the battlefield. When Zhenzhen moved to the hatch with a glass window, she happened to lock eyes with Qing, whose eyes were red. Chapter 89 Meeting. Zhenzhen took off her protective suit, revealing a deep wound on her left arm that was visible to the bone. She initially wanted to hide it, but Qing stood right next to her, giving her no chance to deceive him. Qing said nothing, his face dark as he pressed her into the passenger seat and continued to help her tend to her wound in a half-kneeling position. How did you end up here? For the same reason as you. Zhenzhen became a bit anxious. Which airship did you come from? The Research Institute? Do you know the consequences of being found out? Qing casually responded. Since I'm here, I had no intention of hiding. No. Why did you act impulsively? Qing remained silent, focusing on treating her wound. Since being together with Zhenzhen, he had taken care of all her injuries, from serious wounds during missions to minor scrapes during training. Over time, he had become increasingly skilled at handling wounds. However, at this moment, Zhenzhen was too preoccupied with her worries about Qing violating regulations by operating the Research Institute's airship. In her anger, she pushed him hard, causing Qing to lose his balance and fall to the ground. In that position, he rested his wrists on his knees and asked helplessly, "What's wrong?" "No matter what. Let me bandage you first." "You know very well," Zhenzhen said fiercely. Qing sighed slightly and continued to pull her hand to bandage it. After a while, he calmly said, "Actually, I'm very angry." This statement added fuel to the fire of Zhenzhen's anger. She opened his hand, stood up, and glared at him. "Oh, you're angry? What do you have to be angry about?" Qing had no choice but to stand up with her and continue bandaging. "You're not answering my questions. I've told you many times that I hate this." Zhenzhen growled. Seeing his perpetually calm demeanor only made her angrier. She turned to leave, but was pulled back by the man behind her. "I will answer, but there are priorities. The wound must be treated." Qing's tone was momentarily unnatural, and he coaxed her softly. "Please don't be angry, okay?" "How can I not be angry? You know very well how serious the consequences of breaking the rules are. Now our situation has been exposed. What are we going to do?" "The reason I came and the reason you attacked recklessly are the same." Qing sighed. "I'm angry that you once again disregarded your own safety, but I can understand your motives. Considering your dangerous position on the front lines, how could I remain indifferent?" Should I just sit quietly and watch my girlfriend get into trouble? Zhenzhen knew Lu Qing was right, but the swirling emotions made it hard for her to calm down. Seeing that she was still upset, Lu Qing finally put down the medical supplies he was using to treat her wound, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her into his embrace. The next moment, the cool touch of his lips and the handsome face that loomed larger before her stimulated her nerves. They both knew the surveillance above would record their every move. Yet they embraced without hesitation, hoping that this unbreakable love would help them overcome the difficulties ahead. After a long time, Lu Qing let her go and pulled her back into the passenger seat. Report, Major. The first squad has returned with 10 members. Got it. I'll be back shortly. After being rescued by Lu Qing, Zhenzhen immediately ordered the first squad to retreat and informed Duanyu that she was fine and not to worry. Lu Qing finished wrapping the bandage and cleaned off the bloodstains. I'll take you back. As the airship gradually approached the main control ship of the 32nd Army, Zhenzhen asked blankly, "What are you going to do? What will happen to us?" "Don't worry," Lu Qing chuckled lightly. "We'll face whatever comes our way. We will have to go public eventually." Zhenzhen was not moved by his feigned ease. She just tugged at his hand and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lu Qing pulled her back into his arms, and Zhenzhen immediately returned the embrace with equal force. "I love you, Zhenzhen." Lu Qing buried his head in her shoulder, repeating the words while kissing her neck. Zhenzhen bit her lip, struggling to suppress the urge to cry. The objective reality always existed. There were too many invisible obstacles between them, so they both knew that the next long period would be very difficult. Zhenzhen turned her head and suddenly kissed Lu Qing's lips, and Lu Qing immediately deepened the kiss. Tears streamed down Zhenzhen's cheeks, falling onto Lu Qing's fingers as he caressed her jaw. Lu Qing's heart mirrored her emotions, feeling as if it were drizzling rain. When they separated, Lu Qing said, "No matter what happens, no matter what the future holds, remember that I love you, Zhenzhen." When Colonel Che appeared at the 32nd Army Control Center, the earlier fragility had long since disappeared. "Report the situation." Duanyu stepped forward immediately. The Micron machine was destroyed. The enemy attempted to tear a hole in the frontal battlefield, but failed and then retreated. Zhenzhen pondered. They retreated while still maintaining an advantage. This is to exchange the smallest sacrifice for the greatest benefit. I want a list of the brothers who sacrificed from the first squad. Were there any other brothers injured? Minor injuries. The military doctor has already treated them. Good. Zhenzhen glanced one last time in the direction where Lu Qing had disappeared and shouted, "Return to base." Yes. After this battle, Zhenzhen not only gained immense fame within the military, but also struck fear into the hearts of the Allied forces. Such a sharp, decisive, and courageous commander would be a nightmare for anyone who crossed her path. After returning to A01, Commander Gu specifically met with Zhenzhen, praising her performance in this battle and informing her that discussions were underway for her exceptional promotion to Major General. Becoming a Major General at just 24 years old was something Zhenzhen had never dared to dream of. It was also a dream she had since childhood. However, now that her wish had come true, she felt no joy as she had imagined. Huiyin had never mentioned Lu Qing, but Zhenzhen sensed he was already aware. This silence was more frustrating than directly telling her the situation. Now, this matter hung over her like a sword, never allowing her to feel at ease. Unable to reach Lu Qing, Zhenzhen thought long and hard and decided that since it was already public, why not just go all out? Thus, Colonel Che resolutely went uninvited to the heavily guarded research institute. In the past, she could come and go freely because Lu Qing had informed the guards, but this time, even though Lu Qing had been dismissed, the guards still did not stop her, allowing her to pass through without hindrance. When she arrived at the floor where Lu Qing usually worked, she happened to see him standing at the end of the corridor. He looked surprised upon seeing her and quickly walked over. "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" The two exchanged smiles, seeing the same determination reflected in each other's eyes. "I need to undergo an investigation. It might take some time." "You first, Colonelke." They turned and saw Chunlan coming out of the office. "It really is you." Chunlan walked in wearing high heels, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. "Do you mind if I take a moment of your time? I want to talk to you." Before Zhenzhen could speak, Lu Qing immediately refused. "No need. Just tell me whatever you need." Chun-Lan smiled lightly. Don't think of me as an old stick in the mud trying to break up a pair of star-crossed lovers. I just want to understand the situation. Besides, you violated regulations by using the airship to rescue Colonel Che, so she also needs to undergo an investigation. Lu Qing's brows furrowed in impatience, ready to retort, but he was stopped by Che Zhenzhen grabbing his arm. Okay, Che Zhenzhen nodded. I'll wait for you in the office. Chun-Lan smiled and glanced at Lu Qing. As for Lu Qing, you need to go to the interrogation room downstairs for an investigation. After Chun-Lan left, Che Zhenzhen squeezed Lu Qing's hand and comforted her. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I'll run out. In terms of strength, no one here is my match. No matter how she tried to reassure her, Lu Qing's brows remained furrowed. She had a gut feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what could happen. If something happens, just leave immediately. Even if it means fighting, don't be afraid. Okay. Lu Qing accompanied Che Zhenzhen to the door of Chun-Lan's office and gently kissed her cheek. See you in a bit. See you in a bit. Chapter 90 seems to have forgotten something important. Che Zhenzhen knocked on the door and walked into the office. Chun-Lan immediately stood up and smiled. Please have a seat. Thank you. I'm here not for anything else, but to ask about your relationship. Chun-Lan had a kind demeanor, showing concern for young people's feelings. Even though Lu Qing had left the research institute, he was still a subordinate she had personally promoted and greatly appreciated, and she hoped for his well-being. Che Zhenzhen did not lower her guard and smiled. It's just like that, inexplicably. I understand. Chun-Lan nodded. Would you like something to drink? Coffee? Yeah. No. Thank you. Then how about some water? Chun-Lan handed her a bottle of water and said somewhat sadly, every time I see you two, I can't help but think of my younger self. I guess I've grown old and started to feel melancholic. Sorry about that. Che Zhenzhen took a couple of sips, but did not respond. If we pursue the matter of Lu Qing's violation this time, it will be quite complicated. Chun-Lan stood up and slowly walked to the window. Che Zhenzhen couldn't hide her anxiety. What will happen? Chun-Lan replied. If he wasn't a researcher at the institute, he might face prosecution and imprisonment. But if he is, then all the problems can be easily resolved. Che Zhenzhen understood the stakes, but she couldn't make decisions for Lu Qing. Although Lu Qing seemed indifferent to everything, he harbored an almost stubborn madness within. Che Zhenzhen said honestly, I'm sorry. I can't make decisions for him, and I can't control his thoughts. Chun-Lan turned around and looked at her with a complicated and regretful expression. I understand. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Che Zhenzhen said and was about to get up, but as soon as she stood up, a wave of dizziness hit her, causing her to fall back heavily onto the sofa. You can't leave for now. Che Zhenzhen glanced at the water bottle on the table and immediately understood. She struggled hard, but her consciousness was gradually slipping away under the influence of the drug. What? What do you want to do? Chun-Lan's expression was strange, and after a long time, she said, You'll find out. That was the last thing Che Zhenzhen heard before she fell unconscious. As soon as Lu Qing entered the interrogation room, he was restrained by several men in suits and tied to a chair. He was well aware of his own strength, so he didn't resist much. I'm sorry, Director Lu. One of the men, after finishing the operation, said with his head down. Lu Qing looked at his handcuffed wrists and ankles and asked, Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just for an interrogation? We're just following orders. At that moment, Chun-Lan walked in. Lu Qing immediately asked, Where's Che Zhenzhen? Chun-Lan dragged a chair over and scrutinized him for a moment before saying, It's the first time I've seen you so nervous. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and pressed for an answer. I said, Where's Che Zhenzhen? Has she left? Chun-Lan said directly, No, I won't let her leave for now. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly exerted force, and the handcuffs clashed against the chair, making a series of sounds. What do you want to do? No matter what. Come at me. Don't involve innocent people. You should have let her go earlier. Chun-Lan smiled. Now, neither of you can escape. As soon as she finished speaking, several bodyguards pushed in a machine. Seeing it clearly, Lu Qing's heart sank. He sneered, You want to erase our memories. Very clever, yes. Chun-Lan indicated for them to connect the wires to Lu Qing. Isn't this the best outcome? You go back to the institute and continue your previous life, and she, all right, she's about to be promoted to Major General. You both can live safely and decently and meet as friends like before. You're mistaken. Memories are more important than my life. Say what you want, but now you have no options. Lu Qing closed his eyes. no longer looking at Chunlan's face that made him nauseous. He knew he couldn't escape this calamity. He was more aware than anyone of the memory interference capabilities of the second-generation chip. But even so, when a memory cleansing began to operate and his brain started to go numb, he still fought with all his might. Every moment spent with Zhenzhen was an invaluable memory in his otherwise mundane life. He didn't want to forget the happiness he once had. However, as the machine hummed, human resistance was ultimately limited. Just before falling into darkness, the last image that flashed in Lu Qing's mind was the scene of Zhenzhen agreeing to his proposal. The moment he personally hung the key around her neck. Taking advantage of Lu Qing still not regaining consciousness from the memory cleansing, Chunlan returned to her office. She wasn't a cold-hearted person. Seeing Lu Qing struggling desperately, she didn't feel good either. So she decided to complete the entire process while Zhenzhen was unconscious. When all the operations were finished, Chunlan had someone carry Zhenzhen to Lu Qing's office. Is Director Lu awake? Just woke up. Lu Qing stood up, buttoned his shirt, and asked, "Is the record finished?" "Yes, you can go now." "Okay." Lu Qing went straight back to his office. He suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart, as if he had forgotten something important, but no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember. As he opened the door, he immediately saw Zhenzhen sleeping on the sofa. For a moment, he had an impulse to rush over and kiss her fiercely, binding her to his side forever. But then he felt that he must be out of his mind. Zhenzhen had been with Guiyang for 3 months. How could he have such an impulse towards his brother's girlfriend? Shaking his head, he asked the guard standing at the door, "How long has Zhenzhen been here?" "A long time. She heard you were being investigated and went to your office to wait." "Okay." The investigation lasted all night. So Zhenzhen must have fallen asleep while waiting. Lu Qing draped his coat over her and was about to get up when he happened to see the key hanging around her neck. He felt a moment of confusion, as if this key had a deep connection with him. However, this feeling of déjà vu quickly passed. He immediately stood up, sat back down in his office chair, and began the unfinished work from before. Chapter 91. Guiyang's proposal. When Zhenzhen woke up, Lu Qing was still working. "You're back?" The voice of someone just waking up, combined with a familiar tone, gave Lu Qing the illusion that she was being coy with him. His fingers curled slightly, unable to comprehend what exactly was wrong with him. How's the investigation? Is everything all right?" "It's fine." Feeling his indifference, Zhenzhen's heart twisted painfully. But then she thought, he has been like this for 10 years, so what was there to feel upset about? "All right then, I'll be leaving." Lu Qing nodded. When she disappeared down the hallway, Lu Qing withdrew his gaze from her figure and shook off the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. As Zhenzhen left the research institute, she looked up at the sun. The morning sunlight was not glaring, but rather warm. However, it could not alleviate her bone-chilling coldness. It was an ordinary day, yet also a day of national celebration, as the first battle of the Galactic War had been a success, and everywhere was filled with a festive atmosphere. However, on this very day, at that very second, the story of Zhenzhen and Lu Qing came to an end. No one expected that the casual promise of "see you later" at Chunlan's office door would turn out to be a farewell forever. Of course, neither of them noticed that after Zhenzhen left, Guiyang also departed the research institute alone. A few days later, Guiyang specifically came to find Lu Qing. "Bro, I need a favor. Will you help?" Lu Qing looked up, his tone flat. "What is it?" Guiyang said excitedly. "I plan to propose to Zhenzhen." Lu Qing's heart ached painfully without knowing why, and the documents in his hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Guiyang laughed heartily. "Oh wow, so excited?" Lu Qing took a few seconds to pick up the papers and hid the turmoil in his heart. When he stood up, he resumed his calm demeanor. "Yeah, excited for you. TCH. Guiyang patted his shoulder. "I plan to do it the night after tomorrow at our usual place. Come early to help out and witness our moment of happiness. Let me check my schedule. If I'm free, I'll definitely come." Guiyang knew what a workaholic Lu Qing was and didn't force him to agree on the spot. Deal. The more Guiyang thought about it, the more excited he became, and he turned to ask, "Hey, do you really have no plans for love or marriage?" Lu Qing instinctively thought that he did, and he even felt that he was once on the verge of marriage, and in that moment, Zhenzhen's face flashed through his mind again. "No. All right then. You lonely soul, just get ready to eat dog food." On the day of the proposal, Lu Qing looked at his empty schedule, but still did not set off. He had rushed to finish his work in advance for the past 2 days, deliberately clearing his schedule. But when the moment arrived, he suddenly hesitated, because he didn't know if he could bear to see the intimacy between Gu Yang and Zhenzhen. Lu Qing was taken aback by his own thoughts. He locked himself in the dark office, sitting quietly for a long time. On Gu Yang's side, when he didn't TC Lu Qing, he knew that the guy was definitely too busy to escape, so he began the proposal ceremony. The heroine, Zhenzhen, came straight to the restaurant after finishing her duties in the army. Gu Yang had mentioned having a meal with Lu Qing in the morning and invited her to come along. Zhenzhen thought that the three of them hadn't gathered together in a long time, so she left her night training to Duan Yu and came to the dinner. However, as soon as she entered the restaurant, she felt that the atmosphere was off. Normally, the place would be bustling at this hour, but today there was only one table with lights on. Upon seeing her, Gu Yang immediately stood up, took her hand, and led her to the table. Zhenzhen felt an impulse to shake off his hand, but managed to resist with sheer willpower. She found it strange. Everything had been fine between her and Gu Yang. Yet suddenly she felt averse. Gu Yang didn't give her much time to think. The cake and red roses on the table already indicated his plans for today. Gu Yang knelt on one knee and took out the ring box. I know this might be a bit sudden, but I can't wait any longer. Since we've been together, I've been looking forward to this moment. We grew up together, from friendship to love, and I want to be by your side forever to protect you. Will you marry me? Ironically, Zhenzhen's first thought was about how such a big cake could possibly be finished, that the bouquet would wilt soon and it would be better if it were potted, and that she couldn't wear the ring during her daily training. Gu Yang, feeling a bit nervous, smiled and asked again, Zhenzhen, I love you. Will you marry me? Zhenzhen snapped back to reality from her daze, pulled at the corners of her lips, and found no reason to refuse. So she replied, okay. Gu Yang let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and placed the ring on her middle finger. Do you like it? Zhenzhen raised her hand, the diamond on the ring sparkling. I like it, thank you. Gu Yang smiled, as long as you like it. Zhenzhen retracted her hand and smiled back at him. With the dust settling, Gu Yang relaxed considerably. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Zhenzhen's waist, and gently kissed her. In that moment, Zhenzhen felt her whole body stiffen. Even the corners of her eyes involuntarily twitched. When Gu Yang pulled away and led her to sit down, Zhenzhen finally let out a breath of relief. Today was a romantic moment. In addition to delicious food, Gu Yang had also prepared expensive red wine. The two chatted and enjoyed their meal, creating a warm atmosphere. Outside, snow began to fall at some unknown time, dancing in the chilly northern wind, and the windows fogged up due to the temperature difference inside and outside. Lu Qing arrived about half an hour late, standing on the opposite side of the street, taking in everything inside. When the affectionate scene became increasingly blurred by the fog on the window, he finally moved his feet and sat down on a bench in a secluded corner. The snowflakes soaked his hair and collar, followed by a bone-chilling coldness. But apart from the heart-wrenching pain, he felt nothing else. And that kiss kept replaying in Lu Qing's mind, over and over. The more he tried to forget, the less he could. At that moment, Lu Qing finally confirmed that he liked Zhenzhen. No, more precisely, he loved Zhenzhen. The incident where he broke regulations to save Zhenzhen was suppressed by the Research Institute and remained almost unknown, but he was aware of it. Lu Qing was not an impulsive person. He did this solely for her, with no other reason. However, after tonight, she would be the fiancée of Gu Yang, his best brother. No matter what he thought, this relationship must be buried deep in his heart forever, hidden from others. Gu Yang and Zhenzhen talked late into the night. When Gu Yang, holding an umbrella in one hand and wrapping his other arm around Zhenzhen, stepped out of the restaurant and headed toward the parking lot, no one noticed the figure lingering at the corner across the street. Chapter 92. Lu Qing's betrayal. From then on, Lu Qing deliberately distanced himself from Zhenzhen and Gu Yang, pouring all his energy into his work. During this period, the Research Institute expanded its staff, and the confidential personnel were to move to a standalone villa in the forest on the outskirts of the city. When Lu Qing first walked into this villa, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Every decoration, every piece of furniture seemed to be perfectly tailored to his preferences. Qianlong approached from behind and asked, "How's the design you submitted being implemented?" My design? Lu Qing responded, puzzled. Yes. Chen said matter-of-factly. I wanted to separate the confidential work back in Bingyun, and you provided me with the design drafts. Time passed, and unexpectedly, it was successfully constructed in A01. Lu Qing indeed drew a few design drafts during his time in Bingyun, but hearing Chen say this, combined with the familiar feeling, made him think it had been too long and that he had forgotten due to recent unrest. He wandered around the room, and just then, sunlight streamed through the window screens, casting warm light on the wooden floor. He suddenly felt that this place was not designed for the research institute, but rather resembled a marital home. Lu Qing stopped thinking too deeply and immersed himself back into work. Coincidentally, the day Lu Qing led his subordinates to move into the villa was also the day Zhenzhen was promoted to Major General. This legendary young female Major General, the youngest in history, held an irreplaceable position both in the military and in the hearts of the people. When the announcement of the orders reached Lu Qing's office, busy director Lu rarely put down his work to listen for a while. After Commander Gu finished the appointment, Zhenzhen's powerful voice came through. Lu Qing slightly curled his lips, genuinely happy for her. Only he and Gu Yang knew that this was her dream since childhood. Director Lu, however, any beautiful moment would not last long. A researcher in the team knocked on the door and began to report the latest progress, and the broadcast naturally had to be turned off. A few months after Zhenzhen was promoted to Major General, the Resource Planning Bureau announced the latest research, indicating that A01's lifespan would not exceed 5 years, meaning that after a tremendous expenditure and sacrifices to land on this planet, they would face another population migration in at most 5 years. This news shattered everyone's calm. The Research Institute began to work overtime to advance research in various fields. The Resource Planning Bureau mobilized all manpower and resources for program design, and the military also started the initial concept of the Turtle Dove Plan. This concept would ultimately be realized in Zhenzhen's hands. When Lu Qing and Gu Yang were called to Zhenzhen's home, she mysteriously revealed the latest research results after Lu Qing opened the shield. Lu Qing and Gu Yang browsed the data and conclusions on the screen, exchanging glances filled with surprise, pride, but mostly concern. Zhenzhen was somewhat troubled. I don't know how to handle this. Should I completely destroy it as if it never happened or what? Lu Qing replied, when the military assigned you the task, they only mention the initial concept, right? If we can't find a suitable habitat, it might be better to integrate into other races. Yes, Zhenzhen nodded. I initially didn't think too much. If integrating into a group can lead to a better life, avoid the wars caused by resource plundering, and not harm other ethnicities, why not? Guiyang asked, and then I found out that the so-called Turtle Dove Plan is just an ideal state. Among the 12 known star systems, some have probe data indicating a technological level far superior to ours, while others are completely unprobed. How do we select the planets to invest in? How do we determine if they're suitable for habitation? How do we ensure our safety? Zhenzhen swiped a few times on the screen and then turned it around to show the specific probe situation. I dare to guess that if the feasibility of the Turtle Dove Plan is confirmed, it will definitely involve human trials. That's why I'm hesitating. Once I hand over the results, how it will be used is no longer up to me. Lu Qing nodded, expressing his agreement with her speculation. Zhenzhen found it difficult to articulate her dilemma and, after a long silence, asked, but when it really comes down to life and death, how many lives will my current concealment cost? Gu Yang sighed deeply. The situation is indeed very tense now. It took a lot of manpower and resources to stabilize. And then such a variable occurred, causing panic. Because of this panic, I suggest we temporarily hold off on bringing it up. Hold off on bringing it up? Yes. Be adaptable. If a suitable time arises and the situation is controllable, then report it. Gu Yang held her hand to express reassurance. As for the latter issue, you need not worry. The committee is already discussing the feasibility of the spacecraft's survival. Zhenzhen was taken aback and immediately asked, what do you mean? Lu Qing felt that their tightly intertwined hands were particularly eye-catching, and after quietly averting his gaze, he explained, the committee's latest proposal is to invest all resources in building a large spacecraft for everyone to live on. So, we would live entirely on the spacecraft? Yes. Zhenzhen thought for a moment and finally made up her mind. I'll listen to Gu Yang and wait and see before making plans. During this time, please keep it confidential. Gu Yang nodded, don't worry. In fact, Qing initially did not plan to steal her research results until he discovered clues during a system upgrade that both Zhenzhen and Gu Yang were embedded with second-generation chips. This meant that as long as the committee wanted, they could monitor their every move through brainwaves. Naturally, the results of the turtle dove plan couldn't be hidden for long. Qing knew that Zhenzhen was right. As long as it was put into practice, countless innocent lives would inevitably be sacrificed, and the result might be as empty as landing on A01. If this result was attributed to Zhenzhen, she would never be able to shake off the feeling of guilt for the rest of her life. Rather than that, it would be better for him to be the villain. Qing found it easy to obtain Zhenzhen's research, but submitting it to the committee took all the courage he had in his life. He knew that Zhenzhen would surely hate and resent him, and their relationship would no longer have any chance of turning back. But he still did it. When Zhenzhen appeared outside the villa, banging on the door, Qing stood inside for a long time, only opening the door after thoroughly preparing himself mentally. Major General Che, what brings you here? Qing was suddenly pushed by Zhenzhen, who demanded, what's going on with the turtle dove plan? Qing took the folder she threw at him, glanced at the contents, and softly admitted, just as you thought. Why? Zhenzhen screamed in anger. I never thought of turning the research into reality. I never thought of making my research public. How dare you? How dare you make decisions for me? Qing didn't want to go home. He masochistically hoped that Zhenzhen would blame all the responsibility on him. On the day the plan was implemented, she might feel a little less guilty. Gu Yang stopped Zhenzhen and explained for him, because of the circumstances. Zhenzhen, with the war reaching this stage, you know better than anyone that we can't win. If we can't win, do we have to invade the resources and living space of other races? Otherwise, what? Wait for extinction? Qing retorted. If it's doing something that harms others, I'd rather choose to die, Zhenzhen stubbornly said. Qing looked at her high ponytail and, after a long time, finally spoke. You and I think differently. Arguing is useless. Zhenzhen closed her eyes, letting her anger subside, her tone slightly pleading. Qing, for the sake of our many years of acquaintance, please retract the turtle dove plan. Don't submit it to the committee, okay? Right now, it's just a partial system transfer. You can find any excuse, like actual verification errors, to terminate it directly. While the situation can still be turned around, it's not too late. It's already too late. Qing tapped the embedded display on his wrist, showing the documents approved by the committee. The turtle dove plan was inevitable. You tightly grasped Qing's wrist and twisted it behind his back, completely restraining him in front of you. Are you really insane? You will suffer retribution for being unscrupulous in order to achieve your goals. Qing's wrist, along with his entire arm, felt as if it were being torn apart with pain, but he struggled to keep his voice steady. 9 months ago, the catastrophic disaster on Ice Cloud Star resulted in the death of 200 million people. Although we have temporarily established ourselves in A01, the resources here are limited and cannot support the survival of the remaining population. The Noya people have declared war on us, uniting all the ethnic groups of the A-Star system. You, being on the front lines of the army, should understand that we have no chance of winning. With internal troubles and external threats, we have no other choice. You release your grip and asked in a hoarse voice, even if it means stepping over countless corpses? Qing glanced at his bruised wrist and, with the most resolute tone, uttered these words that went against his conscience, even if it means stepping over countless corpses. Chapter 93, Passing by the Girl I Love. From then on, Zhenzhen and Qing completely fell out. Yang tried various ways to mediate between the two, but Zhenzhen was stubborn, and Qing was determined to make her hate him, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Meanwhile, the Galactic War entered a period of intense conflict. Zhenzhen spent most of her time on the battlefield, sometimes without any news for 5 or 6 days in a row. As the fiancée of Major General Che, Gu Yang was naturally restless day and night, constantly paying attention to military reports to understand the situation of the war and the 32nd Army. Qing, on the other hand, was even more concerned about the war than Gu Yang. He actively participated in all committees and joint military meetings, even when many didn't require his attendance. In addition, he went to the support team at the Research Institute multiple times each day to check the damage and repair status of the ships reported by various armies, trying to assess whether the battles Zhenzhen experienced were going well and whether there were large-scale casualties. During this period, the committee and the military reached a consensus on the Magpie Nest plan and began large-scale recruitment of volunteers for the experiment. Upon learning this, Zhenzhen publicly confronted her superiors for the first time, expressing her opposition, which led to ongoing ideological disputes. During this time, Qing hardly saw Zhenzhen. He was busy with the recruitment of volunteers, and although the Magpie Nest plan was exposed, and he didn't want Zhenzhen to feel guilty, it didn't mean he agreed with the methods of the plan itself. Perhaps the relentless march of history cannot avoid sacrifice. Or perhaps the Magpie Nest plan could indeed save the panicked and helpless populace on A01. However, such sacrifices must be transparent, meaning that volunteers must be made aware of the risks they might face. Qianlong outright rejected Qing's idea, explicitly demanding that too much information not be disclosed and that the propaganda focus on the importance and greatness of the Magpie Nest plan for the nation. Qing pretended to proceed according to Qianlong's demands while gradually leaking insider information, trying to calm those who were impulsively eager to sign up. In fact, the best method would be to have Zhenzhen publicly disclose this information. With her prestige in the military and her recent heroic performance on the battlefield, her voice would undoubtedly maximize the impact. But Qing didn't do this. He didn't want to exploit Zhenzhen, not even a little. Regrettably, no matter how hard Qing tried, all negative information was attributed to Zhenzhen, who became the scapegoat for being the first to speak out. This also prompted Zhenzhen to publicly state that since she could not resist, she would participate in the Magpie Nest plan herself. From the committee chairman to everyone on the A01 planet, all lives are equal, including mine. Since I can't stop this plan, I can only participate. I will always be with everyone. This was Zhenzhen's declaration, and her final sentence was printed on banners by her supporters, engraved on walls, and even stamped on airships by the 32nd Army. Qianlong showed little emotional reaction to her performance, even accepting the result with pleasure, because someone who was becoming increasingly influential, capable, and so untrained would only pose a huge risk if left unrestrained. It was better to let her leave. She contemplated killing Zhenzhen, but realized how foolish it would be to act at a time when someone was at the height of their power. Thus, Qianlong resolved to ensure that Zhenzhen, participating in the Magpie Nest plan, would have no return. Qing, as her right-hand man, sensed her thoughts. Just when he was troubled about how to protect Zhenzhen, who was thousands of miles away after the Magpie Nest plan was implemented, Qing also signed up. Large-scale manipulation was difficult to achieve, but he could manage to place Zhenzhen and Qing together. Moreover, to ensure their safety to the greatest extent, Qing even left a backdoor for Qing when the subjects underwent memory interference. This meant that during the inspection before departure, Qing would have no memory like the others, but within a day, the lost memories would gradually return. As for why Zhenzhen's memories were not retained, Qing had his selfish motives. If Zhenzhen retained her memories, she would inevitably be unable to stand by and watch everything happen on A01. Rather than that, it was better for her to live a stable and happy life in the dream that Qing wove for her, even if there was no trace of him in her life. As for the procedures for starting the plan, Qing personally designed and participated, transforming into a cold, emotionless rulemaker on the high platform, remembering every subject's face. Qing mechanically repeated those statements, but in his mind, resentment flickered. He hated himself for being so indifferent to everything in the past, as if nothing was important. He hated himself for being unable to change the situation for those who were unaware and caught up in this. He thought about openly resisting, like Zhenzhen, but mere words were insufficient. It was better to continue being Qianlong's obedient dog, striving for some justice and fairness within his means. Men, women, elderly, children, couples, spouses. Qing watched each person's face twist in fear as they rolled the dice, self-inflicted pain as he observed those who were lucky enough to escape. Every facet of humanity finally revealed its true colors in life and death moments. When Zhenzhen appeared on stage, Lu Qing actually had a moment of emotional release. She looked at him as if seeing a strange and terrifying face, devoid of any familiar intimacy or later hatred. Lu Qing suddenly felt a bit short of breath. He watched her muster the courage to ask, "If it's destined to be me, no matter who rolls the dice, the result won't change, right?" Lu Qing's gaze suddenly gathered, then instantly dispersed, returning to an emotionless state. But only he knew that he was in utter disarray. Yes, Zhenzhen surprisingly calmed down. Lu Qing watched her turn around, his gaze crossing her shoulder to see Gu Yang struggling through the crowd. Zhenzhen abruptly turned, decisively picking up the dice. The dice left her palm, fate sealed with a single roll. The procedure was set by Lu Qing, so he naturally already knew the outcome. Zhenzhen glanced at him one last time, her eyes filled with inquiry and resolution. He felt nailed to that chair, watching helplessly as she decisively jumped out of the capsule. From then on, their next meeting was marked by the unexpected disappearance of the ice cloud ship, and Lu Qing was sent to handle the situation due to the volatility of the Magpie Nest Plan subjects. 5 years later, Lu Qing finally saw Zhenzhen again. She had changed a lot, perhaps due to her lack of memories. She seemed softer and more relaxed, clearly living well. He followed Zhenzhen into a coffee shop, seizing the opportunity while standing behind her to listen to her conversation with the staff and hear her voice. Lost in thought, he didn't manage to step aside in time and bumped into Zhenzhen, who was holding coffee. The scalding coffee spilled onto the front of Lu Qing's trench coat, but he acted as if he didn't feel it, staring at her intently, not willing to miss a second. "I'm sorry." Zhenzhen waved her hand, pointing at the coffee stain in front of his coat and saying, "Your clothes." "It's nothing." Lu Qing truly couldn't bear to look away, even failing to glance at his own disheveled appearance. Zhenzhen looked at his pitiful clothes, her expression somewhat indescribable. Then she lifted her head. "I'm so sorry." Upon recognizing his face, Zhenzhen froze suddenly. Lu Qing knew that she would remember him, except for his face, because last night he must have appeared in her dreams. Seeing Zhenzhen so shocked that she couldn't speak, Lu Qing realized he could no longer stay. He nodded gentlemanly and then passed by the girl he loved. Chapter 94. Everything you do is to pave the way for her. Luo Qing was tied up in the interrogation room, listening to how Chen Lan distorted the truth on the broadcast, pushing all the conspiracies onto him. Yet his emotions remained remarkably stable. If one looked more closely, there was a hint of satisfaction and relaxation in his eyes, as if he understood that he was nearing the end of his mission. 5 years ago, Zhenzhen had never set foot in the wedding house designed specifically for her, and even the key necklace later vanished without a trace. The designer of the room had also forgotten his original intention. Luo Qing smiled, resting his head against the back of the chair, suddenly understanding Zhenzhen's reaction when she was executed. At this moment, he had completed all his missions, successfully establishing himself as the biggest villain. He didn't know what he would face in order to survive, and he was afraid that if they met again, he would see hatred or worse. Indiferente in que Zhenzhen ais. However, since she had said she would never see him again, it was best not to meet. In his past life, he had lived through friendship and love, and later through the obsession of bringing down Chen Lan. But now he found no reason to continue living. "Hua Zhe," Luo Qing called out to the surveillance camera above. Soon, Hua Zhe appeared in the interrogation room. "What's wrong?" Hua Zhe pulled a chair over to sit down. Luo Qing smiled. "Just kill me." Hua Zhe's movements froze suddenly. "Just pretend to be a suicide due to guilt." "Impossible." Hua Zhe's voice was tense. Just then, Chen Lan burst into the room. "Commander Hua, why did you rush out of the meeting?" Hua Zhe lowered his gaze and respectfully replied, "Report to the chairman. Vice Chairman Luo wants to commit suicide." Chen Lan's slightly surprised gaze swept over Luo Qing's cold face. She pondered for a moment and said to Hua Zhe, "You go ahead, I'll handle this." "Yes." Luo Qing showed no courtesy, thinking there was no need for pretense with her at the end of his life. "Get lost. I have nothing to say to you. I know you will hate me once you regain your memory, so I tried everything to prevent this from happening. But what I'm curious about is, if I'm not mistaken, You have been enduring humiliation beside me for 5 or even 6 years, just waiting for the day to overthrow my leadership. Why? There are many reasons. For example, from the very beginning, he never trusted Qianlan, the committee, or the military. He just lived doing what others told him to do in his position. Later, he gained Qianlan's trust and naturally learned more and more about the dark secrets. But at that time, he thought those secrets were trivial, so he didn't take them to heart. After all, such things happen everywhere. Later on, if I had to say one most straightforward reason, it would be the loophole in memory interference. Chips can clean and reshape memories, but they cannot erase human emotions. Luo Qing loved Zhenzhen so much that he was willing to sacrifice everything. Even after the memory wipe, facing Gu Yang and Zhenzhen's engagement chaos. He never doubted this point. Since love can conquer, then deep-rooted hatred can too. He used all his willpower to remember his love for her, which also meant retaining his hatred for Qianlan. Although Luo Qing appeared indifferent to many things, he had an extraordinary obsession and determination regarding the matters he cared about. Every time he saw Qianlan, the inexplicable resentment and irritation drove him to investigate the causes and consequences. "There's no reason," Luo Qing said. "Just consider me a good Samaritan, unable to tolerate the committee's methods, especially yours." Qianlan shook her head with a smile. "Now, these are no longer my methods, but yours." Luo Qing shrugged, indifferent. "Goodbye, Zhenzhen. Do you not care either?" Luo Qing's back tensed up instantly, but he soon relaxed. "If we won't meet again, then it doesn't matter." "Not necessarily. You may not know, but Zhenzhen is in the B galaxy." Luo Qing narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding Qianlan's intention. "Wouldn't it be better to kill me then? A suicide due to guilt would solidify the charges and save a lot of trouble. That's not wrong. But if you remain, you leave a way out. I don't believe Zhenzhen would care about my safety." "No, you're wrong," Qianlan smiled. "You don't understand a woman's heart. She has loved you, hated you. You cannot be an insignificant passerby. Moreover, given Zhenzhen's character, she wouldn't sit idly by if anyone threatened her. If you're used as leverage, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm already a prisoner. Do whatever you want with me. There's no need to specifically discuss it with me." Qianlan's smile faded, and she looked at him with a sorrowful expression. "The energy I've invested in you, the expectations I've had, far exceed those from my own child. In the end, the child does not support me, and you have betrayed me. So, shouldn't you reflect on yourself?" Qianlan lowered her head, fiddling with the ring on her hand, and after a long time, she quietly said, "Everything I've done is a result of the prevailing trends. Being in this position comes with many unavoidable circumstances. I do all this without expecting anyone to understand." Luo Qing keenly noticed Qianlan's despondency and asked, "Shifting all the blame onto me clear your name, right?" "Yes." Qianlan tiredly rubbed her brow. "All the iceberg ships refuse to leave the ice cap. If war breaks out, it is likely to be a total loss. Up to now, it has just been a battle of public opinion." Luo Qing smiled, the first genuine smile he had since regaining his memory. Previously, the friction with the alliance increased the fear of war, and external threats made everyone place high hopes on the ice cap. However, the explosion of Iceberg No. 7 shattered everyone's expectations. The dream was broken, and naturally, it couldn't be pieced back together. Is that the result you wanted? The unexpected friction with the alliance, in my view, has a lot to do with you. Naturally. Qianlan stared at him for a long while before finally saying, "I've taught you well. You've surpassed me. But what I don't understand is, you clearly have the power to resist, yet you surrender. And you show little emotional fluctuation about taking the blame for me. Don't tell me it's despair. You must have ulterior motives for doing this." Luo Qing smiled even more. "Of course I have motives. But such a simple logic, can't you understand?" Qianlan's pupils constricted, looking at his bright and content smile, finally realizing something. "So, everything you do is to pave the way for Zhenzhen." Chapter 95. A knife that was 5 centimeters away from piercing her body. Lu Qing remained noncommittal. In that instant, Qianlan thought of more. Yes. Even if Chen knew more, she couldn't smoothly implement the rescue plan for Zhenzhen. After I imprisoned my daughter, Zhenzhen could still predict our predictions and even invade the communication system. persuading the Ice Mountain ship. She must have evidence in her hands. Chunlan's trembling index finger pointed at Lu Qing, her voice quivering. The mole has always been you. Lu Qing said, I don't deny what happened before. It was all me. But the communication line was provided to me by your daughter. I only took over the direct contact with Zhenzhen after she was imprisoned by you. Chunlan's back finally slumped, appearing like an elderly person stepping into the twilight of life from the side. The once formidable politician had finally been defeated by the monster that is politics. Moreover, I am more curious. Do you only care about this child of yours? What about the other one? Chunlan suddenly looked up, her eyes flashing with ruthlessness and murderous intent. She pressed her voice and demanded, How do you know? How much do you know? Gu Yang is your biological son, yet you abandoned him in a shelter since childhood, ignoring him for 20 years. When you found him again, it was to implant a second-generation chip to monitor me and Zhenzhen. Lu Qing smiled sarcastically. Why don't you tell me why? Or do you want me to say it for you? Enough. Chunlan suddenly stood up. The chair, scraping against the floor, made a piercing sound. You've said enough. The war between Zhenzhen and me is not over yet. The outcome is still unknown. I advise you to be more cautious in your speech and not to provoke me. You have already lost. Lu Qing ignored her threat. From attempting to assassinate Zhenzhen, to issuing orders to eliminate the experimenters of the Nest Plan, to forcibly branding Zhenzhen as a traitor and instructing me to carry out the death penalty before the trial, you have already lost. Chunlan stormed out of the interrogation room, slamming the door behind her. Huozhi was not far down the corridor, instructing 2 guards to increase their patrol intensity when he saw Chunlan and immediately approached her. Chairman, the suspicion in Chunlan's eyes was particularly evident. Why choose to turn against the tide at the last moment? Your relationship with Lu Qing and Zhenzhen is profound. There must be something wrong with your thinking. I admit the relationship is profound. Huozhi shrugged nonchalantly. My dad used to say that if I continued to be so emotional, I would never accomplish anything. So this time, I want to do as he said, because only you can help me find out the truth about my father's death. Chunlan asked. Then if I ask you to kill Zhenzhen and Lu Qing, what would you do? Huozhi thought for a moment and replied honestly, I can't do that, nor do I want to. What if I insist you do it? Then I will withdraw. Chunlan squinted at him, but Huozhi's eyes showed only honesty and directness, without a hint of falsehood. Go prepare. I want to visit Ice Mountain number 10. Yes, Ice Mountain number 10 is the only team Chunlan is sure stands on her side. She must grasp this last sharp blade and maximize its effectiveness. Huozhi didn't know what Chunlan discussed, but after she returned, he immediately began to ramp up the propaganda war. For a week, Chunlan continuously played videos of Zhenzhen acting alongside the Alliance army on the Ice Mountain ship and recordings of the military court trials, revealing all of Lu Qing's actions in the so-called dark underbelly. To gauge public opinion, Chunlan even camped out in the monitoring room around the clock, eavesdropping on all conversations in the military and living areas of the Ice Mountain. Chunlan is a political master. The most important aspect of politics is to guide public sentiment. With her direct involvement, the previously fluctuating winds of support shifted overwhelmingly in her favor. After securing the rear, Chunlan began to focus on Zhenzhen. She realized that the best way to end this war was not to win hearts, but to kill Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen and He Chu had been hiding in the B-Star system for a long time. Commander Gu expressed vehement opposition to this, but General Ku Sun guaranteed their passage. What are you thinking? He Chu's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhenzhen. Why are you walking without a sound? He Chu pulled over a chair, sitting backward with his arms crossed on the backrest, smiling. You were just too focused on your thoughts. What are you thinking about? Zhenzhen looked out of the porthole at the enormous object in the distance, thinking about the situation at Ice Peak and its future. Isn't there an insider informing you? Yeah, Zhenzhen replied. If you were Chunlan, even if you currently had the upper hand but still felt uneasy, what would you do? He Chu thought for a moment and said, If I were her, I would come to kill you. Zhenzhen curled her lips and smiled. Right. He Chu merely said this offhandedly, as his mind was famously linear, and upon hearing it was shocked. What do you mean, right? Is she really coming to kill you? Uh-huh. No. Why are you taking this so lightly? How are we going to defend against this? No need to defend. He Chu scratched his head, looking anxious, and asked, "Why?" Zhenzhen countered with a question. "Do you think it's better for me to immediately release the evidence I have, or wait until I'm dead for the truth to come out and incite public outrage?" He Chu immediately puffed out his cheeks. "Hey, there's no comparison here. I want to give you the chance for the latter option. I was just saying." Zhenzhen shook her head. "I want her to get as close to an ideal state as possible, and at the moment she finally lets her guard down, I will shatter her dream. Then how you plan to do it? I'm in the B-star system. She can't launch a fleet attack. At this critical moment, she definitely doesn't want too many people to know the internal situation. So, the most probable scenario is to send people to secretly land on our ship." He Chu interjected. "Capture these people, misreport military information, so she believes she has succeeded." "Exactly. When do you think it will happen?" "I guess tonight." "All right." He Chu stood up. "I'll go prepare and let the guys on duty tonight accidentally fall asleep." Zhenzhen guessed correctly. That night, she lay in a pitch-black room, while He Chu, who couldn't rest easy, lay on the sofa to the right of the big bed. Both of them remained silent, yet neither fell asleep. Sure enough, in the latter half of the night, the surveillance detected someone landing. "Here they come." Good. Not long after, the door was pried open, followed by a few extremely faint sounds. Zhenzhen lay flat on the big bed, hands clasped, breathing deep and slow, while He Chu held his breath, concealed behind the sofa. At the moment the knife glinted, Zhenzhen suddenly opened her eyes and seized the knife that was 5 centimeters away from piercing her body. Now, Chapter 96. An urgent desire to see her. Luo Qing hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day and night. He was locked in a room where Zhenzhen had once been confined, doing nothing but sitting quietly. No one knew what he was thinking, including Huazhe, who occasionally passed by the door. The 5 years spent living in the ice peak felt like 5 years adrift in the universe. Here, it was impossible to distinguish between night and day apart from looking at the clock, as the ice peak was forever shrouded in darkness. But even without looking at the clock, Luo Qing was acutely aware of the time. His biological clock was extremely regular, making him especially sensitive to changes in his physical state. Around 5 in the morning, Chunlan opened the door and walked in, her face unable to hide its relaxation. "I'm here to inform you of the latest situation regarding Zhenzhen." Chunlan leaned against the edge of the table with a smile. "Want to know?" Luo Qing's gaze fell, hiding his worry. "I don't want to know. Can you not say it?" Chunlan naturally didn't care about his feelings. Zhenzhen is dead. Luo Qing's muscles instantly tensed, his voice hoarse and unnatural. "What happened?" "That's what happened." Luo Qing suddenly laughed, with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Are you trying to trick me with this news? I don't believe it. It's not that easy to kill Zhenzhen." Chunlan had verified the task situation, even communicating with her subordinates via video from Zhenzhen's spaceship, and had confirmed it repeatedly. It hadn't been easy at first, but who asked her to be so bold and overconfident? After Zhenzhen arrived in the B galaxy, she didn't hide or escape, nor did she attack, clearly trying to intimidate by leveraging the situation. If she hadn't been so arrogant, how could she have ended up like this? Luo Qing's expression changed slightly, his body unconsciously leaning forward, his eyes fixed on Chunlan. "What do you mean?" Chunlan casually replied. She underestimated her opponents, thinking that creating public opinion would allow her to rest easy. Ending up with her throat slit in her sleep is a fitting death. Luo Qing's face twisted slightly, gritting his teeth. "I don't believe it. How could someone land after cracking the Alliance spaceship's key without making a sound?" "I did it." Chunlan saw that he wouldn't believe her no matter what and involuntarily explained further. "I negotiated with the Alliance for the key, even agreeing to meet on an Alliance spaceship for trade, all for the key, right? After winning the Galaxy War, the Alliance thought they were safe, even leaving the most important patrols to a bunch of showy fighters. Do you expect those people to protect Zhenzhen? Dream on." Luo Qing stared at Chunlan for a long time, unsure how much to believe. "I only ask you, what right do you have to sentence Zhenzhen to death? Just because you are the chairman of the committee, can you dispose of lives at will?" Chunlan's answer was surprisingly frank. "Because I have a right. Because I can do it." Luo Qing chuckled lightly, not responding further. "Now, worry about your own fate." Chunlan left her last sentence and was about to leave. Suddenly, All the alarms in the ice peak went off, followed by a voice that everyone recognized. "Hello everyone, I am Zhenzhen." Chun Lan's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. Luo Qing, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. "Many of you last saw me in a military court, sentenced to death for treason and then escaped. After that, the Ice Peak reported that I had died 6 hours ago. If the truth of the matter is not credible coming from the person involved, then may I take a few minutes of your time to listen to the speech from the chairman of the Ice Peak Committee, Chen Lan?" After Zhenzhen cut off the communication, static filled the broadcast. Aside from that, the Ice Peak and all ships on the Ice Mountain were dead silent. Chen Lan didn't know what she was saying, but her intuition was very bad. "Now, these are not my methods, but your methods you have already lost. From the attempt to assassinate Zhenzhen for promoting the Nest Plan, to issuing orders to purge the Nest Plan, to forcibly branding Zhenzhen as a traitor and instructing me to execute her before the trial, you have already lost." The conversation between Chen Lan and Luo Qing was broadcasted in its entirety, revealing even her previous admission of being the mastermind behind the destruction of Ice Mountain No. 7, making everything clear to the public. Chun Lan's face twisted in rage, her past composure shattered, as she lunged at Luo Qing in a fit of madness, only to be restrained by Huozhe, who had rushed over and grabbed her shoulder. "Stop struggling, Chairman Chun." Chun Lan tried to shake off Huozhe's hand, but the man's grip was so strong that no amount of struggle was effective, and she finally gave up, turning to him with hatred. "So it was you. It was me. Don't you want to know the cause of your father's death?" Huozhe replied calmly. "Even if you knew, with my help, you wouldn't tell me." Several soldiers stepped forward to untie Luo Qing, who stumbled slightly as he stood up. Huozhe noticed his condition. "Rest a bit before going." "No." Luo Qing decisively refused. "Why release all the recordings? Didn't you say it would only be sent out?" Over the years, Luo Qing had long become a villain. Since it had come to this, being a stepping stone for Zhenzhen was what he should do. "It was my decision," Huozhe said. "What is done should be known to her and to everyone." Luo Qing frowned deeply, his hands slightly stiff as he adjusted his clothes. Huozhe turned to his subordinates. "The larger the room, the larger the activity range of Chairman Chen. You guard this place, and no flies are allowed in or out without my orders." "Yes." Huozhe then patted Luo Qing's shoulder to comfort him. "Let us go. Let us talk outside." They walked straight to the military district center, and Luo Qing could no longer contain his anger. "What the hell is going on? Don't rush. Don't get agitated." Huozhe poured him a glass of water, originally planned to do, as you said, and even sent it to Zhenzhen. But she felt there were omissions and demanded the complete audio before she would agree. So, Luo Qing remained silent, downing the entire glass of water. Indeed, with Zhenzhen's sharpness and caution, how could she not discover anything? "She even guessed who I am," Huozhe added, "but don't be nervous. She hasn't asked about you at all." Luo Qing became even more anxious, although he had anticipated this day when carrying out a series of actions. After all, if he wanted to, he could disguise himself better than anyone else. But ever since regaining his memories, the sweet and painful, precious memories, he could no longer hide all his emotions deep inside. He had once possessed them, then lost them, ultimately ending up as strangers by a twist of fate. Every moment in that process replayed in Luo Qing's mind endlessly. So no matter what, even if he had to face her with resentment or the gaze of a stranger, he was still desperately eager to see her. Chapter 97. Ignoring the possibility of shattering to pieces, I once openly opposed the Magpie Nest plan, but unfortunately, my voice was too weak. 5 years later, my collaboration with the Alliance is not a betrayal, because the goal is not to start a war, but to overthrow Chun Lan's dictatorship in a bloodless manner to protect everyone's legitimate rights and interests. The participants in a Magpie Nest plan are not only soldiers, but also countless innocent civilians. They're elderly people, children, and even pregnant women. Yet after the plan failed, Chun Lan ruthlessly ordered her subordinates to eliminate all the experimenters. Now, Iceberg No. 7 has been cruelly destroyed just because it had contact with me, claiming tens of thousands of lives. Our nation has faced many tribulations. From Ice Cloud Star to A01, and now, we have endured too many disasters, witnessed too much history, and faced countless deaths. Therefore, to this day, I hope everyone can make an effort for themselves to live with dignity and to strive for their own lives. Everyone on Icetop and Iceberg, including those in the affiliated troops, committees, and research institutes, please put down your weapons and follow Commander Hua's arrangements. For whatever reason, a former major general who now collaborates with the Alliance, will not land on Icetop or Iceberg, nor will I involve the Alliance in internal disputes. I do not have the right to interfere in the future of our nation, but I wish everyone's safety and success, and may our nation thrive forever. Thank you, goodbye. When Zhenzhen cut off the communication, the spaceship first fell into a deathly silence, followed by bursts of angry roars. Everyone protested with voices and actions. Hua had anticipated this scene and calmly issued orders. All teams, maintain order, open the connection port. As Iceberg and Icetop, separated for 5 years, were reintegrated, and as people who had been apart for 5 years met again, time seemed to freeze for a moment. From the surveillance, some people were cheering, some looked lost, and others were filled with worry. But regardless of the emotion, everyone had to look forward. Hua knew that Iceberg number 10 might have problems, so he was particularly cautious during the connection, ensuring armed forces were stationed at every level to prevent issues. Unexpectedly, when the hatch opened, a group of soldiers and civilians emerged, surrounding the bound leader. The establishment of a regime cannot be separated from the people, and the downfall of a regime also depends on the people. Thus, the long-standing disputes were completely over. Luo Qing looked up and slowly closed her eyes. It's over. Yes, it's over. Hua finally relaxed. The urgent question was what to do next and who would take charge. This is the question you need to explore, Luo Qing said. At that moment, Hua's military belt vibrated several times. He pulled out the communicator that Luo Qing had given him, and his expression suddenly became strange. What did she say? Hua hesitated for several seconds before finally putting it on speaker. Hua, I have pretty much guessed the situation regarding Luo Qing. Whether it was me being forced back to Icetop or being rescued by subordinates from Icetop, and then the timely intelligence afterward, Luo Qing's involvement is indispensable. Zhenzhen's voice came through the communicator, slightly distorted, but her tone was steady, and when she mentioned Luo Qing, it was particularly natural, clearly having moved on and no longer troubled by past events. Luo Qing's eyes darkened. I know what he has done, and I'm very grateful. Please convey my gratitude to him. As for other matters, I no longer care or think about them. I'm telling you this because I plan to leave and return to the home I've built with my own hands to live a simple and stable life. Since the day I chose to cooperate with the Alliance, I never intended to come back or meet with old acquaintances. So we will not meet again. I wish you all the best. Luo Qing's face turned pale, and Hua was a bit at a loss. This means she's leaving directly? Isn't it impossible to find her planet? Will we never see her again? Luo Qing suddenly stood up. You handle the follow-up. I'm leaving too. What are you going to do? This huge mess? How can I handle it alone? Guyang and Chun, let them go. Luo Qing said, while using Hua's authority to search for a suitable spaceship. You discussed Chunlan's handling with them. Guyang is the son of Chunlan and Gu Jingwei. Hua's brain was about to overload. Gu Jingwei? The one I'm thinking of? The one from the Alliance? Yes. Luo Qing remembered the spaceship number and prepared to leave when Hua stopped her. Wait, how do you know? Luo Qing was anxious to chase after Zhenzhen, feeling extremely irritated at that moment. They had been secretly communicating for a long time, but later Gu Jingwei disagreed with some of her actions, and they fell out. Can we talk about this later? Fine, keep in touch. Luo Qing rushed past groups of people in the corridor, disregarding the discussions of those who recognized her, and dashed into the spaceship. Start, detach, interwarp. Luo Qing chased after the direction where Zhenzhen had disappeared, even though ahead was just the endless universe. He knew he was searching for a needle in a haystack, but he had to try his luck. During the warp flight, Luo Qing rewrote the communication system to monitor the received signal bands in real time. He knew the band commonly used by Zhenzhen, and if he could detect it, it would mean he was not far from the base station. When Luo Qing's eyes were starting to blur, a slight rise in the tail wave caught his attention. Luo Qing immediately shut off warp and manually operated the spaceship to slowly probe. He didn't know how long he had drifted, but when he finally saw the anticipated band, Luo Qing finally felt relieved. He found it. He actually found it. Although the vast universe was still in front of him, he knew that hidden in that darkness were the ones he loved most and the place he wanted to go the most. He charged forward without hesitation, ignoring the possibility of shattering to pieces. At the moment the spaceship touched the atmosphere, he caught a glimpse of the encircling fleet out of the corner of his eye, which further confirmed the path ahead. Luo Qing didn't even know how he avoided being encircled by the fleet. Perhaps it was his reckless speed, as the way he was heading straight for the ground was indeed insane. When Luo Qing maneuvered the spaceship to crash at a 30-degree angle and slid forward for 200 or 300 meters before finally stopping, he let out a deep laugh. Through the porthole, he saw endless green. The sky was a brilliant blue, and in the distance, rivers wound their way, shimmering in the sunlight. Indeed, this was a place that Zhenzhen loved. Chapter 98. Something has happened. Lu Qing stood on the grassland, surrounded by a group of guns. Soon, Duan Yu, who was responsible for planetary defense management, arrived at the scene. When he saw the man's face, his footsteps momentarily halted. Lu Qing's deputy instinctively called out an old title. And only then did he suddenly react. Why are you here? How'd you find this place? Since being imprisoned, Lu Qing hadn't eaten anything, and, coupled with the violent impact from the crash landing, he felt dizzy. But he stood tall and straight as usual. I mean no harm. I just want to see Zhenzhen. Lu Qing paused. The defense system was good, but the communication bandwidth wasn't completely concealed, leaving behind clues. Duan Yu's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that even with such tight security, there would still be loopholes. He almost called out the old title again, but abruptly changed direction. Zhenzhen is resting, and she said she wouldn't see you again. I just want to see her once, and then I'll leave. Lu Qing leaned forward, his tone carrying a hint of an unnoticeable plea. Please, tell her. Duan Yu faced Lu Qing expressionlessly. He wasn't very clear about the story between Zhenzhen and Lu Qing, but he had listened to the audio of Lu Qing's conversation with Chen Lan and knew some of the details. Moreover, regardless of whether Zhenzhen saw him or not, she had to be informed about this matter. After a long time, he raised his voice. Take him to the command center. No need. A voice came from behind Lu Qing, causing his back to stiffen like rock. Zhenzhen nodded at Duan Yu. You all go ahead. I'll handle this. All right. Duan Yu gave Lu Qing one last warning glance before leading his team away. Lu Qing slowly turned around inch by inch, finally seeing that familiar face. Even though her calm gaze felt somewhat unfamiliar, an overwhelming love, hatred towards himself, and the bittersweet pain of their long separation surged in his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Zhenzhen's gaze was pure, ignoring the emotions swirling in Lu Qing's eyes, and asked, You went to such great lengths, almost breaking the defense system, just to see me? Yes, Lu Qing replied. However, as soon as he spoke, he was startled by the hoarse, blade-like tone of his own voice. You've regained your memories. Yes. Zhenzhen nodded. I know what you want to say, but let it go. Lu Qing blurted out. I'm sorry. I know. Zhenzhen's tone remained steady throughout, but the more calm she was, the less Lu Qing knew how to respond. Do you still hate me? Zhenzhen thought for a moment before shaking her head. Lu Qing looked at her thin face and the countless wounds on her exposed arms, his heart bleeding uncontrollably. After taking a deep breath, he asked, Then do you still love me? Zhenzhen's pupils contracted, and her breath inadvertently paused for a few seconds. Lu Qing's directness shattered the indifference she had long grown accustomed to. I don't know, Zhenzhen said honestly, but I've stopped thinking about these things. Perhaps they're no longer important. Lu Qing felt a bit breathless. He took a deep breath, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and said, It's okay. As long as you find the life you want. Thank you. Unable to hold back, Lu Qing stepped forward, gently holding her wrist and lifting her arm to closely examine the horrifying scars inch by inch. Zhenzhen didn't move or dodge, allowing Lu Qing to look closely. However, the cold touch on her arm made her lower her head, where she saw a tear mole on the electric shock scar. She was taken aback, quickly looking up, but only saw the man's drooping eyes and his usual expression. No matter what emotion, he always managed to hide it well. Zhenzhen felt a wave of bitterness. She withdrew her hand and asked, Is there anything else? Lu Qing silently shook his head. Zhenzhen glanced behind her at the horrific spaceship. You can take mine. Okay. Lu Qing followed her toward the city, watching her familiar silhouette, the emotions surging in his heart, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Her hair had grown a bit, barely reaching her chin, swaying left and right with her steps. From the back, she even looked like a girl just over 18. Thinking of this, Lu Qing could no longer hold back, striding forward and wrapping her in his embrace. Zhenzhen's back pressed against his chest, and she could even feel the vibrations of his heartbeat. Zhenzhen, I actually don't know where to go. Lu Qing's voice was deep, his arms tightening around her. Ending all of this was the endpoint I had defined for my life, but now that it has suddenly been extended, what should I do? Zhenzhen, knowing the truth, naturally guessed Lu Qing's original plan. She raised her head, unwilling to let her sadness turn into tears that would break the psychological defenses she had built over the past 6 months. Go back. The future at the ice peak is still uncertain. Lu Qing sighed slightly. With Qinshun, Guiyang, and Huozhe, I'm not needed. Then go find what you want to do. Lu Qing's entire life could be divided into 2 categories. One was to govern because he was in a position, and the other was for Zhenzhen. He was in the whirlpool, yet he was merely an observer, extremely indifferent to everything around him. I just want to be with you, Lu Qing blurted out. Zhenzhen closed her eyes and said nothing. I'll go. Zhenzhen stepped out of his embrace and continued walking forward. Lu Qing boarded the spaceship, thinking Zhenzhen was following to grant him authorization. Fingerprint. Lu Qing obediently extended his hand. Retina. Lu Qing obediently leaned towards the collector. After Zhenzhen processed it in a few moments, she said, the system password is here. Okay. Zhenzhen paused and then turned to leave. After saying that, she walked out, and Lu Qing instinctively wanted to stop her, but suddenly froze. Zhenzhen didn't say much, but Lu Qing understood that he wouldn't be so lucky next time to break in. As long as she didn't want to, this farewell might be a final goodbye, just like the casual goodbye at the door of Chenlan's office. The moment of true parting always comes on an ordinary day in an ordinary second. As the spaceship continued to ascend, Lu Qing looked down at the lush green land, which would be the place he yearned for most in this life, because here stayed his only lover in this life. Zhenzhen silently left the takeoff area, preparing to see Mo Ran and Duan Shi. After all, it had been a long time since they last met. But just a few meters outside, she was intercepted by Duan Yu. Wait. Zhenzhen turned around and saw Duan Yu running, gasping for breath. What's wrong? Ice Peak or the Alliance? The entire universe. Something has happened. Zhenzhen couldn't believe her ears for a moment. What do you mean? Duan Yu shoved a screen into Zhenzhen's hands. Look. After Zhenzhen saw the situation, her face changed drastically, and she turned to rush towards the command center. She burst into the command room, connected to the spaceship that Lu Qing had taken, her tone barely concealing her panic. Lu Qing, turn around and come back immediately. Right now. Chapter 99, we are at the center. Luo Qing received communication from Huozhe while on his way back. Zhenzhen's sudden urgency to call him back indicated something major had happened, leaving him somewhat distracted. What's wrong? Huozhe's voice came through intermittently. Something's happened. We are retreating. Retreating? Luo Qing was taken aback. All the planets are exploding. Huozhe shouted, as if there were an invisible wall. And it's getting closer. Run. Luo Qing pieced together the gist from the fragmented words. He immediately halted his descent, preparing to rendezvous with Huozhe. Where are you now? Send me your location. Don't come. Huozhe strongly opposed. I don't know if I can survive. You. Zhenzhen. The signal was deteriorating, and his voice was almost drowned out by overwhelming static. Huozhe. Just as he was becoming increasingly anxious, a male voice took over. Luo Qing, it's me. I'm sorry. About Zhenzhen. Please tell her I'm sorry. Guiyang? What's going on? Send me your location. Don't come, we are likely doomed. Guiyang said calmly. I'm transmitting the images and data I've monitored to you. This wall is moving extremely fast. Even warp speed can't shake it off, and there are no signs of it stopping. You need to be careful too. Luo Qing quickly connected to the Ice Peak S system to start receiving data. When did this start? Huozhe replied, 1 hour and 3 minutes ago. We observed frequent explosions and then discovered a black wall that devours everything. After receiving the information, Luo Qing began to infiltrate the system to check the location. But just as he started, the connection was suddenly cut off. "Don't check, don't come," Guyang said. "Just look at the images and you'll understand." Luo Qing, "We used to discuss how vast the universe is with Zhenzhen, but now with these signs, the entire universe might be wiped out." Hua Zhe said solemnly. "This is a disaster for everyone, Luo Qing. The important thing is to understand the situation." Luo Qing knew he was right and gritted his teeth to descend again. When the hatch opened, Zhenzhen immediately rushed up. "Luo Qing, the speed of the black wall is increasing. We can't escape, good luck." Even someone as composed as Luo Qing couldn't hide his anxiety. However, the communication on the other end was chaotic. "The warp engine is overloaded. Keep going. Commander Hua, 100 meters. Keep going, pull it to the limit. 80 meters. 60 meters. Zhenzhen rushed over, shouting. "Guyang? Hua Zhe. 50 meters. The other side seemed too preoccupied to respond. 30 meters. Keep pulling. Eject all non-essential cabins for acceleration. Yes. 30 meters. Continue to eject. 30 meters. This method seemed to be effective. Ice Peak maintained the distance for a short time. Zhenzhen trembled slightly. "Guyang. Zhenzhen, I'm here." Even though the background noise exposed everyone's panic at that moment, Guyang's tone remained steady. "I didn't expect to talk to you for a few more moments. Zhenzhen esse ais instantly reddened. Sorry, Zhenzhen. It's my fault for being useless. I can only make insignificant efforts to protect you, and the outcome is, regarding the military tribunal, don't hold it against me for too long, okay? If you appear in front of me, I will forgive you." Zhenzhen choked. "Otherwise, I will remember it for a lifetime." Guyang chuckled at her stubborn words. "Then let it be that you remember me for a lifetime. Once I'm gone, you need to remember. Don't talk nonsense." Guyang continued. "Previously, due to other reasons, I had to avoid your feelings and didn't get a chance to say a word of blessing. I hope you and Luo Qing can survive this disaster and live a stable life." Zhenzhen turned her face away, biting her lip to hold back tears. Luo Qing. Guyang didn't say much more, just rest assured. 20 meters. "Commander Gu, this is the fastest speed." Zhenzhen and Luo Qing felt their hearts in their throats. They could hardly imagine what each other was facing and the dangers they encountered, but the screams of extreme fear in the communication already indicated the situation. 10 meters. In the Ice Peak Command Center, Hua Zhe took one last look at the black wall that was about to engulf everything and open the public broadcast. All of us, and all life in the universe, face a catastrophic disaster. Human strength cannot overcome nature, and we are about to be consumed. Everyone, please embrace your loved ones, and good luck to all. 2 meters. His words were abruptly cut off. What followed was a chilling explosion. Zhenzhen instinctively grabbed Luo Qing's wrist, trying to keep herself from collapsing onto the ground. However, 1 minute after the explosion, all sounds ceased, leaving only a deathly silence. Zhenzhen finally could not hold on any longer and slid down to the ground, covering her face with her hands and sobbing uncontrollably. Luo Qing knelt down on one knee, wrapping his arms around her trembling body. He couldn't say any comforting words because they would be self-deceiving. He could only use his body heat to tell her that he was there at that moment. When Luo Qing and Zhenzhen entered the top floor of the building together, there were no expressions of surprise, only seriousness and a struggle to hide the panic. "Everyone, please watch the video." Zhenzhen pressed play, and the screen displayed a shadow advancing in a planar manner, where everything it passed exploded and quickly vanished without a trace. "Currently, we are 5 hours away at warp speed. Does anyone have any thoughts?" Lu Yu said. "What about the direction? Is there a similar situation in other directions?" Luo Qing replied. "We are still monitoring. There are no results yet. What I want to say is, if other directions also simultaneously encounter the black wall, then we actually have nowhere to retreat." "Yes." Zhenzhen nodded. "This was also the topic of today's meeting. If anyone wants to leave to fight for a slim chance of survival, I will approve. But from an objective perspective, I believe staying put is the best choice." Upon hearing this, everyone began to whisper and discuss among themselves. After all, This was a matter of life and death. One wrong step could lead to destruction. After listening for a while, Zhenzhen calmly said, I will explain the current situation to everyone on the planet and give them appropriate choices. We will keep everyone updated with the latest information. Lu Yu stood up. I support staying on the planet. Duan Yu and Duan Qi stood up. We do too. Me too. I support it as well. The trust of everyone dispelled all of Zhenzhen's anxiety and gave her tremendous courage. At this moment, Luo Qing suddenly interrupted everyone's declarations. He calmly stated the brutally harsh fact. All directions have detected the black wall and are continuously converging towards the center. We are at the center. Chapter 100. The universe is about to collapse. Everyone present spent a long time coming to terms with this absurd reality. Zhenzhen broke the dead silence, softly asking, in all directions, so the universe is like a box, and this box is continuously collapsing. 6 hours later, Lu Qing and Zhenzhen sat in the same spaceship, hovering outside the planetary defense system, ready to withstand everything. According to Lu Qing's speculation, the planet was at the very center of the universe, so refugees from all directions would inevitably converge here. To secure the last remaining space for survival, anything could happen, so Zhenzhen decisively ordered all soldiers to pilot airships to take off, circling the planet's surface, becoming the last line of defense for the people on the planet. But at this moment, the universe was still as dark and empty as ever. Zhenzhen stared at a point in the void and suddenly asked, is living just this empty? They had expended so much effort and time to finally resolve Chunlan's issue. Yet in less than 2 days, everyone was dead. Lu Qing nodded yes. The initial shock of familiar people suddenly facing this disaster had been replaced by a sense of melancholy, realizing they were trapped by an inescapable fate. After all, they might soon reunite with those who had passed away. What will happen to us? Zhenzhen asked. Lu Qing did not answer directly, but said, even in death, I will be with you. Zhenzhen chuckled lightly. Although she didn't want to admit it, Lu Qing's presence was her source of strength. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. How did we end up like this? She didn't specify what we referred to, but Lu Qing understood. This was the first time they had mentioned their situation since regaining their memories. I actually regret a lot, Lu Qing suddenly said. What? Regret being naive enough to think I could resign successfully. Regret not finding a better way to stop the Magpie Nest plan. Regret bringing you back to Ice Peak. There are many things I regret. There's no need to regret, Zhenzhen replied. No matter how well we choose, we can't escape a similar fate. Yes, that's why the past me seems even more ridiculous. I hated you. Lu Qing turned to look at her sharply, but only saw calmness and acceptance on her face, which made him feel even worse inside. When you told me to be careful of this, and that while I stayed in the Alliance, then forced me back to Ice Peak, and especially when I saw you in the military tribunal after regaining my memory, I really did hate you. Zhenzhen smiled. I hate that I forgot all of this, hate that fate plays tricks on us, and I hate you. I hate your coldness, your indifference, and that you really wanted my life. Even after enduring so much, I never expected you would take my life. I'm sorry, Lu Qing said. You were just making what you thought was the best choice for me from your perspective. Zhenzhen calmly stated the facts. You were afraid that Duan Yu and Duan Qi would barge into the Alliance, not only failing to rescue me, but also losing their lives. Even if they did manage to rescue me, I would have offended the Alliance thoroughly. And from Ice Peak, on one hand, you secretly cooperated, and on the other, you could present a letter of recommendation to the Alliance. Lu Qing remained silent, accepting her deduction. He had never thought he could completely hide things from Zhenzhen. After all, she was so intelligent, but he didn't expect her to understand it so thoroughly. So, I really hated you at that time and really wanted to die. But now I've truly let go. If the positions were reversed, I couldn't have done better than you. Zhenzhen paused. These years, you haven't had it easy either? Not too bad. At first, it was just confusion. Confusion? Yes. After losing my memory, I instinctively felt a strong aversion to Qinlan, but I didn't know why. This forced me to investigate, and that's when I discovered many hidden truths. Aversion. I felt that way too. Memory interference can alter memories, but it can't erase certain feelings. Lu Qing self-deprecatingly laughed. Gu Yong came to me before proposing to you, and in that moment, I realized that my instinctive concern for you is actually because I liked you. But falling for my best friend's girlfriend. I was torn at that time, so I always avoided situations where both of you were present. Zhenzhen also recalled that period and nodded. I felt very strange back then. Clearly, in my memories, I shared many experiences with Gu Yang and had deep feelings for him, yet I was very resistant to any intimate contact with him. Lu Qing furrowed his brows, feeling sour at the thought that the girl he loved had once been with another man. He secretly scolded himself to restrain his feelings, reminding himself that they were all victims, but his brows remained furrowed. Don't misunderstand. Seeing his expression, Zhenzhen shook her head. Physical contact. He and I were more like friends under the guise of being a couple. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing finally relaxed his brows, and the gloomy look on his face gradually faded. What I want to say is, I don't hate you anymore, Lu Qing. You asked me if I love you, and I honestly don't know. Zhenzhen's big eyes flashed with confusion, but at this moment, I'm very grateful to have you by my side. It feels like as long as you are here, no matter what happens, I won't be afraid and can face it calmly. Lu Qing's heart warmed, and love surged within him. He suddenly stood up, scooping the girl curled up in the chair into his arms. His embrace was so tight, it felt as if he wanted to meld her into his own body. No matter what, I love you, Lu Qing repeated, no matter what. I know, Zhenzhen said obediently, leaning against him. After a long time, Lu Qing sighed softly. That villa I meticulously designed, you never went in. And it ended up becoming a research facility. It's truly ridiculous. It was destined, and there was nothing that could be done. Between them lay countless unspoken barriers. But in life and death moments, only each other's warmth was the most genuine declaration. At this moment, Zhenzhen suddenly turned around. The screen displaying He-Chu's frequency. He-Chu, how are you? He-Chu's voice was tinged with urgency. I was halfway back when I received the Alliance's alert, instructing all ships that hadn't returned to stand by. I've waited for more than a day and still have no news. If I contact again, immediately head to the location where we separated. Zhenzhen's heart trembled, knowing the Alliance was in grave danger. I can still contact General Kusun, so we will come together. Okay. After a while, it seemed He-Chu had switched the ship to autopilot mode. He turned to Zhenzhen and asked, what about you? What's the situation? Zhenzhen's voice was tinged with sorrow. The universe is about to collapse, He-Chu. Chapter 101 The Silent Gesture. After He-Chu arrived, he came alone to the spaceship of Zhenzhen. Upon meeting, he gave Zhenzhen a strong hug. It's good that nothing happened. Let us go. Zhenzhen led him inside. Tell me exactly what happened. He-Chu's voice suddenly stopped, revealing a look of shock as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lu Qing, with one hand in his pocket and a bland expression, nodded slightly at him. He-Chu's expression turned cold. Zhenzhen, explain this to me. Lu Qing felt a shiver at the protective tone in his words. Zhenzhen rubbed her forehead, suddenly remembering He-Chu's bold words from earlier. That's how it is. He-Chu coldly smiled and walked over, grabbing Lu Qing by the collar, his fist swinging. How can you still have the face to stay here? He gritted his teeth. I told you before, I want your life. Lu Qing allowed him to make his face more bruised, showing no intention of fighting back. Zhenzhen hurriedly stepped in to hold his arm and block the attack. Seeing her stop him only made He-Chu angrier. Kid Zhenzhen, have you forgotten how he treated you? Where did all your scars come from? At the mention of scars, Lu Qing's eyes darkened. I didn't tea. Zhenzhen held him firmly, using a coaxing tone as if talking to a child. What time is it now? Let's talk about serious matters first. This is the serious matter. It's the biggest one right now. Finally, He-Chu released his grip and turned to glare at Lu Qing. Zhenzhen couldn't help but remind him, in life and death situations, let's not talk about this for now. Lu Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with his thumb, remaining silent. He-Chu shot Lu Qing one last fierce glare before pulling Zhenzhen towards the control center. Fine, then tell me what the situation is. Zhenzhen elbowed He-Chu in the ribs, forcing him to bend down and release her. Lu Qing watched the two disappear at the end of the corridor. He did not follow but sat down on a nearby chair. After Zhenzhen finished explaining to He-Chu, she realized that Lu Qing was not there. After a brief pause, she found a medical kit and carried it outside. What are you doing? Chu was contacting General Ku Sun to explain the situation. Yet he still managed to be distracted by her movements, feeling deep hatred towards Lu Qing. You take care of your business. Zhenzhen did not offer further explanation and continued outside. Walking down the quiet corridor, she finally saw Lu Qing sitting with his arms crossed. The back of his head was pressed against the wall, his head slightly raised, revealing a jawline sharpened by weight loss. Zhenzhen could tell that Lu Qing was very tired. Recently, he had been exhausted, and after being caught by Qianlan, he must not have been treated well. Then, he came to find her, and now, in that moment, Zhenzhen suddenly remembered the time when the Galactic War broke out, and she had made a suicidal attack, but was saved by Lu Qing. The anger and worry he had buried deep in his heart came to her mind. After all, he had forced the spaceship out of the research institute against regulations. He always buried all the pressure and pain inside. That's just who he was, reserved and introverted. Zhenzhen suppressed her heartache and quietly approached him, wanting to disinfect the scars on his face. However, as soon as she raised her hand, Lu Qing caught her wrist. You, haven't you fallen asleep? Lu Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and there was no trace of sleepiness in his clear gaze, quite the opposite. Zhenzhen's fingertips flinched slightly as she explained, I just want to treat your wounds. Lu Qing slowly released her hand and obediently lowered his head, but he still couldn't hide his dejection. Zhenzhen sat beside him, carefully disinfecting his wounds, afraid to hurt him. In the past, it was always Zhenzhen who returned from the battlefield covered in scars, with Lu Qing treating her wounds little by little. Now it had reversed. Thank you. When Zhenzhen withdrew her hand and began to tidy up the used gauze and cotton swabs, Lu Qing spoke softly. Zhenzhen shook her head and closed the medical kit. Lu Qing sighed softly. I've been thinking a lot lately about why didn't he die on the ice peak? Or, dying at Qianlan's hands would have been fine too. Zhenzhen was taken aback for a moment, then understood the reason. She didn't comfort him, but instead spoke about herself. I used to think like that too. If I died, I would have to face the struggle that has long tired me, nor would I have to be responsible for the people on the planet. Lu Qing turned his head to look at her, but he could only see her prominent nose and drooping eyelashes. If I had died at that moment, I would just be Zhenzhen. I could shed all labels, whether it be Major General or traitor, it wouldn't matter. I would just be myself, just a 30-year-old woman, nothing more. Lu Qing asked, do you know what I regret the most? Zhenzhen thought for a moment and tentatively replied, resigning at that time? Lu Qing shook his head. Then, breaking the Magpie Nest plan? Not worth mentioning. Bringing me back from the Alliance to the Ice Peak? This time Lu Qing did not deny it, instead saying, I don't regret that decision. I just hate that I couldn't protect you well on the Ice Peak. Zhenzhen couldn't think of anything else. I regret impersonating your research. Lu Qing spoke calmly, but Zhenzhen was shaken. Why? I knew this matter couldn't be hidden for long. It would eventually become a weapon in someone else's hands, so I chose to announce it under my name. That way, you would hate me a little more, perhaps feeling a little less guilty. Zhenzhen pressed her lips together. After regaining her memory and piecing together clues, she could almost guess Lu Qing's thoughts at every step. She sincerely said, thank you. When the Magpie Nest plan went from the meeting to implementation, she had more hatred towards Lu Qing and Qianlan, rarely thinking that this research actually stemmed from her own hands. Without Lu Qing, she couldn't imagine how guilty she would feel back then. Lu Qing shook his head. I hate myself for not killing Qianlan according to my instincts at that time. Zhenzhen was shocked. What? Forget it. It's all in the past. Lu Qing didn't want to say more, not wanting to affect her mood. As for Chu, how is he doing? Lu Qing asked. He asked, reporting the situation to General Ku Sun. Zhenzhen stared blankly at the ceiling. You know, all our efforts now seem like a drop in the bucket and have no meaning. Why can't we just surrender and wait for the inevitable death? Because people still want to live. At least they want their loved ones to live. Zhenzhen casually said, I used to always ask how big the universe is, what is outside the universe, and whether it's possible that we are also the experimenters. Always under control and monitoring? Lu Qing didn't answer but asked back, who pressed the fire button on the neutrino machine targeting A01? I previously thought it was Qianlan on the ice peak, but Lu Qing affirmed it wasn't the Alliance. The possibility is also low. Zhenzhen's mind lit up. Are you saying Lu Qing raised his index finger to his lips, making a silence gesture. In that instant, Zhenzhen felt her scalp tingle and her hair stand on end. Chapter 102, We Can't Win. Chu followed the corridor to find Zhenzhen and saw her sitting closely with Lu Qing, leaning against each other, which made him furious again. Kid Zhenzhen, have you forgotten everything he did? You forgave him so easily? Zhenzhen was startled out of her thoughts by his angry shout and quickly explained. Our situation is very complicated. Don't act like a fighting cock. Let's talk about the important matters first. Lu Qing stood up and walked in front of him, bowing slightly and saying, Thank you. Chu was confused. Thank me for what? Thank you for always protecting Zhenzhen. Chu exploded, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. What does it matter to you that I protect her? Do you have the right to thank me? Lu Qing chose to selectively ignore his complaints and said to Zhenzhen, Let's go and see the latest situation. Okay. When Zhenzhen walked to Chu's side, she patted his back and explained, I will explain it to you in detail later, but the urgent matter now is how to respond. Chu was reluctant but followed her, muttering, Later. We might die soon. Where will the later come from? After Lu Qing checked the latest data, his expression became even more serious. We have less than 10 hours left, and at the same time, a large number of life forms are approaching us. What is meant to come will always come, which is why Zhenzhen immediately mobilized all the ships for defense. When all the survivors of the universe are panicking and taking desperate measures, they will inevitably get closer to here. Chu's expression darkened, and he said to Zhenzhen, I'll go back first. Keep in touch at any time. Okay, since a large-scale conflict is likely to occur, Chu must return to take command. After he left, Zhenzhen continued the unfinished topic. Don't you think all the timing is too coincidental? Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Moreover, every inexplicable event has become an important node in the progression of the story. What is the purpose? If it's similar to the Magpie Nest plan, then what would be the purpose of the Ice Summit? Lu Qing said, excluding other possibilities, whatever sounds absurd is the only answer left. Lu Qing first realized that perhaps there are higher-level life forms or other forces beyond the universe when he replaced Zhenzhen to report the research. At first, he thought the Magpie Nest plan still had technical difficulties, and it would take at least 3 to 5 years to overcome them. This time span is very long, with many variables, and it might end up unresolved. However, he did not expect that when Chunlan expressed strong interest and the committee unanimously approved it, these technical difficulties were resolved as if aided by some strange force. Clearly, the previous pre-experimental results were vastly different, but afterward, all explorations were smooth and straightforward, without the usual process of trial and error. Until the moment A01 was hit by the neutrino machine and turned to ashes. The doubts buried 6 years ago were finally confirmed. He did not intervene. The Ice Summit was completely unaware, and the Alliance was even more so. Checking the operation records showed no flaws, with no signs of intrusion. Who could control the timing so perfectly? Lu Qing couldn't think of anyone. It was also the incident with A01 that prompted Zhenzhen to take risks and try to shake off herself with the Alliance's help, which accelerated the evolution of the conflict between Zhenzhen and the Ice Summit and led to the current situation. And there was Guiyang. At the moment A01 was destroyed, how did he manage to escape unscathed? According to him, he was already sitting in a ship set to autopilot towards the Ice Summit when he regained consciousness. Who has such great capability to save someone on the verge of annihilation at the moment a chain reaction occurs? Everything seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, constantly adjusting the direction of the story. Zhenzhen looked at the dense lights of ships appearing within her line of sight and gasped. Can we end all of this? Lu Qing did not answer, because Zhenzhen was not asking him. Zhenzhen suddenly laughed. If the Black Wall continues, all conflicts are just jokes. I hope everyone coming understands this. After a few crackling noises from the communicator, Chu's voice came through. Major General Kusun was attacked and is urgently retreating. You all prepare to withstand the impact. Received. Be careful, Zhenzhen said. Zhenzhen and Lu Qing exchanged glances. Neither knew what they would face, but neither showed panic. When soldiers come, we block. When water comes, we bury. Zhenzhen looked straight ahead, staring intently at the faint light in the distance. However, as the light drew closer. One light point slowly turned into 2, then 10, finally revealing a whole wall of light. At this moment, no one knew who was coming, but both sides were aggressive, vying for the last living space. Report: a ship was detected approaching from direction 115. Report: a ship was detected approaching from direction 076. Report: a ship was detected approaching from direction 197. Report: all directions had large numbers of unknown life forms converging. This inconspicuous planet between two star systems truly was the center of the universe. Lu Qing's conjecture about forces beyond the universe was further validated. Zhenzhen issued a stern command. Everyone, stay alert. Once the opponent opens fire, we will retaliate. We must defend the planet, protect our common home, even if the outcome is to be shattered to pieces. Yes, Zhenzhen piloted the ship to the front, standing before thousands of troops. She suddenly smiled at Lu Qing. Are you scared? Besides confronting the Alliance, this is your first time on the front line, right? Lu Qing also smiled, naturally scared. TCH. Zhenzhen shook her head. With me here, what are you afraid of? Lu Qing looked away. I'm just afraid you might leave before I do. Zhenzhen was taken aback, then smiled brightly. What's there to worry about? If we die, we'll die together. As the lights got closer, Zhenzhen gradually saw the composition of the wall of light. They were bizarre flying machines, a combination of bird-like and insect-like shapes. All the flying machines moved in perfect unison, stopping in front of Zhenzhen. The scene fell into a stalemate. Zhenzhen tightly gripped the thruster with one hand and kept her other hand close to the weapon system, her whole body tense and ready. Suddenly, a white flash appeared in front of Zhenzhen. She instinctively maneuvered the ship to dodge. A shell exploded about 5 or 6 meters behind the ship. Zhenzhen's face turned cold. The opponent's strength far surpassed theirs. Lu Qing squinted for a while and calmly said, "We can't win. That shell's speed was too fast, far beyond what the naked eye could observe. They could only dodge due to Zhenzhen's experience, intuition, and luck." Just as he finished speaking, the opponent fired several shells, illuminating all pilots' views like daylight. Zhenzhen maneuvered the ship back and forth to evade, but the ships beside her were hit and exploded one by one. After just one round of attack, the previously tight defense line had numerous gaps. Chapter 103, Where is this system? Zhenzhen understood clearly that dragging it out was futile, and the speed display showed that the black wall would arrive in less than an hour. The struggle for survival now seemed so ridiculous, merely to live for another hour. In the midst of urgent evasion, Zhenzhen said to Lu Qing, "I have a somewhat crazy idea. I don't know if you'll support it." "Crash into it." Lu Qing's tone was casual, as if Zhenzhen were asking him about lunch. However, they were discussing matters of life and death at this moment. "Seeing Zhenzhen stand," Lu Qing said, "don't you think you're the protagonist of this Magpie Nest project? Why is the center of the universe here? Why does the universe start to collapse just as Zhenzhen is ready to rest after achieving her goals? Why must Guiyang survive? Why must A01 be obliterated? Why must the Magpie Nest project proceed?" All the intricate clues point to Zhenzhen. It's her and only her. Every experiment has its original intention and purpose, a moment of beginning and a symbolic end. Therefore, the death of the protagonist must be a symbolic conclusion, since death is inevitable. Why not gamble with an hour's time to see if the guess is true? Zhenzhen laughed heartily. "I thought this idea was absurd and narcissistic, but hearing it from you makes it much more believable." Lu Qing didn't laugh. He looked at her intently for a moment, then stood up and approached her in her shocked gaze, kissing her fiercely. This was a farewell kiss, and, at the end, Zhenzhen even felt a faint metallic taste in her mouth. Lu Qing took one last look into his lover's eyes, those eyes that were once bright and now calm and deep, before returning to his seat. "Let's go." Zhenzhen took a deep breath and suddenly pushed the control stick all the way down. In an instant, the spaceship shot forward like an arrow, charging straight toward the light wall. The spaceship trembled violently, and at the same time, the communicator rang incessantly. "Duan Qi and Duan Yu shouted in unison, 'Major General.'" In this critical moment, they forgot the title issue that Zhenzhen had mentioned. Mo Rant's voice trembled. "Sister, what are you doing?" Chu was exasperated. Have you lost your mind? Turn around. Kid Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen. Major General Che. However, Che Zhenzhen could no longer hear them. The moment the spaceship was hit by the shell, Qing tightly embraced Che Zhenzhen. Death is inevitable. They were prepared, but Qing instinctively protected her in his arms. The explosion of the spaceship created a blinding white light, and Che Zhenzhen could see nothing. The deafening noise and the burning pain on her skin made her acutely aware that this was the end. But under Qing's embrace, she did not feel afraid. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. In that moment, as others screamed at the explosion of the spaceship, the black wall suddenly appeared, engulfing the dense enemy forces and the exploding spaceship. Then, the black wall came to a complete standstill. No one knew what had happened, nor what was about to happen. But at least at this moment, they were alive, truly alive. Che Zhenzhen suddenly opened her eyes, finding herself suspended in mid-air, surrounded by an endless gray. She instantly questioned whether she was alive or dead. Qing? She tentatively called out, but found her voice could not transmit here. The surroundings were dead silent. However, after she futilely opened her mouth, the colors around her suddenly changed from dark gray to a soft light blue. At the same time, three things resembling connecting wires appeared in the void, rushing straight toward her. Che Zhenzhen found it difficult to control her body here, only able to watch as the tip of the needle pierced into her body. Che Zhenzhen wanted to struggle, but to no avail, and once again fell into darkness. Kid Zhenzhen, Che Zhenzhen gasped, the vibration of her voice bringing her consciousness back. Kid Zhenzhen, the sound of wind roared in her ears, and with each breath came the fragrance of grass and trees, along with the fresh scent of soil after the rain. Che Zhenzhen squinted her eyes, and after adapting to the glaring sunlight, she finally saw the surrounding objects. She stood in a forest, and all she could see were lush green trees, which seemed somewhat familiar. Very familiar, right? Che Zhenzhen turned around, and an old man with white hair was standing behind her with his hands clasped behind his back. Hello. Che Zhenzhen asked warily. Who are you? Where is this? The old man smiled kindly. I was once a soldier like you, but now, I don't know what I am. What do you mean? The old man did not answer but asked in return. Do you recognize this place? After looking around, Che Zhenzhen spotted the red brick tiles of a villa not far away. The villa that Qing built for me. The old man nodded and waved his hand. What about now? At the moment he waved his hand, the surroundings transformed into a bright white corridor, empty and desolate. Che Zhenzhen fell silent. This was not reality. Yes. What was going on? The old man smiled and introduced himself. My former name was Chu, but now I have no name. Why? Because my physical body has long since turned to dust. Only my consciousness remains. Chu turned around and walked forward leisurely. As he took steps, the surroundings changed again into a golden wheat field. Che Zhenzhen followed. I do not exist. You, in a sense, also do not exist. Chu continued. Because you all live in a predetermined world. The so-called universe is just a vast container and program. So we are indeed in some kind of experiment? You can understand it that way. Although the answer was as Che Zhenzhen had expected, she still did not understand a reason. Why? Why am I the subject of the experiment? Not you. The old man shook his head with a smile. The experimenter is every living being in the universe. Then why did it appear here just as I was about to die? Chu suddenly turned around to look at her, his eyes filled with both appreciation and sorrow. Once, the place we lived in was as vast as the universe, filled with many different lives and breathtaking beauty. But as resources dwindled and disasters occurred frequently, more and more people died, until Che Zhenzhen suddenly saw a scene before her eyes. Countless people turning to dust under the sun, while others melted like ice after drinking water. Chu did not want to look anymore. He turned his head away and closed his eyes. When everything around you becomes a threat that can take your life, the physical body naturally ceases to exist. So, you all merge your consciousness into a system. Yes. Chu continued walking forward, and the surroundings changed again from the wheat field to an endless desert. Che Zhenzhen stepped cautiously on the soft sand, pressing on. Then where is this system? Chapter 104. A world with her is real, I don't know. You don't know? Chu sighed softly. The time left for us is short. Even before it was proven feasible, We have already moved forward. Now, I don't even know how much time has passed. Zhenzhen lowered her head and walked for a while before saying, "The universe is just the mirage you built within the system. Yes, we don't know whether we are alive or dead, nor do we know what we are. Establishing a universe is to restore our past lives. Since you can establish it, why can't you participate?" Chuyu smiled and turned back to pat Zhenzhen's shoulder. Zhenzhen instinctively dodged, but the anticipated touch did not come. Chuyu's hand passed through her body. "We are the system itself, without flesh, without form. How can we participate?" Zhenzhen understood, recalling everything she had encountered. Everything that happens in the universe is set by the system? Yes and no, Chuyu replied. I only preset the parameters. How things develop depends on the choices of each life. Then why did you participate in my story? The implementation of the Magpie Nest plan, the collision of the micromachine with A01 and Guiyang. All these things have your shadow. Because of you. Because you created the Magpie Nest plan. The Magpie Nest plan is essentially a replica, let's call it a cosmic experiment. Zhenzhen's pupils constricted. She never expected it to be for such a reason. From that moment on, you became the only experimenter in this experiment. We want to see if a girl with such extraordinary talent will walk on our path and make the same choices in the face of catastrophe. Zhenzhen felt that everything was absurd. She was in it, and the people she knew and loved were also in it. Yet they lived and died for such ridiculous reasons. The reason I saved you and your boyfriend and paused the black wall was to ask you, are you willing to stay? Zhenzhen couldn't believe her ears. What? Chuyu said, I want to be free, but there's no one to take my place. Our universe, too, is about to go online. What does that have to do with me? If you and Lu Qing stay, I can let the remaining survivors live. They are unaware of the truth and can naturally enjoy life peacefully. Zhenzhen face tightened. I want to see Lu Qing. Don't worry, he is safe. I want to see Lu Qing. Zhenzhen emphasized. Chuyu stood still without reacting. Zhenzhen took a deep breath and said in a calmer tone, I must see him and discuss with him before I can make a decision. No, you both have your own choices and cannot interfere with each other. How do I know he is still alive and not you lying to me? Chuyu finally compromised. A bright green light appeared in his palm, indicating that he was still alive. If you touch it, you can pull him to your side. Zhenzhen reached out to grab it, but Chuyu quickly dodged. First, make your decision. Zhenzhen asked, if I accept and Lu Qing refuses, what will happen? Chuyu said, he will return safely. I can guarantee that. And if I refuse and Lu Qing accepts, what will happen? His abilities are above yours. He could take on this task. However, I personally prefer you to take over. Zhenzhen nodded to indicate her understanding, then asked, what if we both refuse? I will send you both back, and then after the 5 minutes you mentioned, Universe 1 will completely vanish. Zhenzhen retorted. You can change the fate of the universe with a wave of your hand. How can I trust that you will keep your promise if I stay? Chuyu thought for a moment and asked, do you know the origin of the insurance box? Zhenzhen remained silent. It comes from a system. When we permanently stored our consciousness, we considered this issue. What if ideological conflicts cause problems in the system's operation? So we created the insurance box, placing the core components inside, with each person holding a key. Only when all the keys are together can it be opened. Chuyu casually tossed an insurance box to Zhenzhen, who instinctively reached out to catch it. It was identical to the one that once housed a Zhigio. You can put the universe inside it and then personally handle or destroy the key, so I naturally cannot interfere anymore. Chuyu smiled slightly. This is my greatest sincerity. What do you think? Zhenzhen remained silent for a long time. I need time to think. Chuyu was indifferent. Then I'll give you half an hour. After listening to the old man with the white beard, Lu Qing showed no surprise or confusion in his eyes. He remained as calm as ever. 2 choices. Do you understand? I understand. Then what is your choice? Lu Qing countered, what about Zhenzhen? Don't worry, she is safe. I want to see her. Lu Qing's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm. No, you cannot interfere with each other. How can I be sure she is still alive? The old man's palm revealed a bright green light, indicating she was still alive. Touching it would bring her to his side. Lu Qing wanted to reach for it, but knew that this action would not work. She chooses how she wants to choose. I choose how I want to choose. The old man shook his head. That's not a choice. What I want is an active choice. Lu Qing fell silent. The old man looked him over for a moment and asked with slight confusion, knowing that your world is not real, just a virtual creation, why hesitate? Lu Qing retorted, then why are you so obsessed with building one universe after another? The old man not only did not get angry, but laughed heartily. No wonder Zhenzhen likes you. I like you too. Lu Qing's expression was unfazed. He did not think this was a compliment. You were very much like me when I was young. The old man sighed. At least you dare to bet everything for the one you love. That is indeed my style. And what about your loved one? She left me. Just walked away. The old man said it lightly, as if he had completely let go. She rejected this approach, thinking that lingering on like this is worse than dying. So, I secretly connected her consciousness with the system and forced her to stay. Lu Qing commented, then I am nothing like you. You disregarded Zhenzhen's wishes and brought her back to the ice peak. How is that different from my actions? The difference is I know what she wants to do. I just chose this means to serve a purpose. Of course, I have my problems, but I am definitely not you. The old man laughed, no matter how you argue. The nature is the same. Lu Qing stopped speaking. The old man turned away, looking at the waterfall cascading in the distance, urging, now decide, young man. Lu Qing suddenly smiled, a smile of relief. You say the universe is a virtual creation, not real. You are wrong. A world with her is real. Chapter 105. His unique tenderness, Zhenzhen said to Chuyu, I've made up my mind. Let us bring the universe in. She pulled out the key to open the box, hoping that at the moment she locked it, she could see Lu Qing beside her. Chuyu nodded, of course. He waved his hand, and a planet wrapped in chaos appeared before them. Is this what the universe looks like? Chuyu sighed. It used to be beautiful, but unfortunately, beautiful things never last. Zhenzhen didn't respond, because in her eyes, the current universe was also beautiful. That planet was her last support. The planet gradually fell into the box, and Zhenzhen's own body was also changing. This feeling was wonderful. She felt light enough to float, but an unnamed force gradually filled her limbs. Zhenzhen looked down at her hands, her expression somewhat strange. Chuyu said, feeling strange is normal. How long will this process last? The uploading process will take at least over an hour. Zhenzhen nodded and began to tentatively control her body in a novel way. For example, she could effortlessly float in midair or change her location by altering her thoughts. Now, they stood in the middle of a pasture, with magnificent snow-capped peaks in the distance and a clear blue sky. Chuyu looked around and sighed, beautiful, very beautiful. Zhenzhen floated around him, replying, this is the scenery of T11. I really like it and miss it a lot. This hour felt long, as it was entirely spent with Zhenzhen changing the surrounding scenery. She felt herself becoming stronger, and her connection to the so-called system deepened. Tears streamed from Chuyu's murky eyes. I'm very happy you can stay. I can finally reunite with the one I love. I can also reunite with my lover. Zhenzhen chuckled, but the next moment, her figure suddenly vanished. Chuyu was startled, realizing the upload was about to complete, and he quickly prepared to retrieve the green light to chase after her. However, a breeze swept by, and the green light disappeared. This was Chuyu's first experience of a power beyond himself. In an instant, Zhenzhen's figure appeared behind Chuyu, her left hand holding the light, and her right hand still holding the box containing the universe, which had not yet closed. Chuyu's expression changed. Someone who had not completed the process was actually beyond his control. Zhenzhen said nothing. As she pressed the green light, her right hand grasped the planet. In that moment, the surrounding world collapsed, and Zhenzhen felt 3 needle points embedded in her body detach from her flesh one by one. Lu Qing. Unfortunately, she still couldn't make a sound. She didn't know where she was, only that she was continuously falling into an endless darkness. Suddenly, she saw Lu Qing together with Chuyu. Chuyu explained the origin of the universe and the settings of universe number 2, then extended an invitation. You are exceptionally talented, so I give you the right to choose. Stay in reality or return to that impending illusion. What will happen to the universe if I stay? What will happen if I go back? Chuyu replied, I'm sorry, your choice cannot change the predetermined outcome. So who determines this so-called predetermined outcome? Me and Zhenzhen. Upon hearing Zhenzhen's name, Lu Qing frowned sharply. What does that mean? Very simple. Whether the universe can continue depends on Zhenzhen's choice. If she stays, the universe can continue to exist. If she insists on going back, it will disappear along with the universe. Since the outcome is predetermined, why give me a choice? Chuyu stroked his bearded chin. Just consider it as my unwillingness to separate from my loved one. What if I stay with her? Then what? Lu Qing reached out, his fingertip passing through Chuyu's throat. Perhaps ideology exists and even is eternal, but without a physical vessel, what meaning does existence have? Chuyu stopped saying more. Two choices, understood? Lu Qing looked down at his fingers and replied softly, understood. Then what is your choice? Lu Qing countered. What about Zhenzhen? Rest assured, she is safe. I want to see her. No, you both have your own choices and cannot interfere with each other. Then how can I be sure she is still alive? Chuyu's palm revealed a bright green light, identical to the one shown to Zhenzhen. If it's lit, it means she is still here. You can touch it to pull her to your side. Lu Qing wanted to reach for it, but knew this action would not work. He clenched his fist behind his back, trying to stay calm. I'll choose what she chooses. Chuyu shook his head. That's not a choice. I want an active choice. Lu Qing fell silent. At this point, Zhenzhen couldn't hide her anxiety. She desperately wanted to reach out to Lu Qing. But just like Lu Qing's fingertip passing through Chuyu, she couldn't grasp him who was so close. She wanted to tell him that everything was fine here, but this was not their home, and she just wanted to go home. Yet no matter how hard she tried to shout, Zhenzhen couldn't hear her own voice, let alone Lu Qing, who didn't know where he was. Chuyu observed Lu Qing for a while, then asked with slight confusion, knowing your world is not real, just a virtual creation, why still hesitate? Lu Qing retorted, then why are you so obsessed with building one universe after another? Chuyu not only didn't get angry, but laughed heartily. No wonder Zhenzhen likes you. I like you too. Lu Qing's expression turned unfriendly. He didn't see this as a compliment. You are very much like the young me. The old man sighed, at least for the ones he loved. He dared to gamble everything, which was indeed his style. What about your loved one? Left me gone? The old man said it lightly, as if he had completely let it go. She rejected this way, believing that such a lingering existence was worse than dying. So, I secretly connected her consciousness with the system and forced her to stay. Lu Qing commented, then I am nothing like you. You disregarded Zhenzhen's will and brought her back to the ice peak. How is that different from my actions? The difference is, I know what she wants to do. I just chose this method to serve her purpose. Of course, I have issues too, but I am definitely not you. The old man laughed. No matter how you argue, the nature is the same. Not the same. Zhenzhen shouted in her heart. Not the same. What Lu Qing did may have indirectly caused harm, but it was not his fault. They were both players in this game, each with too many unavoidable circumstances and limitations. The mistaken outcomes should not be borne solely by Lu Qing. At least, at this moment, Lu Qing would not impose his thoughts on her. However, Lu Qing no longer rebutted. The old man turned his back, looking at the waterfall cascading in the distance, urging, now decide, young man. Zhenzhen was very nervous. Her insides twisted with anxiety. She was afraid of losing her gamble, afraid she wouldn't be able to return, and also afraid that if she did return, Lu Qing would choose to stay. She was still alive. She didn't want to die again, but all of this hinged on Lu Qing's existence. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly smiled, a smile of relief. You say the universe is a virtual creation, not real. You're wrong. Lu Qing looked at a point in the void, but saw Zhenzhen's eyes right there. His voice remained calm, as always, but Zhenzhen sensed the unique tenderness that belonged solely to him in his words. A world with you is real. Chapter 106. She holds a universe. Zhenzhen's left hand was wrapped in a familiar, bony hand, the warmth and strength of it bringing her immense comfort. She still couldn't voice her feelings, so she squeezed back even harder, using her body to express her thoughts at this moment. In the darkness before her, two beams of white light suddenly flashed, followed by the pain of a needle piercing her body. But this time, she was not alone. Luo Qing was with her. Hello, Zhenzhen gasped, pulling her consciousness out of the entangling mire. Luo Qing was in a similar situation. Both of them ignored their curiosity about their surroundings and instinctively held each other tightly. I just saw you. In front of Luo Qing, Zhenzhen didn't even realize she was acting cute. Luo Qing, unaware of the situation, asked, "You saw me?" "Yes. You scare me to death." Cough. The little couple was so engrossed in each other that they completely overlooked the presence of someone behind them. They turned around abruptly to see an elegantly smiling elderly lady with gray hair standing nearby. "Hello, I'm the owner of this space. My surname is Yu, and my former name was Yu Rugia." After glancing at Luo Qing, Zhenzhen asked, "Are you and Chu Yu?" Grandma Yu continued to smile and answered straightforwardly, "We were once lovers." Luo Qing frowned slightly and said, "From what he told me, you should have already left." "Yes, I left, but I left a part of my consciousness behind, waiting for this day to come." "This day?" Grandma Yu suddenly stepped forward. Zhenzhen instinctively wanted to retreat, but managed to hold her ground. Just moments ago, when Chu Yu tried to touch her, he passed right through her body, while Yu Rugia could actually smooth her disheveled short hair. "I once loved him, but in the end, we had disagreements due to differing philosophies. I believe that both the body and spirit must coexist for life to be meaningful. Only with life can one truly live." But he only wanted to use every means to escape the fate of destruction. "I refused to have my consciousness separated from my body for storage." He agreed to accompany me to face death calmly, but then put me into a coma to complete the storage process. When I woke up again, my world had changed. My life had ended, and my existence had come to an end. He expressed endless apologies to me and tried to prove that this kind of existence wasn't so bad. But I still couldn't accept it. The universe was created in such a time by me and him together. Yu Rugia turned around, her eyes sparkling. "I wanted to create an ideal world filled with life, where these lives could live the life I deeply miss and long for." Both Luo Qing and Zhenzhen felt a mix of understanding and confusion. Luo Qing asked, "Then why did you leave?" "Because his original intention in creating the universe was to prove to me that when faced with equal disasters at the brink of life and death, everyone would make the same choice." There was a hint of sadness and regret in Yu Rugia's eyes. "I didn't want to witness any disasters, so I tried to stop him. I thought that if I ceased to exist, he wouldn't need to do this, and perhaps the universe could welcome a brighter future." Zhenzhen didn't know how to phrase her question and cautiously asked, "So you committed suicide?" "You can understand it that way. I eliminated the branch of my consciousness storage, which meant I vanished from the system. As for my current self, I am merely a projection of consciousness hidden in the background." Yu Rugia looked up at the solitary eagle soaring in the sky. "I feared he would treat others' wills like he treated mine, so I set up an anchor in the system. If this day comes, my consciousness projection will awaken and do everything possible to stop it." Unlike Chu Yu, Yu Rugia gave Zhenzhen an instinctive trust. "Can we go back?" Yu Rugia smiled brightly. "Haven't you both already made your choice?" Did I succeed?" "Yes." Zhenzhen found it hard to believe that her desperate actions had truly worked. Though you faced a prisoner's dilemma, choosing to stay was the most likely choice. Yet you both chose the harder path, even if it meant death. Throughout this process, you didn't consider your own safety at all, focusing solely on each other, caring for your friends and the existing lives on the planet. Therefore, I am willing to help you complete the remaining journey. The remaining journey? Yu Rugia didn't answer and continued. After returning, you must live well and not dwell on the past. As for the so-called Universe Number 2, I will do my utmost to stop it. Upon hearing that they could truly go back, Zhenzhen was overwhelmed with emotions and bit her lip, unable to speak. Yu Rugia's gaze swept over their interlocked hands, and she smiled. "You propose by placing the key around your beloved's neck. This time, I will hang it for you, as a premature wedding gift." Zhenzhen didn't quite understand what it meant, but everything around her faded away, and under the immense pressure, she fainted. However, she saw Luo Qing. She saw him hesitating to touch her after Chanlan interfered with her memory, while she lay asleep on the sofa. She saw Gu Yang excitedly telling Luo Qing about his plan to propose, while Luo Qing scattered the documents in panic. She saw Luo Qing lingering outside the window on the day she accepted Gu Yang's proposal, unable to leave for a long time. She saw Luo Qing struggling and enduring when he took her place in the research and how he maneuvered during the implementation of the Magpie Nest plan. The reunion that spanned 5 years was just a fleeting moment for Zhenzhen, But for Luo Qing, it was countless days and nights of torment. She saw Luo Qing, forced to act against her, his eyes filled with heartache, yet hiding it all. She saw Luo Qing's myriad of protections in the alliance, saw his calm exterior crumble when she was tortured, and in the moment when Duan Qi shot her, she saw her lifeless self turning away, a tear sliding down her cheek. Their relationship faced numerous obstacles, and despite the twists and turns, even after losing memories, they still retained the habits and impulses of love. They had crossed countless games and struggles, and now they finally converged on the same path. When Zhenzhen opened her eyes, she was already in tears. She touched her neck, where a beautifully crafted key lay quietly in her palm. This key, which determined the fate of the universe, was now returning to the universe with her. The only key that could open the box, along with the planet and countless lives, was forever sealed within the box alongside Zhenzhen. Luo Qing looked at her like this. The girl he loved, holding the universe, reflected in his eyes.